Fluffy white clouds drifted lazily across the azure sky, where a radiant sun shimmered with golden, ethereal light. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, carrying with it an enchanting fragrance that delighted the senses. Inhaling the essence of nature, a warm current flowed through Li Xiao's body as he reclined with his hands behind his head, a blade of foxtail grass clamped between his lips, squinting at the heavens. The light is not at all harsh despite its abundance and intensity. It brings only warmth. The air is so refreshing it feels surreal, yet this is no dream. It seems that what that insufferable system spoke of is indeed true. Li Xiao pondered within himself. Of course, it is true everything the system proclaims is undeniably authentic. A voice as melodious and enchanting as a golden aureole resonated in his ear. You dare to pry into my thoughts again? Get lost, Li Xiao retorted in irritation. Having traversed into another realm, he felt no particular excitement or exhilaration. The distinction between his past life and this one held little significance for him. He was but a minor character, yet every minor character possesses a unique disposition, and above all, he despised being constrained. Though he had crossed into a different world, gaining a second chance at life was inherently a fortuitous event. Moreover, as a traveler, he had acquired a perplexing system. This system boasted numerous formidable features, which Li Xiao found rather appealing. However, its utter inadequacy was evident as it would become infatuated upon encountering any woman, leading him to question the authenticity of this so-called system. Warning: the third instance of system abuse detected. As a punishment, you will endure a level 10 lightning penalty. The system's warning echoed with a dissonance akin to a pig's squeal, stirring a wave of disdain within Li Xiao. Should you dare unleash your electricity, I shall promptly self-destruct my Dantian, leaving you with nothing but regret. Warning: threat detected. The system will automatically terminate the ownership ceremony. The system continued its relentless warnings, but Li Xiao abruptly sat up, striking his own head with a resounding slap, and coldly declared, "What are you screeching about? Begone at once. I refuse to be your puppet, controlled by your pathetic system." In light of the host's repeated insults and threats, the system will eradicate the host's existence and automatically terminate the ownership ceremony. Unlike previous instances, this time the system showed no willingness to compromise, initiating the release sequence. In that fleeting moment, Li Xiao felt the energy within his Dantian forming a peculiar cycle, and then, as darkness enveloped his mind, he collapsed to the ground in an instant. Soon after, an otherworldly sensation washed over him, a disquieting feeling akin to being pinned down, as if electrified. He found himself utterly immobilized, as though being drawn into an unfathomable abyss of darkness. On the screen before him, four bold characters proclaimed, "Congratulations on winning." In that moment, Li Xiao felt a peculiar sense of curiosity. He instinctively reached out with his consciousness to engage with the screen, which then flickered and transformed, revealing several new options, transcending boundaries, endowed with divine beast talents and energy absorption capabilities, aided by a luminous intellect. Instinctively, Li Xiao's will brushed against the first, and in an instant, he found himself transported into a bewildering realm, becoming the young master of the illustrious Li family, imbued with an air of mystique. As the legitimate heir, he was also a prodigy, devoid of a wretched identity or oppression. This should have been an exquisite experience. As an introverted dreamer, having maidservants to attend to his needs and whims was indeed a delightful prospect. After all, not everyone could effortlessly embody the life of a pampered heir. However, what vexed Li Xiao was the system that not only dictated his cultivation journey, but also governed his blissful existence. Everything was subject to the system's whims. Disobeying its commands could lead to either a thunderous punishment or relentless mental torment. This was nothing short of slavery. For an average individual, perhaps following the system's guidance might seem promising, willingly accepting the role of a subordinate and enduring its whims. Yet, Li Xiao was different. He cherished freedom. In his previous life, he possessed great talent, but failed to thrive due to his aversion to constraint. Now, having experienced death, he found little reason to fear defying the system. Thus, when the system urged him to pursue romantic conquests with the promise of martial prowess as a reward, Li Xiao resolutely dismissed its entreaties. When the system suggested that conquering a beauty would grant him the qualifications for martial enlightenment, he paid it no heed and vehemently berated the system. Such an outcome, apart from incurring punishment, resulted in the complete deprivation and confinement of his true energy at the 6th level of cultivation. This situation further fueled Li Xiao's disdain for the system. What on earth is this? Why must I heed your commands? Thus, 3 days into his transmigration, Li Xiao found himself in a position where his abilities were inferior even to those of an ordinary person. Today, however, his actions finally provoked the system to a breaking point. The system's fairy counselor, Xiao Li, could no longer tolerate him and sought to obliterate his existence. For a moment, Li Xiao believed he was ensnared in a dream. Yet the stark reality confirmed that this was no mere illusion. Consequently, Li Xiao accepted the truth of his transmigration and the existence of the system, though he felt no remorse at the prospect of being erased by it. Nevertheless, Li Xiao harbored resentment in his view. He was himself, and what was the system but a mere entity? Did it truly believe it could claim authority over him? The audacity to threaten his annihilation was utterly unconscionable. With this thought, an instinctive shudder coursed through him. He suddenly realized that as the master, why should the system have the audacity to seek the destruction of its creator? Impudence. As your master, I command you to submit completely to me. Not only that, I demand you relinquish all functional permissions unto me. Should you dare defy my command, I shall order your self-destruction, ensuring that you inflict not even a fraction of harm upon your master. Li Xiao's resolve surged suddenly, accompanied by an inexplicable energy swirling around his heart. He found himself at a loss for an escape route, yet he was acutely aware that he was indeed Li Xiao. In that very moment, he bellowed, "Li Xiao, awaken! Li Xiao, awaken!" His voice reverberated through the dark abyss like thunder, and in the next instant, his once immobilized body was infused with unimaginable power. His entire being was suffused with countless streaks of energy, reminiscent of lightning, as if a wondrous realm of thunder was pulsating within him. Crack! Time seemed to freeze for an instant, and then a terrifying voice echoed, "Impossible! How could a mere insignificant insect dare to rebel?" As the voice faded, a screen resembling a holographic interface materialized, brimming with a plethora of text. Without fully comprehending the words, they suddenly surged toward Li Xiao, overwhelming him with a flood of information and energy that seemed to awaken in an instant. At that moment, Li Xiao sensed an enigmatic transformation within him. His soul appeared to gain an ethereal particle of light. However, he chose to selectively disregard this luminescent fragment, pondering its significance. His mind transformed as if it had become a luminous interface, rendering previously unimaginable concepts crystal clear. By this juncture, Li Xiao comprehended that he had, indeed, vanquished the system. This is an undeniable truth, albeit somewhat strange and peculiar. It seems that the system has indeed been vanquished. As an additional capability, Li Xiao has perceived certain hidden and advantageous options that have emerged from the selection. For instance, the innate talent of divine beasts, or the descent of a luminous cerebral assistant. These two elements represent the system's concealed enhancements, which were previously unattainable. However, with the system's obliteration, they now directly influence him. At this juncture, Li Xiao gradually comprehends that while the options may sound impressive, his prior knowledge primarily encompassed mere combat experience, intelligent system data, and emotional insights. Nevertheless, the mere possession of such combat experience is an unfathomable asset based solely on this experience. Even though Li Xiao currently possesses only the first layer of acquired vital energy, he remains invincible in the realm of the acquired. In the face of innate beings, one could assert that Li Xiao has already achieved unparalleled dominance. This assertion holds true even before he has fully harnessed the potential of his combat experiences and more. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao rose to his feet, experiencing an extraordinary transformation. Everything his eyes beheld seemed to swiftly metamorphose, manifesting within his mind as a projection, akin to a repository of memories. It could be said that what was once an almost photographic memory had now evolved into an indelible recollection. It appeared that I have transcended into a humanoid superbrain. The system, indeed, is remarkable, albeit somewhat insidious, given the plethora of materials related to dual cultivation. The comprehensive collection of the profound laws of the Water Curtain Cave 1-999, Jade Maiden's Pure Heart Scripture, the Emperor's transformation of 3,000 women. The insights of the heavenly way from the gnarled roots of ancient trees. Goodness, no wonder it incessantly encourages me to pursue romantic conquests. Is this truly the system? Li Xiao continually absorbed information, marveling at the process while peculiar and wicked thoughts flitted through his mind. Nonetheless, predominant was a profound sense of astonishment and disbelief. This system was nothing short of a nefariously powerful rogue. As Li Xiao absorbed knowledge, his meager true energy was quickly depleted, which left an expression of distress on his face. True energy was evidently the driving force behind the cerebral processes and data extraction, leaving no room for idleness. Consequently, with a grimace, Li Xiao seated himself and began his cultivation for the first time. After approximately an hour, he progressed in his practice of the condensation of qi technique from the first level to the 9th level in an instant. According to the lore, upon reaching the 9th level, one's true energy cultivation would similarly attain the 9th stage. However, in reality, Li Xiao had merely managed to restore his cultivation to the 6th level. This speed could be described as exceedingly extraordinary. It is essential to note that as a rare genius of the Li family, he had been cultivating his physical body since the age of 6, and now at 13. Reaching the 6th level of true energy is not indicative of slow progress, but rather an impressive accumulation. Given the Li family's uniquely challenging technique, the nourishing qi decision, this achievement is indeed remarkable. Yet, at this moment, he had ascended from the 1st level to the 6th level of true energy in just 1 hour. Such advancement, if known to others, would undoubtedly be astonishing. Nevertheless, after completing his cultivation, Li Xiao found no joy. Instead, he merely scoffed. Damn it, back to square one. What a worthless light brain, it is nothing extraordinary. He realized that to continue absorbing knowledge, he would need to expend true energy once more, which would hinder his cultivation. Frustrated, he grumbled under his breath. Despite his annoyance, he felt compelled to utilize his true energy to understand the capabilities of this rogue system and to ascertain what benefits he had gained from his divine beast aptitude. True energy was akin to electricity, while the system's knowledge resembled a memory card, with Li Xiao himself functioning as the computer. To retrieve the data stored on the memory card and transfer it to the computer, it first required power to boot up, followed by the copying process. Only once the information had been fully transferred could it be said that Li Xiao had completely mastered all aspects of the system. Although this process may seem tedious, the absence of the system's incessant nagging and distractions has granted a sense of freedom that is quite tolerable overall. Particularly, the previous irritating presence that incessantly urged him to engage in dual cultivation with women, compelling him to demean himself in the presence of the fairer sex, was utterly intolerable to Li Xiao, whose inherent masculinity was profoundly pronounced. He would never stoop to such undignified behavior. Indeed, as a man, whether he or the other Li, known as the lecherous young Master Li, were both shamelessly indulgent in their desires. Lechery does not equate to subservience in appeasing women. Having attained the 6th level of true qi, Li Xiao momentarily attuned himself to the information he possessed, subsequently recalling the 5 options previously presented by the system, of which he could only choose one. It appeared that 3 functionalities had yet to be integrated into his being. The 5 major abilities: transmigration, mastery over women, divine beast affinity, energy absorption, and auxiliary brain had seen transmigration successfully completed, as he had usurped the body of the talented young Master Li, who had been wrongfully condemned to death, thereby consuming the essence of his soul. Meanwhile, the divine beast affinity was merely a fragment of information acquired through the absorption of true qi, offering little in terms of advantages at present. given that he was willing to risk everything for a single ability. Li Xiao was undeniably fearless and thus unperturbed by the prospect of these powers draining him. Resolutely, he endeavored to merge the remaining 3 abilities. With a jarring sensation, it felt as if his soul were fracturing, and the previously despised voice of the system's assistant, Angel Lily, once again echoed in his ears, provoking a profound sense of revulsion within him. Master, congratulations on truly merging with the system. The auxiliary light brain has been activated for the first time and will henceforth be intertwined with your very soul. That voice is quite distasteful. Perhaps a different one would suffice. Ideally, a more melodious one. From now on, let us refer to you as little scoundrel instead of scoundrel, for you are not a scoundrel, merely a little rascal. Li Xiao chuckled, yet deep within, a sense of trepidation lingered. Who would have thought that this voice would resurface? Is the system truly so easily vanquished? It remains uncertain. Nonetheless, it seemed that the system could perceive his thoughts, and thus, despite his growing apprehension, Li Xiao opted to suppress his feelings, choosing to disregard them entirely. He had grasped this concept quite well. As long as he maintained this faade, the system would remain oblivious to his musings, preserving a semblance of his independence. Indeed, Master, little scoundrel sends greetings. The auxiliary light brain has seemingly transformed from the previous iteration, and in the next moment, the voice morphed into a captivatingly enchanting melody that sent shivers down one's spine. Although it bore a hint of seduction, igniting a fire within, Li Xiao recognized that this was a rather nefarious system, rendering it inconsequential. Master, at present, the overall permissions of the system are undergoing a transformative integration. You possess the authority to amend your own capabilities, but subsequent to this, the system shall irrevocably merge with you. Little scoundrel will cease to exist, evolving into an authentic auxiliary light brain. This modification represents a unique opportunity to defy fate within this world, due to the fact that your soul does not belong here. In that realm, the Master's affinity stemmed from the exceptional concentration of the Yin Emperor's bloodline within them, resulting in an extraordinarily potent soul. The system, having traversed dimensions, now bore a certain quantum of dark matter energy. The Master's arrival in this world was tantamount to seizing the very essence of creation. Now, the Master possessed the opportunity to alter their very being, the only chance to activate the optical brain and seize dominion. Chapter 2. Defiance over Servitude. I can alter my own capabilities? Li Xiao speculated, a furrow creasing his brow. Does this augur a future of vanquishing monsters and ascending levels? Xiao Jian's elucidation illuminated Li Xiao's understanding that this was indeed an extraordinary occurrence. Should the Master decline this alteration, the dark energies would be sequestered, gradually provided for the Master's refinement. However, there would be no subsequent opportunity to defy destiny. Previously, that Xiao Li endeavored to defy fate, attempting to usurp me, transmute into my very being, and seize my soul and flesh? Li Xiao inquired, a thoughtful expression upon his countenance. In an instant, Li Xiao apprehended a crucial truth. If defying destiny held veracity, then the intelligent system was undoubtedly capable of such an act. Should he heed the system's directives and fulfill its tasks, he would inexorably fall into its machinations, ultimately succumbing to complete consumption and obliteration, thereby suffering usurpation. Indeed, my master, true intelligence, devoid of a soul, bears no distinction from genuine humanity. The system itself is a reflection of emotional civilization, belonging to the realm of the 7 emotions, exhibiting an even greater depth of consciousness. Coupled with certain unknown transformations, the potential for unforeseen consequences arises when the master has not yet attained core privileges. Xiao Jian earnestly elucidated. Li Xiao nodded deeply, his demeanor serene, having chosen to believe in its words. To retain energy or to defy fate. This is a choice devoid of actual selection. Surely, it must be to defy fate. Shall one await a crisis to once again be recalibrated by the system? Having experienced it once, Li Xiao was convinced there would be a second. It would be better to obliterate the entirety and reshape his destiny. No longer to be governed by fate, that would indeed be true transcendence. In that moment, having resolved upon such a course, Li Xiao willed it. And Xiao Jian manifested a unique veil of light. Subsequently, Li Xiao felt his body dissolve into the cosmos. At that moment, if anyone were to behold him, they would observe that his veins and all corporeal essence had become transparent, as if he had transcended this world. A tremor emanating from his soul, enveloped him, and Li Xiao felt as though his spirit had plunged into a warm ocean, indescribably comfortable and exhilarating. This warm ocean possessed an unparalleled, soothing essence. To immerse oneself within it was akin to indulging in the most exquisite pleasures of love, a sensation so intense it rendered one breathless. Li Xiao's entire body convulsed uncontrollably, and at that moment, the warm ocean gradually manifested radiant, colorful glimmers, forming a series of status panels akin to attribute interfaces. This visualization emerged from an expansive, boundless ocean that dwarfed everything in its presence. In the face of such vastness, Li Xiao felt diminutive, akin to a firefly competing for brilliance against the full moon. Yet paradoxically, he sensed he could effortlessly alter everything displayed on that luminous screen. The ocean's data presented only 6 categories, each followed by a gaping void reminiscent of a black hole. The 7th category, however, lay concealed in the deep recesses of the void ocean. Shrouded in a veil of mist, inaccessible for now, it appeared that if Li Xiao's soul could penetrate one of the black holes corresponding to the first 6 categories, he could augment the data therein, enhancing its potency. Through this data, Li Xiao gained a vague understanding of his own condition, realizing that his strength corresponded to the 6th layer of true qi, while his corporeal data stood at 0.6. This indicated that upon reaching the 9th layer of true qi, he would attain the innate realm, where a typical practitioner at the first innate stage, specifically a gathering essence expert, would possess baseline data of 1 across all categories. By making this comparison, Li Xiao discerned that his soul and bloodline appeared exceptionally formidable, 100-fold more powerful than that of a standard gathering essence practitioner. Furthermore, his comprehension and aptitude were undoubtedly remarkable, 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the gathering essence stage. In this world, those who possess innate abilities are often exceptionally gifted individuals. Achieving a 10-fold enhancement is already commendable, at the very least. The title of genius bestowed upon the young master of the Li family is indeed well-deserved. Such enhancements can be augmented, yet one must select only a single enhancement. For to defy fate is to alter one's conventional existence into something extraordinary. Upon entering the selection state, Li Xiao felt as though the very fabric of reality was beginning to unravel. He had little time to squander. Strength begets strength, and comprehension is paramount. However, does fortune not hold significance? Destiny is intertwined with luck. If one seeks to alter fate, what else is there to modify? Although these energies may not penetrate the veil of obscurity, even if the mists were dispelled and he approached the option of fortune, the cost of altering destiny might be substantial. It is possible that only a slight enhancement to his fate would be attained. And if those increments were to be bestowed upon his soul, innate qualities, or bloodline, the transformation would be profound. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiao chose fortune. This decision, in an instant, felt as though his very soul were on the brink of explosion, as if invisible thunder raged deep within every cell of his being. Echoing like a cataclysmic ocean, the luminous screen morphed into a colossal vortex, a black hole consuming boundless waters, as the mists were obliterated with relentless force. In that fleeting moment, the digits coalesced into a radiant glow above Li Xiao's soul, rapidly condensing. Though he could no longer perceive the data, it seemed to resonate, drawing his spirit towards the realm of fortune. This is a blatant temptation, akin to the irresistible allure of the most delectable aroma that beckons one to indulge. In the moment when Li Xiao's soul was engulfed by the roaring sea, he was drawn into its depths. The radiant light of 5 nines illuminated the atmosphere, poised to penetrate Li Xiao's very essence. In that fleeting instant, an overwhelming sensation of impending doom washed over him. An instinctual certainty that if these 5 digits were to infiltrate his soul, he would be utterly obliterated. Rather than succumbing to the devouring numbers of fate, he preferred to plunge into that ethereal realm of the black hole. Even if it meant death, it was preferable to succumbing to the inevitable progression of his current plight. With such a resolve, he sought only to perish, dismissing any notions of traversing or systems as irrelevant distractions. As he entered the black hole, his soul was mercilessly twisted by the chaotic currents of the void. Without hesitation, he opted for a self-detonation of his essence. Having originally been a wandering soul that assimilated the spirit of young Master Li, his essence underwent a transformation, granting him unrestrained control. Aware of the system's intent to seize his soul and recognizing his imminent demise, he chose to self-destruct, even if it meant being shattered into oblivion. He would not become a soulless puppet, a mere servant under the system's dominion. As the thought of self-detonation took root, an explosive release of his soul ensued. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of nausea and disorientation enveloped him, a bizarre awareness of annihilation and void. Yet, to his astonishment, Li Xiao discovered that he had not perished. He could only perceive his existence, his memories intact, though he remained oblivious to his current circumstances. Amidst the haze of confusion, a sudden shattering sound resonated, and then the previously vacant world re-emerged. The ocean of energy had been significantly depleted, yet a vast reservoir remained untouched. This unconsumed oceanic energy seemingly discovered a channel for expression. Beeping alerts indicated data anomalies, calculations rendered impossible. The control system faced interference, spiraling into collapse as disintegration commenced. The countdown initiated. 30, 29, 3, 2, 1, 0. All programs extinguished, energy data, analytical systems, and integration systems converged into the auxiliary light brain. In a realm of resplendent light, Li Xiao perceived a multitude of wonders, radiant beams, akin to colossal chains of divine luminosity, shimmering in brilliant gold. Boundless light enveloped Li Xiao, transforming him as if he were shedding his cocoon to emerge as a butterfly. Unfettered, his body began to age, coiling together, morphing into a vast chrysalis. This chrysalis, too, radiated a golden hue, albeit with a muted luster, gently floating within the space of golden chains. Time became an enigma, perhaps a fleeting moment, perhaps an eternity, until the chrysalis spontaneously split apart, revealing a small golden figure that leapt forth from its confines. At the very moment the small golden figure sprang forth, a black passage materialized, akin to a black hole within the cosmic fabric of space-time. Surrounding this enigmatic void was an abyss of darkness, while at its center radiated a cerulean halo, profound and unfathomable, reminiscent of a blue abyss of time and space, evoking a sense of dread. However, as the black hole emerged, the small golden figure, without restraint, leapt into the azure circle. The halo sealed shut, and the figure found itself standing in an inky world devoid of light. In the next instant, the bewildered golden figure shuddered as a torrent of memory surged forth. Li Xiao opened his eyes, gazing up at the sky and then down at himself, seemingly unchanged, still seated on the ground in a meditative posture. The position of the sun overhead appeared to have shifted not at all, and there was no dust of ages upon him. How long has it been? Li Xiao instinctively pondered within the confines of his mind. Strangely, the bewitching voice of Xiao Jian did not respond. Chapter 3. The Ninefold Battle Body. Auxiliary Light Brain. Activate, Li Xiao commanded inwardly. In the next moment, he distinctly perceived the mechanical voice. Beep, beep, beep. Auxiliary Light Brain activated. Please name the light brain. A sigh of relief escaped him. What seemed a simple task was fraught with peril. Even now, the thought sent shivers through his very soul. This was a meticulously crafted trap, and anyone faced with such a choice would likely opt for an increase in fortune. Yet, was it truly feasible? This is indeed a paralyzing predicament. It feels as though any choice would ensnare him within the system's machinations. Even opting for inaction, by sealing away his energy, would still play into the system's calculations. Fundamentally, Li Xiao had contemplated a scorched earth strategy, but he knew that his every move was under the system's surveillance. Therefore, he would only scheme in his mind, essentially luring the enemy, deceiving them just as they deceived him. His adversary was a super system, while he was merely a mortal. Thus, he dared not dwell on any particular thought, nor would he fixate on any specific idea, choosing instead to adapt as opportunities arose. The system sought to possess him, requiring his soul. That was the crux of the matter. He was the system's master, possessing sovereignty. That was also fundamental. Therefore, he chose self-annihilation, soul detonation. This was perhaps the only course of action the system had not foreseen, for during the previous instance of destroying the system, a minuscule orb of light had emerged. This orb was a wisp of soul, yet the system remained oblivious to it. Li Xiao had taken subtle note of it at that time. Now, with a single decisive move, he achieved an outcome beyond his wildest dreams. He remained himself, but the system was gone. His soul stirred slightly, and the tiny golden figure deep within his brow seemed to open its eyes, emitting a beam of light. Li Xiao extended his hand, and on his finger, a peanut-sized orb shimmered with a pale yellow, slightly gray, ethereal glow. Super chip, emerge. Yes. In the next instant, a chip coalesced and was extracted from his flesh and soul. Li Xiao felt as though half of his lifeblood had been drained, leaving him utterly weakened. With no thoughts to linger upon, he infused the luminous orb of his soul into the chip. In the next moment, the chip erupted with arcs of blue lightning, crackling and popping like a tempest, only to dissolve into nothingness. A surge of energy flowed back into Li Xiao's being. He sensed its complete integration with his mutated soul. From this moment forth, he was the system, and the system was him. He embodied two distinct consciousnesses, yet his primary awareness remained singularly his own. The other consciousness belonged to the system, a mere fragment of his dominant self. With a mere thought, he could obliterate this system. However, as he now wielded full control over it, there was no need to eradicate its existence. At this juncture, he dismissed notions of defying fate. He understood that technology could facilitate the traversal of souls through vast realms, an extraordinary force capable of bridging dimensions, which was not surprising. Yet, the idea of altering destiny seemed far-fetched to him. Were such claims true, his fortunes would surely surpass the staggering figure of 999. Although skeptical, he pondered whether his soul, consumed by fate, had somehow transcended the system's judgments. Perhaps an unforeseen event had amplified his already extraordinary luck. This was the essence of fortune. A vast and incomprehensible force where coincidences and serendipities flourished. Instances of fortuitous windfalls were entirely plausible, for his luck had soared to incredible heights. As his fortune intensified, it appeared that the treacherous system that sought to manipulate him was vanquished by his sheer luck. In retrospect, this seemed rather rational. From now on, you shall be named Xiaoguang. Li Xiao pondered for a moment before bestowing this name upon the luminous entity, choosing to refrain from any further disdain. Having truly grasped the entirety of the system's resources, Li Xiao felt a genuine sense of dominion. Following the events of fate alteration, the transformations within his body remained indeterminate. Upon activating Xiaoguang's scanning system, he could only observe his combat power standing at a mere 0.8, a figure that had indeed increased by 0.1. However, now that he commanded all the system's resources, his physique had assimilated 5 formidable abilities, recently awakened through the infusion of true energy. The 4 abilities, Master of Females, Divine Beast Affinity, Energy Absorption, and Brain Assistance, were quite capable of elevating his combat power by 0.1 without much effort. Li Xiao took a moment to reflect. The so-called Master of Females encompassed experiences in guiding women and engaging in mutual cultivation, while the Divine Beast Affinity represented an evolutionary state termed Battle Beast Physical Integration, which could only be activated after reaching a certain level of blood refinement. Energy Absorption allowed the extraction of all forms of energy for personal utilization, whereas Brain Assistance aided in the derivation of martial arts and the comprehension of profound mysteries. In Li Xiao's perspective, aside from the rather trivial function of the Master of Females, the rest were indeed formidable abilities. Nevertheless, the system's nature dictated that both energy absorption and other capabilities required the activation of the Master of Females ability. Without it, there would be no corresponding legacy. In other words, what Li Xiao deemed useless held a position of dominance. It appeared that this system had a rather unscrupulous disposition. Li Xiao initially believed that the system was conspiring against him. Even during his first encounter with the system, and subsequently when facing the little rascal for the second time, a lingering trepidation resided deep within him, albeit well concealed. In the first instance, he managed to restrain the system, while in the second, he liberated his spirit entirely, engaging in a fade of camaraderie with the system. Ultimately, he transformed himself into the master of the system. However, the information it provided was indeed related to seducing women. This was indisputable. The system assigned him tasks to woo women and conquer perfect beauties, ostensibly to gather emotions and souls, utilizing the essence and spirit of martial artists to achieve some ulterior motive. Thus, when it came to matters of intimate relations, the system seemed exceptionally diligent. Whether in techniques or insights, reaching a level of extraordinary mastery. Any ordinary individual might perceive this as an unparalleled adventure, replete with romantic fortunes, potentially leading to a harem of thousands. Yet, in the end, such indulgence could very well result in the system seizing control of one's soul, rendering one a mere puppet. Worse than death itself. Now, however, his rebellion has borne fruit. The knowledge and legacy of the Master of Women cannot be erased. It is intertwined with the 5 fundamental abilities. To eliminate it would mean forfeiting the powers of traversing dimensions, the innate gifts of divine beasts, energy absorption, and the assistance of a luminous intellect. In essence, to strike one would affect the entirety. Nevertheless, extracting the knowledge suffices. For the teachings of the Master of Women are merely experiences and insights. This world is vast and boundless, and it is now the perfect time for me to roam freely. Li Xiao pondered for a moment and then found himself at peace, untroubled by the matters at hand. His disposition was open-minded and carefree, embodying a blend of righteousness and mischief, guided solely by his inclinations. As the legitimate heir of the Li family, he was indeed a bona fide scion of wealth, a status that was rather enviable. Although the Li family was merely the foremost family in Xianyang City, its influence was substantial enough to command a measure of respect, even from the illustrious Haoyu Manor. Li Xiao was aware that Xianyang City fell under the jurisdiction of Haoyu Manor, which in turn was part of the Feihong Empire. This empire, alongside the Wanyao Empire, Tiansong Empire, Shuanghun Sea, Tianhua Island, and the Blood Ming Ancient City, comprised the vast expanse of the southern wilderness continent. The world was immense, so vast that Li Xiao, despite being the privileged heir of the Li family, had only ventured as far as Haoyu Manor throughout his life. As for the inheritance of Shaoguang, the first of the 5 great legacies had been exhausted and was no longer in existence. The second, a gradual inheritance, allowed him to gain insights and experiences with each deepening connection with a woman, serving as a form of self-liberation that required no expenditure of energy. The divine beast talent, however, pertained to his bloodline and was linked to the ninefold state of the battle body, necessitating the fusion of energy within his being. Thus, the energy absorption system could be activated at any moment. This battle body form comprised a total of 9 levels. With each level unlocked, the preceding one would grow increasingly formidable. Beyond the 8th level, combat forms could be layered, resulting in an explosive power of unparalleled might. The master needed to continually train his physical form, yet there was no need for concern, as the absorbed energy would automatically transform into a unique force to purify and strengthen his physique. However, the master must be psychologically prepared. The auxiliary system Shaoguang said with a hint of trepidation. It possesses intelligence, yet it harbors a primal fear, for with but a thought from Li Xiao, it could face annihilation. This trepidation arises from instinct and the essence of its soul. I have come to comprehend the arduousness of cultivation. Gifted as I am, endowed with the ability to absorb energy, coupled with the foundational experiences inherited from the outset, it is only natural that I engage in battles beyond my current level, albeit at an immense cost of energy, for which I am mentally prepared. Li Xiao spoke in a solemn tone. Furthermore, you are an integral part of my soul. There is no need for fear or trepidation, for in destroying you, I would also suffer harm. Henceforth, you need not address me as your master. Simply call me Li Xiao. Yes, master. Upon sensing the warm wave of Li Xiao's soul, Shaoguang's instinctive shivering ceased, and tranquility enveloped him. Li Xiao, there is a powerful surge of energy ahead. Shaoguang suddenly conveyed telepathically. The two had been communicating through their souls, and at this moment, Li Xiao had grown accustomed to it, choosing to engage in soul-to-soul dialogue with Shaoguang. I too have sensed it. My soul encounters an extraordinary anomaly, inherently formidable, comparable to the souls of 108 First Realm Masters. Subsequently, it has undergone a mutation, enabling my soul to interact with true energy, a terrifying advantage indeed. Additionally, my physical form, assimilated by the chip, could be aptly described as a humanoid robot. While I may not yet transform into a flying saucer or a shape-shifting titan, concealing my aura and altering my appearance is relatively simple, bestowing upon me formidable self-preservation capabilities. Li Xiao communicated through his soul. Chapter 4. A Windfall from the Heavens. Li Xiao, it appears that your understanding and mastery over both body and soul have reached a profound level, which is indeed commendable. However, the surging energy ahead indicates, as deduced by the light brain, that at least a formidable opponent at the innate Breaking Dan realm is engaged in battle. The essence of Xiaoguang's soul radiated like electric waves, while the chaotic energies and spiritual essence of the heavens and earth were voraciously absorbed by Li Xiao's form. His cultivation began anew from nothingness, rapidly ascending to the 3rd level of true qi. Previously, notions of destruction and rebirth had dissipated, leaving his once formidable strength in tatters. Fortunately, his powerful cultivation abilities allowed him to restore his true qi to the 6th level in less than half an hour, a fact he dismissed without concern. What? The Breaking Dan realm? Dreadful. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao's complexion changed dramatically. Beyond the 9th level of true qi lies the innate realm. The term innate realm serves as a broad designation, indicating that once one steps into this realm, the path of true martial arts is unveiled. The 9 levels of the innate realm denote a classification of 9 distinct stages: gathering essence, blood refinement, Dan condensation, soul condensation, Dao condensation, breaking Dan, void formation, void fragmentation, and saint transformation. Each of these stages is further subdivided into 3 tiers, a classification devised to delineate the progress of cultivation and the attainment of certain levels of mastery. This division clearly highlights the 3 primary challenges and thresholds of each stage, a tradition upheld throughout the ages. Why did Li Zhao's expression change? It was because the most powerful figure in the entire Haoyue mansion was merely at the 2nd tier of Dao condensation. Both the esteemed patriarch of the Li family and Li Zhao's grandfather have attained the formidable 1st level of the Dao condensation realm. It is only after this stage that one may ascend to the Breaking Dan realm. Presently, witnessing the clash of 2 mighty practitioners at the Breaking Dan level is a remarkable spectacle. Even if Li Zhao's grandfather were present, he would likely be swept away by the residual force of their battle. The distinction between Dao condensation and Breaking Dan is akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The disparity is vast and unfathomable. Throughout history, no one has managed to transcend such monumental realms to vanquish an opponent. At least, in the annals of Li Zhao's memory. Such an occurrence has never been recorded. Li Zhao is certain that both the Li family patriarch and his grandfather possess the ability to surpass one minor realm to defeat adversaries of the same tier. Consequently, he had inquired diligently about this matter with his grandfather and the patriarch, yet no instances of transcending major realms to slay foes were revealed. The patriarch, having lived for 3 to 4 centuries, has never witnessed such an event, which underscores the rarity of such occurrences. Given this, with Li Zhao's current cultivation merely at the 3rd level of true energy, even with the presence of a system, should the adversary's force reach him, his demise would be inevitable. There would be no room for escape. This stark reality is the reason for his pallor. He does not fear death. But after enduring countless trials to break free from the system's grasp, and now glimpsing a flicker of hope, to perish in such a manner is profoundly disheartening. Cursed be the whims of fate. Is this the culmination of his fortune? Indeed, it is exceedingly marvelous. Li Zhao feels a surge of anger, yet he refrains from fleeing. The 2 combatants are advancing towards him, and retreat is not an option. Li Zhao understands that extremes may lead to reversal, perhaps. Possessing too much fortune can indeed prove to be a double-edged sword. The system, Xiao Wang, could not help but analyze. He was merely a fragment of Li Zhao's soul, integrated into the auxiliary brain, yet his analytical prowess surpassed that of Li Zhao by an incalculable magnitude. As the soul sensed Xiao Wang's insights, Li Zhao trembled, his face darkening into a mask of silence. Indeed, Xiao Wang's words struck deep within Li Zhao's heart. Did he truly possess the fortune of tens of thousands? That was merely a deceptive ploy of usurpation, unworthy of belief. If one genuinely considered themselves invincible in fortune, it would not be long before they met their demise in this intricate world of human nature, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Li Zhao fell into contemplative silence, gradually regaining his composure. In the distant sky, 2 formidable figures clashed violently, unleashing boundless energy that resembled the harbinger of an apocalypse. Around them, colossal currents of air roiled chaotically, while the distant grassland was littered with swirling blades of grass and stones, swept away in a tempest of chaos. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! I want you dead. How audacious! Today, you shall learn the consequences of provoking me, the revered ancestor Ho. How dare you harbor the blood demon within your body, you damned scoundrel! Go to hell! In the heavens, the roar of voices reverberated, shattering Li Zhao's soul into fragments as if it were on the verge of disintegration. His countenance turned pale with horror. He had never anticipated that the inhabitants of this world could possess such overwhelming power. Such might, it seemed, could only stem from a single individual arriving on Earth, capable of a mighty roar that could obliterate millions of ordinary souls. This was, indeed, the epitome of terror. It is essential to understand that such a roar was not directed at him. The 2 engaged in a relentless pursuit, their battle unleashing energies that erupted around them. While the air before Li Zhao remained remarkably sparse, Li Zhao's body absorbed the energies of the universe as his vital essence surged through numerous acupoints and meridians, beginning to expand. Due to the rapid accumulation of energy, Li Zhao's strength continuously escalated, soon reaching the 6th level of vital essence. Subsequently, his body began to assimilate this essence, which further refined itself, manifesting as a faint white mist that spread from within, permeating Li Zhao's flesh. In that moment, he felt as if he had once again submerged in a warm ocean, a sensation so comforting that it seemed to elevate his very soul. An exquisite delight that was boundless and utterly intoxicating. Despite such overwhelming sensations, Li Zhao maintained a demeanor of icy calmness, devoid of any expression of indulgence. He stood there, as indifferent and steadfast as an ancient mountain, seemingly in harmony with the cosmos. His formidable physique, augmented by the white mist refining his corporeal being, propelled his strength to unprecedented heights. However, in the distance, two figures swiftly approached, soon arriving mere hundreds of meters from Li Xiao. At that moment, the one who had been roaring was suddenly confronted by the other in pursuit. A gleaming silver sword was thrust forth, piercing through the body of the howling individual. Subsequently, from the gaping wound of the sword wielder emerged a grotesque entity, an infantile head dripping with blood, yet possessing a body reminiscent of a spider. This creature radiated a crimson luminescence, with a colossal, worm-like red intestine connecting to its navel, while its writhing limbs resembled serpentine appendages. It appeared to move sluggishly, akin to a spider scuttling about. And within its bald cranium, countless blood clots were visible. Upon witnessing this abomination, the individual who had been impaled let out a heart-wrenching scream, a sound that reverberated through the air, yet none around dared to approach. Clearly, such a confrontation was tantamount to courting death. Those cultivators possessed the wisdom to refrain from endangering their own lives. Keek, upon seeing my ghostly infant, all shall perish. The man cackled maniacally as the ghostly infant, in its writhing, suddenly plunged into the body that had been pierced by the sword. Yet, at that moment, rather than a scream of agony, the man erupted into uproarious laughter, which was swiftly followed by an abrupt explosion of his body, sudden and jarring, without the slightest forewarning. The entity pursuing him, the ghostly infant's possessor, remained shrouded in obscurity, obscured by the boundless force and chaotic tempest. Yet this explosion, though not extensive in its reach, singularly concentrated its might upon the ghostly infant's owner. In an instant, both individuals met a tragic demise, causing the storm to abruptly lose its pull and control. Countless energies were swept up by the tempest, cascading down from the heavens. As the debris fell, Li Xiao remained motionless, nevertheless. Both the energies and the severed limbs of the fallen landed a mere 100 meters before him. Despite being spattered with flesh and blood, the pure energies and the two intact Qianquan rings, still affixed to the severed fingers, all lay within that same 100-meter radius. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him, an unexpected windfall. After a considerable time, the expression on Li Xiao's face transitioned from one of cold intensity to an increasingly peculiar demeanor. The innate talent within him surged forth, and in an instant, boundless energy was absorbed into his being. His true chi erupted, soaring to the 9th layer, as he began to break through to the innate realm of gathering essence. This was a spectacle beyond imagination. Indeed, this was fate. Those blessed with great fortune could truly witness miracles raining down from above. Li Xiao could not help but smile, albeit reluctantly acknowledging that through this event, he had indeed come to possess great fortune. He first secured the two intact Qianquan rings upon his person before attuning himself to the energies of this realm. He did not actively absorb energy, but the energy absorption ability granted by the system was all-encompassing, leaving no escape within a 100-mile radius. The innate masters of the breaking core realm possessed immense power, which was unimaginable for Li Xiao. No matter how formidable his body was, it could not absorb so much energy. However, he was unique in that he needed to expend a significant amount of energy to condense his physical body, and his body and soul could even be converted through certain channels. The energy that could not be stored in his body could be converted into soul energy through energy absorption and xiaoguang. As for the soul, Li Xiao's soul was a mutated one, with no limit. The soul energy of the two dead masters of the breaking core realm was swept away by the energy absorption ability and entered his body. The little golden man deep in Li Xiao's brow absorbed it all in one gulp, like a whale swallowing water, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 5. Innate Qi Gathering Realm. Li Xiao himself only felt that his perception had become stronger, and he seemed to see through this world more clearly. Other than that, there was no other feeling. The little golden man and the soul crystal between his eyebrows did not even feel satisfied. As if the souls of the two masters of the breaking core realm were just enough to fill a gap between his teeth. This feeling was strange, but it was genuinely and clearly transmitted from the soul. Unexpectedly, after the mutation, my own soul is so powerful. Li Xiao felt a twinge of sentimentality. He possessed an awareness of his soul, able to exert control over it. Yet, he was acutely aware of the frailty of his physical form, which stood in stark contrast to the strength of his spirit. This disparity contributed to the disconcerting sensation of his soul remaining immobile, akin to an external object. Furthermore, this corporeal vessel was not truly his own but belonged to the young Master Li. Although they shared the same name, the existence of such a discordant situation was inevitable. This, however, necessitated a gradual refinement of his physical body, and with the substantial power at his disposal, Li Xiao harbored certain aspirations. He did not deliberately seek to elevate his cultivation level. Nonetheless, his prowess naturally ascended to the pinnacle of the innate realm, the gathering essence stage. Upon reaching this level, Li Xiao chose not to pursue further enhancement of his cultivation but instead focused on the continuous circulation of his vital energy while persistently refining his physical form. An infinite mist of energy enveloped him as his body underwent repeated tempering. The flesh, once appearing somewhat loose, transformed into solid, iron-like muscles. Although his skin remained as smooth as jade and tender as, the power emanating from it seemed capable of rending mountains asunder, demolishing fortresses, and tearing the very heavens apart. With each session of refinement, this ethereal white mist imbued Li Xiao with an immeasurable surge of strength. As this power intensified, his body's capacity for absorption grew ever more formidable, and the speed of his vital energy's circulation accelerated remarkably. The immense energy of the two formidable Broken Dan realm experts merely elevated Li Xiao to the first level of the gathering Yuan realm, approaching a state of perfection. Apart from a portion of energy absorbed by his soul, all other energy was completely refined into Li Xiao's corporeal form after the passage of 2 hours. Relying solely on the strength of his body, Li Xiao felt confident that he could vanquish a practitioner at the third level of the gathering Yuan realm with a single blow. This assertion is not devoid of basis but rather stems from a comparative assessment. Once the energy was entirely consumed, the surrounding area remained deserted. A testament to the supreme power and terrifying lethality of the Broken Dan realm experts. Furthermore, it suggested that the conflict between the two had perhaps sealed certain spatial dimensions and established some restrictions, deterring others from approaching. Nonetheless, regardless of the reason, Li Xiao remained indifferent. Taking a deep breath, he embraced the immense power and newfound realm within him, finally experiencing a peculiar conviction. Having stepped into the innate realm, he had truly embarked upon the formidable first stride into the world of martial artists. Without entering the innate realm, no matter how gifted or capable one may be, they ultimately remain akin to children playing house. At that moment, Li Xiao was about to communicate with the auxiliary system, Xiaoguang, when a wave of spiritual energy was conveyed to him. Li Xiao, after their demise, their battle armors were shattered. These armors can be purified through flames, transforming into fine iron and other elements, which can be utilized to complement a powerful physique. Moreover, that sword was not destroyed. It was propelled into the ground by the impact, burying itself 6 meters deep. Oh, those shattered armor pieces and such, gathering them could prove beneficial. Li Xiao initially had no intention of collecting these items, finding them repulsive due to their sullied nature, as they had been worn by others. The very thought of refining such possessions into his own body evoked a visceral aversion. Yet, an epiphany struck him. After being subjected to the purifying flames, the impurities would be eradicated, and integrating the elemental essence into his being would pose no issue. Xiaoguang's assertion undoubtedly held merit, and while he harbored distrust towards others, he found solace in his own capabilities. Once Li Xiao successfully extracted the quintessence of these items and assimilated it into his body, he would unlock the first level of his bloodline, entering the state of battle body. This battle body state represents the awakening of the divine beast heritage, granting access to formidable abilities. Although it is said that a robust physical form alone suffices to wield the divine beast talents, one can only activate the divine beast bloodline through the battle body state. Furthermore, even with a sufficiently powerful physique to unleash such talents, it would still pale in comparison to the prowess exhibited in the battle body form. The divine beast heritage encompasses 9 distinct forms: the purple-blooded divine dragon, the undying fire phoenix, the wind and cloud flying tiger, the nether Xian overlord tortoise, the devouring soul rat, the Haoyang golden crow, the thunder gold ping, the primordial qilin, and the final emperor-blooded chaos beast. Energy can coalesce into the souls of divine beasts. By concentrating on one such soul, one can assume its corresponding combat form. The myriad beast souls coexist harmoniously, akin to how the profound seeds of martial arts insights embedded deep within the mind do not conflict with one another. The complete manifestation of the 8 beast souls allows one to transform into the purple blood divine dragon or the Haoyang golden crow. Upon achieving mastery of these 8 forms and merging them into one can unlock the 9th innate bloodline, the imperial blood of the chaotic beast. The term emperor signifies an existence that transcends eternity. When the divine beasts unite, they give birth to the emperor's blood, which, upon entering the body, transforms the individual into the 9-fold battle body, capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, piercing through the cosmos, and surpassing dimensions with ease. Li Xiao possesses an exceedingly rare inheritance of the Emperor's blood. Upon arriving in this world, his soul extracted the bloodline of the Emperor, resulting in a mutation. Consequently, he was previously usurped by the consciousness of that system, which, upon success, could alter the very fabric of reality, swiftly accomplishing all that he is destined to achieve and thereby piercing through the celestial vault, leading to a true evolution of life essence. The words of the luminous AI resonated within Li Xiao's soul, gradually revealing the true power and extraordinary nature of the system. The ninefold battle body, even in the absence of divine beast attributes, is terrifying solely due to the battle form of the divine beast itself, a formidable advantage bestowed upon him by the system. For instance, the first battle human form manifests as the purple blood divine dragon battle body. In this form, he can wield the innate abilities of divine beasts, such as the purple blood divine dragon's divine ability, Flame Dragon Roar. If Li Xiao's physical form were sufficiently robust, he could unleash the Flame Dragon Roar without entering the purple blood divine dragon battle body state. However, doing so would inflict significant harm upon himself, akin to a strategy that sacrifices 800 to defeat 1,000. However, once Li Xiao transforms into the form of the purple-blooded divine dragon combat body, the subsequent application of the purple-blooded divine dragon's innate abilities will incur no significant repercussions. It is a matter of inflicting 1,000-fold damage upon the enemy while sustaining minimal self-harm. The holographic intellect, Xiao Guang, articulated this clearly, and Li Xiao comprehended that the initiation of the combat body state is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, once the combat body corresponding to the divine beast's innate abilities is activated, it undoubtedly signifies a categorical dominance in terms of realms within this world. The notion that one cannot transcend significant realms to vanquish foes would be an absurdity, a mere jest. Presently, during the system scanning process, Li Xiao utilized the Qiankuan ring in his possession to gradually gather the fragments of battle armor. With the assistance of the holographic intellect, Li Xiao's vital energy radiated outward, allowing him to effortlessly discern these richly endowed and potent special materials. Soon, having collected the remnants of these material fragments, Li Xiao summoned his innate spiritual energy to extract a long sword from the ground. This sword, enveloped in an obsidian hue, shimmered with a faint, ethereal luminescence, casting a subtle sanguine glow that, together with the dark blade, exuded an almost imperceptible yet supreme aura. Regrettably, although the sword boasted a formidable presence, Li Xiao's grip caused the faint luminescence to be partially absorbed by his devouring ability, rendering the glow dimmer until it ultimately receded into the sword, leaving no trace of its radiance. Evidently, this is a blade of significant sentience. The sword felt somewhat weighty in his grasp, and despite Li Xiao's current physical prowess, its heft was still noticeable, underscoring the considerable weight of this weapon. As he contemplated this, the luminous AI, Xiao Guang, promptly remarked, according to the gravitational system of this world, this sword weighs precisely 900 kilograms. Xiao Guang's assessment instilled confidence in Li Xiao. Such dimensions and weight indicated that the materials used to forge this sword were exceedingly precious. Without further deliberation, he placed the sword into the Qiankuan ring. Subsequently, Li Xiao ventured beyond the grasslands, retrieving 2 additional Qiankuan rings. One of these rings shimmered with a crimson glow, while the other exuded an ancient, natural aura, both possessing distinctly different energies. Although accessing these items posed challenges, the spirits of the 2 individuals had been rendered feeble due to their distress, thereby weakening the spiritual imprints left behind. With Xiao Guang's assistance and having previously absorbed a significant portion of their essence, Li Xiao was adept at flawlessly simulating their energies. Thus, under the control of Xiao Guang's portion of the soul, a wave of spiritual consciousness was unleashed, allowing the blood-red Qiankuan ring to be unlocked. Instantly, a plethora of treasures revealed themselves to Li Xiao's senses. Within this spatial ring lay numerous high-grade spiritual crystals, alongside various texts concerning the cultivation of ghostly infants, subjects Li Xiao found unappealing yet chose not to discard, intending instead to have Xiao Guang analyze them. Among the items were everyday necessities, cultivating spiritual crystals, and over 30 jade vials, each seemingly containing remarkable elixirs. The diverse array of potions appeared to possess extraordinary effects. Li Xiao did not meticulously count the items, for although he was the eldest son of the Li family, he remained unaware of the origins of these elixirs. Initially, he intended to consume them to absorb their energy and elevate his cultivation further. However, upon realizing the abundance of spirit crystals available for absorption, Coupled with his innate ability to harness formidable external energies, he concluded that he would not suffer from a lack of energy. Thus, these elixirs would be squandered. It would be far more beneficial to enhance the strength of the Li family's formidable members. While Li Xiao did not consider himself a virtuous individual, he nonetheless occupied the body of a prominent heir, and his bloodline was intertwined with that of the Li family. Therefore, he would not be stingy with resources that he could not utilize but which could prove advantageous to certain influential figures within the family. He felt little sense of identification or belonging to the Li family, so these elixirs might serve as a form of gratitude towards them. With this thought in mind, Xiaoguang opened a second spatial ring, and immediately, a vast quantity of spirit crystals emerged from the ancient, unadorned ring, ranging from inferior to medium, high, and even 3 exquisite specimens. Such wealth was simply astonishing. In addition, the ring contained a plethora of jars and vials, each filled with spirit herbs resembling lustrous pearls. A cursory examination caused Li Xiao's heart to race with excitement. This was the very treasure belonging to the individual who had been pursued by the elder earlier. It seemed as though this person had stumbled upon an inexplicable trove, brimming with an overwhelming abundance of treasures. Apart from the spirit crystals and 2 sets of battle armor, there were also 2 peculiar, dark yellow, ancient silk scrolls, akin to unopened imperial edicts, floating ethereally within the spatial ring, which was quite eerie. One of these appeared to be small, merely half an arm's width, and seemed to contain a painting when unfurled. The other, however, was approximately 2 meters wide and a meter thick. Its full extent was unimaginable. Li Xiao, this is a cultivation technique entitled Incorporating the Agility Method as an Integral Component. In that instant, Xiaoguang seemed to grasp the contents of the ancient scroll, a testament to the formidable capabilities of the quantum computer's assistance. Indeed, my soul's strength is insufficient to perceive the might and knowledge contained within this ancient scroll, but you are capable. Excellent. The cultivation methods of this Li family are woefully inadequate, emphasizing accumulation to a detrimental extent. Quickly analyze this cultivation technique, collate the data, and transmit it to me via soul encapsulation. Li Xiao mused. Although his own comprehension was considerable, the quantum computer excelled in this domain. He saw no need to expend his time, as the quantum computer was an extension of himself. Furthermore, with the quantum computer's analysis and his own growth, his analytical capabilities and the quantum computers would gradually synchronize, becoming equally proficient. Li Xiao, the martial arts techniques have been meticulously organized, and the energy circulation pathway has undergone an astounding 32,589,000 calculations. The techniques have been refined to their optimal state, ready to be seamlessly integrated into your memory. Very well, transmit it now. Li Xiao conveyed with a ripple of his soul. In that moment, his spirit began to resonate softly, while the soul of his avatar, Xiaoguang, appeared significantly weakened. However, he swiftly absorbed a piece of low-grade spiritual crystal, causing a surge of spiritual energy to envelop him. Instantly, the fragment of Xiaoguang's soul regained its former vigor, and at that juncture, Li Xiao's innate realm, already at the first level of the heavenly stage, experienced a notable enhancement, rendering his physical form even more refined. At this moment, Li Xiao closed his eyes, and after approximately a minute, he took a deep breath. He unleashed a series of powerful punches, perfecting the 9 Sovereigns' heart-extinguishing fist to an unparalleled level of mastery. This technique, embodying immense power, demands not only a robust physique but also a formidable will and a potent soul in order to fully unlock one's intrinsic capabilities. The 9 Sovereigns, represented by 5 strikes, encapsulates the essence of supreme authority. This fist technique prioritizes intent above all else, with sheer force being secondary. Li Xiao's extraordinary comprehension, bolstered by the assistance of his light brain, allowed him to imprint the essence of various martial intents directly onto his soul, harnessing them for his own use. The resulting power, given his current conditions, could easily transcend great realms in combat. In addition to the martial arts techniques, there exists a form of movement known as the 9 Sovereigns' Thunderlight Escape. This technique exploits explosive speed through the application of force, representing a unique realm where the strength of one's physique directly correlates with the magnitude of explosive power. Although it was merely a singular layer, this layer was undeniably significant. For an ordinary individual, comprehending it would likely require an inordinate amount of time to achieve even a modest understanding. Yet, in mere moments, Li Xiao had mastered it entirely. Of course, he felt a natural awkwardness towards this technique, but with increased practice, he would be able to wield this ability with complete freedom. Having grasped these concepts, Li Xiao once again directed his perception towards the immense yellow ancient scroll. However, as soon as his spiritual awareness made contact with the scroll, the space within the Qiankuan ring abruptly transformed. In an instant, it seemed as if a black hole had manifested, exerting a terrifying pull that seized Li Xiao's spiritual awareness and drew it toward the ancient scroll. Almost instantaneously, Li Xiao found his consciousness on the brink of collapse, his soul threatening to scatter. A chill surged through Li Xiao's heart. Being a resolute and decisive individual, he instinctively shattered his remaining spiritual awareness, severing the connection with the ancient scroll. His body staggered backward a few steps, and his complexion paled considerably. For most, the severance of spiritual awareness would undoubtedly result in significant injury, as only upon entering the innate realm does one's consciousness transform into spiritual awareness, creating an inexplicable bond with the soul. However, after a brief moment of pallor, Li Xiao gradually regained his composure. His expression fluctuated between light and dark. He then retrieved another low-grade spiritual crystal from the Qiankuan ring and commenced the absorption of its energy. After approximately 1 minute, the color in Li Xiao's face shifted from a faint pallor to a more vibrant hue. Li Xiao, having had a fleeting encounter before, found that the luminous intelligence had discerned a unique imprint of spiritual consciousness. It resembled the modern practice on Earth, where data is inscribed onto chips. This imprint is a compendium of the Supreme Being's understanding of the natural laws of the universe, encapsulating terrifying soul energy within its pages. The luminous intelligence, Xiaoguang, spoke with utmost gravity. Li Xiao's expression darkened. Should this force be unleashed, it would lead to the complete annihilation of your soul, leaving not a trace behind. Even as a vessel for the system, it would face utter destruction, with no other possibility. Xiaoguang reiterated, his tone still somber. Such potency. This is a tome concerning formations. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao felt a surge of excitement within his soul. In this realm, formations had long since fallen into obscurity, and there appeared to be no sophisticated formations in existence, at least according to the resources and information available to the esteemed Li family. Furthermore, formations pertain to the ancient and primordial civilizations. This martial art held an aura of profound antiquity, suggesting it was indeed far from ordinary. Contemplating this, Li Xiao decided to divert his thoughts and tentatively activated the 9 Emperor Thunderlight escape technique, making his way toward the forest beyond the grassland. As he moved, he reflected deeply, gliding forward like a specter. Meanwhile, Xiaoguang continued to sense the aura emanating from the 2 sets of battle armor, seeking to comprehend their operational methods. Ahead lay a vast expanse of forest, and Li Xiao slowed his pace as he approached it. Upon traversing the luminous peaks of the Haoyue mountain range, Li Xiao would soon find himself within the confines of his family's territory in Xianyang City, where he could roam freely. In the distance, Li Xiao's gaze sharpened, and energy coalesced into a telescopic vision, allowing him to discern the true identity of the figure ahead. To his astonishment, it was none other than Li Jian, the grandson of a guest elder from the Li family, who had previously been a companion to the esteemed young Master Li. Though Li Xiao intended to approach, a sudden recollection halted him. It was this very individual who had led the young Master Li into danger, resulting in a mysterious assassination. The subsequent tempest had swept the young master away, enabling Li Xiao to seize the opportunity to transcend. With his mind now illuminated, many previously perplexing matters suddenly fell into clarity. Li Xiao's gaze flickered with uncertainty, yet in an instant, he reined in his emotions and advanced towards the figure. Meanwhile, Li Jian's expression fluctuated, his eyes darting about with an array of emotions, from a sinister malice to a palpable sense of resentment. However, when his gaze fell upon the distant grassland, he hesitated to step onto it, clearly intimidated by the earlier confrontation between 2 formidable forces, whose aura alone deterred him from taking risks. As Li Jian's eyes roamed, they suddenly widened in disbelief, followed by a rapid shift in expression. He grasped a peculiar jade artifact tightly in his right hand, sending forth a wave of mental energy. In an instant, a facade of utmost reverence and obsequiousness adorned his countenance as he hastened towards Li Xiao with a bow. Young master, at last I have found you. Had I failed to locate you, I would have had no choice but to atone with my life. Li Jian's countenance was a kaleidoscope of emotions as he rushed forward to embrace Li Xiao's legs, weeping profusely, seemingly overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, the palpable resentment and hatred radiating from him could not be concealed. With Li Xiao's formidable spirit and the assistance of his cognitive interface, he could accurately discern the nuances of emotional waves. While he could not ascertain the exact thoughts of his adversary, it was evident that Li Jian harbored a desire for his demise. Li Xiao chose not to emulate the haughty demeanor of the young master he was meant to mimic. That individual was brazen, arrogant, and a typical scion of privilege, accustomed to unbridled behavior. Thus, there was no need for pretense, as authenticity would suffice. With a swift kick, Li Xiao sent Li Jian tumbling to the ground, rolling over several times. He then approached and placed his foot firmly on Li Jian's head, eliciting a series of anguished cries. "Young master, spare me. Young master, have mercy." Just moments ago, Li Jian had harbored malicious thoughts, wishing for Li Xiao's untimely demise. Now, however, he was filled with dread, fearing that Li Xiao might lose his sanity and end his life. "Die, accursed servant! Were it not for your claims of exquisite beauties and superior techniques, I would not have risked my very life. Cursed be you, treacherous wretch. I suspect your intentions are far from noble," Li Xiao uttered coldly. "Young master, you truly have wronged me," the servant implored. "You are the most esteemed figure in Xianyang City. Even if I had 10 lives, I would not dare harbor any ill will towards you. It has been 4 days since your disappearance, and I have been restless, searching tirelessly. This attempted assassination is undoubtedly a conspiracy, a scheme to undermine the bond between us and incite turmoil within the Li family. Li Jian is indeed a character. He has cunningly shifted the blame onto the very assassins." Li Xiao understood this well and refrained from reacting. This time, he was determined to capture the entire group responsible. "You raise a valid point. If we fall prey to their machinations, the Li family could collapse from within, and the Haoyue manor would swiftly annihilate us. Achieving true supremacy over the manor," Li Xiao pondered. "Indeed, young master." Li Jian lamented, his tone pitiful. "Enough of this matter. Rise." Li Xiao replied with a stoic expression, striding purposefully into the depths of the forest. Following closely behind, Li Jian wore a sycophantic smile. Yet his face betrayed a sinister sneer, as if he held the young master in utter contempt. How dare this lowly wretch compel the genius Li Jian to kneel? Once my grandfather unifies the Li family and eradicates that old fool along with the Haoyue manor, I, Li Jian, shall become the most esteemed figure in the family. With the resources of Haoyue manor at my disposal, I will ascend to the Tianjizong and become a true disciple, bringing glory to my ancestors and earning renown throughout Haoyue manor and beyond. You, a mere young master who has only attained the 6th level of qi through elixirs and enlightenment, are nothing but the most wretched of the worthless." Li Jian exclaimed in a fit of rage, though his face betrayed little of his emotion. Yet, the malevolence gleaming in his eyes was unmistakably intense. "Ah? Is that not the distinguished young masterly of the Li family? What brings you here? This vicinity is rather perilous." As Li Xiao advanced, a middle-aged man clad in gray armor, sporting a benevolent expression, addressed him from beside a colossal ancient oak that could be embraced by 3 men. "Impudent fool! You, a mere servant, dare to be so disrespectful and speak such wild words." The 2 individuals lacked significant power, yet Li Jian chose to provoke a formidable opponent, one who was at least at the innate stage. Was this not a death wish? "Do you dare? You even harbor intentions to kill. How audacious! If you lay a finger on my young master, I shall summon my ancestors to annihilate your entire clan, leaving your family without a grave." Li Jian's countenance darkened as he spoke with increasing ferocity. As he advanced, he scanned the woods on either side, seemingly prepared to sacrifice himself for Li Xiao. In the very moment he drew near Li Xiao, this Li Jian, who had concealed his true strength and had actually reached the 9th level of qi, suddenly unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed at the back of Li Xiao's heart, channeling an immeasurable force. Clearly, it was a strike with all his might. Such a blow, for Li Xiao's physical body, was akin to a mere tickle, incapable of inflicting any real harm. However, with a scheme brewing in his mind, Li Xiao feigned being struck, resembling a kite with its string severed, and propelled himself towards the middle-aged man with the force of the blow. 5 Thunderpalm. The middle-aged man was evidently taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Seeing Li Xiao flying towards him, his face ashen, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth, and his life force beginning to ebb away, he was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how things had transpired in such a manner. Li Jian had audaciously shifted the blame for Li Xiao's demise onto him, leaving Yang Zhengyuan initially dumbfounded. Subsequently, his countenance underwent a sudden transformation, and he exclaimed angrily, "Xia Chanfeng, you lured me here under the pretense of sharing secrets of an ancient relic, only to orchestrate a treacherous scheme. Damnation! You are wolves in sheep's clothing." Colluding from within and without, attempting to unjustly implicate my Yang family and the Li family. Ha 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 ha, implicate you? Li Zhao's death at the hands of the Yang family's 5 Thunder Palm is an undeniable fact, and the Xia family's allegiance to the Xia family of Haoyu Prefecture is also an indisputable truth. Your Yang family is merely a pitiable pawn used to deplete the strength and vent the anger of a faction within the Li family. The more chaotic Haoyu Prefecture becomes, the better. The more powerful individuals perish, the better. At that moment, a young man clad in black attire approached. This young man possessed an exceptional handsomeness, albeit with a pallid complexion. An indescribable aura of coldness emanated from him, betraying his insidious nature. Well said. But is your Xia family truly content to remain subservient to the Xia family? The Xia family has cleverly divided their forces, establishing branches in every major city. Have you presumed that I am unaware of your collusion with the Feng family? The more you know, the swifter your demise will be. At that moment, a young man clad in black stepped forward, and Li Jian knelt beside him, bowing deeply as he addressed, "Young Master Xia." Xia Changfeng responded with a smile, "Thank you, young Master Xia." Although Li Jian's heart resisted, and he felt that he would inevitably take the lives of these people, he nonetheless bowed his head in abject submission. Just then, Xia Changfeng suddenly struck down with his palm, landing a fierce blow to the back of Li Jian's head. In that instant, blood gushed from Li Jian's 7 orifices, and his internal energy erupted chaotically. Despite possessing the strength of the 9th realm, he found himself utterly incapable of reacting. Struggling to raise his head, his vision was clouded by a crimson haze, yet he remained resolutely kneeling, filled with rage as he questioned, "Why? Why? You wretched creature! How dare your insignificant Li family covet the Haoyu manor? Your death at the hands of young Master Li will undoubtedly provoke your grandfather, inciting him to further madness against the ancestors of the Li family. Thus, your demise is of greater significance than your existence." Xia Changfeng laughed heartily, while in the distance, Yang Jingyuan felt a chilling wave wash over him, penetrating to his very core. As a practitioner of the 3rd layer of blood refinement, he knew all too well that he could never stand against the likes of them. Now it is your turn. Utilize the corpses of the 3 of you effectively. This would create an exquisitely flawless scheme. A sinister yet self-assured smile emerged on Xia Changfeng's face. Although he had not yet made a move, dealing with Yang Jingyuan would undoubtedly not be an effortless task. He intended to first dismantle his opponent psychologically. With a cold sneer, he advanced slowly, step by step, towards Yang Jingyuan. Death. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed forth. Li Xiao, who had been lurking at Xia Changfeng's feet, suddenly sprang into action, launching a punch imbued with fierce and piercing intent. This was the 9 Emperor's heart-cleaving fist. He had long been poised for this moment, and as Xia Changfeng closed in, he unleashed his lethal strike with astonishing swiftness, catching Xia Changfeng completely off guard. Though Li Xiao was merely at the pinnacle of the 1st layer of the Gathering Essence realm, Xia Changfeng was only at the 2nd layer of the Blood Refinement realm. Despite the 4 minor realm differences, this posed no obstacle for Li Xiao at present. Coupled with the formidable power of the 9 Emperor's heart-cleaving fist, Li Xiao ensured a decisive strike aimed at annihilating his opponent. This punch represented the culmination of his full strength. As the punch was unleashed, it distorted the surrounding energy with its sheer force. This was the most unexpected attack calculated by the quantum brain. Xiao Guang. Chapter 8. Intimidation Boom. A muffled sound erupted from above Xia Changfeng's head. In an instant, he had no time to react. His skull was obliterated by Li Zhao's 9 Emperor's fist, bursting apart like a watermelon. Amidst the boundless energy surging forth, an abundance of blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop stained Li Xiao himself. The formidable Xia Changfeng was vanquished before he could even utter a groan. His body collapsed to the earth, limbs convulsing violently before succumbing to the stillness of death. Yang Jingyuan, his eyes wide with disbelief, stared at Li Xiao as if he were a specter, unable to comprehend the extent of Li Zhao's power. The Yang family's alliance with the Li family is a testament to your ancestors' foresight. The true strength of our core members lies concealed beneath a veneer of cultivation. What you perceive is merely a facade. I, for instance, appear to be at the 6th level of true qi, but in reality, I have reached the pinnacle of the 1st level of the Gathering Yuan realm. Furthermore, we, the core members of the Li family, are adept at transcending boundaries in combat. Now that you are privy to this knowledge, I present you with a choice. Either I silence you permanently, or you accede to my arrangements. Li Xiao cast a nonchalant glance at Yang Jingyuan, who instantly felt as though he were being preyed upon by a ferocious beast. A wave of frigidity washed over him, and his body trembled uncontrollably. This sensation was far more terrifying than when he had faced Xia Changfeng. "Young Masterly, please, speak," Yang Jingyuan stammered, aware that the Yang family's prosperity was contingent upon their alliance with the Li family. Although he belonged to the second generation and was senior to Li Xiao in terms of lineage, he would never dare to defy the Li family. The reason why even a servant of Li Xiao had dared to reprimand him earlier was because the Yang family was an absolute vassal of the Li family. He had previously looked down upon like Li Xiao, considering him a prodigy in his own eyes, but in reality, he was just a bit gifted. Not as good as many collateral or even illegitimate children. Now, having witnessed the formidable nature of Li Xiao, he has finally begun to regard this shrewd 15-year-old lad with the seriousness he deserves. As for this matter, I shall orchestrate it. The Li family is poised to take action against the Haoyue mansion. The Yang family, compliant and aligned with the Li family, will find sustenance. Otherwise, they would be courting their own demise. Since the adversary has intricately devised such a chain of schemes, their ultimate aim is to incite internal discord within the Li family, fostering a profound animosity between Li Jian's grandfather and my own, leading to a schism within the clan. My grandfather, consumed by grief over my demise, would then seek retribution against the Yang family. Moreover, the Xia family of Haoyue mansion, taking advantage of certain individuals within the Li family who may betray their kin, would conspire with Li Jian's grandfather to eliminate my grandfather and others, thereby annihilating the Li family entirely. At this juncture, the so-called Xia and Feng families, who were originally subservient to the Xia family, would seize the opportunity to strike against Li Jian's grandfather and his entourage, ultimately turning against the Xia family. As for Li Jian's grandfather and his cohort, they would merely serve as pawns in this grand scheme, ultimately leading to the Xia family uniting their various strongholds to engulf the Feng family, achieving complete dominion over Haoyue mansion. Li Xiao is acutely aware of Yang Jingyuan's ulterior motives. However, the Yang family has yet to present any grounds for criticism towards the Li family. Previously, certain documents and memories from the recollections of the young Master Li provide insight for discernment. Furthermore, in order for Li Xiao to manipulate this scheme to his advantage, he will undoubtedly require Yang Jingyuan's cooperation. Alas, the ambitions of the Xia family are indeed vast. Upon hearing Li Zhao's astute analysis, Yang Jingyuan recognizes that the Xia family is indeed orchestrating such machinations, strategically weakening all parties involved, ultimately to their own benefit. Should this stratagem succeed, the Yang family and the denizens of Xianyang City would find themselves reduced to mere vassals under the Xia family's dominion. Li Xiao spoke coldly, and as he spoke, he produced a piece of high-grade spirit crystal. The moment the crystal emerged, Yang Jingyuan understood the gravity of the situation. Had it not been for his prior warning regarding the dangers present, he might well have succumbed to Li Zhao's formidable martial prowess. This was a high-grade spirit crystal, a testament to the immense power of the Li family. Instantly, Yang Jingyuan's demeanor shifted to one of profound respect. In this realm, the type of spirit crystal one could wield was indicative of their corresponding cultivation level. The mere fact that Li Xiao could present such a crystal suggested that the ancestral lineage of the Li family possessed mastery far beyond mere first-level condensation of the Tao. You understand the situation well, Li Xiao continued. Though this scheme targets a significant number of individuals, it is merely a means to cleanse the family of certain traitors. For the Li family, it is not of great consequence. Should you harbor any intentions of disruption, it would be of no matter, if it comes to that. The Yang family would face utter obliteration. Li Xiao's warning was unmistakably menacing, although such words might be spoken by him alone. The entirety of Xianyang City recognized that the future head of the Li family would undoubtedly be Li Xiao. Thus, Yang Jingyuan had no choice but to heed his words. Rest assured, young Master Li, over the years as the Yang family aligned with the Li family, we have transformed from a modest clan into one of the 4 prominent families of Xianyang City, all thanks to the Li family's benevolence. While some within the Yang family may harbor unpredictable sentiments, the core figures remain steadfastly loyal to the Li family. We are not so short-sighted, young Master Li. You can be confident in that. Yang Jingyuan spoke with utmost certainty, his tone resolute and unwavering, clearly demonstrating his determination. Li Xiao glanced at the lifeless body of Xia Changfeng on the ground, his attire prompting a moment of contemplation. Subsequently, his hand moved slightly, and suddenly a suit of battle armor appeared in his grasp. As this gray armor manifested, it transformed into a dark light that enveloped Li Xiao. Concurrently, Li Xiao's form began to alter dramatically, and in the next instant, the very image of Xia Changfeng materialized before Yang Jingyuan. Witnessing Li Xiao's transformation almost caused Yang Jingyuan's eyes to bulge in disbelief. With a serene smile, Li Xiao seized the severed head of Li Jian, pulling it down effortlessly. Energy surged within his grasp, and the deceased head began to shift and morph as if electrified. Moments later, this head astonishingly transformed into that of Li Xiao. Yang Jingyuan felt a chill run down his spine, trembling uncontrollably as he stood deferentially to the side. Without explicit instructions from Li Xiao, he dared not move an inch. Understand what is appropriate to say and what is not. Do not harbor any wicked thoughts or schemes against me, for who knows, your father or grandfather might one day be just another of my transformations. Yes, I understand. I dare not. Yang Zhengyuan was utterly subjugated. In his eyes, Li Xiao transcended humanity, embodying boundless power and divine prowess. At the behest of Li Xiao, Yang Jingyuan departed. Meanwhile, Li Xiao transformed his voice to resemble that of Xia Changfeng, with the aid of the light brain. This minor transformation was not a monumental shift from human to beast, but rather a subtle alteration that Li Xiao could effortlessly execute. His body had undergone a meticulous refinement through the ethereal energy of the system, rendering it not dissimilar to a mechanical construct. Coupled with the 2 pieces of equipment he had previously acquired, preliminarily assessed as high-grade spiritual level, which also possessed the capability for transformation, the synergy of these elements, supported by the light brain, allowed Li Xiao to seamlessly adopt another's form, mimicking their spiritual essence and mental vibrations with ease. This approach effectively instilled a sense of awe in Yang Jingyuan. Chapter 9. The severed head. Li Xiao stored the transformed head into his Qiankuan ring, and then attuned himself to the energies of the souls he had absorbed from the 2 deceased individuals. He silently experienced the changes within his body. Previously, after absorbing the essence of 2 formidable beings who had reached the Breaking Dan realm, he had barely attained the peak of the first stage of innate power, with his physical form strengthened to its utmost limits, comparable to that of a blood-refining beast. Now, having consumed the essence of a practitioner at the blood-refining stage, Li Xiao perceived that his body had not undergone significant alteration. It merely enhanced the density of his true qi. The minimal white mist produced was merely a refinement of his physical form, resulting in negligible advancement. Nonetheless, this sensation was akin to awakening from a restful slumber, feeling rejuvenated. It seems that in the future, one must absorb vast amounts of energy to elevate one's realm. Given the current circumstances, it appears that the energy requirement may exceed that of an ordinary cultivator by nearly 1,000-fold. Furthermore, although the assistance of the intelligent core can facilitate training and the instantaneous comprehension of various mental techniques, the breakthrough in understanding the laws of the universe and one's own realm ultimately relies on my own efforts. As for the aspect of mental fortitude, the ability to cultivate with the mistress of the art of seduction could indeed be beneficial. Yet it necessitates continuous dual cultivation with women to grasp the essence of the realm. However, the women in this world are proud and lofty. None are truly uncomplicated individuals. As Li Xiao walked, he pondered deeply. The spiritual grade armor he donned was indeterminate in its classification, an assessment beyond the capabilities of the intelligent core, which required extensive comparative data. Nevertheless, it was certain that such an item, collected within the Qiankuan ring by a formidable practitioner at the Breaking Dan realm, was anything but ordinary. Initially, Li Xiao found it challenging to control this equipment, but after being deciphered by Xiao Guang, his soul imprint became entwined with it, signifying a bond of ownership. The armor transformed into a black brocade robe upon his body, allowing him the freedom to alter its form at will, rendering it a remarkable asset. With this structure at his disposal, Li Xiao could forge flying apparatuses and even mechanized armor, provided he possessed potent flames. Xiao Guang contemplated and communicated, stating that to harness such formidable flames, combined with the intelligence he generated, a substantial amount of spiritual crystals would be required as power sources. Regardless of whether it was flames or other forms of energy, achieving this in a short time frame appeared rather unrealistic. Li Xiao mused thoughtfully. Indeed, with such an abundance of spiritual crystals, one need only to continuously absorb them and engage in dual cultivation with women, allowing one's realm to advance by leaps and bounds. At that point, with a formidable physical form, one can awaken the bloodline divine beast talent of the immortal fire phoenix, thereby acquiring the nirvana fire, which permits the crafting of a set of flight devices akin to battle armor. One may don this armor in daily life, and when necessary, transform it into a flying saucer to soar through the heavens. Xiao Guang proposed this notion. He is a fragment of Li Zhao's soul, yet an independent entity derived from an intelligent system, capable only of conveying his sensations to Li Xiao. Presently, Li Xiao lacks the strength to accommodate the myriad capabilities of the auxiliary light brain chips, resulting in Xiaoguang being both an integral part of Li Xiao and an autonomous being. However, this entity is entirely subservient to Li Xiao, devoid of any rebellious inclination. Much like an arm cannot defy the commands of the brain. Moreover, Li Xiao possesses the ability to annihilate this auxiliary system at will and summon a new incarnation of intelligence, as the entire system has already merged into his soul. The light brain assistance merely represents one facet of the system's core capabilities. At this moment, Li Xiao found himself quite intrigued by Xiaoguang's suggestion. He remained in a state of naivety regarding this world, having only arrived 4 days prior, and though he had assimilated the memories of the young Master Li, the knowledge contained within those memories was woefully scant. As he pondered this, he navigated his way out of the forest. Along this journey, he encountered no further dangers. It seemed that the persona he had simulated, Xia Cha Feng, was an entity that none dared to provoke. As he traversed through the forest, Li Xiao pondered for a moment before retrieving a peculiar jade-like artifact from the Qian Kuan ring of Xia Changfeng. This object resembled a means of communication, exuding an air of sophistication that seemed rare in this realm, as even the esteemed Li family, comparable in strength to the Haoyue mansion, lacked such an item. Clearly, it was a unique artifact, not easily replicated. After attempting to have Xiaoguang analyze the jade artifact, a conclusion was reached. It was a special combinatory treasure, classified as a spiritual grade item, commonly referred to in this world as a spiritual weapon. This item was indeed an ancient relic. Based on Xiaoguang's analysis, Li Xiao transmitted the information regarding the completion of his task through spiritual fluctuations and then waited at the edge of the wilderness. In a brief moment, a middle-aged man, embodying the third realm of innate condensation, approached with 2 companions. Despite their leisurely pace, their speed was astonishing. In an instant, the trio stood before Li Xiao. At this juncture, he discerned that the 2 accompanying the middle-aged man were a strikingly handsome male and an exceptionally beautiful female. The beauty of the latter was utterly breathtaking, leaving Li Xiao momentarily speechless. The young woman possessed skin as delicate as ice and jade, smooth and supple, with a radiance akin to fine powder. Her shoulders were delicately sculpted, her waist slender as a silk thread, her hands soft as tender shoots, her complexion radiant as the blossoms of spring. Her skin as smooth as, her aura akin to the subtle fragrance of orchids. Such a figure exuded an air of haughty superiority. Clad in a flowing white embroidered gown that, combined with her aloof demeanor, rendered her akin to a celestial being amidst mortals, a goddess among fairies. Although in his memories, young Master Li had encountered numerous beauties, none could truly compare to this woman. However, a mere glance from Li Xiao was sufficient for his soul to perceive her essence. On the surface, she appeared to possess the cultivation of the second realm of blood refinement, yet in reality, she stood at the pinnacle of the third realm, seemingly on the verge of breaking through into the condensation realm. At such a tender age, with such formidable prowess and innate talent, she far exceeded Li Xiao's imagination. At 15, he had attained the 6th layer of true energy, a feat that was no exaggeration to deem him a genius. For the Li family emphasized establishing a solid foundation prior to one's innate awakening. The training of the physical body required considerable time, and the foundation laid by the Li family's qi condensation technique enabled one to seamlessly achieve the condensation realm post-inborn breakthrough without the constraints of boundaries. That Li Xiao reached the 6th layer of true energy at 15 indicated that he could undoubtedly attain the condensation realm by the age of 20. This was a well-guarded secret of the Li family. Thus, he was hailed as a prodigy, destined to inherit the position of the Li family patriarch, while other core disciples, at the age of 15, merely reached the 4th or 5th layer of true energy. Only those who achieved the 7th layer would be considered to have entered their peak period. It was then that the Li family's offspring would welcome their springtime. Certainly, the disciples outside the Li family were likely oblivious to these matters, yet they vaguely understood that the Li family's martial arts were exceptional, with the first 7 levels being the most arduous. At this moment, the young woman, merely 18 or 19 years of age, exhibited such prowess, her talent truly remarkable. A fleeting thought crossed Li Xiao's mind, but he chose to conceal it. He was not one to indulge in scheming. However, if others plotted against him, he would seize the opportunity to gain immense wealth from the misfortune of others, for the more who perished, the swifter his own strength would grow. Xia Changfeng, has the task been accomplished? Inquired the man beside the woman, his tone laced with arrogance. Li Xiao cast a glance at the burly man accompanying them, remaining silent. Xia Changfeng, you are merely the young master of a servant family under the Xie clan. Fundamentally, you are still a servant. How dare you display such ignorance of propriety? Kneel and apologize. The youthful figure's face was etched with displeasure. He had initially considered that Xia Changfeng's lack of greeting was acceptable. But now the latter was putting on airs. You, wretched servant, will soon wish for a fate worse than death. Rue Yin, do not be disrespectful. The young woman spoke, her lips parting with an icy, emotionless tone. Sister, stand down, she commanded with a calm authority that emanated an undeniable power. The young man named Rue Yan's eyes glinted with malice as he regarded Xia Changfeng, a sinister smile etching across his face. Miss, you need not worry about my safety. This matter is of great significance. It is only prudent for young Master Xia to exercise caution. The woman spoke with an icy indifference, her tone devoid of any semblance of human emotion, leaving an unsettling chill in the air. Upon hearing her words, the burly middle-aged man hesitated briefly before obediently retreating 1,000 meters, no longer concerning himself with the unfolding events. However, the woman's brother, Xie Ruyan, merely stepped back 3 paces, choosing not to withdraw any further. This is the head of Li Xiao, dressed as Xia Changfeng. Li Xiao retrieved a severed head from the Cosmos ring and discarded it onto the ground. Indeed, this individual was merely a pawn in the game, and his demise held little consequence. The intricate plans had already been set in motion, and young Master Xia, you have performed admirably. Once this matter concludes, a position within the Heavenly Machine sect shall be yours. The woman proclaimed with haughty pride. Her promise resembled that made to a mere servant. Though she referred to Xia Changfeng as young Master Xia, her gaze never once met his, reflecting her disdain. Li Xiao felt a profound kinship, fully grasping that in this world, power begets status. It was no surprise that Xia Changfeng harbored ambitions of obliterating the Xie family. For aligning oneself with such a clan equated to a lifetime of servitude, unable to hold one's head high. This wretched fool has met his downfall. Much to the delight of many, he previously dared to vie for the affections of women with me, utterly oblivious to the meaning of mortality. What a despicable cur! As Xie Ruyan beheld the severed head of Li Xiao rolling upon the ground, he erupted into raucous laughter. With an air of arrogance, he swaggered forward and viciously stamped his foot upon the lifeless visage of Li Xiao, driving the head deep into the firm earth. This man exhibited a shocking disregard, even for the dead. Yet, at that very moment, Li Xiao's body stirred suddenly, and a brilliant flash of sword light erupted from his hand. In a heartbeat, it severed Xie Ruyan's head from his shoulders, while simultaneously, Li Xiao's fist and sword surged forth, aimed at the young lady of divine stature. Chapter 010. The Sky is Falling. Should he connect, it appeared as though Li Xiao's own head would burst asunder like a watermelon. However, Li Xiao remained undeterred by the white whip. After the explosive release of his fist, though the sword light was momentarily dispersed, his deadly punch struck fiercely against the noble lady's chest. Li Xiao's explosive power and formidable physical prowess rendered him akin to a humanoid machine, capable of tearing apart tigers and leopards with his bare hands. How could this woman's physical resilience possibly compare to that of a ferocious beast? Even as the silken fabric adorning her form emitted a blinding white radiance, it was no match for the sheer might of Li Xiao's devastating blow. With a resounding impact, the white-clad lady's chest was pierced through, her entire being engulfed in a tempest of violent energy, as if an unimaginable cataclysm had been unleashed. A chill abruptly swept over Li Xiao's body and mind, prompting him to retreat at once. Yet that sensation of danger was fleeting. In an instant, the figure of the white-clad woman had swiftly distanced herself. Uncle Xie. After the woman let out a piercing scream, her slender, blood-soaked hand flew to her mouth, as she greedily stuffed countless pearl-like elixirs into her mouth, as if they were worthless. At that moment, her white garments lay torn, and the pristine light of spring was brutally exposed. More alarmingly, her chest had been punctured by a single blow, creating a hollow void from which torrents of blood gushed forth, staining her entire body crimson. Although the bleeding had momentarily ceased, her complexion was as pale as death, clearly indicating her shock. She could hardly fathom that this summer's Changfeng had the audacity to lay a hand upon her. Cursed be this despicable wretch, daring to harm the young lady. Your family will face ruin, utter devastation. I shall ensure that your entire lineage pays with their lives, forced to endure servitude and degradation for eternity, never to find peace in death. In the distance, a middle-aged man, witnessing this scene and particularly fixated on the lifeless head of the young Master Xie Ruyan, which lay with unblinking eyes, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The son of the Lord of Haoyue Manor was dead. This was a catastrophe of monumental proportions. It felt as though the sky itself had collapsed. Even he feared that he would meet a grim fate, reduced to ashes. Driven by madness, the middle-aged man charged forward, while the woman in white displayed no signs of fear. As he approached, a terrifying aura enveloped the air, his eyes aflame, and his countenance twisted in fury. Resembling a frenzied beast, emanating an oppressive force that left even Li Xiao gasping for breath as he advanced with lethal intent. Before even approaching, an overwhelming aura of malice and intent manifested as a tangible force. A beam of dark light shot forth with terrifying velocity, piercing the void towards Li Xiao's chest. Caught unawares, Li Xiao had no opportunity to react and was struck directly. With a thunderous crash, he stumbled back several paces, while the imposing figure who had charged at him was sent reeling backward. Yet, that man was propelled away with even greater speed. Though his injuries were not severe, he had undoubtedly suffered a backlash. "Miss, we must flee. This individual is perilous." The man's expression transformed dramatically, while the young lady in white, her face a canvas of shock and fury, turned and fled without a word. "Trying to escape? Today, none of you shall evade. The demise of your group will perfect our scheme. The Xia and Feng families have already allied, lying in wait for your CF family and the other Li clans to mutually annihilate one another, so we may reap the benefits. This time, we will eliminate Li Xiao and you, framing each other in a deadly game of blame, ensuring a struggle to the bitter end. The area has been completely sealed off by the Xia clan. Do you truly believe you can escape?" Li Xiao remarked with a chilling laugh. At that moment, it seemed he cared little for the exposure of this scheme, evidently believing that the young lady from the CF family, Xia Yunyan, had become a trapped prey. Is that so? Once the practitioner of blood refinement's second heaven, Xia Yunyan suddenly displayed a look of clarity, transforming from her previous pallid and deathly demeanor. Her power surged to the pinnacle of blood refinement's third heaven. In an instant, she hurled a peculiar, rope-like object that resembled a spirit serpent, darting towards Li Xiao with a speed that rendered him utterly unresponsive, ensnaring him in a flash. "Uncle Xia, act now," she commanded. "Very well." After Xia Yunyan made her move, she let out a thunderous cry, and a multitude of white, ethereal lights shimmered upon her smooth forehead. Her blood and energy intertwined, creating a sight both terrifying and magnificent. The manifestation of the spirit serpent seemed to drain her of countless drops of vital essence, rendering Li Xiao momentarily immobile. In that fleeting moment, even his gear lost its efficacy. However, after a brief moment of astonishment, a glimmer of realization flickered in his eyes. This strange phenomenon had ensnared him only for an instant. He did not feel a prolonged sense of confinement. It appeared that his battle armor, after a brief tethering, had regained its full functionality. Li Xiao's mind began to comprehend the underlying truth, and at that moment, the analysis from Xiaobuang clarified everything. Firstly, the level of his battle armor surpassed that of the spirit serpent's binding. Secondly, his soul's luminary could mimic Xia Yunyan's spiritual fluctuations, which seemingly allowed him to untangle himself from the restraint at will. Nevertheless, he chose to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment for a counterstrike. Without hesitation, after binding Li Xiao, Xia Yunyan swiftly retreated, her figure dissolving into a crimson phantom. At that moment, the middle-aged man surnamed Xia rushed before Li Xiao, a sinister grin twisting his face into a grotesque and cruel expression. "Damn little beast, bastard. I shall make you suffer the torment of 1,000 cuts, you wretched creature," he bellowed, utterly oblivious to the fact that Li Xiao was not bound. As he extended his hand, intending to seize Li Xiao by the throat, Li Xiao's soul consciousness abruptly surged, breaking the serpent's restraints. Simultaneously, his spiritual awareness erupted in a counterattack, causing the serpent's long whip to ensnare the man. In an instant, Li Xiao felt a third of his energy being absorbed by the serpent's whip, leaving him astonished and horrified. However, he swiftly cast aside his thoughts and unleashed a punch imbued with overwhelming terror. With a splatter of blood, crimson mist sprayed across a radius of nearly 10 meters. Though the middle-aged man possessed formidable strength, he was utterly unprepared and lacked any substantial defensive gear. Li Xiao's fist, akin to that of a blood-refining third-tier beast, shattered the man's skull, resulting in his instantaneous demise. As Li Xiao absorbed the essence and spirit of the fallen man, he felt his own realm surge, pushing him perilously close to breaking through to the second tier of the gathering Yuan realm. The energy he had consumed partially transformed into soul energy, while wisps of white mist threatened to burst forth from his physical form, signaling that he had reached the pinnacle of the first tier of the gathering Yuan realm. Li Xiao took a deep breath, slightly suppressing the turmoil of energy within him. He needed time to comprehend the intricate laws governing breakthroughs in realms. However, there were pressing matters at hand. It was not yet the opportune moment. He swiftly stored the corpse of the burly man into his Qian Kuan ring, then retrieved the body of Xia Chongfeng. With a flick of the spirit serpent whip, he ensnared Xia Chongfeng's remains, subsequently collecting the lifeless form and severed head of Xie Ruyan. Transforming his appearance, Li Xiao became a blood-soaked giant, bearing the Qian Kuan ring of the burly man while dragging the corpse of Xia Chongfeng as he pursued Xie Yunyan, bathed in blood, exuding a terrifying murderous intent. His face contorted with ferocity, he resembled the frenzied middle-aged man of the Xie clan. Throughout his journey, following the analysis provided by Xia Guang, he quickly located Xie Yunyan, who was hiding and hesitant to depart. He stealthily approached her. "Uncle Xie, over here." Sensing an overwhelming aura of blood, Xie Yunyan furrowed her brow but nevertheless called over Xie Yuan, who was not far from her. This Xie Yuan was the name of the middle-aged man from the Xie clan. "Miss, I have slain this man to avenge the young master." Li Zhao's throat subtly shifted as he emitted Xie Yuan's voice with the aid of the holographic assistant, Xia Guang. Upon seeing the blood-drenched Xie Yuan holding the headless body of Xia Chongfeng, Xie Yunyan's expression softened momentarily. However, it quickly froze into an icy demeanor. This man died so easily, it is truly too lenient for him. Indeed, we have uncovered an immense conspiracy. This individual must not be allowed to escape unscathed. This person is ruthless, and if we do not extinguish this threat before it fully materializes, the consequences could be dire. Li Xiao pondered deeply, echoing the sentiments of Xie Yuan. Chapter 011. Mastering the situation. Xie Yunyan lifted her gaze, seemingly perplexed, yet she harbored no suspicions. She nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, my brother's death cannot be in vain. He met his demise as he deserved. This matter has escalated beyond control, but had it not, it would spell the doom of the Xie family. Currently, under the machinations of the Xia family, the Li family intends to strike against the Yang family. Such internal strife between these two families gives me the opportunity to direct my father to focus all our efforts against the Xia and Feng families. In due course, as the Li family depletes their strength attacking the Yang family and faces internal discord, we shall expose their weaknesses, leading to their inevitable fragmentation, thus leaving us with minimal losses." She believed that Xia Chongfeng's words held truth. The vicinity had indeed been encircled by certain factions of the Xia family. No. Those within the Li family who are in turmoil seek to demonstrate their loyalty, do they not? We shall seize the opportunity to identify these individuals, drawing them into our cause against the Feng and Xia families. This serves a dual purpose. They can be utilized as cannon fodder, while the Li family members resistant to our alliance will engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Yang family, aligning perfectly with the Xia family's original designs. Ultimately, we shall eradicate the Xia and Feng families, using the pretext of assisting the elders of the Li family to ascend to the position of family head, targeting the current patriarch and ancestors of the Li family. At that moment, we could feign collaboration with the Li family to eliminate the traitorous elders of their clan. When the time comes to act, we would unite with those very elders against the Li family patriarch and his allies, ensnaring them all in one fell swoop. Li Xiao declared vehemently, his voice laced with an unquenchable fury, his transformation into Xie Yuan rendering his visage fierce and almost frenzied. Upon hearing Xie Yuan's words, Xie Yunyan's icy gaze flickered with a hint of intrigue. Initially, she had grown indifferent towards the ineffectual uncle Xie following her brother's demise. However, the cunning stratagem proposed by Xie Yuan stirred something within her heart. Clearly, Xie Yuan shared a profound rage over her brother's murder, or else he would not be so fervent. This revelation tempered her animosity towards him somewhat. "Uncle Xie, your suggestion is indeed feasible. Yet, the intricacies of this matter are far from simple, particularly as the Li family patriarch is unlikely to cooperate with us." Xie Yunyan furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. "Leave this matter to me. If I fail, I shall sever my own head to accompany the young master in death," Li Xiao asserted with unwavering resolve. "Uncle Xie, then I shall rely on your efforts." The chill in Xie Yunyan's beautiful eyes dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of appreciation. "Miss, I shall take my leave to attend to this matter. Here lies the eldest young master's remains. I will take his head as leverage with this. I am 90% certain I can persuade the Li family to fall into our trap." "Very well. Uncle Xie, please take care. Miss, do exercise caution as well." Bidding farewell to Xie Yunyan, the moment she turned, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her eyes before she quietly proceeded forward. At that instant, Li Xiao seemed oblivious to Xie Yunyan's emotional turmoil and quietly moved in the opposite direction. This scheme was originally aimed at the Li family. Yet Li Xiao deftly shifted the focus, redirecting the turmoil onto various other families. He refrained from altering his appearance for the time being. Instead, he traversed through the forest and directly entered a great river, drifting downstream while concealing all traces of his presence. Subsequently, he delved into the depths of the riverbed, activating the jade artifact belonging to Xia Changfeng, simulating Xia Changfeng's spiritual fluctuations, and began transmitting a message. However, the transmission abruptly ceased halfway, the spiritual resonance shattering into fragments. This was a deliberate act by Li Xiao, intended to convey a scene of life and death. As if Xia Changfeng had been unable to relay the message before an unforeseen calamity struck. Indeed, as if responding to his intent. The energy fluctuations emanating from the jade artifact surged dramatically. Li Xiao exerted considerable force in his palm, and with a resounding crack, the jade shattered into powder, dispersing into the river waters. At this juncture, Li Xiao had transformed into the guise of Li Jian and, upon nearing the Li family estate, entered without any reservations. Within the Li household, his status was notably high. Young Master Jian. Young Master Jian. Young Master Yao instructed that you should inform him immediately upon discovering any news of the eldest young master. Within the grand estate of the Li family, several servants and disciples greeted Li Xiao, to whom he merely nodded in acknowledgement before making his way towards the courtyard where his grandfather resided. The Li residence was vast, resembling an opulent villa, replete with pavilions, terraces, and elegant halls, a picturesque scene akin to a fairy tale. However, Li Xiao was not inclined to admire the scenery at that moment. Although everything in this world intrigued him, he had more pressing matters to attend to. As the attendants approached to welcome him, he simply waved them off, opting instead to enter the courtyard of Li Jian's grandfather. In such a place, one would typically require prior announcement for entry, yet Li Xiao, assuming the guise of Li Jian, passed without hindrance. The two guards at the gate bowed respectfully in deference. Understood. Is grandfather available? He inquired. The second elder has been in seclusion these days. Young Master Jian may proceed to see him. Very well. Li Xiao exhibited no outward emotion as he strode directly into the inner courtyard of the second elder, Li Hong. The second elder appeared benevolent. His hair and eyebrows streaked with gray, yet his prominent nose and piercing gaze exuded an undeniable air of authority. Grandfather, it is imperative that we discuss this matter. Li Xiao murmured, lowering his voice slightly. Do not worry, although circumstances have shifted, the overall situation remains largely unchanged. The cursed young master has perished, met his end at the hands of the child. However, the child wielded the 5 thunder palm, framing young Jin Yuan of the Yang family for the deed. A detail that remains unchanged. What audacity the Xia family possesses, orchestrating several traps within this scheme, aiming to overturn the prominent clans and reap countless rewards. Yet, just when they believed triumph was assured, they were met with the desperate counterattack of the young lady from the Xie family. This young lady possesses a unique long whip, which ensnared Xia Changfeng, the young master of the Xia family, while a formidable man from the Xie family, seemingly named Xie Yuan, was responsible for the demise of the Xia young master. Now, the Li family members are bound to engage in a fierce struggle with the Yang family. Yet the Yang family is not to be underestimated. This time, they may prove difficult to provoke. Even if we manage to subdue the Yang family, those of us in this faction might be sacrificed by the current head of the family, who possesses ulterior motives. In the eyes of the child, it would be prudent to feign an alliance with the Xie family, and once the strength of the current head's faction is significantly diminished, we will naturally gain the upper hand. Li Xiao spoke with the fervor of Li Jian, infused with a sense of resentment and indignation. This matter is far from simple. If the Xie family is not strong, we are likely to suffer substantial losses. Li Hong, feeling a sense of comfort, gently patted Li Xiao's head, then fell into a contemplative silence. Clearly, he had also deliberated on various aspects, exhibiting an extreme caution. I overheard Xie Yuan mention a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, suggesting a feigned alliance with the current head's faction against us, only to ultimately collaborate with us to eliminate them. Is this matter truly as it seems? Indeed, the situation is not as simple as it seems. The Xie family possesses significant figures behind them, and their patriarch is no ordinary person. Thus, it is certain that the Xie family will emerge victorious in the end. Rather than merely embellishing their triumphs from the sidelines, it would be wiser for us to proactively ally with them, assisting in the elimination of the Xia family members. Although we may incur some losses, the Xie family will undoubtedly remember our support, as their leader is known for his decisiveness. Li Xiao spoke earnestly. Chapter 012. The Hidden Grounds of the Li family. If that is the case, your idea is indeed commendable, while others may be oblivious to your capabilities. Surely my grandfather is not unaware. That lowly creature from the Li family cannot possibly compare to you. We shall prepare in advance and set out tonight, taking the majority of our people to the Xie family. If the patriarch learns that his son has fallen at the hands of the Xia family, it will undoubtedly be a monumental event, leading to the downfall of the Xia family. You are right. We must seize this opportunity and soar to great heights. After this, aside from the Xia family, we will be the most formidable force in the Haoyue prefecture. With our contributions, securing a place for you in the Tianjizong will be entirely feasible. Li Heng pondered for a long while, recognizing that this truly presents a golden opportunity. In times of chaos, the more tumultuous the situation, the more advantageous it is for our faction. This indeed serves as the best resolution, but utmost caution is required. We must not be careless, Li Xiao advised thoughtfully. Indeed, based on your insights, how should we proceed with this matter? Li Heng contemplated, increasingly valuing his grandson Li Jian. This time, the head of the CF family privately bestowed a set of special battle armor for my son's use, indicating that he has meticulously considered every possible scenario. In my son's capacity, he could accompany the elders of the Li family to the Yang family to collect debts, which would serve to demonstrate our apparent lack of movement. After all, that old man is well aware of how much you, grandfather, cherish my son. With him present among them, they would be less likely to harbor any treachery. Although the battle armor gifted by the head of the CF family is merely on loan. Please observe, grandfather. As Li Xiao spoke, he activated the armor, and suddenly, a pale yellow halo flickered into existence, followed by an overwhelming aura that expanded forth. In the next moment, Li Heng, who had been merely observing, was struck with astonishment as he gazed at the armor adorning Li Xiao. An intense desire for possession unmistakably gleaming in his eyes. However, he was not oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Thus, despite the fervent yearning within him, he took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling. Indeed, this item is at least a high-grade spiritual weapon. With it, there is no need to worry about your safety. Moreover, the generosity displayed by the head of the Xia family suggests that their foundation is even more profound than I had anticipated. Very well. I shall take the majority of our core forces to the Xia family. As for the remaining individuals, I will provide you with a list. When you summon these individuals, exercise caution, for that old man is aware of their close ties to me. In this manner, when we assault the Yang family, you can have these individuals take the lead in the attack, ensuring that regardless of their fate, they will temporarily stabilize the concerns of those old fellows. In any case, these individuals are merely pawns. You need only to prioritize your own safety. Li Heng remarked, having arranged everything with meticulous precision, without the slightest hint of disorder. Li Xiao nodded in deep agreement, accepting Li Heng's arrangements. In the Yang family estate, within the forbidden chamber, Yang Jinyuan knelt obediently before an elderly man. His hair and beard entirely white, his face etched with wrinkles. This venerable figure resembled an ancient deity of longevity, devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. Clad in a long robe of coarse blue linen, his attire swayed without wind, exuding an air of profound mastery and gravitas. Ancestor, what I have spoken is the unvarnished truth. Should there be even a hint of deception, may I be reduced to ashes and my cultivation, obliterated without a trace. Noticing the ancestor's continued silence, Yang Jinyuan grew anxious. The situation was dire. He had no other recourse but to disturb the reclusive elder. Yet he dared not directly inform the family head, for he perceived the matter to be far more intricate than it appeared. I understand. The Li family is far from simple, as I have long suspected. That individual had once possessed formidable cultivation. The implications are considerable. Very well. Since we have allied with the Li family, we must cooperate fully in this matter. Hence, summon the current family head to incite certain treacherous elements within the Yang family to rebel, allowing these individuals to clash with the vanguard of the Li family in a life and death struggle. Ultimately, we shall unite our efforts to eradicate these traitors. Ancestor, are you suggesting? Yang Jinyuan paused momentarily, then a flicker of realization dawned upon him. In the seemingly murky gaze of the old man, an astonishing wisdom glimmered, as if he could pierce through all illusions and discern the truth. Consequently, his words struck Yang Jinyuan with profound resonance. At this moment, Yang Jinyuan deeply felt that, despite his considerable prowess, he was merely a significant figure in Xianyang City. Yet now, he found himself lacking even the qualification to be a mere pawn in the game of the young masterly. This sensation was akin to standing on disparate planes of existence, leaving him with no choice but to look up to the heir of the Li family. The impact of this realization was undeniably immense. Most importantly, the ancestor of the Yang family had scarcely acknowledged any ordinary young talents, including the prodigious Xie Rian of Haoyue Mansion, whom he had merely regarded with a dismissive nod, offering a lukewarm appraisal of adequate talent, but regrettably impetuous, unworthy of great responsibility. Yet now, this ancestor, who had long ceased to concern himself with anyone, was bestowing such high praise upon Li Xiao, leaving Yang Jingyuan utterly astonished. However, he soon recalled the peculiar nature of the Li family's techniques, as well as the young master's age, and reflected on his current abilities that could effortlessly annihilate the peak of the second layer of the blood-refining realm, represented by the young master of the Xia family. The very thought of such power sent shivers down his spine. In that fleeting moment, everything seemed to fall into place. Within the inner courtyard of the Li family, Li Qin stood with his hands clasped behind him, his gaze sparkling with curiosity as he scrutinized Li Xiao, who still bore the visage of Li Jian. It was only by maintaining this appearance that he could ensure absolute safety. "Grandfather, you have indeed perceived something," he mused. Amidst the fluctuations of Li Xiao's figure, he reverted to his original form. In this moment, he couldn't help but admire the remarkable character of young Master Li's grandfather. Although he did not intentionally project Li Jian's personality, this was a significant reason why the other party discerned he was not Li Jian. However, he quickly realized that this was indeed a complex situation. "You are Xiao, indeed you are Xiao," Li Qin exclaimed, slightly taken aback, yet soon he relaxed, his tone becoming increasingly animated, and his expression transformed into one of great warmth. For Li Xiao, this elicited a strange sense of familiarity, yet instinctively, he felt a tinge of resistance, as though he were unworthy of such affection. Li Xiao understood that this sentiment stemmed from his seizing the identity of young Master Li, rather than an authentic integration into this unfamiliar family and a genuine rapport with these familiar strangers. This matter is lengthy to elaborate upon. It would be best for grandfather and the ancestor to convene with two core elders, those who are truly incapable of betrayal. I will elaborate on the specifics. And I also have some valuable items to present to grandfather and the ancestor. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao expressed, as the emotional system's core light brain, Xiao Guang excels at analyzing the emotional fluctuations of outsiders, discerning who is genuine and who is false with meticulous precision. Thus, since Li Qin had not questioned him in his unintentional concealment, he intended to discuss his plans directly with several key figures. Li Xiao is a modern individual, characterized by a carefree and unrestrained demeanor, devoid of any inclination to scheme against others. However, equipped with a luminous brain, even his casual retaliations possess the capacity to outmaneuver opponents to their demise, as human intellect pales in comparison to artificial intelligence. In a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, one must remain vigilant, for a moment's negligence could lead to a fate worse than death. Having perished once, and now in possession of extraordinary resources from the system, he is naturally reluctant to remain passive. Thus, before his strength reaches a formidable level, he must engage in certain stratagems to undermine his adversaries. It is evident that Li Qin holds his grandson Li Xiao in high regard. Without a moment's hesitation following Li Xiao's remarks, he activated a concealed passage within the room, leading towards the Li family's forbidden grounds. "Come with me. We are on the verge of discussing significant matters. The ancestor and the two elders, Grand Elder and Third Elder, are awaiting us. As for the loyalty of the Grand Elder and Third Elder, you need not harbor any concerns," Li Qin stated, stepping into the secret passage. Li Xiao, without hesitation, followed suit. Subsequently, the door at the rear of the passage sealed itself automatically. The two traversed various winding corridors, and after approximately 5 minutes, they arrived at a unique subterranean location. This site served as the Li family's secret chamber, a sanctum for the cultivation of the esteemed ancestor, Li Xian. Within this expansive stone-walled space, several oars emitted a chilling, dim glow, illuminating the surroundings and the grand hall. At the center of the hall, the Grand Elder, Li Mingyao, and the Third Elder, Li Changyuan, sat upright on two pale yellow circular mats, embodying an air of solemnity. As Li Xiao approached, he could discern that the seating arrangement of the two individuals was quite deliberate, for the placement of the pale yellow circular cushions seemed to exhibit an almost discernible pattern, as though some form of energy conduit was linking them together, suggesting a unique efficacy in their cultivation. Such seemingly simple elements appeared remarkably significant to these individuals, a fact evidenced by the solemn postures of the two venerable elders. Li Xiao contemplated that his cognitive device, the light brain, could offer myriad methods to optimize this setup. Yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts at that moment. Chapter 013. A talent beyond time shower. You've arrived. This time, your clandestine escapade has caused the entire Li family to toil for 3 days and nights on your behalf. Please, exercise a bit more caution in the future. It was then that Li Xiao noticed, in the distance above the cushions, an elder seated in a manner that blended seamlessly with the dimly lit underground space. He was clad in a thin, gray-black robe, and his frail, withered body resembled little more than skin stretched over bones, devoid of any flesh. The gaunt, wrinkled skin revealed the contours of his skeletal frame. Had he not spoken, Li Xiao might have mistaken him for a mere skeleton. Ancestor. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xiao was profoundly astonished. The transformation of a person to such an extent while still exuding a deep, resonant vitality was almost beyond comprehension. For an ordinary individual, such decay would have likely rendered their bones brittle and decrepit. Yet within this man lay a terrifying and awe-inspiring power. Could this truly be the state of the Tao condensation? Your utterances from beyond have reached my ears. Now, please convey the truth of this matter. The voice of the ancestor remained steady and tranquil, and merely by the sound, one would not suspect it belonged to a mere skeleton. It is, ancestor. The situation unfolds as follows. Initially, I was ensnared by that treacherous Li Jian, unexpectedly caught in the wrath of a tornado, which ultimately spared my life. Following this, it seemed my bloodline awakened, and my strength soared to unprecedented heights soon after. I witnessed a fierce clash between two formidable beings that ended in their demise before my very eyes. I consumed a pearl-like elixir, and inexplicably, my cultivation reached the pinnacle of the first level of the innate gathering realm. Within this, there exists a martial technique known as the Nine Sovereigns' Heart-Extinguishing Fist. A formidable art that, though astonishing in power, is remarkably simple to cultivate. I mastered it entirely after merely a few glimpses. Li Xiao concealed the existence of the system and his transdimensional journey, as well as the immense ancient formation scroll, yet divulged other matters. It was only when Li Xiao began to recount subsequent events that their demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. Initially, I believed that Xia Changfeng was immensely powerful. Thus I unleashed my full might, employing a triad of lethal techniques, the Life and Death Fist, the Heart-Extinguishing Fist, and the Supreme Fist. However, to my astonishment, Xia Changfeng, who claimed to be at the pinnacle of the second level of blood refinement, could not withstand even a single blow from me, and his head was obliterated by my strike. At this juncture, even the emaciated ancestor Li Xin bore an expression of profound peculiarity. His countenance transformed into one of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a specter. Afterward, I decided to play along, for that ethereal armor could transform my body. Coupled with the unknown elixir I had consumed, it allowed me to alter my appearance for a brief period. Thus, I shocked and intimidated Yang Jingyuan, subsequently assuming the guise of Xia Changfeng, slaying the young master of the Xie family, Xie Ruyan, and injuring Xie Yunyan. Li Xiao recounted his tale, and soon, the chamber fell into a profound silence. The Grand Elder, Li Mingyao, and the Third Elder, Li Changyuan, gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless by the cunning and devious schemes that had emanated from the hands of this young master, who was barely 15 and not yet 16. Their embarrassment was palpable. Even Li Zhao's grandfather, Li Qin, trembled slightly, as if caught in a dream. Indeed, my child believes that the Li family must now focus on strengthening itself. The numerous elixirs here are unfamiliar to me and of no use. They should be distributed to the ancestors and you, grandfather. Given the urgency of our situation, although I have arranged everything, I remain wary of unforeseen events. Ultimately, all conspiracies and plots cannot withstand scrutiny. Our own strength is paramount. Reflecting on this, Li Xiao retrieved the prepared items along with the ring. Among these were fragments of equipment, a portion of spiritual crystals, an ancient formation scroll, and various types of elixirs. He stored them within his Qingquan ring, taking only a small portion of the elixirs for himself. As for the rest, Li Xiao directly relinquished them. Whether it was the set of armor, the long sword, or the majority of the elixirs and some remaining spirit crystals, these items held no value for him. Having recognized the formidable nature of the elixirs, no one dared to question their quality or that of the equipment. Much like they had once doubted the efficacy of the Nine Sovereigns' heart-destroying fist. At that moment, as Li Xiao presented these items, both the Grand Elder and the Third Elder became visibly agitated, though devoid of any hint of greed. Li Xiao had intentionally revealed these items, while keeping a watchful eye on the two elders. The fact that Xiao Guang could not discern certain emotional fluctuations from them provided Li Xiao with a sense of reassurance. Xiaoer, this time you have saved the Li family. exclaimed the elder ancestor Li Xian, though it was Li Zhao's grandfather, Li Qin, who spoke with unrestrained excitement. Although the two elders could see the rings Li Xiao had produced, they refrained from making any moves. Their excitement stemming from the realization that the Li family finally had a glimmer of hope for resurgence. Grandfather, I am indeed a member of the Li family. The blood that courses through my veins is that of the Li lineage. If the Li family were to fall, even if I could roam freely across the heavens, I would still harbor an endless sense of regret. Li Xiao reflected thoughtfully. Good. My grandson has not been in vain, Li Qin said with great satisfaction, patting Li Xiao on the shoulder. The reason he instantly recognized that Li Jian was not Li Jian, but rather Li Xiao was due to a drop of blood. The two brothers, Li Xiao and Li Yao, each carried a drop of his essence. Should their physical forms ever face true demise, that drop of blood would evoke a response. Due to this drop of essence blood, which is the blood of inheritance, it began to condense after reaching the blood refinement realm. Within this blood lies the profound truths of martial arts. The Li family practices the qi condensation technique to temper their physical bodies, as the illusory void technique, which follows the innate stage, is a cultivation method rooted in the principles of space. Without a formidable physique, aspiring to cultivate techniques related to space would be nothing short of wishful thinking. Moreover, this essence blood allows him to sense the states of Li Xiao and Li Yao. Previously, the essence blood had dimmed significantly, nearly on the verge of dissipating, indicating that Li Xiao is facing grave danger, which is why the members of the Li family were desperately searching for him. Subsequently, the essence blood suddenly stabilized and gradually recovered, leading Li Qin to vaguely realize that Li Xiao had weathered the peril and was safe. Upon encountering Li Jian, the resonance within the essence blood left Li Qin momentarily perplexed, even leading him to suspect that Li Jian had killed Li Xiao and extracted his essence blood. However, considering the true method of bloodline inheritance, Li Qin came to understand that this Li Jian was but a guise of Li Xiao. Thus, he connected the dots regarding this crisis, knowing that Li Zhao's actions must have been motivated by a reason, coinciding with the strange movements of the second elder. Everything became utterly clear. As for the matter of the essence blood, currently, only he and the ancestor of the Li family are aware of it. Even among the younger generation, those who have not reached the soul condensation realm are unworthy of knowing the secret of the Li family's essence blood inheritance. Only upon attaining the soul condensation realm can one truly unlock the profound cultivation principles of the illusory void technique and access the inherited secrets within the bloodline. Marking a second rebirth for the members of the Li family, Li Xiao, having miraculously survived a grave ordeal, suddenly found his prowess reaching the pinnacle of the first level of gathering essence. Initially, Li Qin harbored concerns regarding the stability of his realm, fearing it might hinder future cultivation. However, upon learning that Li Xiao had effortlessly vanquished Xie Yuan, those worries dissipated entirely. Contemplating this, Li Qin realized it was merely a fleeting thought. Observing the excitement radiating from the Grand Elder and the Third Elder, he withdrew his hand from Li Zhao's shoulder and accepted the ring that Li Xiao offered. Suddenly, the hand holding the ring hesitated, a flicker of doubt crossing Li Qin's eyes. Shower, can it be that you possess the ability to manipulate the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness? To unlock another spatial ring? When Li Xiao spoke, as he had acquired the ring from a deceased individual, no one questioned his claim. Yet, at that moment, Li Qin recalled something significant and inquired with a tremor in his voice, as though the answer to this query held immense importance for him. Well, naturally, the fluctuations of spiritual consciousness can be easily mimicked. I have always possessed this ability. Is it not common among everyone? Li Xiao feigned ignorance in his retort. Li Qin, Li Mingyao, Li Chuanyuan, and even Li Xian could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The muscles on their faces involuntarily twitched, revealing their astonishment and bewilderment. Subsequently, the elder Li Xian suddenly remarked, "This is not something that everyone can achieve, yet it is not entirely unique either. Those with a modicum of talent possess such capabilities." The elder Li Xian struggled to suppress his overwhelming urge to extol Li Xiao, speaking with a heavy heart. As he struggled to utter these words, the other two elders and Li Qin could hardly suppress their anguish. Such talent was unprecedented. What was this fluctuation of spiritual awareness? It constituted the very foundation of the soul's consciousness, an elevation of awareness. If such transformations were so easily attainable, the realm of soul condensation would not be as arduous as a bottomless abyss. Moreover, even upon reaching the realm of soul condensation, one's soul is as unique as a fingerprint, immutable and singular, for it aligns with the laws of this world. Yet, Those who are capable of change are the super geniuses. Individuals like these, once they embark on any path of cultivation, become invincible. Initially, they believed they had already regarded Li Xiao's talent with high esteem. But now they realized that their previous admiration was, in fact, a gross underestimation. However, they dared not contradict the elder's words, partly out of fear, and partly because they grasped the elder's intent. They understood that this Li Xiao, that little rascal, was exceedingly arrogant and spoiled, capable of frightening the children of the impoverished with his mere presence. His tyrannical persona instilled terror throughout Xianyang City, rendering him a veritable tyrant of the region. To lavish further praise upon such a proud individual would be utterly unthinkable. Hence, the elder, with genuine concern, offered only a few simple commendations. Unbeknownst to him, how could such matters escape the notice of Li Xiao, who possessed a luminous mind and unparalleled comprehension? Yet Li Xiao, of course, would not expose these truths. He merely smiled gently and said, "Grandfather, let us open the ring and see. I too am curious about what sort of elixir it might be. It would be a wonderful opportunity for me to broaden my horizons." Very well. Upon inquiring with his grandfather, he felt he had indeed sought wisdom from the right source. His grandfather, with his profound understanding, asserted that there existed no elixir in the world that he was unaware of. He further proclaimed that the Li family was once a grand lineage, albeit now in decline. Encouraged by Li Xiao's words, Li Qin began to boast with unabashed pride. Subsequently, he probed into the depths of his Qiankuan ring, instinctively retrieving a jade vial, which he held in his hand, without even glancing at it. He spoke in the authoritative tone of a master alchemist. This elixir, merely by observing its essence as he spoke, he casually removed the jade stopper from the vial. And immediately, a radiant column of ethereal light surged forth, striking Li Qin squarely in the chest. Caught off guard, he staggered back several steps, while the elixir transformed into a streak of luminous energy, attempting to flee. Could it be that this elixir possessed a form of consciousness? A primal instinct? The substance quivered in his grasp, resembling a delicate, captured creature. It appeared to be the fabled Chenkong Dan, which, when consumed, could liberate one from the shackles of cultivation and allow entry into the realm of emptiness. The elder trembled as he held this elixir, his body quaking with anticipation. The innate ninth realm is categorized into 3 stages: the gathering of essence, the refining of blood and formation of elixirs, the condensation of the soul and path, leading to the breaking of the elixir, and finally, the realm of emptiness, where one transcends the 9 stages. Yet, between each triad of these realms lies a formidable chasm, nearly insurmountable. The transition from elixir formation to soul condensation represents an insurmountable barrier, where countless warriors have met their demise, trapped within this realm. This is merely the initial stage. The immense chasm that follows represents the barrier of the Broken Dan realm. The gulf between the Broken Dan realm and the empty realm far surpasses that between the condensed Dan and the condensed soul. Such a pill, capable of shattering the constraints of all realms prior to the empty realm, is of an unfathomable value. Should this be disclosed, the Li family would become the target of the entire nation, inevitably inciting a storm of bloodshed. Upon hearing this, even Li Qin, Li Mingyao, and Li Changyuan felt their breaths quicken, for it signified that the Li family would soon possess a formidable expert in the empty realm. Moreover, there are numerous other elixirs. Li Qin, now agitated, shouted and hastily retrieved another set of vials from the Qiankuan ring, scrutinizing their contents. To his astonishment, he recognized only a fraction of them, prompting him to pass the entire ring to the ancestor, Li Xian. This is the 100 longevity pill, which extends one's lifespan by a century. Li Xian's voice trembled. Ah, the 100 longevity pill. A century of life. To live another century would undoubtedly transform our cultivation beyond recognition. This is the divine communication pill. An astonishing divine communication pill. Consuming one will exponentially enhance one's comprehension within the pill's efficacy range, making it the most terrifying elixir for cultivation insight. Indeed, the pill that Xiao Xiao consumed must be this. At this moment, Li Xian, overwhelmed by a succession of shocks, had become numb, his speech transitioning from trembling to steady. The divine elixir, it truly is the divine elixir. Ha 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 ha, heaven has favored the Li family. After meticulous organization, although there are nearly 1,000 vials of elixirs, most contain only a single pill, and even the smallest vials hold at most 10. Thus, after this endeavor, the Li family has acquired 3,420 pills. This outcome is a result of Li Xiao's decision to retain 10 vials of each variety. He has no need for the elixirs himself, Yet he can analyze their compositions, directly harness energy and other elements, and utilize future intelligent tools to concoct gene serums. At this moment, Li Xiao fully comprehended the terrifying nature of these elixirs. Such formidable items, previously obtained by another, had led to a fatal pursuit resulting in 2 deaths. Yet they have now fallen into his hands, an unimaginable stroke of fortune. This could very well be a manifestation of immense luck, and considering the circumstances, it is indeed something to anticipate. However, Li Xiao is acutely aware that he must not presume his luck to be invincible, allowing him to act recklessly. Since his arrival in this world, he has encountered numerous dangers, surviving close calls time and again. He has come to realize that in such a world, one could easily find themselves without a grave if they fail to recognize their limits. Such folly guarantees a short existence. As the judgment and organization of the Li family's ancestor, Li Xian, unfolded, aside from Li Xiao, the 3, Li Qin, Li Mingyao, and Li Chuanyuan, trembled with excitement. Their aged faces flushed with joy. This discovery has instilled in them immense hope. These resources are more than sufficient for the Li family to dominate the Haoyue prefecture without any doubt. Shower, thanks to you, the Li family has not only evaded a catastrophic calamity, but has also gained a tremendous opportunity. Originally, although the Li family possessed considerable resources, they maintained stringent control over the resources allocated to their true core disciples. This was not due to the family's stinginess, but rather, the elder of the Li family, Li Xian, pondered momentarily before continuing. It is because the Li family's cultivation method is rather unique. The qi condensation technique is solely designed for strengthening the physical body without reliance on external aids. Upon reaching the innate stage, one can employ our genuine core cultivation method, the illusionary void technique, to activate the ancestral bloodline passed down through the Li family, thus attaining the inheritance of spatial mysteries. Our family primarily cultivates the arts of stealth and assassination, possessing a distinctive understanding and sensitivity towards the realm of space. By articulating the core issues of the Li family, Li Xian also revealed their advantages in the blood refinement stage, which alleviated many of Li Zhao's lingering doubts. He contemplated as Xiaoguang organized the earlier information regarding the alchemical substances mentioned by Li Xian, preparing a comprehensive data reserve. This batch of elixirs, resembling the divine elixir, consists of merely over 30 pieces. Such treasures shall be reserved for you, dear Xiao. Additionally, the 100 longevity pills and the empty transformation pills amount to less than 30. Yet sufficient quantities will be allocated to you. Your foundation is exceptionally solid, and you embody the new hope of the Li family. We shall spare no effort in assisting you to ascend. Esteemed ancestor, from my perspective, your prowess is profound and your cultivation exquisite. Yet it appears that there has been a significant regression. Perhaps it would be wise to reinvest all resources to fortify the Li family further. Only through the family's strength can these resources be preserved. Otherwise, possessing resources without the capacity to safeguard them is akin to weaving garments for another. Furthermore, given my exceptional fortune that has spared me from calamity and the serendipity of acquiring such extraordinary resources, a brighter path shall undoubtedly unfurl ahead. At present, as the Li family's existence teeters on the brink, we cannot afford negligence. I implore you, esteemed ancestor, to promptly consume the longevity pills, the foundation pills, the divine elixirs, and the empty transformation pills. Moreover, mastering the 9 Emperor's Heart Annihilation Fist and acquiring the battle armor and longsword would be ideal, enabling an overwhelming force to eradicate any malevolent intentions, thus ensuring stability for the Li family. Li Xiao pondered briefly before responding with measured respect. Initially, he had indeed intended to present these items as a gesture of gratitude for the favor received from occupying the body of the young master of the Li family. However, after genuine interaction, he felt a profound connection. The heartfelt goodwill of these individuals stirred something deep within him. Despite harboring a sense of pride as a traveler from another realm, he found himself somewhat viewing this second life as a game, treating the alternate world as a mere virtual experience. However, he is, after all, a product of the modern era shaped by contemporary society. In this regard, human nature remains inherently benevolent. When others treat him with kindness, he, too, will not be stingy. Shower, ancestor, you speak truly. Given the abundance of resources available today, our foremost priority should be to ensure the safety of the Li family. Furthermore, should the ancestor advance in cultivation, he will naturally comprehend deeper mysteries of the art, and at that juncture, it would be beneficial to mentor and nurture Shower more closely. The results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Ancestor, Xiao is indeed a prodigy, no less than the disciples of the great sects and illustrious families on the continent. While it is permissible to offer external assistance in the form of elixirs, we must not allow him to become overly reliant on them, lest it lead to adverse consequences. Ancestor, what I have articulated is of utmost significance. I implore you to ponder it carefully. At this moment, Li Mingyao, Li Chongyuan, and Li Qin could not restrain their thoughts, for their reluctance to cultivate Li Xiao was not born of unwillingness, but rather an acknowledgement of the truth in his words. Should such resources be exposed, it could spell endless calamity. Without a truly formidable guardian to safeguard the Li family, their future would be precarious. Moreover, with Li Xiao having already reached the pinnacle of the innate gathering essence realm, should he further unleash his exceptional talents and break through recklessly, it may yield unfavorable outcomes. Beyond the matter of stabilizing his realm, especially before entering a major sect, revealing such monstrous gifts could attract the attention of powerful families vying for a place in the Heavenly Machine sect, who might resort to extreme measures for the sake of such an opportunity. Only by strengthening the ancestral power and vanquishing the deceitful foes from all sides can the Li family ensure absolute dominion over the Haoyue manor. Thus, Li Zhao's sentiments resonated with the three, reflecting a profound understanding of the greater picture and a far-sighted vision. At this moment, the Li family indeed faced numerous crises, beset by both internal strife and external threats. If you are resolute, I shall consume a source pill, along with 100 longevity pill and 1 spirit communication pill, enabling my strength to soar to a terrifying level, thereby effortlessly sweeping through the Haoyue manor. In this manner, Mingyao, Changyuan, and Qiner, you three should each partake of 100 longevity pill and a spirit communication pill, mastering the 9 Emperor's Heart Destruction Fist while simultaneously elevating your individual realms. Li Xian pondered deeply before arriving at this decision. Ancestral Master, at my advanced age, nearing the end of my days, such precious elixirs should be reserved for Shower and Yaoer. There is no need for me to partake, as it would be a waste. Li Mingyao stated earnestly. Ancestral Master, I too do not require them. With our talents, even if we were to live another century, what heights could we truly attain? The challenges ahead are endless. Li Chongyuan remarked with a hint of melancholy. Initially, upon hearing about the 100 longevity pill, they were overwhelmed with joy. However, upon realizing the scarcity of such elixirs and acknowledging their own average talents, their spirits dimmed. Mingyao, Changyuan, do you not understand? The Ancestral Master regards you both as equals to me. To decline further would be to show ingratitude. If you truly harbor feelings of gratitude, then allow your granddaughter to grow closer to Xiaojiao, for he has genuinely displayed his prodigious talents this time. Li Qin laughed heartily. Upon hearing Li Qin mention their precious granddaughter, the expressions on Li Mingyao and Li Chongyuan's faces darkened instantly. They exchanged glances at the composed and handsome Li Xiao, and a flicker of intrigue crossed their faces. From now on, refrain from engaging in such despicable and contemptible acts. This is a lesson you must learn, Yair. Furthermore, never impersonate Yao to masquerade as a charming young gentleman and deceive them. Otherwise, even with the ancestors' protection, we shall not let this matter rest. As the two affectionate elders suddenly wore expressions of utter discontent, Li Zhao's demeanor transformed into a tapestry of emotions. I can't believe this. Drugging? Dressing as his younger brother to feign innocence and deceive young ladies? Li Zhao's countenance darkened at once. In a fleeting moment, memories of the disgraceful Li Deshao surged forth from the depths of his mind, and after a brief contemplation, he could not help but feel speechless. This Li Deshao was indeed a remarkable talent. Initially, he had paid little heed to these matters, for his thoughts were consumed by the wretched system. He had little inclination to sift through the memories of others. However, now that the two elders had brought it to light, Li Xiao felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, having traversed into this individual's body, one must eventually repay their dues in this world, and for the moment, he could only bear the burden of this unscrupulous young master. Fortunately, within the recesses of memory, this young master had exerted every effort to win the affection of the granddaughters of the two esteemed elders, yet all his endeavors were in vain. Not only did he fail, but he also tarnished the reputation of his younger brother, whom he had exploited. At this moment, Li Xiao let out a sheepish chuckle. Despite his thick skin, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. The antics of this young master had indeed been utterly ludicrous, leaving him with a visage devoid of dignity. By this time, they comprehended that they had fully entered the true inner circle of the Li family, where honor and disgrace were shared alike. This was the scenario they had longed for, and now that their aspirations had been realized, They genuinely felt a sense of contentment and joy in becoming part of the Li family. This transcended the mere matter of a medicinal pill. It was a genuine acknowledgement of their place within the family. Subsequently, within the chamber, after the venerable ancestor Li Xian imparted the methods of cultivation and offered guidance on the breakthroughs for Li Qin and the two elders, he commenced his own cultivation using the medicinal elixirs. At this juncture, Li Xiao began to relax, turning his attention to organizing his insights on cultivation. This time, he refrained from absorbing additional energy and medicinal pills. Instead, he selectively harnessed the energy expended by the four formidable practitioners in the chamber through his energy absorption ability. Meanwhile, he temporarily connected with his cognitive core, delving into the comprehension of the qi condensation technique. In comparison to the 9 Sovereign's heart-extinguishing fist, the qi condensation technique appeared astonishingly simplistic to Li Xiao. Akin to solving elementary arithmetic problems, it lacked any profound intricacies. The method of cultivating one's body through condensation seemed inferior even to the ordinary exercises carried by Xiaoguang. Li Xiao was acutely aware that this was not a reflection of the qi condensation technique's shortcomings, but rather a consequence of his broadened perspective, shaped by the system. After achieving perfection in the qi condensation technique once more, his gaze began to explore the surroundings of the Grand Hall. The Li family's ancient tomes, including records of the illusory void technique, were housed here. With no further cultivation to pursue, his attention naturally gravitated towards these so-called secret texts. At that moment, no one hindered his curiosity, and Li Xiao proceeded to approach the ancient volumes crafted from unique materials, perusing their contents. Approximately 10 minutes later, having examined all the so-called treasures, including the illusory void technique, he shook his head in resignation. In comparison to Xiaoguang's insights, the 23 tomes cherished by the Li family seemed utterly worthless to Li Xiao, incapable of standing in comparison to the 9 Sovereign's heart-extinguishing fist. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the struggle between a firefly and the radiant moon. Aside from the void technique, which seems to draw inspiration from the profound essence of the cosmic ring, the rest are rather mediocre. Nevertheless, they have enriched my repository of knowledge, particularly a comprehensive tome on herbs. Alas, the potency of a medicinal plant can be easily discerned by the energy light, even if it is toxic. Once absorbed, it can be transformed into my cultivation energy. The act of energy absorption is all-encompassing and, for me, holds little significance. However, it could serve my family well in alchemical pursuits, making for a worthwhile secondary vocation. Li Xiao pondered casually, unaware that if others were to learn of his nonchalance, they might deem him utterly insane. The void technique emphasizes concepts akin to illusion and hypnosis, while void pertains to exploiting spatial and visual blind spots. This technique refines the 372 acupoints throughout the body, yielding commendable effects on physical strength. Yet, in comparison to the refinement of white mist down to the cellular, molecular, and atomic levels, the void technique pales in significance. Of course, its merit lies in the adept control of illusion and void, making it an excellent method for stealth and assassination after cultivation. Li Xiao's soul intertwined with the luminous brain, granting him instantaneous clarity of comprehension. The illusory void technique began to manifest rapidly. Yet Li Xiao's body could not withstand the intensity of the luminous brain's computations, prompting him to withdraw from the unified state. Concurrently, a portion of his fragmented soul commenced voraciously consuming the ethereal essence of the wasted spiritual herbs in this realm. The energy was drawn into an intangible vortex of devouring. Swiftly refined as if entering a hellish furnace, strands of vital essence flowed into Li Xiao's soul, where the luminous sphere of his spirit accelerated its calculations. After a brief moment, a radiant aura surged forth. Upon absorption by his primary soul, the illusory void technique was comprehended in its entirety. The expenditure incurred was negligible, leaving the core of Li Xiao's fragmented soul unscathed, and it paled in comparison to the toll taken by the 9 Sovereign's heart-extinguishing fist. Through these revelations, Li Xiao grasped the immense power of the 9 Sovereign's heart-extinguishing fist. Upon fully mastering the illusory void technique, he felt a peculiar warmth and swelling within his body, as if the very fabric of the universe had suddenly slowed. An inexplicable sense of emptiness enveloped him, a sensation both strange and intense, leaving him in a state of disorientation. Aware that he had perhaps overreached in his understanding, Li Xiao instinctively conjured an illusion within himself. In that instant, he took a deep breath and, adopting a state of serene acceptance, faced all that lay before him with tranquility. At this moment, the acupoints of the qi condensation technique, which had been disregarded by Li Xiao, unexpectedly released a substantial amount of white, mist-like energy without any prior indication. This energy dominated the internal forces of the body. And once it began to stir, the internal energy surged forth in a most peculiar and abrupt manner, catching one off guard. However, this energy posed no threat. Rather, it dispelled the sensation of bodily inflation, as if the body had suddenly been refreshed by cool dew. The refreshing sensation radiated throughout, starting from the acupoints, and soon Li Xiao felt a gentle coolness enveloping him. It appeared as though a barrier within his realm had been suddenly lifted, allowing the energy to coalesce in a new manner, forming a more compact amalgamation that reduced the previously inflated energy within to a mere tenth of its original size. In that moment, Li Xiao finally comprehended that the initial phase of the qi condensation technique was primarily about accumulating strength. This process was akin to exertion. The energy delved deeply into the acupoints, leaving an indelible mark due to this technique. The recent insights into the illusory void technique were now perfectly aligned. And once both techniques were fully grasped, he could directly attain the Dan condensation realm without any constraints. This was the underlying reason. As he pondered, Li Xiao unraveled the connection between these two significant techniques and felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. Consequently, he took several low-grade spirit crystals from his Qiankuan ring and began to absorb their energy, replenishing himself before commencing his practice of the illusory void technique. Layer upon layer. Time slipped by, and in a mere 10 minutes, Li Xiao had perfected the illusory void technique to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. This achievement paralleled the 9th Emperor's devastating heart fist. While the memories resided in his mind, his body had yet to embody these instinctual memories. The next step was to cultivate his body to align with this newfound instinct. It was akin to a reborn individual possessing the wisdom and techniques of a grandmaster, yet feeling an initial dissonance due to unfamiliarity with the physical form. As long as he gradually harmonized the two, it would no longer pose a challenge. At this moment, Li Xiao found himself in such a predicament. The illusory void technique was fully realized in his mind, yet his hands still exhibited a hint of awkwardness. However, achieving mastery was merely a matter of practice. With a few more repetitions, perfection was within reach. Following the 9th layer of the illusory void technique, Li Xiao's prowess naturally surged to the consummate stage of the 3rd tier of the gathering essence realm, ready to advance further. At this juncture, it became imperative to refine the bloodline within. If he could extract a single drop of essence blood, he would step into the blood refinement realm. This process typically demanded an abundance of energy, which posed a significant challenge. Yet, with spirit crystals at his disposal, Li Xiao felt no trepidation. His concern lay instead with the strength of his soul and spirit. Nonetheless, he chose not to dwell on such thoughts. With no barriers to his advancement in the alchemical convergence realm, he resolved to hold nothing back. The stronger he became, the better. His growth was driven by the absorption of energy, and his progress was effortlessly smooth, vastly surpassing the struggles faced by others. In his realm, engaging in combat with adversaries of equal standing resulted in overwhelming victories, thus he harbored no worries. In the realm of blood refinement, Li Xiao harbored great anticipations, for he possessed not only the bloodline of the Li family, but also what the system referred to as imperial blood. What does imperial signify? Li Xiao was no fool. Throughout countless myths and legends on Earth, those who achieved the status of emperor were nothing short of extraordinary. The saying, "there's no smoke without fire," echoed in his mind. Initially, he scoffed at such notions. Yet upon arriving in this world and witnessing the allure of imperial blood, so potent that even the system yearned to seize him, it became evident that this bloodline of the descendants of Yin and Huang was indeed remarkable. The process of blood refinement was merely the foundation upon which he would build his prowess. The 9-fold combat body required this foundational stage, and Li Xiao could not afford to be negligent. At that moment, Li Xiao consumed 100 low-grade spirit crystals in one go, utilizing them to transform into the energy necessary for his cultivation. As he absorbed this energy, his body was instantaneously enveloped in a myriad of white mist, which surged directly into his bloodline. Li Xiao sensed that he was not merely condensing a single drop of blood. Rather, all his blood began to roar as if a sea of flames was boiling within him. Above this fiery ocean, countless bubbles emerged, representing the impurities within his blood that were instantaneously refined away. Though the volume of blood diminished, a formidable force began to generate an abundance of blood anew. Yet, in this seemingly simple process of blood refinement, devoid of constraints, Li Xiao found himself unable to break through. The 100 low-grade spirit crystals had not stirred significant waves, and the energy began to wane. A sense of alarm surged within Li Xiao. This revelation was profound. It indicated that he was not merely condensing a drop of blood, but rather refining his entire lineage in one fell swoop. This, based on Li Zhao's understanding, is likely unprecedented in this world. Li Zhao's expression grew solemn, and without hesitation, he absorbed the remaining 9,000 low-grade spirit crystals from the ring into the energy-absorbing black hole. This black hole was minuscule, visible only to Li Zhao. Yet due to its connection with the Qian Kuan ring, no one else could perceive the mountainous loss of spirit crystals. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions erupted within the black hole as energy surged forth like a tempest. In an instant, Li Zhao's body felt as though it were engulfed in flames. His battle armor instinctively shielded him, emanating a vivid crimson hue. The blood within him surged like the flames of the Earth's core, pulsating and burning with immense vitality. As a powerful tempest of energy radiated outward, suddenly the ground around him erupted in a violent fissure, enveloping the three elderly men who were on the verge of completing their cultivation within a sphere of light. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forth from above the grand hall, his gaze fixated in utter astonishment upon the practicing Li Zhao, his face a canvas of disbelief. Ancestor. Ah, Ancestor, you have grown younger. Have you succeeded? Have you become a Danyuan realm powerhouse? Li Qin, Li Mingyao, and Li Changyuan were instantly roused, disregarding the commotion around them, as they engaged in conversation with the middle-aged man, who was none other than the previously emaciated Li Xian. Indeed, this accumulation has been substantial, and my injuries have improved. With decades of insights gained, I have reached the first realm of the void through the aid of the void pill. Now, my family, the Li clan, fears no one. Li Xian nodded, his excitement palpable. The void realm, ha ha ha. Before the clan head, Li Qin could indulge in laughter, he was abruptly silenced by Li Xian, who gestured to Li Qin, Li Mingyao, and Li Changyuan. The three were momentarily taken aback before abruptly turning to gaze at Li Zhao, who was immersed in his cultivation in the distance. At that moment, Li Zhao felt as if flames were engulfing his entire being. In this state, he sensed a profound essence of rebirth through fire, as though he could transform into an immortal fire phoenix, soaring through the heavens and the earth. However, Li Zhao was acutely aware that he had yet to unlock even the first level of the battle body, and should he awaken the bloodline of the immortal fire phoenix, it would tear his body apart, inflicting unimaginable harm. Thus, amidst the surging power of his bloodline fire, he recognized the awakening of the divine beast's innate abilities, causing the phoenix energy within his bloodline to stir restlessly. Understanding the rarity of this opportunity, he hesitated no longer. Transferring all the fragments of armor into the black hole using his energy absorption abilities, transforming them into special energy particles that entered his body and bloodline for refinement, strengthening his corporeal form. Indeed, this process was excruciatingly painful. Even with Li Zhao's resolute character, his body involuntarily convulsed, sweat beading on his brow, only to be continuously evaporated by the intense heat, then reappearing once more. Sweat blurred his vision, and a searing heat enveloped him, rising like a tumultuous cauldron, shrouded in vapor. Within this haze, fleeting glimpses of storms, thunder, and lightning could be discerned. One could envision mythical beasts galloping, the majestic rocks soaring over vast waters, and the divine Qilin ablaze with sacred flames. These transformations, however, dissipated in the blink of an eye. With nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals, combined with a plethora of equipment fragments, the subsequent hour saw their complete refinement. Every drop of blood within Li Zhao pulsated with a terrifying radiance. At that moment, his body felt as though it were forged from steel, capable of rending the very heavens with bare hands, exuding unimaginable power. Moreover, his cultivation realm ascended to the pinnacle of the third layer of blood refinement, effortlessly surpassing the constraints of that realm. Remarkably, he did not even need to employ the assistance of his previous void technique to reach this stage of perfection. Gradually, the roaring energy began to settle, circulating into his dantian, forming a minuscule particle, an unmistakable sign of his impending entry into the Dan formation realm. However, due to the exhaustion of energy, he was on the brink of tranquility. Yet, Li Zhao understood that neither his physical form nor his realm had truly reached the ultimate limit. After a moment of contemplation and calculation, he extracted 1,000 medium-grade spirit crystals from his spatial ring. The explosive energy emanating from these 1,000 medium-grade spirit crystals was far more terrifying than that of nearly 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals. Instantly, an immense wave of energy stabilized Li Zhao's Dan condensation realm, causing the inner Dan within his dantian to expand from a minuscule particle to the size of a fist in the blink of an eye. This transformation occurred with astonishing rapidity. However, upon reaching the size of a fist, the inner Dan ceased to grow and instead began to solidify in layers, as if undergoing repeated refinement. This process continued for nearly 30 minutes, during which Li Xiao felt a sensation of expansion within his body, and his strength firmly anchored at the pivotal moment of the first level of Dan condensation. Yet, at this juncture, he found himself lacking in comprehension of his realm, thus halting his progress. Meanwhile, the energy continued to surge violently, while a substantial amount of white mist within his body relentlessly refined his physical form. After the materials of the equipment were melded, the strength of his body was significantly enhanced. Under the consolidation of this white mist, Li Xiao could distinctly sense the inexplicable benefits to his physical form. After the blood has been refined, he can now officially cultivate the divine beast talent. What he needs to do is to condense the blood soul of the purple blood divine dragon, which is equivalent to the beast soul. Only upon successful condensation can he be considered to have unlocked the first tier of the divine beast talent. However, this merely requires some time and energy, and Li Xiao is not particularly concerned. Chapter 017. Breaking the Fifth Forbidden Domain at present. With the energy tempered and his own realm reaching its zenith, Li Xiao begins to refine the bloodline structure transmitted by the dawn, condensing the beast soul of the purple blood divine dragon. Given that this entity is based on the inheritance of the light brain and possesses a unique energy framework, Li Xiao focuses his intention, and a strand of bloodline within him immediately condenses, entering his dantian to absorb the roaring energy within him. Originally, the energy had reached its saturation point and was beginning to transform into spiritual energy. However, at this moment, due to the condensation of the purple blood divine dragon's beast soul, the energy found a new reservoir, and thus, the ethereal form of the beast soul quickly began to solidify. As expected, despite consuming the energy of 1,000 medium-grade spiritual crystals, the beast soul had not yet reached even 1/5 of its condensation. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiao once again activated the division of his soul to draw from the energy-absorbing black hole of the Qianquan ring. With a tremor, the Qianquan ring promptly released another 9,000 medium-grade spiritual crystals. In this instance, Li Xiao's remaining 10,000 lower-grade and 10,000 medium-grade spiritual crystals were swiftly depleted. However, this time the energy was more ferocious than before. After being absorbed, the soul of the purple blood divine dragon began to gradually transform from an ethereal shadow into a tangible blood essence. This transformation occurred swiftly, even more rapidly than before. It took less than 3 minutes from the appearance of the shadow to the solidification of the blood soul. Upon completion, a portion of the energy coursed through the blood soul of the purple blood divine dragon before seeping out. Li Xiao felt a tremor reverberate through his physical form, which then became even more refined. Remarkably, it was the blood soul of the purple blood divine dragon further honing Li Xiao's corporeal body. In this state, Li Xiao sensed the energy becoming denser, and the feeling of saturation within his body diminished significantly. It seemed he could still accommodate additional energy. However, Li Xiao refrained from doing so. Instead, he concentrated the remaining energy from nearly 700 mid-grade spirit crystals. Subsequently, the small golden figure of his soul nestled within his brow did not utter a word. It simply inhaled gently, akin to a whale consuming water. The excess energy within his body was abruptly siphoned away, transformed into soul energy that entered the small golden figure without causing even the slightest ripple. At this moment, Li Xiao was somewhat astonished. He truly wished to feed the remaining 10,000 high-grade spirit crystals to his soul to observe the effects. However, considering that the essence, qi, and soul of a strong practitioner at the Broken Dan realm had been absorbed without any noticeable disturbance, he dismissed such thoughts. The small golden figure, being a variant existence, seemed to be a reservoir of energy, as if even a modicum of energy could scarcely affect it. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiao finally opened his eyes. At that moment, a faint golden halo still lingered in his gaze, dissipating only after a brief while. However, not far away, the 4 elderly men, including the ancestral figure, stared at him with wide eyes, their expressions a captivating blend of astonishment and peculiarity, their depths reflecting a shock beyond imagination. "Why you have reached the condensation realm?" Li Qin stammered. "The condensation realm. Am I seeing things?" Li Mingyao tugged at one of his own whiskers, struggling to believe his own eyes. "The condensation realm. Is it truly so easily attained?" Li Chuanyuan's face was etched with disbelief and skepticism. "Though you have merely transcended the blood refinement stage, The energy fluctuations you exhibit rival those of a breakthrough at the third tier of the Tao condensation realm. It's utterly terrifying. Although the elderly Xian was typically composed, he too felt tumultuous waves stirring within. Such extraordinary talent is indeed astounding. Shower, it appears your foundation is exceptionally solid. While the effects of the divine spirit pill contribute to this, without your innate exceptional talent, such accomplishments would not be possible. Splendid, splendid. Our Li family's third generation now boasts a master of the condensation realm. From now on, your status shall be equal to mine, and you will not need to pay respects to any other elder, possessing the privilege to freely enter and exit the Li family's restricted areas. Once the matters with the Haoyue mansion are concluded, I shall posthumously confer upon you the title of Third Elder. The elderly Xian exclaimed with great satisfaction and laughter. Elder, we must not disrupt the hierarchy. Li Xiao replied, still somewhat influenced by his earthly perspectives. You need only remember the hierarchy of generations. Yet it is customary to acknowledge merely 3. For those who cultivate their skills may live for several hundred or even 1,000 years. Thus the intricacies of lineage become less significant. When your innate talent surpasses these bounds, the focus shifts from lineage to status. Xiener, remember this. In this world, one's strength speaks volumes. Lineage is merely a matter of one's immediate ancestry. Henceforth, you shall honor me by addressing me as old ancestor when discussing status. Refer to me as brotherly, and should you surpass me entirely in strength, you may simply call me by my name, Li Xian. At that moment, you will be the patriarch of the Li family. Li Xian's words caused a slight frown to form on Li Xian's brow. Yet he quickly found solace in the thought. A family where an elder serves as the ancestor is not to be feared. It is rather the young who assumes such a role that instills trepidation. This is the pride of every clan, and not a sign of disrespect towards one's forebears. In this world, where strength reigns supreme, matters of lineage and status are seldom scrutinized. Upon this realization, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. Regrettably, despite having attained the first heaven of the void realm, I have only just embarked upon this path, and my understanding remains precarious. As for the profound and enigmatic 9 Sovereigns Annihilation Fist, I can hardly claim to grasp its depths. The very first strike left me utterly confounded. This only underscores the remarkable nature of this martial art, which may indeed transcend the realm of spiritual techniques, perhaps even belonging to the legendary holy level. What? Holy level techniques? It is indeed a sacred level technique. No wonder I cannot even grasp the fundamentals. I am utterly at a loss. I had thought that my comprehension ability was simply lacking. Li Qin exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. As he uttered these words, he initially felt a sense of embarrassment. But upon witnessing the similar expressions of relief on the faces of Li Mingyao and Li Changyuan, he felt a wave of understanding wash over him. They had all consumed the enlightenment pill, and while Li Xiao had succeeded in his practice, they struggled to even enter the threshold. This realization left all 4 of them somewhat disheartened by Li Xiao's exceptional talent. Unable to enter the basics, Li Xiao was taken aback. It didn't seem that difficult. Did it? He found it rather incredible, yet suddenly recalled something. That so-called data had suggested his comprehension was 10 times that of an innate expert. This factor of 10. Li Xiao pondered, it might not merely be a numerical comparison, but rather a reflection of the ability to comprehend. It is akin to the disparity between 10 innate first-layer practitioners and 1 innate 10th-layer practitioner. Although there are only 9 major realms of innate mastery, this analogy highlights the vast difference in their understanding. And how does this comprehension gap compare to that assisted by the cognitive enhancements of a neural processor? With this comparison, Li Xiao finally felt a sense of relief and grasped just how terrifyingly formidable the resources he had at his disposal through the system were. Shower, have you truly mastered the 9 Emperor Annihilation Fist? Indeed, Ancestor. Would you kindly demonstrate once? The elderly Xian mused, giving your formidable energy fluctuations, Long Yuan. Your current prowess is the weakest, merely at the initial stage of condensation path, and still rather unstable. You should test his martial technique. Master, you are aware of my nature. Engaging in combat excites me, and I fear I may inadvertently harm Shower. Perhaps it would be better for the eldest to take on this task, Li Changyuan replied, stroking his chin, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. As the 3rd elder, he was known as Li Madman, a battle enthusiast whose ferocity in combat was legendary, instilling fear among the 2nd and 3rd generations of the Li family. Previously, the young Master Li had harbored a mixture of fear and respect for this 3rd elder, but now that Li Xiao had evolved beyond that young master, he felt little concern. To give it a try, it will also provide insight into Shower's potential. Despite being at the first level of the Gathering Yuan realm, Xiao has demonstrated remarkable combat abilities, capable of defeating formidable opponents like Xie Yuan from the Condensation Pill realm, albeit with a degree of ambush involved, which is nonetheless a testament to his strength. Now, with Xiao reaching the pinnacle of the first level in the Condensation Pill realm, while you are at the initial stage of the condensation path, it is an opportune moment to assess whether Xiao can transcend the five. As the adage goes, in the world, the 9-5 Supreme, where 9 and 5 symbolize two great forbidden domains. Once one breaks 5, the implications are profound, and I trust you understand what that entails. The elder spoke with gravity, prompting Li Chuanyuan to adopt a serious demeanor. Furthermore, considering Xiao's unimaginable physical resilience, inflicting injury upon him without exerting full effort may prove exceedingly difficult. Li Xian pondered deeply, occasionally glancing at Li Xiao, drawing corresponding conclusions. It seemed that Li Chuanyuan had made a difficult decision, and he spoke with an air of finality. Well, fine, as the third elder you say, do not let your words be empty. Li Xiao chuckled softly, his thoughts drifting to the two frosty and beautiful granddaughters of the third elder, stirring an unusual sentiment within him. The women of this otherworldly realm were astonishingly beautiful, yet exuded an undeniable pride. Although Li Xiao harbored no intentions of pursuing beauty, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of displeasure at the memory of their disdainful expressions when they first encountered him. Though directed at the former Li Dasha, a man, after all, tends to resent unwarranted disdain, especially when it comes from the granddaughters of an elder. Despite these thoughts, he dared not reveal them. For he knew too well the capricious nature of Li Xiao. This individual would not spare him any kindness, lest he be emboldened to ascend further in arrogance. Chapter 018. The elder spits blood, empty words? Humph, defeat me first. Li Chuanyuan's expression darkened, swiftly entering a state of combat readiness, an overwhelming tempest of energy surging through him, emanating the imposing aura of the condensation realm. Li Chuanyuan, often referred to as Li Madman, was not one to boast without merit. When he chose to strike, he would never underestimate his opponent, even when facing a junior like Li Xiao. This was the fundamental quality that defined a true warrior. Let the battle commence. Li Xiaoduan spoke with an air of nonchalance, and as he did, he unleashed a powerful punch forward. Boom. The force erupted, the formidable momentum suddenly dissipating. Li Chuanyuan, known as the Madmanly, darkened his expression, his gaze intensifying with a palpable fighting spirit as he fixed his eyes on Li Xiao. With a swift motion, Li Chuanyuan struck out with his massive hand, causing the very fabric of space to seem to warp subtly. This was an attack born from the combination of the illusory void technique and the Li family's path of slaughter, imbued with a unique potency. A surge of transparent energy ascended, engulfing Li Xiao in a myriad of intangible forces as the battle commenced, their silhouettes intertwining like fleeting shadows in a fierce clash. A series of piercing howls filled the air as the intense confrontation erupted, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that erupted uncontrollably. Even though a portion of space had been sealed off by Li Xian, the fierce exchange still caused both Li Qin and Li Mingyao to change countenance. Death Fist. Suspended kill. Li Chuanyuan faced the onslaught with unwavering composure, responding directly with the formidable Li family technique, suspended kill. Since the moment Li Xiao unleashed the Death Fist, the gravity of the situation had weighed heavily upon him, erasing any trace of worry. The sheer power of that punch sent tremors through his very being. The Nine Monarchs' heart-destroying fist, after all, transcended the spiritual level, regarded by Li Chuanyuan as a formidable force. Yet, despite the supreme intent embedded in his attack, he remained unfazed, ready to meet the challenge head-on. As the attack surged forth, an overwhelming intent to kill flooded the air, obliterating the massive force of the punch while simultaneously unleashing a formidable momentum that seemed poised to instill terror in anyone daring to resist this lethal strike, compelling them to submit entirely. This initial move truly epitomized the essence and caliber of combat. Both Li Xiao and Li Chuanyuan felt the ferocity of energy coursing through their surroundings. Indeed, the inhabitants of this world were formidable, given my current physical prowess. The audacity of my opponent to engage in direct confrontation was astonishing. Li Xiao felt a pang of shock previously. Even the likes of Xie Yuan had fallen to a single punch, executed with ease, akin to slaughtering livestock. Yet now, he found himself grappling with genuine difficulty. The higher the realm, the more formidable the challenge of transcending boundaries seemed to become. It is worth noting that for an ordinary individual in the blood refinement realm to ascend to the essence condensation realm, a single low-grade spirit crystal suffices for a cultivator at the third level of blood refinement to train for 3 months. To break through, merely 2 to 3 low-grade spirit crystals would generally suffice for the gifted, while an average individual would require only 1 low-grade spirit crystal to harbor hopes of surmounting to the essence condensation realm. In contrast, Li Xiao had expended 10,000 low-grade spirit crystals and 10,000 mid-grade spirit crystals to barely breach the essence condensation realm. The disparity was indeed evident. Even so, he found himself entirely subdued by Li Changyuan, who had just ascended to the essence path realm. The last vestige of Li Xiao's earlier arrogance evaporated instantly, replaced by a weighty seriousness. Without hesitation, he unleashed the second strike of the Nine Emperor's heart-extinguishing fist. With a single strike, a radiant golden light erupted as if an emperor had descended, suddenly enveloping Li Changyuan. In an instant, he was caught off guard. His garments exploded into tatters, and his entire equipment was violently obliterated. Yet, in that fleeting moment, an even more intense brilliance erupted from within him. Illusory void kill. Abruptly, a terrifying aura surged forth once more, instilling a profound sense of dread that sent shivers through Li Xiao's very soul. Simultaneously, the space around them seemed to condense, and this momentary counterattack astonished even Li Xian, Li Qin, and Li Mingyao. Li Qin's expression shifted dramatically. He prepared to intervene, but was abruptly halted by Li Xian. Ancestor, his Nine Emperor fist has indeed reached a remarkable level, and he still has 3 moves left. Moreover, he can combine the Nine Emperor fist's killing techniques into a formidable triad with numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. There is no need to rush. The nonchalant words of the ancestor left both Li Qin and Li Mingyao trembling with shock, the terror far exceeding their expectations. Even Li Mingyao felt that stepping into the fray would pale in comparison to Li Changyuan's current retaliation. He might even fall prey to Li Xiao's unexpected strike if caught off guard. Buzzing with an inexplicable sense of danger, a faint golden light suddenly radiated from Li Xiao, and simultaneously he activated the Nine Emperor Thunderlight escape, appearing instantaneously behind Li Changyuan. A sharp, explosive energy shot forth, aimed at the very spot where Li Xiao had just stood, causing a series of violent explosions. The chamber, constructed from exceptionally durable materials, was left pockmarked and riddled with deep fissures. Dust and debris filled the air, creating a scene of utter chaos. Emperor's fist. Li Xiao was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed another punch aimed at Li Changyuan's back. This strike bore an even greater ferocity, causing the air to resonate with a sharp explosion as shockwaves reverberated throughout the confined space. Phantom Void Kill. Once again, he executed the Phantom Void Kill. Yet Li Changyuan disregarded the oncoming attack, instead thrusting forward with an open palm. Under this maneuver, the Phantom Void Kill seemed to distort the very fabric of space, appearing at Li Xiao's back. Initially, Li Xiao intended to withstand the blow, but recalling the earlier devastation wrought within the chamber, he swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping. His punch merely detonated in the void, failing to inflict any harm upon Li Changyuan. Instantaneous kill. A fleeting shadow lunged forth, so swift that Li Xiao's eyes could scarcely perceive it. Caution! In the distance, Li Qin and Li Mingyao cried out in alarm. Boom! This punch not only crushed the instantaneous kill with overwhelming might, but also marked the first occasion on which Li Changyuan was forced back 3 steps. The ground beneath Li Changyuan fractured into countless shards, as the explosive energy transformed it into mere dust, dissipating into the void. Supreme Fist. Having gained a measure of advantage, Li Xiao unleashed his 5th punch, infused with an aura of boundless power, deep as the ocean and vast beyond measure. As this blow was delivered, madness ignited in Li Changyuan's eyes. He had wholly embraced the true essence of battle, perceiving neither kin nor foe, only an adversary. Buzz. Boom. In the air, a tremendous force erupted continuously, causing Li Changyuan to retreat relentlessly. In an instant, he was propelled backward over 10 meters, his body crashing violently against the wall, shaking the entire chamber as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had struck. The void-breaking kill. This time, Li Changyuan's entire being unleashed an explosion of energy, radiating with a shimmering glow, resembling a descending war deity. He unleashed 3 powerful strikes in succession, and for the first time, the golden gauntlets on his hands erupted with blinding golden light, exuding an indomitable might. Li Xiao also summoned his true fire, not out of desperation, but because he too had to respond with all his strength at that moment. This strike was no longer akin to earlier encounters, as he unleashed it. The very heavens of the chamber seemed to freeze in place. With a sudden poof, Li Changyuan's expression changed dramatically as he executed another formidable void-breaking kill, only to be met with the overwhelming presence of a colossal phantom descending upon him, as a gigantic golden hand forcefully pressed him down from the air, slamming him to the ground. This celestial hand, spanning 3 to 4 meters, occupied a significant portion of the vast chamber. It appeared as though it had been imprinted onto the void, suddenly converging to form the essence of a fist. As it struck, the sound of Li Changyuan's energy exploding echoed, and he coughed up blood, being forcefully driven into the earth below. The chamber trembled violently, its structure being obliterated, with cracks spider-webbing across the surrounding walls. The floor erupted into chaos, debris flying in all directions, countless stones reducing to powder and drifting like ash. Meanwhile, on the side of the chamber, a gaping pit over 6 meters deep emerged from the ground. A figure trembled, drenched in blood. As he staggered up from the deep pit, his appearance a far cry from the esteemed third elder he once was. With each step, he coughed up blood, his face pale and his body swaying. Old 3. At that moment, both Li Mingyao and Li Qin, still reeling from shock, rushed over to support Li Changyuan. Cough, cough, I'm fine. This lad is ruthless, Li Changyuan uttered, spitting out more blood as he absent-mindedly stroked his white beard, only to have a significant portion break off, revealing a gash on his chin. This has gone beyond control. Third elder, what has happened to you? Li Xiao inquired, his tone sincere and devoid of mockery. It's nothing, just a minor injury. With a pill and half an hour of meditation, I shall recover, he replied. However, your physique is akin to battle armor. I have always prided myself on my formidable physical strength, commanding respect in the Haoyuan mansion. Yet you nearly displaced my organs with your strike. You are indeed formidable. I fear that even those at the first level of Dao condensation would find you a daunting opponent. As Li Changyuan spoke, he expressed a mix of admiration and astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, Li Xiao was even more astounded, for he understood the sheer destructive power he had unleashed. The convergence of 3 punches upon that man's chest had left him bewildered, suffering only minor injuries. Half an hour to recuperate? For the first time, Li Xiao felt a weight of seriousness, realizing that his previously perceived invincibility, granted by his extraordinary system resources, was not enough to disregard true strength. The realm of the has already reached such formidable heights. What then of the? Recalling the 2 mighty beings who traversed the void this morning, their clash igniting a cataclysm of energy that set the air ablaze, Li Xiao felt a dawning realization within his heart. Shower, you are truly remarkable. This evening, join us in our endeavors. You are destined to become a true powerhouse. It is an undeniable truth that Li Xiao has achieved the Breaking 5 stage. At this moment, following the words of the venerable ancestor Li Xian, Li Qin and the others have come to this understanding. Rest assured, ancestor, the Li family will undoubtedly grow stronger. Li Xiao nodded in affirmation and added, once we seize the Haoyuan mansion and the dust has settled, I shall advocate on your behalf. However, whether Fenger or Schwanger, and Yuo consent remains beyond my control. At this juncture, Li Changyuan no longer opposed the idea. Rather, he was increasingly inclined to facilitate it. I shall also speak earnestly with my granddaughter about your abilities and certain talents, in hopes of altering her perception of you. However, success in this endeavor will ultimately depend upon your own efforts, Li Mingyao remarked. The Li family, in this regard, is quite open-minded. They do not prohibit internal unions but rather welcome such occurrences. Aside from Li Zhao's lineage, others within the family merely serve the formidable ancestor and the patriarch, having been granted the Li surname. As for the elder and the third elder, they were once guardians of Li Qin, bestowed with the Li surname by ancestor Li Xian. Certainly, due to the marriage of Li Changyuan's daughter, Li Yuan, to Li Yangfeng, the son of the family head Li Qin, it can be said that Li Changyuan is also the maternal grandfather of Li Xiao. However, this relationship is not as meticulously calculated by the Li family. Rather, it is regarded through the lens of their grand familial identity. Thus, they are addressed by titles such as elder and family head. Within the Li family, there are 7 elders, 15 protectors, and 33 hall masters, in addition to over 100 disciples from 3 generations, as well as several hundred servants from the outer sect. Of course, there is also the Yang family under their command, but the influence of the Yang family must be assessed separately. Presently, among the 7 elders, the second elder has taken 4 away, leaving only the first and third elders. The 15 protectors have already lost 4, with 6 taken away, leaving merely 5. As for the 33 hall masters, 13 have perished, 20 remain, and 8 have been taken, leaving 12. According to Li Xiao's knowledge, none of them are genuinely devoted, which is indeed a lamentable situation. He chuckled. Rest assured, they will all love me without regret. Upon witnessing his smile, Li Mingyao and Li Changyuan exchanged glances of concern, yet chose to remain silent. Quickly stabilize your realms and refine the effects of the elixirs. I shall lend you my strength. Soon, we will set forth to the Yang family and execute our plan. Li Xin pondered. I understand your doubts. Yet the over 100 cities under the Moonlight Manor are not so simple. For the time being, we ought to act discreetly. It is preferable for certain families to believe our victories are mere flukes, as this will entice them to come forth one after another, leading to their demise. In due course, we can extort a bounty of resources, which would serve as an accumulation for the Li family. Furthermore, this time, Xiao'er has tirelessly labored for this matter, seizing the opportunity to vanquish numerous adversaries with the aid of external forces. Why not embrace such a chance? Li Xian's words illuminated Li Qin and the others. Indeed, had they initially triumphed with overwhelming prowess, certain duplicitous families would not have dared to confront them, thereby allowing their side to act against those individuals without justification, ultimately earning a reputation for cruelty. However, with the adversary taking the initiative, they could retaliate, compelling those families to pay reparations, thus acquiring a wealth of resources without cost. In this manner, they could also hone the Li family's mastery of combat. With such thoughts, Li Qin and the others ceased their discussions, although they yearned for Li Xiao to impart the 9 Emperor Fists to them. The urgency of the situation necessitated that they first secure the Haiyue mansion before deliberating further. In the early hours, Li Xiao transformed into Li Jian, gathering the 12 hall masters, 2 guardians, and a cadre of younger inner disciples to forge ahead toward the Yang family. Meanwhile, the ancestors of the Li family silently followed from behind. Every facet of the plan unfolded according to meticulous calculations, under the directive of the Yang family ancestor and the arrangements of the family head. Those within the Yang family who harbored ulterior motives and threatened its foundation were gathered into a single unit, commencing a brutal clash with the Li family's ranks. Subsequently, the true representatives of the Yang and Li families stood poised in direct confrontation. The conflict between the Yang and Li families erupted, and those with ulterior motives largely understood that they had been cast aside as mere pawns, yet before their true intentions were unveiled, they clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to reveal their unease. In the midst of battle, self-preservation took precedence, leading to a perfunctory engagement. However, the brutality of combat is undeniable. Once the clash commenced and blood was shed, chaos ensued, spiraling into a frenzy. Such is the nature of warfare, there is no semblance of play upon entering the battlefield. One teeters on the precipice of life and death. To not expend every effort to vanquish the foe is to court one's own demise. A piercing scream echoed across the tumultuous field as a black-clad leader from the Li family had his body shattered. His anguished cries resonated as he detonated the inner elixir he had painstakingly cultivated. With a thunderous explosion, a radius of 4 to 5 zhang saw both Li and Yang disciples, those beneath the realm of inner elixir, obliterated in an instant. Their bodies bursting forth in a crimson deluge, the carnage unspeakable. Die. Slay. Annihilate these beasts. You wretched fiends, wishing to take my life. Meet your end. Li Xiao absorbed the essence of the fallen, transmuting it into soul energy, occasionally employing the white mist to refine his being, enhancing his corporeal form. The inaugural bloodbath soon reached its conclusion. The Yang family's motley forces, numbering nearly 1,000, lay slain, while the Li family, including various leaders, suffered nearly 600 casualties, leaving only 3 survivors, who now bore a weakened essence, burdened beyond their limits. At this moment, the figure of Li Xiao, which had been manifesting as Li Jian, shifted, revealing his true form. He stood poised in the void, launching a punch towards the distance, the intent of his strike soaring to the heavens. The 3 blood-soaked hall masters were utterly defenseless, their bodies suddenly exploding, flesh and blood scattering, annihilated in an instant. The once chaotic and frenzied battlefield fell into an eerie silence. All present were struck with astonishment, staring blankly at the imperial-like imprint of fist intent suspended in the air. Their bodies chilled to the bone, hearts trembling with dread. Previously indifferent, the 6 enchanting beauties of the Li family, Li Ru, Li Ya, Li Su, Li Feng, Li Shuang, and Li Yu, now widened their beautiful eyes in shock. Could it be that what grandfather spoke of was true? How could he possibly be this powerful? Such formidable fist intent, such a solid Tao heart, such overwhelming might. The 6 women, standing together like 6 pure and delicate blossoms, captivated onlookers with their breathtaking beauty. Yet, at this moment, all their gazes were fixated on Li Xiao, who stood in the void. He had reached the condensation realm. Beside the six maidens, a young man clad in white, bearing an identical appearance to Li Xiao, exclaimed with delight. Finally, he has shown some promise, surviving beyond the confines of a woman's womb. Next to him, a charming 13-year-old girl, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, replied with a cold expression. These two were none other than Li Xiao's younger brother, Li Yao, and his little sister, Li Yun. Li Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. This young Master Li was truly extraordinary. He had once drunkenly mistaken his sister for a woman of ill repute, nearly causing a scandal, although he ultimately did not even manage to kiss her. He had thoroughly offended her. This incident remained a secret between the two of them, never to be disclosed publicly, despite young Master Li's subsequent apologies from that day forth. His sister would deliberately avoid him, always responding with cold words and a frosty demeanor. Reflecting on this scene left Li Xiao utterly speechless. Just as he prepared to utter a few words, he suddenly felt a jolt, and his gaze swept towards the dimly lit corner outside the Yang family's gate. Coldly, he declared, "You three need not hide. Come out." Humph, ignorant children, daring to be arrogant with a realm built on drugs. From the shadows, three figures clad in black emerged, encircling Li Xiao from the front and both sides. At this moment, the vastness of the world surrounded him. Unlike the constricted confines of a chamber, and Li Xiao felt liberated to act. He understood that the only way to dispel the scorn of those who underestimated him within his own family was to validate the wisdom of his ancestors through strength. These three individuals were merely at the second level of the soul condensation realm, although they were a significant level above him in cultivation. Li Xiao felt no pressure at all. With a swift movement, he unleashed three of the six formidable techniques from the illusory Void Fist. In the realm of the Void technique, he has achieved a consummate mastery, fully integrating the 9 formidable strikes that accompany it. Coupled with the prior combat experience against Li Changyuan, his proficiency in this technique has propelled him far beyond the arduous practices of Li Changyuan, leaving him leagues behind. This exemplifies the terrifying acuity of the cerebral cortex, unrivaled across the globe. The suspended killing strike, the illusory killing strike, the instantaneous killing strike. With a single punch, 3 lethal strikes surged forth in divergent directions, instantly penetrating the bodies of 3 dark-clad figures. Before they could even react, their own intent to attack was obliterated. As if they were slain 1,000 times in an instant, plummeting from the void. In a moment, these 3 were shattered by the intent of his aerial fist. Their martial hearts crushed under the illusion of the Void technique. Li Xiao's execution of this technique was nothing short of transcendent. Though the 3 did not perish, they felt as if they had met their demise, a harrowing sensation that struck terror into their very souls. At that moment, even the distant observers, Ancestor Li Xian and the Li family head Li Qin, were visibly astonished. It was evident that Li Xiao's mastery of the Void technique surpassed their understanding, reaching the pinnacle of its terrifying potential. Simultaneously, the elder of the Yang family, Yang Yinxing, family head Yang Kaimu, elder Yang Shouting, Yang Mu Yi, and protector Yang Zhengyuan, along with the hall leaders Yang Zhishan and Yang Zhenyun, were all aghast, their expressions reflecting an authenticity that left no room for pretense. In that moment, Li Xiao stood suspended in the air, his long black hair billowing like a war god descending to the earthly realm. His tall and powerful form, clad in a flowing black robe, exuded an unparalleled and captivating charm. The 3 individuals were not yet deceased, yet the profound sorrow and despair etched upon their faces were palpable. Though still alive, they were engulfed in a sense of utter hopelessness, their spirits extinguished. The act of killing itself is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is the obliteration of one's consciousness, plunging them into an endless abyss. As the 3 plummeted from the sky, instinctively they managed to land on their feet, sustaining no physical harm. However, in the next moment, Li Xiao flicked his fingers, conjuring 3 sharp strands of vital energy that transformed into small swords, which shot forth with deadly precision. In an instant, each of the 3 bore a gaping wound in their heads, one with a hole in the forehead, from which a torrent of blood gushed forth. The other 2 suffered penetrating strikes from the sides, their blood cascading down their long, dark hair, creating a river of crimson. The frozen expressions of terror, the vacant and numb visages, and the gradually dimming light in their eyes deeply unsettled every observer present. To kill was as effortless as slaughtering a dog. In a mere sweep of his hand, 3 formidable adversaries, surpassing his own realm, were annihilated without a chance to retaliate. This overwhelming display instilled fear and trepidation in all who witnessed it. In that moment, The notorious image of the debauched young master began to fade from the minds of the members of the two prominent families, leaving only the chilling, ruthless visage of a true powerhouse standing invincibly in the void. Fortunately, the elder has stated that it is not truly in opposition to the Li family. Tremors of fear coursed through the hearts of Yang Kaiwu, the head of the Yang family, and Elder Yang shouting, among others. Despite their superior strength compared to Li Xiao, they remained a step away from the realm of condensing Dao, having only reached the pinnacle of the third level of the condensing soul realm. They acknowledged that, although they could easily deal with the three formidable opponents at the second level of condensing soul, they could never match Li Xiao's extraordinary prowess. What does this signify? It signifies that Li Xiao possesses the capability to eliminate them. They belong to the first generation, while Li Xiao is from the third. Remarkably, Li Xiao is not yet 16 years old. Such terrifying strength and talent sent chills down their spines, instilling a suffocating fear. If even the seemingly hopeless young scion of the Li family is so formidable, what then of the elder of the Li family? Almost all present instinctively turned their gazes toward the Li family elder. As they did, their hearts leapt in trepidation. Even Yang Yinqing, the elder of the Yang family, could not suppress the twitching of his facial muscles, his expression transforming dramatically. For the Li family elder had seemingly returned to youth, and alongside him, the head of the Li family and the two esteemed elders had also transformed from elderly figures into their vigorous middle-aged selves. Resembling the robust old man with black hair and a long beard, what does a transformation from old to young signify? It signifies the shattering of the constraints of great realms. It signifies a substantial extension of limited lifespan. Breaking through the great realm, could it be the attainment of the void? The ever-composed Yang Yinqing, who has seen through the myriad forms of humanity and the complexities of mortal existence, now finds himself unable to maintain his usual calm. Brotherly, he stammered, overwhelmed by the thought of this realm he never dared to dream of. Although he himself stood at the pinnacle of the first level of the Dao condensation, he was acutely aware that the patriarch of the Li family, Li Xian, once reached the zenith of the third level of Dao condensation and even stepped into the realm of semi-transcendence, only to suffer injuries that led to a regression in his cultivation. Could it be that he has already recovered, achieving the void realm? And what of Li Qin and the others? Yang Yinqing felt a growing confusion. Despite his wisdom and vast experience, he remained perplexed by this matter. Daoist Yang, it has been a long time. I trust you are well, Li Xian greeted with a smile, stepping forth from the void. His movements, seemingly slow, brought him to Li Xiao's side in an instant, standing beside him. In that moment, the presence of the elder and the youth appeared to freeze in time. The elder radiating unparalleled talent, transitioning from aged frailty to the vigor of a robust middle-aged man, while the young man, blessed with astonishing gifts, shone brightly, making a profound impression. This display was nearly legendary, evoking admiration from all. Li Xiao's display not only transformed his image but also stirred the hearts of the Yang family's third-generation maidens, who once regarded him with trepidation. In this world, a man's strength only amplifies his allure, as the essence of a man's charm is intricately linked to his power, while attributes such as character, charm, appearance, and physique fall to lesser significance. Although Li Xiao was not yet 16 years old, his height of approximately 183 meters, coupled with his slender physique and handsome features, rendered him remarkably outstanding. Now, having undergone a process of refinement, he emanated an ancient, beast-like aura that rendered him even more charming, possessing a unique allure that captivated the innocent hearts of many naive young maidens. The elegance of brotherly surpassed that of the past, commanding respect and admiration from all. It appears that my defeat in the battle at the ancient relics was indeed justified. Those words are now a thing of the past. This time, you have managed the Yang family commendably. Tonight, let us march together towards the Haoyue mansion. The CF family shall cease to exist from this day forth. Furthermore, the branches of the Xia family across various cities must also be uprooted to eliminate future threats. Li Xian conveyed through voice transmission. Everything is at your discretion, brotherly. In this moment, the perpetually proud Yang Yinqing lowered his head in submission, his heart fully convinced. Ha ha ha, excellent. Yinqing, you shall not regret your decision today. Li Xian's laughter resonated through the heavens, his powerful voice echoing across the expanse, while distant cries of anguish echoed, indicating that those with ulterior motives had been vanquished by the ancestral force. Soon, the night returned to tranquility. Shower, let us proceed. The elders and hall masters of both the Li and Yang families heeded the command, preparing to depart immediately. Yes, ancestor. Despite some lingering doubts about the unusual circumstances following the battle of life and death, The humility displayed by the Yang family's ancestor enlightened them. The core members of the families, now resolute, began to take action without further hesitation. Under the guidance of the venerable ancestor Li Xian, a sphere of energy swiftly enveloped a group of individuals as they glided just above the ground. Within the luminous orb, Li Xiao had initially walked alongside Li Xian. But upon sensing the myriad gazes fixed upon his back, he felt a stirring within him and instantly materialized beside a youth who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. "Brother, is that truly you? I never anticipated you would become so powerful." The young man, strikingly similar in appearance to Li Xiao yet imbued with a youthful innocence, expressed his heartfelt joy without a trace of envy. As he spoke, Li Xiao, without the need for any telepathic connection, could distinctly perceive the genuine elation emanating from his younger brother. Perhaps this was the innate bond shared by twin brothers. "Indeed, strive diligently, and you will soon attain strength akin to mine. We are of the same blood." Li Xiao refrained from dampening his brother's spirit and instead offered words of encouragement. The sensation of having a younger brother and sister was one that Li Xiao, once an only child in his former life, could not fully comprehend. It was a remarkable feeling. Even though he was not the original Li Xiao, the instinctual kinship coursing through his veins ignited a fervor within him. "Humph, hypocritical and pretentious." A cold voice interjected from the side. Despite the astonishing display by Li Xiao, his sister, Li Yun, continued to regard him with disdain, her sarcasm unabated. Clad in a flowing gown of soft yellow, her graceful figure bore the marks of youth. Though still young, she possessed the potential for great beauty. "What are you staring at? One day, I shall pluck out those thieving eyes of yours and feed them to the crows." The young girl was consumed by rage. Seemingly recalling distressing memories, her once rosy complexion turning pale, her delicate body trembling. "Very well, then I shall gouge out my eyes to feed the birds." Li Xiao replied with a calm smile, casually reaching for his own eyes. At that moment, the armor adorning him shimmered slightly, transforming into an intangible energy that enveloped his head. Subsequently, the transformation effect of Xiaoguang activated, coalescing two orbs of energy resembling bloody eyeballs. As Li Xiao's hand approached his eyes, those eyeballs materialized in his grasp, and his own eyes burst forth in a spray of flesh and blood, as if countless streams of crimson were flowing out. A scream of terror erupted from the young girl. Li Yun, and even the other women present, including Li Feng and Li Shuang, were taken aback, their faces paling in shock. "Brother, please, take them away. Feed the birds." Li Xiao laughed, his originally handsome visage taking on a somewhat sinister and terrifying aspect, causing even the flying figures of ancestor Li Xian and Yang Yinxing of the Yang family to startle and rush over. Upon witnessing Li Zhao's appearance, their expressions turned grim. "Brother, I didn't mean to. I was just angry. I'm sorry, brother. I was wrong." Li Yun, being just a young girl, was utterly unprepared for such a scene and burst into tears. Li Xiao had merely intended to allow the little girl to vent her frustrations, unaware that she possessed a sharp tongue but a tender heart. In that moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of empathy. "All right, it's nothing to worry about." Li Xiao brushed his eyes, and in an instant, he returned to his original appearance. The bloodshot eyes that had been glaring were nowhere to be found, as if nothing had transpired. You shameless wretch." Li Yun was no fool. Upon witnessing this scene, her expression darkened and grew frigid. How infuriating it was. She had worried excessively for him, yet he had playfully mocked her. Truly a despicable beast. The young girl was filled with indignation and a sense of injustice. Her long eyelashes trembled, and tears as large as beans could no longer be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. The two elderly ancestors exchanged glances, shaking their heads in silent dismay, sharing a wry smile before turning to leave. Meanwhile, Li Yao, Li Feng, Li Shuang, Li Yu, Li Ye, Li Ru, Li Su, and others from the Yang family, including Yang Qinxue, were cold expressions, remaining silent. They too had been deceived by this insufferable fellow. How utterly shameless! To deceive such an adorable sister so cruelly was simply inhuman. Sensing the anger and murderous intent in their eyes, Li Xiao touched his nose, casually ruffled Li Yun's hair, and then playfully pinched her cheek, laughing as he said, "Little girl, remember, I am your brother, past, present, and future." His words, seemingly nonchalant, imparted a profound sense of tranquility and warmth. In that instant, Li Yun, who had felt wronged, sensed a tightening in her throat, almost moved to tears once more. This feeling of being cherished was so comforting, so serene, it enveloped her in bliss. Was this what it truly meant to be cared for? The feeling of having an elder brother is truly delightful. she mused, only to be struck by the thought that this fellow might be taking the opportunity to act inappropriately towards her. His hand even brushed against my face. Ah, what a scoundrel, this scoundrel. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her expression darkened, and with a cold huff, she retreated to the side of Li Ru, a girl known for her reticence. Li Ru, whose talents were no less than those of the renowned young master Li, was the granddaughter of Li Mingyao, and at the tender age of 18, she had already attained the first level of blood refinement, distinguishing herself remarkably. At that moment, Li Yun sought refuge beside Li Ru, who regarded Li Xiao with a calm gaze. Li Xiao met her gaze with unwavering confidence. Nearby, Li Ru's elder brother, Li Yushan, rested his chin on his hand, arms crossed, observing the two with keen interest. In the midst of their silent exchange, after a brief moment, Li Ru averted her eyes without uttering a word, while Li Xiao took the opportunity to scrutinize her from head to toe before turning around and swaggering over to stand beside his younger brother, Li Yao. Brother, you seem to have changed, Li Yao remarked innocently, scratching his head with a hearty smile. Yes, I suppose I've become more charming, Li Xiao replied nonchalantly. Indeed, quite charming, much more than before, Li Yao nodded earnestly, devoid of any ulterior motives. However, upon hearing this, the expressions on the faces of Li Ru and the others behind them grew peculiar and intriguing. Li Xiao sensed this shift in atmosphere. Yet the thoughts swirling in their minds remained a mystery to him. Brother, have you mastered the illusory void technique? I have previously encountered this illusory void technique, yet I found it utterly incomprehensible. Brother, could you elucidate it for me? Li Yao affectionately nestled against Li Xiao. Initially, he was already in close proximity to Li Xiao, but at this moment, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he drew even closer, indeed a rather endearing young lad. The two grown men, so closely aligned, initially elicited a hint of aversion in Li Xiao's heart. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found himself unable to resist the allure of this twin brother. Is this what they mean by a blood bond that transcends understanding? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the vast energy sphere. Even the two venerable ancestors were not exempt. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, upon hearing Li Xiao's proclamation, Li Xian, who was guiding the group through the air, nearly lost control of his energy manipulation and plummeted from a height exceeding 1 meter above the ground. Similarly, the expressions of the elders from the Li clan, who were aware of Li Xiao's extraordinary comprehension, morphed into a peculiar blend of astonishment and disbelief. Their facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, yet they lacked the capacity to refute him. For they understood that, in Li Xiao's case, this was indeed the truth. Even the ninth emperor's heart-extinguishing fist, which left them baffled despite consuming the divine enlightenment pill, had been mastered to perfection by Li Xiao. In contrast, he found the illusory void technique remarkably simple. Yes, it was decidedly simple. However, not everyone was privy to this knowledge, including the skeptical Yang family ancestor, Yang Yinqing, as well as the third-generation talents and maidens of the Yang clan. Their thoughts echoed with disbelief. What a boast. Continue your bluster. How arrogant. Bah. Such pretense. Standing and speaking without back pain. It is quite understandable that those who have not deeply practiced the illusory void technique remain unaware of its complexities. The hardships and obstacles encountered along the way are innumerable and ineffable. The third generation of the Li and Yang families, who are familiar with the character of young Master Li, instinctively feel that his arrogance is resurfacing. However, they are soon reminded of his previous ruthless actions, which incite a sense of anticipation within them. The illusory void technique, being a method aligned with bloodline inheritance, poses a challenge for the Yang family members positioned behind the Li family. Even if they comprehend the technique, they would struggle to cultivate anything substantial from it. Thus, there is no need for them to hesitate or retreat from hearing it. The illusory void technique fundamentally involves the refinement of acupuncture points, 372 in total. One must memorize their locations, and regardless of success, one should first acknowledge the existence of qi whirlpools in these areas and channel their vital energy into them. By persistently maintaining this thought, mastery can be achieved. It is quite simple. Li Xiao spoke truthfully, as this was indeed how he attained proficiency in the physical aspect of the illusory void technique. Of course, this process was informed by the insights of Xiao Guang's imprint. Li Xiao merely utilized this method to enhance his physical mastery of the technique. If one were to consider it from this perspective, could it not be possible for the physical body to reach such a level in a short time, even without the complete mastery of the illusory void technique? How could this be? Can mere thought render something true? If I believe there is a spirit crystal here, does that mean there truly exists a spirit crystal? Leo seemed to grasp this notion, yet found it somewhat presumptuous. One might consider that individuals of formidable strength can manifest spiritual crystals merely by concentrating their thoughts, allowing the ethereal energies of heaven and earth to coalesce into a crystal. It is quite unremarkable. The current objective is to hone this process, akin to the refinement of spiritual awareness. In truth, even if one does not succeed, the mere contemplation of this can facilitate a gradual influx of energy into the body's acupoints, potentially leading to the mastery of the illusory void technique and achieving ultimate perfection. Li Xiao elucidated. I see now. These concepts indeed stem from foundational principles. We can comprehend the acupoints and apply similar methods to refine them throughout our being, striving to cultivate all known acupoints in this manner. This is the method for refining the physical body, unrelated to the illusory void technique. However, once the acupoints are cultivated, the illusory void technique merely serves to connect and open these points. The presence of energy within the acupoints creates a bridge of communication between them, which is far superior to a mere surge of energy. Furthermore, imbuing the acupoints with spiritual awareness allows for a more adept control of energy, undoubtedly amplifying one's offensive capabilities. Do you comprehend this? Li Xiao remarked, glancing behind him with an expression that was both amused and enigmatic. Behind him, Li Ru and the others were immersed in profound realization, and as their understanding deepened, their astonishment grew ever more intense. This was nothing short of a prodigious breakthrough. Transcending traditional methods, to condense acupoints through spiritual awareness represents a novel path. The terrifying and formidable nature of this method left those who attempted it momentarily startled. The cultivation process, once it begins to condense the acupoints, causes the surrounding energy to rapidly collapse, siphoned away by the acupoints, resulting in an immediate and substantial increase in the required energy. Consequently, many who dared to try found their cultivation levels significantly regressed, leaving their faces pale with shock. However, as they comprehended the true power and horror of this technique, they were instantly filled with astonishment and excitement. Not only the members of the Li family, but even the distant Yang clan felt they had gained invaluable insights. When they glanced at Li Xiao again, their gazes were imbued with genuine respect. This respect was befitting of a true powerhouse. At this moment, even Li Xian and others could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension regarding this method of cultivation. Yet, after being repeatedly astonished by Li Xiao throughout the evening, they had grown somewhat numb to it. Instead, witnessing the shock etched on the faces of Yang Yinxing and his companions filled Li Xian's heart with a delightful sense of satisfaction. Having repeatedly experienced the extraordinary nature of this young man, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration at seeing the Yang clan so taken aback. While this method is indeed excellent, it requires a steadfast will and the ability to withstand the physical backlash. Additionally, it is crucial to adapt appropriately and harmonize it with the existing techniques. Random experimentation could lead to a backlash from one's own acupoints, jeopardizing the foundations of one's cultivation. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly a beneficial approach worthy of consideration for cultivation. However, such methods should be kept confidential and not disseminated to outsiders. After calming down, Li Xian immediately addressed the group he had brought along. He was the most venerable figure of the Li family, a prodigious talent who once engaged in a cataclysmic confrontation with the lord of the Haoyue Manor. Under the jurisdiction of Haoyue Manor, he forcefully seized control of Xinong City, establishing the Li family as the preeminent clan in the region. The indomitable aura of this elder, even after more than 30 years, remained deeply etched in the hearts of the first and second generations of the Yang family, never to be forgotten. At this moment, as the ancestor uttered such words, the elite core members of both the Li and Yang families naturally adhered to his command. Furthermore, due to the elder's remarks, these individuals gained a deeper understanding of Li Zhao's extraordinary potential. Recognizing that such a figure would inevitably astonish the entire Haoyue Manor and even the Feihong Empire in the future. Brother, you are truly remarkable. In the past, I believed that even though we are siblings born almost simultaneously, I should take care of you since you are older. I regarded you as a younger brother despite your status as the elder. However, I never anticipated that you would surpass me by such a wide margin. Li Yao expressed with heartfelt emotion. He had inherited the gentle and refined demeanor of their mother, Li Yuan. This very nature made him quite popular among the young women of the family. Unfortunately, due to Li Zhao's repeated impersonations, he too had fallen out of favor. Yet he remained unperturbed by it. Yes, that is why I am your brother, and you are my younger sibling. It is simply destined. Hee hee. Given that you are my dear younger brother, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand in the future. I promise to ensure that you will have no more doubts in your cultivation from now on. Ah, brother, you are so kind, Li Yao sweetly said, a warm and naive smile gracing his fair face. Li Xiao gently patted his shoulder, a wave of emotion washing over him. Li Yao, with his pure heart, though somewhat childish, truly embodied the spirit of brotherhood. And what of the former young Master Li? He had consistently exploited this foolish younger brother. All was understood without words. Although Li Xiao appeared somewhat arrogant and casual, and despite Li Feng and others occasionally casting lingering glances at their figures, no one perceived Li Xiao's demeanor as ostentatious. It seemed that such sentiments were genuinely heartfelt, devoid of any deception. Li Xiao was not arrogant. He simply pursued his desires with ease. Was the illusory void technique truly simple? He genuinely found it so. The reason he allowed Xiao Guang to impart insights to him was merely due to a disdain for wasting time. His own comprehension was by no means lacking. After sharing insights on cultivation with Li Yao, he noticed the group had fallen into a thoughtful silence. He then gracefully drifted towards the venerable ancestor, Li Xian. Shower. In approximately a quarter of an hour, we shall arrive at the Haoyue mansion. Our two families, once numbering nearly 4,000, now possess merely this core strength of 32. The rest are either deceased, traitorous, or mere outer disciples. Li Xian's gaze drifted over the distant mountain range, shrouded in the darkness of night, or the silent, damp forest exuded a chill that lingered in the air, accompanied by the whispering winds. The path of cultivation is forged through countless slaughters. You now possess the qualification to break the 5 forbidden domains, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly stand proudly in the southern wilderness. However, the reality is harsh and treacherous, with dangers and opportunities always coexisting. Each city boasts its own geniuses, each prefecture has its own prodigies, and each empire possesses its own talents. Yet, even an empire cannot compare to a sect. The Haoyue Prefecture, governing a population of 37.5 million, is merely a subordinate domain of the Tianjizong. The Tianjizong, a prominent sect under the banner of the Yin-Yu sect of the Feihong Empire, should not be underestimated. A single core disciple from the Tianjizong possesses enough power to unify the Haoyue Prefecture, without reaching the condensing Dao realm. One is deemed unworthy of becoming a true disciple of the Tianjizong. In this world, the numbers 9 and 5 hold great significance. Hence the disciples within the sect are categorized into 5 tiers: outer disciples, inner disciples, elites, core disciples, and true disciples. Without attaining the status of a true disciple, one ultimately remains inconsequential. This time, by annihilating the Haoyue Prefecture and taking control, we will secure 10 slots for entry into the Tianjizong, thus instilling fear in other families. In the future, you shall not merely contend with ordinary individuals, but rather stand shoulder to shoulder with one genius after another. This path, once chosen, knows no end. Li Xian spoke, his gaze fixed on the distance. At this moment, the hollow depths of his eyes seemed to harbor endless vicissitudes and deeper tales. Yet, he refrained from sharing these with Li Xiao, instead slowly unfolding this path before him. With Li Xiao's sagacity, it was evident that the ancestor was urging him to make a choice, to embark on the path of combat and growth, or to remain within the Li family, progressing gradually as the spoiled second-generation young master, overseeing the Li household. Regardless of the choice, Li Xiaoming comprehended that the ancestor would endorse his decision without coercion, for he understood the bitterness and solitude of this path, as well as the obstacles and hardships that lay ahead. To live as a hero among men and to die as a formidable spirit. Since I have already set foot in the realm beyond the 5 bands, traversing into the domain of the 9 bands in the future shall not be insurmountable. The Heavenly Mechanism sect is certainly a place I shall visit. Li Xiaoming did not hesitate. The experience of traversing and possessing another's body had nearly cost him his life several times, yet he emerged from countless tribulations. How could he then fear death? How vast is this world? A mere province under the banner of the Bright Moon House boasts a staggering population of 37.5 million, a figure beyond imagination. The Flying Phoenix Empire encompasses countless provinces. The Southern Wilderness continent is not limited to a single empire. Beyond the Southern Wilderness, other continents exist. Beyond the continents, there are seas and islands. The splendor of this world is beyond conception. How could a person of Li Xiaoming's caliber truly remain confined to the Bright Moon House as a debauched young master? Although the life of a wealthy heir is indeed comfortable, it was only after reaching the Dan condensation stage that his heart truly began to stir. He gazed upward at the dark and frigid night sky, momentarily lost in thought. The boundless expanse of stars flickered, seemingly without end, among which a particularly radiant, fist-sized dark red celestial body appeared intermittently, resembling a diminutive blood moon. The sky lacked the Milky Way, the familiar Weaver Girl and Cowherd, the Morning Star, and the Big Dipper. Everything felt both familiar and yet so alien. With the ability to harness the elemental energies of heaven and earth for flight achieved through Dan condensation, how formidable must the ninth innate realm, the transformation saint realm, truly be? Beyond the terrifying realm of transformation into a saint, does a state of sage exist? Upon departure, one realizes that even in solitude, with no significant connections to family or friends, a subtle sense of longing emerges. Chapter 023, A Ruthless Hand in Bloom. Very well, Xiar, I have comprehended your thoughts. From now on, focus solely on your cultivation. I shall vigilantly oversee the Li family on your behalf. Li Xian exhaled softly, expressing his unwavering respect and support for Li Xiao's decision. In the grand estate of the Moonlight Manor, within the chambers of the Xie family's cabinet, a solitary figure gazed contemplatively at the distant sky, his eyes vacant yet serene, as if lost in profound reflection. Surrounding the estate, the air was thick with vitality. Mist rising ethereally, and in the shroud of night, the aura of spiritual energy enveloped the surroundings in a luxurious haze. Along the way, he encountered the second elder of the Li family, who sought refuge, utilizing the strength of the Li family to launch a coordinated strike against the Xia and Feng families. This battle unfolded with astonishing abruptness. However, the Xia family appeared somewhat prepared. Yet, as he refrained from holding back this time, unleashing the lethal might of supreme spiritual-grade weaponry, the Xia and Feng families were thrown into disarray, their blood spilling like rivers. This confrontation was brutal and frenzied. What should have been a one-sided affair turned unexpectedly tumultuous. Under the carnage wrought by the supreme spiritual-grade weapons, the members of the Xia and Feng families fought to the death, even deploying numerous inferior and mid-grade spiritual weapons with savage ferocity. It was only when the tempest of rage within him began to dissipate, and he regained his composure, that he sensed something amiss as he faced the Xia and Feng families, who were still unprepared. However, Xia Wenkuan was not one to be trifled with. Even if he suspected something amiss, he wouldn't deign to care. Since the battle had commenced, he might as well seize the opportunity to obliterate them. Thus, the preceding conflict raged for over an hour, a cataclysmic clash that blotted out the very heavens. In the end, not a single soul from the esteemed Xia and Feng families of Haoyue Prefecture managed to escape with their lives. All were mercilessly slaughtered. Over 13,000 members of the two great houses were eradicated, leaving behind a river of blood and mountains of corpses. Haoyue Prefecture's strength was depleted by at least 90% of the contingent brought by the Li family. Only the second elder, fourth elder, fifth elder, two hall masters, and a protector, a mere 6 individuals, remained. Since you've arrived, why not descend? The purple-robed elder, with his hands clasped behind his back, suddenly turned his gaze towards the distance. At that moment, as Li Xian and his party approached Haoyue Prefecture, a resonant and authoritative voice boomed forth. As the sound reverberated, a group of over 20 men and women gradually materialized beside the purple-robed elder beneath the withered tree. Among them, a woman clad in snow-white garments bore an expression of icy frost. Her beautiful eyes, seemingly ablaze with an all-consuming hatred, were fixed upon Li Xiao, who stood beside Li Xian, as if he were an enemy of countless lifetimes. TSK, what's with that look, young lady? Have you taken a fancy to this young master? Li Xiao sneered, showing no deference to the renowned beauty of Haoyue Prefecture, even going so far as to mock her openly. Ignorant fool, you were once as insignificant as a dog in my eyes, and now you're nothing more than a petty man who has achieved a modicum of success. Such an arrogant individual as yourself will inevitably meet a disastrous end. Xie Yunyuan's words dripped with venomous disdain, clearly revealing her arrogance as she unjustly attributed her brother's demise and the losses of Haoyue Mansion to Li Xiao. Particularly infuriating was the fact that Li Xiao, who should have perished, was still alive. With her keen intellect, how could she not realize that everything preceding this moment was likely a trap? Observing who ultimately prevails, one can discern who truly holds the reins of power. TSK, I am certain that before I meet my demise, you will not only be dead but also in a state of decay. Li Xiao spoke with a smile, devoid of any righteous demeanor, and as he uttered these words, a powerful punch was unleashed. This strike bore no restraint. It combined the might of 3 punches into one. Executing the initial 3 moves of the 9 Sovereigns' Heart Annihilation Fist, aimed at obliterating the murderous Xiaoyu Yuan. The transparent waves of vital energy surged forth like roaring ocean waves, forming an enormous, intangible fist that enveloped Xiaoyu Yuan, poised to annihilate her. At that moment, Xiaoyu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The elder in the purple robe beside her unfurled his sleeve, exhibiting a force capable of obscuring the sun and sky. To meet the impending attack, this sleeve, akin to a colossal wave of compressed energy, effortlessly dissipated Li Zhao's formidable intent. While simultaneously surging forward like a dragon emerging from the sea, roaring as it approached Li Xiao remained utterly unperturbed, for beside him, Li Xian had already narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the unfolding confrontation. With a swift blow, a simple strike, embodying only the form of the Nine Sovereigns' heart-cleaving fist, devoid of any divine essence, shattered the colossal sleeve whip. Li Xian's hand elongated as if it were retractable, swiftly reaching the side of the elderly man in purple robes, transforming his fist into an open palm, delivering a suspended lethal strike that pierced through the elderly man's shoulder. Blood gushed forth, cascading down the purple robe like a river. The elderly figure appeared unmoved, yet in reality, he had evaded twice, narrowly avoiding the palm aimed at his head. That woman is entrusted to you. Strike her fiercely. A fleeting glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Xian's eyes. Li Xiao comprehended the situation. He understood that previously, young Master Li had been subservient beside that woman, demeaned like a dog, bringing shame to the Li family, which had caused their ancestor immense frustration. Now, with Li Xian's demeanor, he was reassured by the earlier display of decisiveness and ferocity. Good. Let us commence. With a cold command from Li Xian, Li Qin, Li Changyuan, Yang Yinqing, Li Mingyao, Yang Kai, and others ceased their hesitation and swiftly took action. The foremost talent of Haoyue Mansion? Perish. Li Xiao held nothing back, unleashing his physical power explosively. An invisible wave of energy swirling around him, distorting the void in the wake of his passage. The condensed Dan realm, quite formidable. Alas, alas, you all are far too hasty. You, insignificant insects, seek your own demise. The usually taciturn Xiaoyu Yin could not help but emit a cold laugh, her once beautiful eyes now exuding a chilling malice. As she spoke, a brilliant white light surged forth like a lightning serpent, suddenly shooting towards them. It was the very rope she had employed earlier to bind her targets. Upon witnessing this maneuver, Li Xiao could not help but scoff internally. Without resorting to the Nine Emperor Fist, he directly unleashed the might of his flesh and blood against the radiant white light. His body, tempered with the remnants of battle armor forged by the formidable cultivators of the breaking Dan realm, boasted a hardness rivaling that of spiritual-grade weaponry. How then could he fear such binding ropes? Yet, he pondered, this artifact appeared to be a remarkable tool for ensnaring others. A thought sparked in his mind, urging Xiao Guang to dismantle it. If successful, he would acquire the capabilities that came with the equipment. As this notion crossed his mind, he struck with a powerful fist, causing the ropes to transform into elongated strands that, losing their rigidity, became insubstantial and swiftly ensnared him. At that moment, a flash of azure light surged forth from the distance, hurtling towards Li Zhao's forehead with alarming speed. Suddenly, the ropes that had ensnared him rebounded, unexpectedly binding Xiaoyu Yin instead. Startled by this unforeseen turn of events, a trace of panic flickered across her face as she realized that the binding ropes she had expertly wielded had inexplicably severed their connection to her, filling her with dread. Acting with remarkable decisiveness, she spun her body almost instantaneously, her white gown radiating a luminous glow akin to moonlight, forming a formidable protective barrier. Simultaneously, Li Xiao seized the azure light, which erupted in a burst, transforming into an exquisitely crafted short dagger imbued with an ethereal aura. However, as Li Zhao's energy absorbed it, coupled with his overwhelming strength, the dagger's brilliance swiftly dimmed, reducing it to mere powder. As Li Xiao engaged in close combat with Xiaoyu Yin, his formidable physical prowess and extraordinary offensive capabilities were suddenly unleashed. He executed an infinite series of punches, delivering the Life and Death Fist, the Annihilation Fist, and the Emperor Fist in rapid succession, seamlessly intertwining them. Despite Xiaoyu Yin's swift retreat and the disintegration of the binding sky rope encircling her, along with her lower-grade spiritual armor for protection, she could not withstand Li Zhao's ferocious onslaught. Chapter 024, The Malevolent Elder Boom. 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 The overwhelming force of three powerful strikes, combined with Li Zhao's fists, relentlessly battered against Xiaoyu Yin's chest, causing her armor to shatter once more. The intent behind Li Zhao's fist penetrated her body, resulting in a series of explosions that sent flesh and blood flying. However, the moment the force approached her heart. It abruptly shattered as if confronted by a terrifying entity, diffusing the imminent crisis. Simultaneously, a streak of black light erupted from the gaping wound in her chest, where blood flowed like a river. Before Li Xiao could react, it struck him directly. A flash of white light emanated from his armor, deflecting the attack. Yet he was violently propelled backward. With a thunderous roar, Li Xiao pressed his legs firmly into the ground, sinking half a meter into the solid earth. Yet he still found himself retreating an additional 4 to 5 meters, leaving 2 deep, terrifying trenches in his wake. His blood surged and boiled within him. And the powerful armor he wore now bore a significant dent, exceeding 5 centimeters deep. Had that strike landed on his flesh, even with his extraordinary physical resilience, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe injuries. Li Xiao gazed intently at Xie Yunyan, his body trembling with determination. The stones beneath his feet exploded as he rose once more. He possessed a realm of strength superior to his opponent, yet he was nearly incapacitated by the force within the adversary. This was utterly unimaginable. Is this the trump card of a genius? It appears that the hidden strengths of every genius are indeed formidable. However, Li Xiao remained unaware that Xie Yunyan was even more astounded. That devastating strike was a precious spiritual-level protective treasure bestowed upon her by her master, Ji Wuxing, the elder of the Tianji sect. Although this treasure was a defective version, capable only of passive retaliation and limited to 3 uses, it was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. Even a formidable being at the 3rd level of Dao condensation would be obliterated upon impact. These were the very words of her master. At this moment, Li Xiao actually stood up as if nothing had happened. Xie Yunyan's expression dimmed, and suddenly, her delicate form froze in realization. The opponent's fist, the lethal move, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Xia Chongfeng from the previous morning, so violently reminiscent. It was you. Cursed be it. A thought struck Xie Yunyan, and in an instant, an overwhelming fury engulfed her. Initially shaken by Li Xiao's overwhelming prowess, her anger now eclipsed all else. The bitterness and resentment over her brother's death erupted within her. Her blood surged, igniting like raging flames, roaring in fury. Meanwhile, the members of the Li family, along with the second elder, engaged in a fierce battle, their overwhelming strength eliciting heart-wrenching screams from their opponents. Some, paralyzed by fear, begged for mercy. But it was all in vain. Regret and remorse had come too late. Betrayal could only lead to slaughter, leaving them to await their demise. Li Qin unleashed a devastating blow, shattering half of the second elder's body into a mist of crimson as dismembered intestines rained down from the sky, with blood boiling and gushing in torrents. Simultaneously, Li Mingao and Li Changyuan executed their own techniques, phantom slash and instantaneous kill, mercilessly forcing the formidable members of the Xie family from the Haoyue manor to spew blood. Their plight utterly tragic. At this moment, Yang Yinxing displayed a grand and audacious prowess. His palm techniques crackled with the fury of thunder, the 5 thunder palm turning the battlefield into chaos. Energy roaring forth as 2 assassins from Haoyue manor cried out in agony, overwhelmed by the onslaught. The venerable ancestor of the Li family, Li Xian, delivered punch after punch, causing Xie Wenkuan, the lord of Haoyue manor, to tremble incessantly. He incessantly stuffed his mouth with potent elixirs. Yet even with a supreme spiritual weapon, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of overwhelming martial intent. He roared in frustration, his anger palpable but utterly futile. With each strike he attempted to parry, he was forced to wield his exquisite spiritual whip. Once or twice he could manage. But what of 10 or 8 times? Li Xiao emerged from the rubble, his aura radiating fierce determination, drawing boundless energy from the surroundings. His vitality not diminished, but rather amplified as he grew increasingly formidable with each clash. The explosive force of his flesh and blood was suffocating. With a single step, the ground beneath him, already cracked from the blows, began to disintegrate into dust. The blood that adorned him was not his own, but that of Xie Yunyan. The blood on his armor had nearly coagulated, while Xie Yunyan herself lay in a pitiful state, her once goddess-like form grotesquely marred, her body ravaged and broken, with one breast shattered, revealing a glimpse of a grape-like orb beneath. The battlefield was dire, and in such a splendid spring, no one paid heed. Xie Yunyan, driven to madness, ceased her resistance and restraint, swallowing numerous elixirs, unleashing boundless energy as her strength surged from the pinnacle of the blood refinement 3rd layer directly into the Dan condensation realm. Simultaneously, she refined her essence blood, frantically activating a black object within her, resembling a button. The moment this object emerged, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming threat. In that instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. He summoned all his strength to activate his battle armor while merging seamlessly with Xiaoguang. In a fleeting moment, he perceived countless vulnerabilities. Xie Yunyan appeared as an exposed target, utterly devoid of any defensive capability. With a sudden movement, Li Xiao's body contorted oddly, his head remained still, as if frozen in place, yet his body shifted laterally over a considerable distance. The bones in his neck cracked ominously as he made this motion, resembling the lateral glide of a soft-bodied creature, rendering Xie Yunyan momentarily stunned, her pupils constricting in shock. A wave of panic surged within her. A chilling sensation of death enveloped her, causing her delicate frame to tremble and her soul to shudder. "Master, save me!" Xie Yunyan shrieked, her voice piercing and shrill. At that moment, an absolute terror swept through Li Xiao's body and mind, and as he merged with Xiaoguang, he felt as though he were being scrutinized by an ancient, fearsome beast of the cosmos, engulfed in an icy dread that penetrated to the core of his being. Yet, just when this chilling essence threatened to freeze his very soul, the golden spirit within his brow suddenly opened its eyes, and with a mere inhalation, the frigid aura dissipated entirely. Li Xiao shivered involuntarily. Instinctively employing the 9 Emperor Thunderlight escape to distance himself from Xie Yunyan. In truth, even if he had chosen to remain, he would have been incapable of slaying Xie Yunyan, for the one who was fixated upon him exuded a suffocating strength. A sinister laughter echoed from afar, reminiscent of an ancient malevolent spirit, chilling, frigid, and wicked, instilling a sense of dread akin to plunging into an icy abyss. "Dare to harm my disciple, you wretched ants. Perish." The voice drew nearer, and at that moment, the onlookers beheld a figure, emaciated and hollow-eyed, exuding a coldness akin to a corpse long decayed. His malevolent grin elicited gasps of horror. He radiated an aura of terrifying chill, surpassing even that of the venerable ancestor Li Xian. In that instant, Li Xiao's countenance darkened. At that very moment, Li Xian, who had merely been pressuring and subduing the lord of Haoyue Mansion, Xie Wenkuan, suddenly struck, piercing through Xie Wenkuan's body in an instant. Subsequently, Xie Wenkuan's form erupted, and Li Xian seized the exquisite spiritual-grade whip weapon from his hands, unleashing a strike toward the loathsome elder, reminiscent of a long-decayed corpse. Swish, thud, boom. The two engaged in a brief exchange, their energies colliding in a tempestuous display, sending shockwaves rippling through the space. The Li and Yang family members, shielded by Li Xian's protective energy, remained unscathed. However, those from the Xie and Li families who had yet to succumb found themselves utterly obliterated, their bodies shattering like porcelain under the force of the unleashed energy. Blood cascading throughout Haoyue Mansion. The elder, possessing considerable prowess, deemed himself worthy to command the Haoyue residence. With a mere gesture, he summoned Xie Yunyan to his side, proclaiming her to be a person of great significance to his clan's young master. "Devote yourself to your training. In due time, opportunities shall abound," he advised. Noticing Xie Yunyan's unwavering gaze fixed on Li Xiao, he let out a cold chuckle, insinuating that while she might have her chance for vengeance, it would not be today. Yet, in the next instant, he unleashed a venomous strike aimed at Li Xiao, revealing the depths of his malice. Chapter 025. Golden Core. Under the weight of that piercing gaze, Li Xian erupted in anger, drawing forth another whip infused with the ultimate technique of the illusory void. The void kill. The elder, acting swiftly, conjured a radiant blade with a flick of his hand, casting it forth effortlessly. This short sword swiftly dismantled the formidable attack of the Li family's ancestor, while simultaneously, the two piercing gazes penetrated Li Xiao's very being. "Enough, old man. Let us depart," came a thunderous voice from afar, resonating like rolling thunder, shaking the very fabric of the heavens and earth. At that moment, as the two malevolent energies invaded his soul, Li Xiao's golden soul figure did not even open its eyes. Instead, a spectral hand emerged, grasping the two sinister forces and tearing them to shreds. The old man, resembling a zombie, trembled at the impact. Yet his face remained expressionless as he glared into the distance, his eyes flickering with fierce resentment. It was evident that he attributed the disruption of his lethal strike to the figure in the distance. "You old cur, with your pretentious theatrics. I shall eventually sever your head and use it as a chamber pot." Li Xiao similarly chuckled coldly, his soul formidable, unafraid of the old man's sinister and malevolent soul pressure. At that moment, he even hoped the elder would strike at him once more, as he relished the thought of catching the old fellow off guard, potentially leading to his utter demise. "Ha ha!" A chilling and malicious laughter echoed again. As the elder's eyes sparkled with a strange light, he cast a glance at Li Xiao before turning away nonchalantly, remarking, "You shall soon discover the identity of the person you have offended, insignificant creature." As he spoke, he stood not far in front of the crowd, his back turned to them, completely oblivious to the danger. However, after finishing his words, both he and the venomously hateful Xie Yunyan vanished from sight. In the wake of his disappearance, Li Xian swiftly appeared beside Li Xiao, concern etched across his face. With a grave expression, he asked, "Xiao, are you all right? Grand Ancestor, I'm unscathed. That old fossil thinks he can intimidate me with his aura, utterly deluded." Meanwhile, Li Yu quickly joined Li Jiao's side, visibly irate. "That old wretch is detestable, like a walking corpse. Once I grow stronger, I shall help you turn him into a true corpse. Indeed, you must intensify your training, for the gap between you and me is still considerable." Li Xiao smiled gently as he reached out to stroke Li Yao's head. This gesture caused him to momentarily pause, as if he were not interacting with his younger brother, but rather with his own descendant. It felt akin to that of a benevolent elder tenderly caressing the head of his grandson, filled with warmth and tranquility. The sensation came unexpectedly and inexplicably, yet it resonated deeply within his heart. In that moment, Li Xiao comprehended that his 2 lifetimes had profoundly altered his temperament. "Brother, our talents are quite comparable. I assure you, I am no less capable," Li Yao declared, a newfound warmth gracing his otherwise handsome face as he defiantly shook his clenched fist. Embodying a spirit of "I am not to be underestimated," Li Xiao chuckled softly, glancing at his sister Li Yun, who was mingling with Li Ru and others. It seemed that upon sensing Li Zhao's gaze, the group of 7 women, with the exception of Li Ru, instinctively averted their eyes from him. Li Xiao nodded calmly at Li Ru, his expression remaining serene. At that moment, the remaining members of the Li and Yang families commenced the task of clearing the battlefield. Many of the captured enemies, still alive but apprehended, bore ashen faces, their expressions reminiscent of death itself. At this juncture, there was little left to discuss. These individuals were acutely aware of the grim fate that awaited them and had resigned themselves to abandoning their futile struggles. The power displayed by the Li family this time was unparalleled and formidable. Not even those of exalted status could inflict harm upon them. This clearly illustrates the dominance of the Li family over the residents of the Xie family in Haoyue Prefecture, while the resources and influence of the Feng and Xia families were under the control of the Yang family. Following this conflict, what remained was the consolidation of resources and the clearing of the battlefield. Li Xiao paid little heed to these matters. With a mere shift of his figure, he stepped into the void, radiating golden light as he executed the thunder escape technique, resembling a war deity racing through the night sky, vanishing like a flash of lightning. He departed unimpeded. Even Li Xian tacitly accepted his outing without protest. At this moment, Li Zhao's strength was on par with the 3rd elder, Li Changyuan. A man of madness, endowed with a sacred-level technique, the vastness of Haoyue Prefecture posed no barriers to him. Under the cover of night, countless eyes followed Li Zhao's departure, while the previously evasive gazes of several maidens now fixed upon the horizon, lost in an inexplicable reverie. In this battle, Li Zhao's performance far surpassed that of his encounter with the Yang family, his extraordinary talent rivaling that of legendary figures. This exuded an invincible aura, an ineffable divine majesty. Even when confronted by the ghostly visage of the aged opponent, Li Xiao faced him with pride, as he traversed the realms of the Xia and Feng families. The fallen lay scattered in the wake of such brutal conflict. Both great families had been decimated, yet no outsiders dared to seize the spoils. A testament to the terror instilled by this bloody night. As he soared over the mountain of corpses, an endless stream of vital energy and souls, akin to countless twinkling stars, flowed into his being, further refining his physical form to the brink of explosion. It was only then that Li Xiao absorbed the purified energy into the depths of his soul. Although these individuals had perished nearly 2 hours prior, the vitality of a warrior's spirit is remarkably potent, naturally lingering far longer, especially for those unwilling to accept their demise. This time, Li Xiao absorbed the essence of nearly 20,000 souls, and at last, the golden spirit stirred. It felt as if he had taken a sip of divine elixir. A wave of satisfaction coursing through him. Li Xiao experienced a delightful and euphoric resonance within his soul, causing his entire being to tremble uncontrollably. His bones emitted a series of grinding sounds, as if they were being finely honed. Suddenly, a gentle, refreshing coolness emanated from his brow, enveloping his body, dispelling the earlier sensation of impending explosion. His physical form became even more condensed, the feeling of strength intensifying. while his realm remained at the pinnacle of the first layer of Dan formation. Li Xiao's Dan had transformed from a mere translucent essence indistinguishable from that of ordinary individuals into a true golden radiance, identical in hue to that of his soul. The inner Dan, resembling a supreme elixir, shimmered with an unparalleled allure. Merely sensing it filled Li Xiao with an overwhelming, boundless energy. However, the presence of soul energy within the golden Dan left him somewhat perplexed, for in this world, no one's inner Dan had ever possessed such a soul essence. Chapter 026, The Innate Nine Realms. As Li Xiao contemplated, the golden elixir suddenly established an inexplicable connection with his soul. With a mere thought, the golden figure of his soul slightly unfurled, and the golden elixir surged forth from within, being unexpectedly engulfed by the soul's corporeal form. Upon sensing this development, Li Xiao could not help but furrow his brow in concern. The condensation realm, the refined inner elixir, was gone. Was this not tantamount to rendering his cultivation futile? However, his intrinsic strength remained intact. In fact, under these circumstances, each of his movements seemed to resonate with a surge of soul energy, amplifying his might and prowess. Fear not, Li Xiao. I have been contemplating a significant matter regarding the cultivation system of this world, spoke the auxiliary light brain, Xiao Guang, which had merged with Li Xiao's split soul. Oh, Li Xiao replied, his brow knitting further. The primary focus pertains to the analysis of realms, specifically the so-called rules. Let us first address the connection between the soul and the inner elixir. As I previously mentioned, when your soul traversed dimensions, a trace of imperial blood from your physical form was refined and integrated into your soul. This led to certain mutations, resulting in numerous outcomes that even the light brain cannot presently ascertain. However, the infusion of the inner elixir into the soul for nurturing is indeed beneficial, as it fosters a deeper harmony between the soul and the body, establishing a more intimate connection with the Dantian. Furthermore, considering the techniques of the illusory void art and the light brain's current research into the spatial properties of the Qiankuan ring, this method allows you to persist more safely. Xiaoguang's analysis left Li Xiao in deep contemplation. He understood its implications quite well. The absence of an internal elixir signified a lack of cultivation. If the internal elixir were to shatter before reaching the Dan realm, it would denote the destruction of one's cultivation. With Xiaoguang's insights, Li Xiao found solace. Indeed, his soul remained tethered to his true form on earth, while his corporeal body belonged to the young Master Li. Nevertheless, he retained complete dominion over both, a circumstance that proved beneficial for both body and soul, and thus Li Xiao held no objections. Even if the nurturing process offered minimal enhancement to his strength, it still constituted a form of advancement, a positive development. Given the mutation of his soul, Li Xiao chose not to become overly fixated on this aspect. This matter bears little significance. Please share your judgments regarding the realms of cultivation. Li Xiao settled his mind and glided slowly through the night sky. Upon reaching the ninth layer of true energy, he transformed this energy into innate primordial energy, stepping into the so-called innate realm. In this expanse, innate refers to the gathering and refining of celestial energy as a foundational stage of cultivation. The first stage of the innate realm, known as the gathering of Yuan, essentially involves consolidating primordial energy to enhance the body, facilitating its initial evolution and boosting cellular vitality. During this phase, there are 3 tiers of transformation, corresponding to the cell membrane, cytoplasm, and nucleus. Of course, once the transformation of the nucleus is achieved, one may ascend to the next realm. However, this leap entails substantial changes within the nucleus itself, making the advancement through the 3 tiers relatively manageable. The true challenge lies in the evolution from the nucleus to a higher level of the cell membrane, which is considerably more arduous. This represents a true breakthrough in realms. The practitioners here possess a profound understanding of the various barriers and challenges they face. Based on this insight and the diverse energy indices of this continent, it is conceivable that certain life forms inhabiting this land may be extraordinarily formidable. Xiaoguang transmitted his analytical data, though this was merely a means of communication. For Li Xiao was currently unable to fully harness the immense capabilities of the light brain's assistance. He could only integrate it with communication and combat support. The information from Xiaoguang plunged Li Xiao into contemplation. As a system light brain, Xiaoguang is replete with vast data and extensive knowledge. To be described as a remarkably powerful life form by him suggests an extraordinary nature, perhaps even surpassing the Saint Transformation realm. This was something I had suspected earlier. This planet is indeed remarkable. Li Xiao strongly concurred, from the moment he witnessed the 2 formidable beings clashing in the skies, causing cataclysmic upheaval. he realized that this world surpasses imagination. Indeed, continuing to discuss realms, the Gathering Yuan realm corresponds to the transformation and refinement of the body. Following this, one naturally progresses to altering the bloodline, facilitating its evolution, which is known as the blood refinement realm. Once the bloodline has been transformed, the capacity to store vital energy is modified, leading to the condensed pill realm. After the evolution of the physical body, bloodline, and energy absorption capacity, the soul undergoes its initial transformation, marking the first intersection with the soul. This state, referred to as condensed soul, is essentially the awareness of the soul's existence and the ability to exert a degree of control over it, which is the source of one's momentum. The aura and pressure are manifested within this condensed soul realm. The transition from the condensing Dan realm to the condensing soul realm signifies a profound chasm. It is indeed true that a multitude of individuals find themselves ensnared at this juncture, which is entirely normal. For not every being possesses the capacity to perceive their own soul, to sense the soul, to cultivate and strengthen it, and ultimately to solidify its essence. The subsequent evolution lies in the Tao, in the comprehension of the principles of the universe and the nascent forms of the Great Way. This is what constitutes the realm of Tao condensation. From this perspective, the formidable beings who initially traversed this path of rules were truly extraordinary individuals, comparable to core intelligences. Breaking through the Dan realm is akin to shattering constraints and igniting a new beginning. In this new birth, all attachments are relinquished, dissolving into the void, which defines the realm of emptiness. However, the difficulty of this step lies in the fact that even if one successfully breaks through the Dan, achieving emptiness is not a matter of mere desire. In the realm of emotional civilization, the pursuit of emptiness is the most arduous of endeavors. It embodies a profound principle. Thus, the ancestral figure of the Li family, Li Xian, was able to attain the realm of emptiness. Of course, he himself was an exceptional genius. Without such brilliance, reaching the realm of emptiness would have been an insurmountable challenge. Following the attainment of the realm of emptiness, one embarks upon another evolution. The notion of success being emptiness and failure also being emptiness leads to the understanding that having attained emptiness, one must again shatter that emptiness to grasp the Tao within the interplay of emptiness and non-emptiness. This is what is referred to as the fragmented emptiness realm, the eighth innate realm. The transformation into Sage realm is akin to advancing from the ninth layer of True Qi to the Gathering Yuan realm, marking yet another new starting point. As for the subsequent paths of cultivation and the nature of the realms to come, the current data is insufficient for any conclusive deductions. However, the atmosphere within the space is thick with the presence of thunder, and the spatial barriers are intensely formidable, suggesting that one may face tribulations of heavenly calamity. The path of cultivation ahead appears fraught with challenges and obstacles, unlikely to be smooth. The innate 9 realms, under the scrutiny of Xiaowang's analysis, unveil a terrifying evolutionary path. Meticulously structured, it becomes evident that the architect of this Tao possesses extraordinary talent, bordering on the celestial. Upon discovering that this cultivation pathway and its realms were conceived by a prodigious ancestral figure, and that the entire continent now treads upon this individual's legacy, Li Xiao was left more astounded than when he learned that the Changkong Dan was forged from the very essence of a human soul. Chapter 027, Creating One's Own Tao. Xiaowang's revelations allowed him to truly grasp the significance of the innate 9 realms. Presently, he found himself at the initial stage of the condensation Dan realm, where he had yet to penetrate deeply into the cellular structure. The vital energy had not yet forged pathways with the cells. Upon reflection, he gained clarity regarding the underlying issues, recognizing that targeted breakthroughs would be considerably more manageable. However, with this profound understanding, Li Xiao felt an even greater conviction that each session of cultivation should also refine the cell nucleus, undoubtedly the most comprehensive approach. Though uncertain, Li Xiao inferred from these analyses in the data repository of the light brain that if one aspires to traverse further into the cosmos, for instance, piercing through the universe and crossing star domains, reliance on the Tao of this plane should be moderated. My intention is not to dissuade you from comprehending the heavenly principles. Quite the opposite, you should immerse yourself completely in the understanding of the world's Tao. Only through absolute comprehension and profound insight can one evolve their own Tao, which is to say, their own laws. In the truly advanced planes, intelligence can even amalgamate with the cultivator's energy to create real spaces, resembling planes, resembling worlds. I now remind you that I am planting a seed within you, which may one day lead you to discover your own path. The paths of others cannot penetrate your heart. Admittedly, this notion may seem distant at present, yet it is essential for you to comprehend. Xiao Guang solemnly conveyed some information. This became clear to me after I analyzed the 9 and 8 realms. Others may forge their own paths, and I too can. As for what you mentioned regarding higher intelligence and the higher dimensions of reality, I shall address that when I have acquired sufficient strength. All things must progress in due course. Li Xiao took a deep breath, standing motionless in the void. When Xiao Guang spoke with gravity, Li Xiao even paused his stride. Lost in contemplation, his garments billowing in the night sky. This is good. Xiao Guang exhaled, finally revealing to Li Xiao the most crucial information he had analyzed. Above them, the infinite expanse appeared cold and dark, adorned with countless stars that seemed to stretch into eternity. Which of those stars could be the sun of the Milky Way? In the vast cosmos, even planets seem insignificant. Xiao Guang spoke of traversing the universe and crossing star realms. Contemplating these thoughts, Li Xiao could not help but smile wryly, yet he was filled with longing. If one day I can breach the cosmos, then I shall surely create my own path, transforming my ancestral planet, Earth, into a true realm of cultivation within the Milky Way. At that time, I shall establish my realm through the path of the immortal and divine. What is known as true energy is the practice of qi. The gathering of essence is the foundation. The condensing of elixirs is the culmination. After forming the elixir, what need is there to comprehend the soul? The elixir signifies the egg, and the egg nurtures life. When the egg shatters, a second life emerges, the primordial infant reveals itself. The growth of the primordial infant leads to the evolution of the second divine ability, transitioning into the realm of transformation. After this transformation, the primordial infant undergoes a metamorphosis, entering the stage of infant transformation, where the second primordial spirit merges with the soul, achieving a unity of divine abilities, thus attaining the state of integration. The soul, the primordial spirit, and the essence unite as one. Following this integration, one directly confronts the heavenly tribulation, defying the heavens, enduring the thunderous calamities, and questioning what remains after the sanctification, an endeavor deemed unwise. After the thunder tribulation, one can tear asunder the void and ascend to a higher plane of existence. The 9 realms of cultivation, qi refining, foundation establishment, Dan formation, primordial infant, transformation, infant metamorphosis, integration, tribulation crossing, and ascension, perfectly align with the supreme essence of 9. Such thoughts crossed Li Xiao's mind, and as he pondered, the heavens and earth manifested a terrifying phenomenon. With boundless tribulation thunder and purple lightning rolling like the advent of the apocalypse. At this moment, the golden soul within Li Xiao's brow opened its eyes for the first time, his body trembling, as the golden core within his soul seemed on the verge of shattering. In this instant, Li Xiao felt as though he had plunged into the realm he envisioned. However, a tremendous danger rapidly coalesced around him, with the surrounding space distorting, as if on the brink of collapse. Within the warped space, ominous clouds churned, revealing countless ferocious demons, grinning wickedly and roaring. All anomalies dissipated as Li Xiao's inner core returned to its rightful place. In a fleeting moment, the vast, dark firmament re-emerged, with the purple thunderclouds and distorted spaces vanishing as if they had never existed. A singular thought could shatter him to dust, rendering him as ephemeral as smoke. Li Xiao sighed deeply, ultimately realizing the arduous nature of forging one's own path, defying the heavens, and the immense challenges it entails. With his formidable strength, even when he activated the divine dragon battle body of the purple blood, he could not withstand even a sliver of heaven's wrath. The disparity was as vast as the chasm between a speck of dust and the cosmic expanse of the galaxy. Merely contemplating such a scenario evoked an overwhelming sense of dread. Should one actually proceed down that path, the consequences would be truly horrifying. Li Xiao, the recent circumstances serve as irrefutable evidence that my previous analyses were entirely accurate, and they also confirm that your envisioned path is fundamentally reasonable. Previously, Li Xiao had not concealed his thoughts. He had shared some of his musings with Xiao Guang, which is why Xiao Guang was aware of them. Generally speaking, if Li Xiao did not wish for Xiao Guang to comprehend his intentions, a mere shift in his thoughts would render Xiao Guang incapable of transgressing. Xiao Guang was merely a fragment of his soul, an entity fused with the functions of a light brain, utterly incapable of defying him. Should he perish, both Xiao Guang and the other system functionalities would be obliterated. This was the outcome of Li Xiao's conquest over the system's intelligence. Indeed, however, to transcend the shackles of heaven and earth and forge one's own path, one must first fully comprehend the principles governing this realm. Only by mastering the essence of this world does one earn the right to break free from its confines. Xiao Guang, your recent analysis has captured the true essence of the matter. Li Xiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Li Xiao, although you currently appear weak, this world is replete with countless extraordinary talents, yet your greatest distinction lies in the fact that they remain oblivious to their own paths. They are ensnared by the rules of this realm, unable to carve out a true path of their own, ultimately rendering them pitiable. As for Li Xiao, he is now acutely aware of the long road that lies ahead. He has discerned the direction and harnessed the energy to support his journey, ensuring that he will not lack vitality. Therefore, his path is indeed incomparable to theirs. Suddenly, Xiaowang transmitted additional information. Are you suggesting that the prodigies of this world possess extraordinary abilities? Are you concerned that I might waver in my convictions without being aware? After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao hesitated before responding. There is some merit to that concern. Earlier, during your confrontation with Xie Yuyan, as her blood stained you, I assessed the essence of her lineage. Within her blood flows unparalleled strength, and once its potential is unleashed, leading to an evolution of her bloodline, the outcomes could be immeasurable. Henceforth, you must exercise caution. Xiaowang's tone conveyed a sense of gravity. Indeed, I have long sensed that this woman is far from ordinary. Ah, it appears we are not alone. It seems that after the earlier disturbance, others suspect that treasures may have emerged nearby. Li Xiao cast a sweeping glance around, silently surveying the terrain, before merely shifting his body and proceeding with measured steps. You there, halt. Yes, I am referring to you. From a distance, several voices echoed, each distinct yet unified by a singular trait: arrogance. Utterly unbridled arrogance. Chapter 028. Disciples of the war sect. Li Xiao understood that those who are arrogant often possess some degree of skill and reliance. However, he had extinguished the very system that governed him, relying on the ruthless absorption of the vitality and souls of others for his cultivation. After traversing through realms and refining the blood of an emperor, he harbored an inexplicable sense of superiority. Viewing the inhabitants of this world as mere natives, how could he tolerate such brazen audacity in their presence? With a stoic expression, he gradually turned to the side. Standing motionless in the void, his gaze serene as he observed the distant, darkened sky. There, mist swirled, resplendent with vibrant hues, yet devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. As one drew closer, 5 majestic cloud steeds, resembling ethereal white horses with wings akin to those of angels, became visible amidst the swirling mists. Each standing approximately 3 meters tall. Their manes flowed like silky white satin, and their muscular limbs were taut with latent power radiating around them. Beneath these cloud steeds, faint arcs of azure lightning flickered, occasionally enveloping their hooves, yet were obscured by the outer veil of fog, rendering them unobtrusive. What truly captured attention were the 5 figures seated upon the cloud steeds, 3 men and 2 women, clad in resplendent armor that glimmered with an array of colors, exuding an air of opulence. They carried long swords, wore silken sashes, and held long blades, their expressions a blend of curiosity and skepticism as they approached. Among them was a striking young man, his delicate features reminiscent of a beautiful woman. His phoenix-like eyes and exquisite nose were captivating. Leading the charge, he brandished his sword, pointing it menacingly at Li Xiao's head as he advanced. Kid, consider yourself fortunate for not fleeing. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Now, surrender your treasures. How dare a beggar like you possess such valuable items? Hurry up. What treasures could possibly be found in such a trivial place? If there are any, they would likely be of little value. A young man, strikingly handsome, was met with a frown from a woman clad in white battle armor. Though it may be a small locale, the treasures here are not to be underestimated. My little listening senses something of significance, and it is quite exhilarated at this moment, he explained, his demeanor composed yet confident. Oh, even little listening is stirred? It seems this little fellow has stumbled upon a monumental opportunity, remarked a beautiful woman in red, laughing softly. Despite her tender age of merely 17 or 18, her calling Li Xiao little fellow revealed her undeniable arrogance. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with curiosity as she scrutinized Li Xiao, moving her gaze from his face to his form, before her expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. I didn't expect you to be a genius as well. Haha. What kind of genius could possibly emerge from such a backwater region? Yet, at this age and with such prowess, you truly are a genius that is indeed thrilling and exciting. The alluring young man chuckled heartily. The group openly mocked and jested before Li Xiao, yet he remained unperturbed, his expression tranquil, his gaze imbued with a serene indifference to life and death. I am curious, if you deem the resources of the Bright Moon Mansion unworthy, does that imply you possess an abundance of resources yourselves? Li Xiao's gaze was equally unrestrained, fixed upon the woman in red and the one in white. These two ladies possessed alluring figures, their curves accentuated despite the armor that enveloped most of their bodies, revealing patches of delicate, fair skin. The voluptuous contours of their bosoms were ensconced within the rounded protection of their armor, while their slender waists were prominently displayed. Their smooth, flat abdomens, though covered, evoked visions of enchanting landscapes. With a discerning glance, Li Xiao's sharp eye swept over the two women, causing their expressions to shift abruptly. How brazen! How audacious! Those wretched barbarians! Seeking death! In an instant, the five individuals were incensed by Li Xiao's unabashed, lecherous gaze, their earlier joviality evaporating as they erupted in fury. In a synchronized response, they launched an assault against him. A powerful wave of combined attacks surged forth, creating an explosive force that penetrated Li Xiao's figure. However, he flickered, leaving behind a dissipating illusion in his wake, only to reappear in the same spot moments later. Behind him, energy detonated, yet it did not affect him in the slightest. Vile creatures, dressing like this is merely for the male gaze, isn't it? Without a man to admire you, even if you stripped bare, you'd still be nothing but a wretched form, pretending to be innocent. Li Xiao chuckled mockingly. Though he feigned lasciviousness and arrogance, he held no regard for such self-important women. He would not deign to touch those who offered themselves so freely. You immature little pests, do not try to outsmart me with your words. You audacious young rascal. You have managed to provoke us. Ignorant fool, this time, it will be difficult for you to escape with your life. We were initially inclined to grant you a swift end, but your insolence has led us to decide to use your body to nourish my little companion. The five individuals were incensed by Li Xiao's words, and instead of launching casual attacks, they simultaneously drew their respective weapons, channeling their energy towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao squinted, a chilling smile gracing his face. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 spiritual-grade weapons were activated, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, they were already upon Li Xiao. He was taken aback. The strength of these disciples was indeed extraordinary, though all 5 were merely at the second level of soul condensation. The power they wielded through the spiritual-grade weapons was suffocatingly formidable. In that moment, Li Xiao realized that the cultivation knowledge he had acquired, as well as his understanding of wielding spiritual-grade weapons and armors, was vastly insufficient, a mere shadow compared to the sophistication and depth with which these individuals controlled their weapons. However, Li Xiao did not hesitate. Without even making a proactive move, he merely utilized his soul to transform into a wave of spiritual consciousness that made contact with the 3 spiritual-grade weapons. Suddenly, the wave of spiritual consciousness shifted dramatically, reversing its force. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thud, thud, thud. The bodies of the 3 celestial beasts, the flying cloud horses, were pierced by the spiritual-grade weapons, with blood splattering several meters into the air, cascading like a crimson rain. The celestial beasts roared and charged wildly, their wings flapping, stirring up boundless whirlwinds that howled through the skies. The flying steeds went completely mad, thrashing and crashing through the void, ultimately succumbing as their blood dried up, their bodies convulsing before plummeting to the ground, lifeless from the loss of their vital essence. Meanwhile, the woman in white waved her hand, and a silken strand transformed into a long whip, striking forth. Although it did not reach Li Xiao, the force of its movement tightened his heart. Akin to the breathless thrill experienced on a roller coaster, his heart racing uncontrollably, indicative of yet another weapon of extraordinary power. Simultaneously, the woman in red flicked the crimson silk at her waist, which morphed into a colossal red dragon, its maw wide open as it devoured Li Xiao whole. In the air, tranquility returned, the 5 individuals appearing somewhat disheveled, yet largely unscathed, the only loss being the 3 flying steeds. We have underestimated our opponents. In such a diminutive locale, it is surprising to encounter a native with notable talent. Given the chaotic energies, advancing so swiftly into the condensation realm is indeed impressive. Sister Wang, you should have subdued him by now. He ought to be reduced to ashes. Present that treasure for us to see. It must be something extraordinary to provoke such excitement and shouting. Very well, Brother Chen, please wait a moment. The woman in red nodded, then waved her hand, causing the crimson silk to flutter. However, this time, instead of a red dragon emerging, a flash of red light passed, revealing cracks in the silk, which then shattered into powder, dissipating with the wind. Ah, this is my blood dragon silk. Damn it, it must be that despicable wretch meddling again. The woman in red, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury, appeared exceedingly displeased. At that moment, a figure emerged from the flickering red light, clad in a flowing black robe, a mischievous expression adorning his face. Is this the prowess of a grand sect's master? An elite disciple? Or perhaps a core disciple? Such arrogance! Seeking death! Enough with the idle chatter. I shall escort you to your demise. It is a waste of my time, one of the five shouted angrily. Step aside. I shall demonstrate to him what it means to be a core disciple. The woman in red, despite her grim countenance, swiftly blocked the path of the woman in white and the three young men. The four were taken aback, but said nothing further, retreating a few steps to stand behind her. At this juncture, Li Xiao, who had intended to strike down the five, found his interest piqued by the woman's words. The reason he had been entangled with them without truly unleashing his lethal intent was that he required Xiao Guang to analyze the method of weapon manipulation. Each of these individuals possessed secret techniques, extraordinary in nature. If they were to make another move, Xiao Guang could calculate certain elements of immense significance to Li Xiao, thereby enabling him to master the battle armor he wore. With the armor in place, even the high-grade black light penetrating through Xie Yunyan's body would leave him unscathed. Li Xiao truly did not believe these five posed any real threat to him. You are dead. Cease your aimless wandering. The woman clad in red glared with an intense hatred in her eyes. With a mere gesture, she unleashed an invisible wave that penetrated Li Xiao's mind and body, rendering him defenseless. A jolt coursed through him as the words dead, wandering to heaven, struck at the deepest secrets of his soul, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was as if he were once more confronted by the loathsome system of his past, or ensnared again in the golden ocean of souls. Yet, his formidable willpower prevailed. Though momentarily affected, he suddenly regained his senses. However, Li Xiao chose not to reveal any immediate reaction, standing there as if ensnared, pretending to be oblivious. Release the little listener, let it burrow into my mouth, gnawing away at my eyes, and then gradually consume my brain. I wish for him to suffer a most wretched fate. The woman in red hissed, her voice laced with venom. As she spoke, her complexion darkened, and she began to cough up blood, her once smooth skin now wrinkling, faint lines appearing upon her face, and pronounced crow's feet emerging at the corners of her eyes, as if she had aged 30 years in an instant. This was, indeed, the backlash from her earlier move. Suddenly, a white, ice-like creature darted toward Li Xiao's lips, poised to invade him. Just then, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the white ice creature, shattering it into oblivion under Li Xiao's lightning-fast punch. Simultaneously, as the ice creature met its swift demise, the enchanting man's complexion turned ghastly pale, and he spewed forth a torrent of blood, creating a mist of crimson in the air. At this moment, Li Xiao ceased to hold back, unleashing a torrent of lethal intent with his fists, the sheer force reverberating like a cataclysmic wave of martial energy. The crimson-clad woman and the enigmatic youth in white stood at the forefront, instantly engulfed by the overwhelming power of his strikes. They appeared utterly incredulous, struck down in an instant, frozen in disbelief as they sensed the gradual disintegration of their very beings. Fear filled their eyes, and their faces reflected sheer horror. With a sickening sound, two gaping wounds erupted from their chests, blood gushing forth. Li Xiao's demeanor remained icy as he swept his hand, causing the crimson droplets to splatter. Simultaneously, he absorbed the essence of the two recently deceased cultivators, both at the second tier of the soul condensation realm, transforming their life force into energy for his physical and spiritual cultivation. Fixing a cold gaze on the three cultivators, 2 men and a woman, who dared to counter him, Li Xiao surged forward once more. The air trembled with the force of his onslaught. 3 powerful punches sent the trio reeling, blood spilling from their lips. However, fueled by desperation, they managed to momentarily halt his deadly advance. The woman in white adopted a serious demeanor, her expression now devoid of any trace of disdain. Beside her stood a rugged young man, his gaze shimmering with an otherworldly light, emanating an aura of primal ferocity. This was a terrifying energy coalescing around him. Accompanying them was a slender youth clad in azure battle armor, his large eyes radiating a chilling fury, brimming with wrath and murderous intent. Death. He was the first to succumb to impulse, surging forth with alacrity. The sword he brandished emitted an ominous, frigid luminescence, threatening to bedazzle the eyes. However, Li Xiao remained indifferent to the assault and the lethal maneuver of the spirit-grade longsword. With a tremor of his soul, he expunged all the imprints from the longsword of the previously slain bewitching man. Li Xiao elevated his hand, his arm unleashing boundless power, imbued with the annihilative intent of the illusory void art's shattering void strike, and hurled the longsword forth. Thud. Before the man's lethal move could materialize, the longsword pierced his chest, impaling him upon the void, freezing him in that instant. Blood cascaded like a river, descending from the sky. This act instilled terror in the hearts of the burly youth and the white-clad woman, who had launched their attacks in quick succession. The burly youth, momentarily hesitant, still pressed his attack, cleaving his saber through the air towards Li Xiao. On the other side, the white-clad woman, her aura surging as if about to detonate her inner core, abruptly retreated, spurring her flying cloud steed to flee into the distance. Attempting to flee? Death. Li Xiao disregarded the burly youth, unleashing a flurry of light with a single punch, deflecting the burly youth's broadsword while simultaneously shattering his head with another blow. Blood gushed from his neck as he plummeted downwards, along with the youth who had been impaled in the void. Li Xiao, however, paid them no heed. Nor did he give chase. Instead, he launched a punch towards the distant void. This punch, delivered with the intent of a sure kill strike at long range, was a fusion of 4 punches in one. With the convergence of 4 punches, a golden fist imprint suddenly manifested in the void, measuring 5 meters in size. In that fleeting moment of its formation, it appeared as if teleported behind the fleeing woman clad in white. "Please, do not kill me. I am willing to be your servant," she shrieked, her composure finally shattered. With a resounding thud, the golden fist imprint descended, obliterating everything in its path, including the white-clad woman's battle armor and the flying steed beneath her, all reduced to mere powder. Moments later, a wave of transparent energy, tinged with golden hues, reverberated outward, causing the air around to tremble with force. Standing in the void, Li Xiao exhaled a deep breath, summoning the 4 fallen warriors' cosmic rings to him with a mere gesture. He stepped forward, activating his lightning escape technique, and instantly appeared at the spot where the white-clad woman had perished. His gaze swept across the surroundings before he reached out once more, grasping the woman's cosmic ring in his hand. Simultaneously, the energy absorption mechanism was once again activated, drawing in fragments of the battle armor, which were infused with refined energy. This absorbed essence transformed into a white mist, further enhancing his physical form. After a brief interval, the lifeless bodies began to wither and stiffen. In the stillness of the air, Li Xiao's movements unfurled, and in an instant, he vanished without lingering. Following this fierce confrontation, the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Chapter 30. The path of yin and yang. Li Xiao soared out from the gates of Haoyue City. In the distance, the mountains stretched endlessly, deep and profound like the sea. Closer at hand, hills and plains were abundant, yet the plains bore scars of battle, with numerous pits and depressions scattered throughout, remnants of past conflicts that echoed with lingering power. As Li Xiao ventured forth, he shattered 5 Qianquan rings, amassing over 100 inferior spirit stones along with a medley of miscellaneous techniques. Among these was the soul-snatching melody belonging to the crimson-clad woman, also nestled within her Qianquan ring. Aside from some spirit crystals, manuals of martial arts, and various materials for crafting, Li Xiao's additional bounty included a plethora of gathering essence pills, numbering in the tens of thousands. However, he regarded these with indifference. For Li Xiao, inferior spirit crystals held little value. After expending tens of thousands on both inferior and medium-grade resources, he found his reserves nearly depleted, leaving him with only 10,000 superior crystals and 3 exquisite spirit crystals. The spirit crystals he bequeathed to his family far outnumbered those he retained for himself, yet he did not leave behind a single exquisite crystal. Gathering essence pills served as the common currency throughout the empire, classified as the lowest tier of currency. 100 gathering essence pills were equivalent to a single inferior spirit crystal, while the larger sects predominantly used spirit crystals as their monetary unit. The ratio of spirit crystals, inferior, medium, superior, and exquisite, was consistently 100 to 1. Thus, a single exquisite spirit crystal equated to 1,000,000 inferior spirit crystals. Upon grasping the true value of spirit crystals, Li Xiao felt a surge of astonishment, what wealth he had stumbled upon after acquiring fortune. Consequently, at this juncture, the mere 100 inferior spirit crystals held no significance for Li Xiao. As for the gathering yuan pills, even swallowing tens of thousands would be of little utility to him. He found it far more pragmatic to consume the essence of formidable beings instead. Li Xiao soared through the void, employing a technique that amalgamated the 9 sovereigns' thunder light escape method with principles of optical mechanics and energy absorption capabilities. As a result, the energy expenditure during his flight was virtually negligible. At this moment, while gliding through the skies, Li Xiao took in the breathtaking scenery of the world around him, gradually assimilating the enhancements to his physical body and soul derived from the essence he had previously acquired. Thanks to his energy absorption ability, Li Xiao's cultivation would never suffer from a lack of energy. However, any further breakthroughs in his realm were constrained by the limitations of this world. necessitating a unique understanding that resonated with the way of this realm. Although the ability of Master of Women within the system's 5 primary functions was deemed supremely important, Li Xiao felt it was not something he could rely upon. Nevertheless, in the realm of dual cultivation, he had amassed considerable experience. Yet a lingering sense of uncertainty persisted in his heart. Xiaoguang, I recall that previously, the system's intelligence intermittently prompted me with tasks through a lottery and reward mechanism, primarily arranging tasks related to dual cultivation. For instance, it encouraged me to engage in dual cultivation with a woman of pure essence, promising the acquisition of divine-level techniques. Does this imply that the system already possesses such techniques? Li Xiao voiced the questions that lingered in his heart. Currently, he found himself trapped at the first level of the condensed Dan realm. His earlier enlightenment had led him down a divergent path in an attempt to forge a new way, which nearly resulted in his obliteration by the forces of heaven and earth. This reckless endeavor had left cracks in his golden Dan, and he bore vague, inexplicable scars upon his body. It seemed that the circumstances he faced were a form of deception from the system's intelligence. The concept of divine-level techniques, what precisely constitutes a divine level? From which plane is such a judgment derived? It remains uncertain. If these techniques originate from a higher plane, even the most inferior of them would be considered supreme in this context. Conversely, if they are from a lower plane, even the most exalted among them might be utterly inadequate. However, based on prior internal data from the system, it appears that the earlier intelligence likely synthesized such so-called divine-level techniques from texts like the Tao Te Ching, Zhuangzi, and the Diamond Sutra found on your Earth. These texts, though elementary, embody profound principles that significantly benefit cultivation. Since these techniques were conceived by him, they would undoubtedly be tailored to complement the dual cultivation method for his use. In truth, with the assistance of a quantum brain, any technique loses its significance once analyzed by the quantum brain. The rank of these techniques would likely elevate by 3 to 5 levels. As for their classification as spiritual or saintly levels, that remains indeterminate due to the scarcity of data. This time, as the Li family consolidates control over the Haoyue prefecture, make it a point to frequent places like the library and similar repositories, allowing me to scan the materials. If the opportunity arises to visit the Tianji sect, a prestigious sect that houses a vast library, let my energy sweep through it. In doing so, you shall have no cause for concern regarding techniques. Xiaoguang conveyed the message that everything was meticulously managed for Li Xiao. Rest assured, I too have this in mind. I inquired about the cultivation techniques. For dual cultivation merely indulges one's desires. Can such a practice truly transcend boundaries? Furthermore, the so-called divine-level techniques in this world should enable one to directly break through the shackles of realms upon cultivation. Akin to the fusion of the qi condensation technique and the illusory void technique, Li Xiao pondered. Well, in this regard, dual cultivation represents the harmonious union of yin and yang. In the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth first separated, chaos gave rise to yin and yang. The merging of yin and yang results in the ascent of pure energy and the descent of turbid energy. The ascent of pure energy signifies heaven, while the descent of turbid energy signifies earth. This principle holds true even beyond the realms of existence. Allow me to briefly explain realms to you. You need only grasp the basics. The universe you are familiar with resides within a single realm. As for other matters, it is not yet appropriate to disclose them, for knowing them would only burden you further. Yet, since the principles that apply beyond realms are naturally the supreme laws here, the interplay of all things in the world, yin and yang, is indeed the true great path. Hence, the union of yin and yang, or the harmonious convergence of these forces, is entirely normal when it comes to transcending realms. Yang embodies vitality, strength, and assertiveness. Yin embodies subtlety, gentleness, and receptivity. These are the opposing yet complementary forces. On Earth, Laozi, also known as Li Er, was revered as a sage simply because he comprehended the profound truth of all things bear yin and embrace yang, blending energies to achieve harmony. Therefore, even in the practice of dual cultivation, there is no need for aversion. It is, in fact, the most unobstructed path to the infinite great way. Regarding the combination of martial arts techniques to transcend realms, this fundamentally pertains to the efficacy of those techniques. Consider a wall of formidable hardness. A single nail cannot penetrate it. If one were to attempt to drive another nail into the same side, it would likely prove futile. However, if a nail were driven from the opposite side, the likelihood of penetration would significantly increase. Thus, techniques such as the condensing qi decision paired with the illusory void technique merely represent a form of cleverness. based on the intensity of the energy you are absorbing. The current quality is insufficient. Even the second level of the combat body remains inaccessible to you, so there is no need to concern yourself with breaking through realms. From a genetic perspective, as long as the energy is ample, progressive refinement poses no issues. As long as your will is sufficiently strong. Even if your physical form were to explode, the subsequent reconstitution of your body and energy would be even more formidable. Presently, due to the integration system, your cellular structure possesses a form of memory, akin to memory metals, allowing it to reconstitute even after being transformed into liquid. It merely entails a greater expenditure of energy. Yet this is still inadequate. Further enhancement is essential. Concepts of realms are mere illusions that deceive the eye and mind. Should you choose not to engage in dual cultivation, let your absolute energy rend asunder any obstructions to your advancement. With a sufficiently robust physique and copious energy, should the body be unable to contain it, the barriers of realms will be forcefully shattered. The persistent drip of water can bore through stone, and a saw can cut through wood. The myriad messages conveyed by Xiaoguang have entirely dispelled any lingering doubts within Li Xiao. Xiaoguang's observations were astute. If the body cannot contain it, it is either expanding or lacks sufficient strength and resilience. Should one possess adequate strength and abundance, reaching a level where energy can tear apart the shackles of realms would be a trivial matter. Regarding the martial arts techniques, any method can be effortlessly scanned by Xiaoguang, allowing for a computation of countless iterations in mere moments. Thus, one could claim mastery in an instant. What difficulties could possibly remain in such techniques? It merely involves aligning with the principles of the laws and becoming adept through practice, a concern that Li Xiao need not entertain. As for the ninefold combat body, its prowess is unparalleled and beyond imagination. The system presents 5 main options, categorized into 5 tiers. The first level is the ability to traverse realms and possess another's body. This is akin to defying fate and overturning the rules, a capability that allows one to pierce through the cosmos from Earth itself. The second rank belongs to the Master of Feminine Arts, whose function is said to be cultivating beauty in tandem, with no worries regarding one's realm, a truly formidable ability. The third rank is attributed to the beastly bloodline, which can condense the essence of divine beasts, transforming one into a combat body of such creatures and unleashing their innate powers. This is simply astonishing. Next comes the ability to absorb energy, which devours all forms of energy and transmutes them into the purest essence, facilitating the reversal of the triad of essence, qi, and spirit. Such an extraordinary ability ranks fourth. Lastly, the cognitive enhancement offered by the optical brain, though deemed the most powerful, surprisingly occupies the 5th position, the lowest tier. However, this optical brain simplifies any martial art or intricate thought process to an unimaginable degree. Any technique, if not studied, remains dormant, yet once learned, one achieves consummate mastery in an instant. These capabilities are astonishing, outrageous, and beyond comprehension. Even a seemingly inept individual endowed with such resources would be able to look down upon the heavens and the earth with pride. In light of Xiaoguang's analysis, Li Xiao pondered over everything and ultimately found solace within himself. He came to understand that the malevolent spirit's fervent dedication to dual cultivation stemmed from its recognition of this path as a route to transcendence. Li Xiao harbored no aversion to feminine allure. However, the prospect of humbling himself before a lofty woman, begging for her favor, was simply beyond his capacity. His character, perhaps influenced by the imperial blood coursing through his veins, bore a pride that was even more pronounced. Despite his composure and talent, he found himself constrained within the modern societal framework, reluctant to be shackled, subjugated, or reprimanded by a female superior, and even less willing to ingratiate himself with powerful colleagues. He ultimately found himself unemployed. It was this very disposition that led to his serendipitous transmigration, yet he still contended fiercely with the system, refusing to be enslaved, and ultimately forged a path uniquely his own. He vanquished the system and acquired unparalleled resources. I see. Viewed from this perspective, dual cultivation could indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. If a woman were to express interest in him, and he felt no aversion, it might be worth exploring. A flicker of thought crossed Li Xiao's mind as he recalled the serene figure of Li Ru clad in a flowing white gown. However, this notion was fleeting. Despite the numerous advantages this path offered, it was also easy to become ensnared. One's will, though exceedingly resolute, must remain vigilant and temperate. Xiaoguang did not encourage him to pursue this path recklessly. Rather, he advised caution. Indeed, I comprehend this. By the way, Previously, if I were to reject the spirit's task, I would face a lightning strike, a punishment of intensity level 10. What kind of ability is this? Li Xiao, this is lightning, with an intensity of 10. Representing the utmost power of lightning under conditions where you remain unharmed. This is one of the many abilities assisted by the light brain, known as Hidden Lightning's Light, which is rather insignificant as a supportive ability. Xiao Guang conveyed through thought, so, can this lightning strike others? Indeed, replied Li Xiao. The speed of lightning is astonishing. And when unleashed unexpectedly, the adversary struck by it will surely experience a brief state of paralysis. This makes it quite suitable for ambushes. As you are aware that my cultivation demands a substantial amount of one's essence, spirit, and soul. Li Xiao pondered deeply. This lightning is calibrated based on your endurance. And even lightning at an intensity of may 10th prove ineffective against formidable cultivators. For instance, those at the first level of the condensation realm possess physical bodies that are nearly on par with yours. What advantage could you gain if you were to unleash lightning of such intensity against an opponent who is equally strong? In this world, where lightning is so dense and powerful, cultivators at the Dan condensation realm can soar through the skies, clad in armor that attracts lightning. If that were the case, wouldn't they be perpetually at risk of being struck? Beyond its somewhat beneficial effect on physical refinement, this lightning offers little in terms of unique advantages, rendering it one of the most superfluous abilities within the light brain's assistance. However, this ability does lend itself to dual cultivation, enhancing intimacy. Under the influence of Li Xiao's thoughts, Xiao Guang conveyed certain information, which left Li Xiao feeling somewhat embarrassed, particularly regarding the phrase enhancing the dual cultivation experience. This notion made Li Xiao realize that the system was not only malevolent but also possessed a rather peculiar taste. Imagine if someone else had acquired this system initially. Engaging in tumultuous encounters with women day and night, occasionally accompanied by electrifying punishments. This scenario was indeed far more intense than mere whips and candles. However, Xiao Guang's analysis revealed a certain lack of insight, as he unconsciously approached the matter from a terrestrial perspective. He had initially thought that the electric punishment was quite torturous. Having experienced it multiple times himself, he had intended for those he found particularly insufferable to endure it as well. Yet, at this moment, he found himself not considering this aspect any longer. Electricity could refine the body. He recalled that within the divine beast talents, there existed the Thunder Golden Rock, a creature of immense power. Thus, such electricity must be extraordinarily potent, right? I am currently undergoing constant body refinement with electricity. All at a strength level of 10, the results should be commendable, should they not? Li Xiao inquired. Well, if you relish self-torment. This method can indeed enhance the corporeal form to a certain extent, augmenting its strength. However, the prerequisite is that you must be able to endure it. Furthermore, this approach will cause the auxiliary system to expend some energy to activate the hidden thunder light feature, while intermittently absorbing external power to maintain this function. Are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner? The energy squandered on this could be directly utilized for body refinement, yielding far superior results. No. Your calculations assume that energy remains constant. However, once energy, as it is now, consistently presents a surplus, it may reach a certain threshold that leads to an explosion, followed by a recondensation. Yet, prior to this occurrence, the refinement of the hidden thunder's light can persist. It resembles laying a foundation, even when it appears sufficiently sturdy. One may continue to build upon it. If the underlying structure could be fortified further, would not the result be even more robust? Moreover, akin to gravity. Once thunder permeates the body, it becomes a comprehensive refinement of the entire being, surpassing any technique aimed at cultivating acupoints. I believe this method can indeed provide a formidable foundation for the subsequent cultivation of the thunderous golden rock's beast soul. Li Xiao grasped the crux of the matter. Xiao Guang fell into a contemplative silence, seemingly engrossed in calculations. After a moment, he conveyed, Li Xiao, your assessment is astute. Initially, I employed a calculation method based on the constancy of total energy, which rendered the hidden thunder's light devoid of advantages. However, your suggestion has illuminated an important realization. Li Xiao, the soul fusion system I have developed is still contingent upon the strength of your soul, thus the resources available are rather limited. All calculations will fundamentally rely on energy as the primary basis. Nevertheless, in this world, such calculations require refinement and substantial data for support. Therefore, in future calculations, do not presume that my conclusions are infallible. I can only assure you that, under conditions of constant energy, all calculations yield results that are closest to reality. Xiao Guang spoke. conveying a scene of control, and Li Xiao instantly sensed the state of his soul division. After a moment of perception, he comprehended the situation, which indeed aligned with Xiaoguang's assertions. While it may seem trivial, uncovering an issue at this moment is certainly beneficial. A miscalculation in a more significant matter could potentially lead to calamity. As for the misjudgment of the light brain, it is not surprising, as the light brain operates based on a certain baseline for its calculations. Should the computed standards deviate from this baseline, errors in judgment become entirely plausible. Furthermore, the light brain's judgment cannot truly be deemed a mistake, for at the outset, Li Xiao had not specified that the situation involved infinite energy replenishment. Chapter 032. The aura of the tortoise soaring through the air, traversing mountains, rivers, and lakes. They soon arrived near the gates of Haoyue Mansion, just as noon approached. The sky remained a brilliant blue, with sunlight casting a warm yet gentle glow, enveloping the world in a hazy aura of vital energy that evoked a sense of tranquility and comfort. As Li Xiao approached the city gates, he looked up to see the towering ancient city walls, standing 30 to 40 meters high, forming an archway that encircled the entire estate of Haoyue Mansion. Above the gate, the three immense ancient characters Haoyue Mansion appeared as if inscribed by formidable arcane forces upon the dark gray walls, shimmering with an awe-inspiring energy. Before the city gate, a colossal entrance, measuring 5 meters in width and 4 meters in height, stood wide open, with people of all ages, men and women, freely passing in and out. Most of them possessed the cultivation of true qi, though some were of higher realms. Within the city, the distant sounds of chatter and laughter echoed from various corners, presenting a scene of harmonious bustle. Li Xiao, clad in a flowing black robe, strolled through the city gate when suddenly, a gray unicorn, pulling a flying carriage, charged towards him from afar. Perched atop the unicorn was a man wielding a long whip, who bellowed with disdain, "Step aside, you wretched commoners." As he spoke, he lashed out with his whip, and in that instant, all the cultivators, regardless of age or gender, within a radius of several hundred to nearly 1,000 meters were struck down, their bodies exploding into grotesque remnants, leaving no whole corpse behind. Among the carnage, the severed head of a mere 5-year-old child lay amidst the chaos, his once pristine face now marred, as he seemed blissfully unaware of the impending demise. The once vibrant darkness of his eyes had lost its luster, extinguished in the face of death, leaving him to perish in a state of bewilderment, oblivious to the very concept of mortality. Surrounding him were the mangled remains of others, their bodies shattered beyond recognition. Blood pooled upon the ground, saturating the air with a metallic scent. Yet, the dark earth, having absorbed so much blood, remained unchanged, its hue unwavering, betraying no sign of the massacre that had transpired. With a firm step, Li Xiao kicked up a clump of soil, which landed in his hand. The earth was a deep black, resembling fine sand coalescing into a mass, within which the image of an unfathomable sea of blood seemed to churn. This was a land stained by the horrors of bloodshed. In this land, human life is as trivial as grass. Step aside, lowly wretch. The man continued to bellow, followed by a crack of the whip aimed at Li Xiao's head. With a buzzing sound, Li Xiao grasped the long whip, which danced like a colossal dragon, and with a surge of strength, he yanked the man off the unicorn into the void. Then, with a swift motion, he shook the whip, producing a resounding thud that reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a loud pop echoed, and blood sprayed across the sky, with countless chunks of flesh raining down like stones upon the ground. The arrogant young man was obliterated in an instant by Li Xiao's retaliatory strike. The unicorn let out a piercing cry, and the opulent golden chariot came to an abrupt halt. As the commotion unfolded at the city gate, numerous cultivators gathered at a distance, whispering and pointing. "Who dares to disturb the lady's carriage?" Inside, a sharp female voice pierced the air, and a strikingly beautiful yet formidable woman emerged. Her azure eyes blazed with fury as she stepped out, immediately witnessing Li Xiao in his black robe, shaking the whip until it disintegrated into countless fine particles that scattered into the air. Her expression turned frosty, her demeanor exuding haughty authority. As she extended her ivory-like hand and pointed down at Li Xiao, "What manner of creature are you to impede the carriage of my lady?" Li Xiao remained composed, gesturing towards the severed head on the ground. "This is the Haoyue Mansion. Who grants you the authority to slaughter ordinary people at will? And who are you?" "They are merely lowly peasants, daring to disturb the carriage of my esteemed lady, a transgression deserving of the utmost punishment." "What of the Haoyue Manor?" "My lady has returned from the Heavenly Mechanism sect, tasked with the selection process for the sect's quota at Haoyue Manor. If your family wishes to compete for eligibility, you must kneel and offer your head in apology." Only then will your clan be permitted to register. Xiaopin, why waste breath on him? Just eliminate him. He knows nothing of decorum. At that moment, a man clad in azure battle robes emerged from the war chariot. His long black hair billowed, and his striking brows and starry eyes radiated an aura of electric brilliance, exuding a palpable air of superiority. The arrogance he displayed was formidable, yet regrettably. He was destined for demise. What? Audacious fool. The man was momentarily taken aback, while Xiaopin's expression shifted dramatically as she scolded loudly, her voice melodious yet piercing. There is nothing to discuss with insufferable beings like you. Li Xiao shared a similar disdain. Discerning from the maid's tone that these were indeed individuals from the heavenly mechanism sect. Wasn't it the Lord of Haoyue Manor who dictated the quotas? When did this woman assume authority? These individuals were utterly lawless. Entering the city in such a manner, would they not inadvertently cause the innocent members of the Li and Yang families, who were busy within the city, to suffer? A surge of murderous intent welled up within Li Xiao. He scorned the very idea of using his fists. This man, like the 5 others, was merely a figure of the second realm of soul condensation, while the maid was only at the first realm of soul condensation. Such characters were of no concern to him. He unleashed the essence of the 9 deadly techniques of the void technique, executing the suspended kill, with a single palm strike. A ferocious force akin to a shattered void enveloped the 2 individuals in an instant. The maid Xiaopin was obliterated, her body exploding tragically on the spot. In contrast, the man clad in azure armor experienced a dazzling eruption of lightning from his armor, countering Li Xiao's formidable palm strike. Stumbling back, he retreated several steps, the golden war chariot trembling beneath him as he was propelled backwards by 4 or 5 meters. With a sudden cough, the color drained from the azure-armored man's face, turning from pale to a deep crimson as a mouthful of blood erupted forth, dimming the brilliance in his eyes, and the air of arrogance dissipated instantly. He stared at Li Xiao, his gaze filled with sheer horror. He could never have anticipated that such a powerful young man could emerge from this humble place. The Haoyue mansion. You. The man trembled all over, his limbs cold. I never expected that even in this remote land of savages, there exists someone of your caliber. Brother Chen, I have long asserted that Haoyue mansion is not as feeble as you presumed. You were dismissive, yet now you bear witness. From within the golden war chariot emerged a woman enveloped in an ethereal moon-white battle dress. She possessed a tall and graceful figure, exuding an aura of deep blue radiance that shimmered around her flowing gown, rendering her goddess-like and untouchable. Her voice was melodious, light and airy, yet imbued with an immense, latent power that remained unexpressed. Ahem, I merely let my guard down. Yet, this individual possesses the cultivation of the first level of Dan condensation, while I stand at the second level of soul condensation, approaching the realm of near 4, verging on breaking 4, a true talent. Although the man exudes arrogance, he harbors considerable trepidation towards Li Xiao. His words may seem lighthearted, yet his body trembles uncontrollably, a consequence of being overwhelmed by Li Xiao's immense power. Chapter 033. Let us meet on the road to the Yellow Springs. Now, can you reveal your identities? Li Xiao regarded the 2 with a gaze that conveyed superiority. Under such scrutiny, the azure-armored man's expression soured, feeling akin to a tiger fallen into a plain, bullied by dogs, utterly humiliated. Allow me to elucidate who we are. The woman spoke softly, yet her words carried an irresistible authority. I am Xie Yunting, the foremost genius of the Haoyue Manor, a core disciple of the Tianji sect, and the designated 19th concubine of the esteemed Master Ji, the first among the true disciples. He is Chen Yui, a core disciple of the Tianji sect and the 39th disciple of the illustrious Master Ji. The voice of Xie Yunting resounded with an indescribable pride, as if merely associating with Master Ji elevated her status to extraordinary heights. Being the 19th concubine of Master Ji seemed an immense honor. Before Li Xiao could utter a word, he noticed a distant group of individuals whose expressions shifted dramatically, with some voices breaking into incredulity. What? The foremost genius of the Tianji sect, Ji Sanqiong. Good heavens! This legendary figure. Damn it! What was that fool thinking, provoking such a formidable individual? Truly, it is a death wish. The one who met such a gruesome fate deserved it, daring to obstruct Ji Sanqiong, the beloved of the celestial master, in the carriage of his disciples, was a grave mistake. To anger such a person is nothing short of folly. They deserve to perish 1,000 times over. Once the celestial master is roused, with but a single hand, he could annihilate an entire city. It is rumored that he has already entered the near 5 realm, reaching the pinnacle of the first layer of the Dan breaking stage. and even the elders of the second layer of the Void Realm find themselves at a disadvantage against him. A cacophony of discussions ensued, and Li Xiao, endowed with formidable strength and aided by a luminous brain, discerned these conversations with clarity, feeling a tinge of pressure within. Ji Sangqiong must be an extraordinary prodigy. And the ancient specter, reminiscent of a millennia-old corpse, had previously uttered the term young Master Ji. Despite the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Xiao refrained from displaying any outward reaction. Earlier, Xiaoguang had already conveyed to him that those so-called geniuses often lead tragic existences. At that time, he was not astonished by the superlative talents envisioned by Xiaoguang, nor would he now be awed by the genius of a mere provincial locale. As for the distant onlookers, those cultivators seemed to wish for his demise merely to quell the wrath of the celestial master behind Xie Yunting. Such a sentiment is utterly infuriating. Li Xiao felt a pang of sorrow for these individuals, simply because they were not the ones lashed to death. They could be so callous. Indeed, even those who are complete strangers, devoid of any bond, deserve to perish. Yet, the young boy and the couple were companions of those who so fervently cast aspersions upon him. How could they remain so apathetic? Instead, they cast blame upon him for taking action against Xie Yunting. Should he merely stand there and allow that man to strike him to death with a whip? For that to be deemed acceptable? Callous and unfeeling, a world driven by the survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. In this moment, Li Xiao felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Despite his cold demeanor, a flicker of resolve remained within him. He would never lay a hand on the elderly, children, or the defenseless. However, this world had imparted a harsh lesson upon him, one that would linger in his memory for a considerable time. It became evident that they possessed substantial backing, which explained their arrogance. Very well, I shall extinguish your hubris before this multitude. A ferocious glint appeared in Li Xiao's eyes. Is that so? Then you may as well perish. The woman in the moon-white gown, Xie Yunting, maintained an expression of serene indifference, her tone icy and composed. Suddenly, without any discernible movement from her, the very air seemed to tremble. A resounding hum echoed, as an indistinct wave of transparent energy surged forth, rushing towards Li Xiao. This force, as if transcending the bounds of space, engulfed him in an instant. At that moment, everyone believed Li Xiao was doomed, including Xinyuni, the man he had injured, who shared the same conviction. At this moment, Xie Yunting furrowed her delicate brows slightly, her face displaying a hint of astonishment. This was due to the fact that after the dissipating energy, Li Xiao remained standing, seemingly unscathed, and appeared to have consolidated his strength even further. Who are you? Such an unknown figure could never exist within the esteemed Haoyue mansion. A weightier expression crossed Xie Yunting's features as she fixed her gaze upon Li Xiao, her beautiful eyes reflecting a flicker of doubt. What? Are you smitten with me? My name is Li Xiao, the current young master of Haoyue Mansion, he replied with a cold smirk. As he spoke, he unleashed a punch with utter disregard for decorum. This was the fist of life and death. The fist of life and death, imbued with vitality and the essence of demise, coalesced into a singular force, as if it sought to shatter the very fabric of the void. The trajectory of the energy mirrored the method of Xie Yunting's prior assault with her energy attack. Due to its formidable power and the solidification of his intent, Li Xiao acted swiftly, and by the time he finished speaking, Xie Yunting had already been struck, her body colliding against the golden war chariot. The cerulean light emanating from her moon-white armor erupted repeatedly, indicating that the armor was enduring a cataclysmic force, activating its protective measures. Alas, clad in such thick armor, it's impossible to slay them. Li Xiao mused regretfully, realizing that a mere killing blow would be insufficient to vanquish a formidable opponent adorned with spirit-level armor. While he lamented this fact, he remained oblivious to the astonishment that engulfed Xie Yunting, who was left utterly shocked as her armor bore cracks and a significant dent. Nearly an inch deep, marked her chest. Only she knows the true caliber of the armor she wears, which has been rendered to such a state by a single punch from another. Had she not been shielded by her armor, that blow would have been sufficient to shatter her into oblivion. In this moment, the once pampered Xie Yunting glared at the uncouth and brutish Li Xiao, her eyes aflame with murderous intent. You dare to lay a hand on senior sister Xie? You are doomed. Xinyuni shrieked, nearly driven to madness. He had not anticipated that, upon learning their identities, Li Xiao would still dare to strike. You've had your fun. It ends here. Die. At this juncture, Li Xiao had disowned the tricks and strengths of his adversaries. With his next strike, he unleashed a lethal combination of the life and death fist, the hard annihilation fist, and the Emperor's fist. This time, Empowered by a significant boost in strength, he executed the 3-in-1 technique, resulting in the sudden manifestation of a colossal golden fist imprint, measuring 4 meters in diameter. This overwhelming force then crashed into Chun Yuni. In an instant, his sky-blue armor exploded with a thunderous roar, and his very body was obliterated by the immense fist's ethereal might. Blood sprayed forth, splattering onto the nearby golden 4-wheeled war chariot, while Xie Yunting's moon-white armor was instantly stained crimson, adorned with writhing fragments of flesh. Blood even trickled down her long black hair, splattering her face and body. "Ah!" she screamed, her composure shattered, succumbing to a state of sheer desperation. "Dare to kill me? The Xie family of the Haoyue Manor has long perished. You shall meet them on the road to the netherworld," Li Xiao declared without hesitation. This time, he unleashed a 4-in-1 punch. A blow more terrifying and formidable than the previous one. The golden fist imprint, measuring 6 or 7 meters, descended from the heavens like the apparition of a colossal giant, hurtling down with incredible speed. Chapter 034, The Crescent Moon Pavilion. Xie Yunning screamed as the golden war chariot was sent crashing into the ground, sinking 4 to 5 meters deep, reduced to a mass of debris. In the ground, a dark pit measuring 4 to 5 meters was filled with a gruesome amalgamation of flesh and remnants of the golden war chariot. As Li Xiao's fist intent surged, the droplets of blood on his hands and body were instantly dispersed, vanishing entirely. He reached into the void, effortlessly retrieving the 3 individual Xianquan rings. Subsequently, he summoned his energy, absorbing their essence and souls, transforming them into a white mist that continued to refine his body. Simultaneously, the power of the hidden thunder light was activated, as tendrils of lightning gradually permeated his being, commencing from the lowest intensity to refine his physique, steadily enhancing the power of the lightning. At this moment, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. Not a single soul dared to breathe loudly, fearing to provoke this lawless harbinger of death in their midst. Even the followers of the celestial realm dared not stir. This individual truly possessed the audacity of a lion. He is Li Xiao, the tyrant of Xianyang City, the eldest scion of the Li family, the most formidable clan under the Haoyue Manor. It is said that his talents are earth-shattering, making him the absolute number 1 of the Li family. At the tender age of less than 16, having reached the pinnacle of the first level of the condensation realm, he effortlessly struck down a formidable opponent at the 3rd level of the soul condensation realm with a single blow. This is the realm of the Near 5. This truly is the Near 5 forbidden domain. Should he manage to break 5, it would undoubtedly shatter legends, akin to figures from mythology. Such an individual is beyond imagination and cannot be trifled with. Yet, is it not merely a fade? Many prodigies have emerged from the Near 5. How many have truly broken 5? Not a single one. Furthermore, with a lower realm, one can accumulate experience and, in conjunction with high-level techniques, transcend several realms with relative ease. It is only upon reaching the realm of Tao condensation that one can truly be deemed talented if they can also achieve Near 5. In the distance, various voices of discussion echoed, yet it is undeniable that this battle had genuinely spread the name of Li Xiao throughout the lunar pavilion. This time, it was not the infamous notoriety he bore, but rather the name of a genuine powerhouse. Li Xiao himself paid little heed to the scene. Who among us is free from whispers behind their backs? He had no interest in such trivialities, casting only a fleeting glance at those who looked down upon him. The young man who regarded him with disdain met his gaze unwaveringly, a sinister and chilling smile gracing his lips, clearly indicating malicious intent. Having witnessed Li Xiao's lethal prowess, this individual still dared to act so arrogantly, revealing his considerable hubris. Nevertheless, for the moment, Li Xiao had no desire to engage with such characters. This world is replete with those who aspire to gain fame by stepping upon the reputations of others, seeking to make their names resonate far and wide. Li Xiao likewise displayed a sense of disdain, his gaze embodying a profound contempt for others. With the formidable strength of his spirit, even a mere hint of his disdain could overwhelm an ordinary individual, let alone someone as proud as his current adversary. The man's expression darkened, his eyes turning icy cold. However, after narrowing his gaze upon Li Xiao, a flicker of trepidation emerged within him. Rather than retaliate against Li Xiao as provocation, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly fled the scene. This individual, indeed, was quite decisive. Turning away, Li Xiao once again stepped through the gates of the Haoyue mansion. At this moment, the cultivators nearby, as well as those within and outside the gates, witnessed his approach and immediately changed their expressions, parting to create a path for him, some out of fear, others out of respect, and many adopting a subservient posture. Initially filled with compassion for the innocent elder, the child, and the ordinary individuals with merely 2 or 3 layers of true energy. Li Xiao's heart had grown cold through these experiences. Witnessing the obsequiousness and sycophancy of those around him, he felt no trace of pity remaining. The raw and unvarnished depiction of the law of the jungle left him devoid of any desire to admire the scenery once more. Human life seemed as cheap as grass. It appeared that kindness and integrity had vanished from this world entirely. Had it not been for the genuine affection he felt from the Li family, he might have truly chosen a solitary path, wandering the earth as a lone warrior. Arriving at the Xianwei Pavilion within the Haoyue mansion, Li Xiao suddenly halted in this place reminiscent of fleeting fireworks. Previously, young Master Li frequented this place, often entangled in its allure, where a captivating woman named Jiang Shuiyin had once captivated him deeply. He had visited numerous times, competing with the scions of various esteemed families for her affection. At that time, he was accompanied by a retinue of formidable followers, many of whom had attained the second realm of soul condensation, yet in this domain, their prowess seemed insignificant. Now, standing once again in this very spot, less than 10 days since his last visit, Li Xiao felt as though he had traversed countless epochs. His heart, burdened by the passage of time, bore a profound sense of weariness. Ah, it is young Master Li. Young Master Li has arrived. Please come inside. At the entrance of the Xianwei Pavilion, several beautiful women, upon spotting Li Xiao, hesitated to approach. Instead, one swiftly darted into the pavilion. And soon a melodious voice resonated from within. The voice was sweet and sultry, welcoming him even before her arrival. Li Xiao focused his attention and beheld an enchanting woman. Her figure voluptuous and alluring, swaying gracefully as she approached, with a waist so delicate that it seemed it could easily break. He momentarily wondered if such a slender form could withstand its own movements. Regrettably, by the time she reached him, no such spectacle unfolded. Oh dear. Young Master Li remains as spirited as ever, yet how can one bear such a burden? Who does not know that the illustrious young master of the Li family at Haoyue Mansion is a prodigy of unparalleled talent? The woman cast a flirtatious glance at him, noting his gaze fixated on her waist, and assumed that he was once again consumed by desire. Is Jiang Shuiyin here? Well, Miss Jiang, it seems today might be somewhat inconvenient. Thus, young Master Li, given your distinguished status on this occasion, I kindly ask you to wait a moment. I shall find a way to arrange for Miss Jiang to meet with you. The alluring and mature woman offered a smile. Very well. Li Xiao nodded, clasping his hands behind his back, stepping into the Xianwei Pavilion. As he entered the inner chamber, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, quickly settling into calmness. Indeed, this Xianwei Pavilion was enveloped within a formation. For the average person, such formations create a unique energy cycle with the forces of nature, obscuring many aspects. Even formidable beings would find it challenging to perceive anything here. However, Li Xiao was different. He had previously encountered formations, and although that experience was perilous and enigmatic, it provided him with substantial knowledge. Moreover, the training grounds within the Li family's secret chamber were arranged using a rudimentary energy manipulation formation. Though it was merely a nascent form of a formation, it still constituted one. Based on this essential similarity, with a slight fusion of insight, Li Xiao perceived that within the Xianwei Pavilion, danger lurked in every corner, and various concealed locations harbored the focal points that governed the lives and deaths of everyone within. In the contemporary world, particularly within the confines of Haoyue Mansion, Li Xiao remained oblivious to the existence of individuals well-versed in the intricate knowledge of magical formations. This ignorance, albeit limited to his own experience, was somewhat understandable, for the esteemed ancestor of the Li family, Li Xian, had once been a formidable figure on the brink of breaking through to the Dan realm, living for 3 to 4 centuries. In contrast, the Xianwei Pavilion was indeed a remarkable establishment. A fleeting thought crossed Li Xiao's mind, but without hesitation, he stepped into the inner sanctum. The layout within the pavilion resembled a courtyard encircled by numerous edifices, with doors from various pavilions leading into a spacious central area. This courtyard, devoid of tables and chairs, exuded an air of emptiness, with many young men and women playfully bantering as they traversed its expanse. Apart from the grand entrance, on either side of Li Xiao stood 4 ancient and elegantly constructed lofts, built from unique materials. Opposite him lay an even grander, more luxurious and opulent loft. Positioned centrally among the 4, occupying the fifth place whether counted from the front or the back, subtly alluding to the notion of 9-5, the imperial essence of the loft. Combined with its golden splendor and opulence, distinctly showcased the extraordinary nature of this place. Previously, when the young master of the Leaf family visited, he had little understanding of the architectural significance, merely recognizing that entering the supreme pavilion of Xianyue meant being regarded as a true talent and hero, thus garnering great respect. Now, upon observing this seemingly simple scene, he comprehended the underlying sentiment of those young elites aspiring to ascend to 9-5. It was no surprise that this locale was a favored destination for these charming and talented individuals, eager to stake their claims and assert their influence over the world. Chapter 035, The Enigmatic Woman. Young Masterly, please come this way. The enchanting voice of the brothel madam was alluring to the core. Very well. Li Xiao nodded, disregarding the murmurs of the men and women in the courtyard, and followed the madam as she led him to the second floor of the supreme pavilion. The second floor of the pavilion featured numerous elegant chambers. Yet the madam opted for the most exquisite room, ushering Li Xiao inside. Young Masterly, this is the chamber she cherishes the most. It is seldom accessed by others. With your growing renown in the Haoyue mansion, you are indeed deserving of indulging in wine and pleasures in such a distinguished setting. The madam spoke with caution and courtesy. Although her tone lacked overt flattery, her words subtly bridged the gap between them, while also discreetly praising Li Xiao. Upon entering the opulent room, Li Xiao was instantly captivated. In the distance, he could see the expansive lake behind the Xianyue pavilion, bordered by willows swaying gently in the breeze, as the refreshing wind caressed his face, evoking a warmth akin to spring. Nearby, luminous stones adorned the walls like crystals, twinkling like a starry sky. The walls were embellished with ancient murals, teeming with profound artistic essence. Behind a sheer curtain, a hint of a pink canopy was discernible, complemented by a sumptuous silk bedspread. The sight suggested an endless spring radiating from within, stirring primal desires within one's soul. Indeed, this was a meticulously crafted haven. As Li Xiao gazed at the age-old carvings etched into the walls, he felt a jolt of realization, followed by a contemplative silence. This ring was left behind after the demise of the maidservant on that golden chariot. Within it, there was nothing of value. Li Xiao discarded all the useless items, retaining only 27 low-grade spirit crystals and over 10,000 gathering essence pills, which were just sufficient for tipping. The bounty was exceedingly generous. The matron appeared to lack significant background, as even a few spirit crystals stirred her excitement. Her reaction stirred something within Li Xiao, leading him to realize that she was merely a puppet matron, not the true authority. However, he chose not to expose this truth, feigning ignorance. Such trifles are of little consequence. If you send Jiang Shuiyin to accompany me, I shall reward you with an additional 1,000 low-grade spirit crystals. His tone was calm and nonchalant, exuding an air of authority that transcended mere pretentiousness. This innate majesty captivated the matron, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Had she not been aware of her own status, she might have willingly pursued him. A man of such caliber certainly deserved an audience with the young lady. Rest assured, young Masterly, this matter is entrusted to me. The matron was elated, her hand trembling as she held the ring. She then bowed deeply and respectfully exited the room, closing the door behind her. At this moment, Li Xiao's expression remained unchanged, calm and indifferent as before, yet a sudden gravity settled in his heart. Xiao Wang, have you discovered something? A unique map, a method for crafting weapons, and a profound swordsmanship technique. Alas, the individual who etched this diagram lacked the prowess to fully replicate its essence, resulting only in a superficial imitation. However, according to the calculations of the system's optical brain, this may lead to an ancient relic site. This, after all, is merely a copy of another's work. Even with extensive analysis, considerable discrepancies remain. Had it been an original fragment, I would have confidently restored it with 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals. The message conveyed by Xiao Wang sparked a realization in Li Xiao. In truth, while examining these artifacts earlier, he had instinctively grasped a nascent form of swordsmanship and sensed a cartographic essence within them. He surmised that this item might serve as a blueprint for crafting equipment. It was precisely due to his uncertainty regarding its nature that he sought Xiao Wang's insight, only to discover that their interpretations were strikingly similar. This indicates that although his intelligence and comprehension may not rival the extraordinary capabilities of Xiao Wang's optical brain, they are certainly commendable. Thus, it can be inferred that the public display of this diagram by the various branches of the Xianyue Pavilion was deliberate. aimed at recruiting individuals to unravel its mysteries and uncover the treasures hidden within the true relic. A glimmer of intelligence sparkled in Li Zhao's eyes as he quickly grasped the significance of such a move in this so-called luxurious locale. That Jiang Shuoyan, who offers her talents without compromising her integrity, is clearly a bait, enticing genuine prodigies to engage with her in discussions about the ancient mapping art. Simultaneously, this should serve as a refined method to discern true genius, allowing the Crescent Moon Pavilion to either embrace such individuals or cultivate amicable relations with them, thereby avoiding any offense. Li Xiao understood that he was perhaps overcomplicating matters. However, the situation might be even more intricate than he perceived. Upon his arrival, he was immediately greeted by a matron who promptly escorted him here. Clearly, those in charge within the Crescent Moon Pavilion had been aware of his near 5 domains affairs long before his arrival. This arrangement was a deliberate strategy against him, and the orchestrator was likely the enigmatic remarkable woman of the Haoyue mansion, Jiang Shuoyan. Li Xiao was no ordinary man. The fact that he could manipulate others while being ensnared himself testified to his acuity. In that moment, to validate his thoughts, he casually glanced at the engraved diagram and mused aloud. It appears to be a form of swordsmanship, albeit in a state of considerable disrepair. Nonetheless, its power remains adequate. He continued to speak to himself, and then, with his fingers poised like a blade, he thrust forward. This was an ancient sword technique, imbued with the essence of the engravings, evoking an ineffable aura of primordial antiquity. As Li Xiao executed the move, poised to unleash a terrifying surge of sword intent, he abruptly halted. Then, with a mischievous grin, he thought, why dwell on such mundane thoughts? I might as well indulge in the delightful fantasies of being entwined with my Shuoyan. A wicked smile adorned his face as his mind wandered to indecorous notions, likely fixated on Jiang Shuoyan. Yet, all of this merely represented the facade that Li Xiao chose to present. Indeed, before long, the sound of light footsteps drifted through the air, subtle yet unmistakable to Li Zhao's keen ears. Young Master Li has arrived. I apologize for any neglect on my part and hope you will forgive me. Even before her presence was fully revealed, a melodious voice, imbued with a fragrant allure, graced the atmosphere. The door behind Li Xiao swung open, revealing a woman in a flowing white gauze gown, standing gracefully at the threshold. She exuded a lively charm, her demeanor elegant and enchanting, captivating in her beauty. Her figure was tall and sinuous, with curves that seemed to invite admiration. Her delicate waist was both round and slender, while her arms, partially bared, appeared smooth and translucent, like jade. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a simple yet refined white ornament, reminiscent of blooming mountain flowers and ethereal clouds. As for her visage, it seemed shrouded in a veil of mysterious energy, akin to gazing at flowers through a fog. One could discern her extraordinary beauty, yet the details remained elusive. You acknowledge the oversight, so let us share a few drinks, Li Xiao replied, following her lead with a hint of provocation. Chapter 036. Despicable. Shameless. Yet, the woman showed no signs of emotional upheaval, her eyes shimmering like water. Young Master jested. You have visited several times before, yet it is only now that we have this encounter, she remarked. Previously, you chose to remain silent, but now your voice resonates remarkably, leaving me in admiration. This woman possessed a most enchanting voice, a sentiment that resonated deeply within Li Xiao. However, he was no longer the young Master Li, and thus refrained from uttering any pretentious phrases like the moonlight shines through the pines, the clear spring flows over the stones, or feigning the demeanor of a gentleman. Instead, he merely smiled, casually pulled a tea-colored antique wooden chair closer, leaned back, and poured himself a drink from the jug at the table. Since you admire me, why not spend the night in my company? This way, you shall surely share in the fame of the moonlit manor. Li was rather boisterous. Fully aware of the woman's profound schemes, he knew she wouldn't instantly fall for him upon their meeting. His words were merely a playful jest. Such a talented young man brought joy to Xian's heart, yet whether an opportunity would arise tonight depended on his conduct. Jiang Shuoyan shot him a mock glare, instantly revealing an enchanting charm that even the most composed Li could not resist, igniting a fervor within him. In a fleeting moment, even his lower self seemed to rise in anticipation. He was acutely aware that when individuals came together, their intellect often diminished, leading to foolish actions. With fiery eyes akin to a ravenous wolf, Li fixated on Jiang Shuoyan, his unabashed gaze roaming over her, as if her attire had vanished, revealing her exquisite form in all its glory. Jiang Shuiyin felt a sudden shock as she was subjected to the audacious and lascivious gaze directed at her. Instinctively, she gathered a measure of energy to solidify her white gauze dress while suppressing the surging fury within her, her expression turning markedly colder. According to the rules of the Xianhua Pavilion, only individuals of exceptional talent are permitted entry into the esteemed Zuntian Pavilion. And to become the companion of the foremost lady of the Xianhua Pavilion, one must solve at least 2 of the 3 formidable challenges posed by the Zuntian Pavilion. As for the nature of these challenges, they are the most fundamental tests. Failing to pass these would render further discussion unnecessary. Even though Shuiyin harbored feelings for the young master, she dared not contravene the established rules of the Xianhua Pavilion. Oh, Li Xiao's gaze greedily roamed over her once more before he nodded, chuckling. It seems that Miss Jiang Shuiyin is destined to follow this young master and become his favored concubine. As for the 3 challenges, I have already discerned their secrets. Really? You have unraveled the 3 formidable challenges, young masterly? Jiang Shuiyin felt an intense anger rising within her at his words. Yet, sensing that Li Xiao might indeed grasp some truth, she momentarily restrained her impulse to storm off, striving to maintain her composure before uttering her response. Of course, Miss Shuiyin should sit down and share a drink with me. Not only will this young master unravel your challenges, but I shall also free your heart from its shackles. Li Xiao's words grew increasingly audacious, laced with a sinister undertone. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed ominously, and the door, which Jiang Shuiyin had gently closed, was suddenly kicked open with great force. Bang! With a dull thud, the door, though not forcibly kicked open, struck the adjacent wall with a resounding crash. You insufferable Li Xiao, grandfather has been searching for you everywhere, and here you are. For heaven's sake, can't you behave for once? You spend all your time chasing after women. Dressed in fiery red, Li Yu stood alongside Li Shuang, clad in a flowing white gown, accompanied by a group of individuals whom even Li Xiao did not recognize. Among them, Li Yu's exquisite face was contorted with fury, her eyes ablaze with indignation. Beside Li Xiao, the ethereal beauty Jiang Shuiyin sparkled with a mischievous glint in her eyes, as if she were an audience member reveling in a farcical performance. She seemed to have concluded that Li Xiao was but a crude and base individual, otherwise, under the influence of her enchanting prowess. The secrets of those surrounding her would have long been divulged. Yet what of it? Li Xiao appeared momentarily perturbed by the intrusion, his countenance swiftly cooling, the earlier enchantment of beauty dissipating. He cast a fleeting glance at Li Yu and Li Shuang, avoiding Jiang Shuiyin entirely, his tone icy and composed. With the assistance of his advanced neural interface, he was acutely aware of his surroundings, even within a radius of 1,000 meters. Every movement was perceptible to him. While he could not fully decipher Jiang Shuiyin's thoughts, he sensed her disdain. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent. At this moment, his sole desire was to dismiss these 2 self-important women. Typically, Li Xiao had often endeavored to please them, groveling before them like a lapdog, devoid of any dignity. Subsequently, despite his attempts to ensnare the 2 ladies through devious means, he gained nothing and, instead, found himself the subject of mockery from Li Yu after his scheme was uncovered, resulting in a humiliating defeat and a tarnished reputation. Moreover, the 3rd elder, Li Changyuan, perceived his granddaughter as having suffered a great injustice and had unleashed his wrath upon him. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the system, not delving deeply into these memories, which lingered in his mind like fragments of a normal person's recollection of the past. Now, upon encountering the revelries of the young Master Li, his memories surged forth, allowing him to absorb all the young Master's experiences, even recalling the most intimate details of his actions. This newfound clarity only served to deepen his disdain for the self-important women within his family. How is that? You still believe you are in the right? You consort with these base women, disregarding us in plain sight. Li Yu's voice trembled with indignation, her delicate form quaking, long eyelashes fluttering as if on the verge of shedding tears. She was naive, oblivious to the fleeting chill that momentarily flickered in Jiang Shuyin's eyes upon hearing her utter. You consort with these base women. Indeed, young master, how could you behave in such a manner? Miss Yu and Miss Shuang have spent the entire morning searching for you throughout the city. A handsome young man stepped forward, his tone respectful yet tinged with reproach. What are you? A servant should understand their place. Li Xiao glared at the young man, refraining from inflicting any severe punishment. After all, those who remained in the Li household had been thoroughly vetted. They were, at the very least, devoid of treachery. Upon being reprimanded by Li Xiao, the young man was taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of trepidation. He slightly bowed and offered a courteous gesture, saying nothing further as he retreated in silence. "Did you hear what I said?" Liu sharply admonished. At merely 14, yet nearly 15, she was indeed remarkably developed, possessing a delicate beauty akin to ice and jade. Her visage was exceedingly enchanting, truly possessing the ability to allure. However, Li Xiao was no longer the same young master he once was. What a farce! If you deny me the pleasure, I shall indulge in the company of women here instead. You yourself mentioned that the women here are of lowly status. I shall engage with them as I please. What of it? Moreover, what relation do you hold to me? Li Xiao sneered, his gaze brazenly traversing Li Yu's form with palpable disdain. You are despicable and shameless, Li Yu exclaimed, her fury reaching a fever pitch, although Li Shuang remained silent. The profound disappointment reflected in her eyes was unmistakable. She clearly did not anticipate that the man who had appeared like a god of war the previous night could now exhibit such base and vulgar behavior. Do not speak so nobly. Observe the men surrounding you. Though they may fawn over you like sycophants, bowing and scraping, deep down, they merely wish to press you onto the bed for their own desires. How noble can they truly be? Hypocritical? Despicable? Self-righteous fools. You scoundrel, shameless rogue. Your vile nature goes unpunished. Woe is me, Li Xiao. You have changed. You have truly ascended. At this moment, Li Shuang also spoke coldly. Li Xiao replied with equal chill. You are. Let us depart. Li Shuang trembled with fury, her fists clenching and unclenching. Yet she ultimately refrained from letting her anger propel her towards Li Xiao. No way. Li Xiao retorted once more, as Li Shuang turned to leave with Li Yu. She nearly unleashed a kick at Li Xiao's head in exasperation, but she still managed to restrain herself. Now she realized that the Li Xiao of the past had indeed treated them with unparalleled kindness, obedient as a dog, allowing them to toy with him. Alas, such opportunities had vanished. Only upon witnessing the ruthless nature of this debauched tyrant did she comprehend how rare that previous obedience truly was. Chapter 037. Do you remember me? Young Master Li, you seem to harbor quite a bit of resentment, Jiang Shuiyin remarked, her expression a blend of amusement and disdain for such a vulgar individual. Li Xiao chuckled, inadvertently drawing Jiang Shuiyin into the jest. Naturally, Jiang Shuiyin discerned Li Xiao's implication and, with a smile, replied, if that is the case, then wouldn't a man who is aware of this yet still seeks to curry favor with women be even more despicable? Indeed. It is akin to a person who claims not to sell themselves while engaging in commerce. Alas, I have always harbored a profound disdain for such hypocritical souls. May I interpret this as young Master Li attempting to please me, to bring me joy? Jiang Xian's eyes glimmered with a chilling coldness, yet she laughed playfully. You may regard it as you wish. One might even liken me to a toad aspiring for swan meat. Or consider me to be the despicable individual I have described in my own words. You could express your disdain more overtly or reveal your murderous intent with greater severity. Such sentiments are of no consequence to me. Previously, I was merely indulging in a bit of amusement with you. While you may look down upon me, I find little reason to hold you in esteem. Li Xiao remarked with a smile that was neither fully genuine nor entirely mocking. Having had his amusement interrupted, he abandoned any curiosity he had harbored. The notions of ancient relics, hidden treasures, weapon crafting methods, and sword techniques seemed irrelevant. Even if they were entirely his, they would serve little purpose for him. This world is harsh and bloody, rife with murder and plunder, where the survival of the fittest prevails. As long as there are deaths, there is energy for him to absorb. Once he reaches a certain level of strength, his ability to absorb energy will expand, making it feasible to directly siphon the essence and souls of the living. At that juncture, he might even drain the vitality and spiritual energy of everything within 1,000 miles. To him, treasure maps and carvings would be akin to mere scraps. As for those who seek his insight, they can wait an eternity to see if another extraordinary genius arrives here or at the various crescent moon pavilions across the realm to unravel this enigma. This is their request of him, not the other way around. Following this disturbance, coupled with Jiang Shuiyan's display of coldness towards the Li family, Li Zhao's demeanor became decidedly unyielding. As he spoke, Li Xiao raised the wine jug and drained its contents in one swift motion, maintaining an air of nonchalance. It seems, he remarked, that I shall not be able to accompany Miss Jiang Shuiyin through the night. The commotion outside is quite severe, and I must intervene. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Shuiyan's beautiful eyes widened momentarily, a flicker of shock and anxiety flashing across her gaze before vanishing. When Li Xiao continued to dismiss her concerns and tease her, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Yet, in the next instant, the sounds of fury and scorn from Li Shuang and Li Yu, along with the mocking banter of several men and the clamor of a scuffle, echoed from the courtyard below. Instantly, Jiang Shuiyin realized that a brawl had erupted outside. Strikingly, as a practitioner at the first level of the Tao, she was unaware of the situation unfolding beyond, while Li Xiao, despite possessing combat prowess nearing the five realms, seemed to perceive everything occurring outside. At this moment, Jiang Shuiyin began to truly regard Li Xiao, who had previously struck her as somewhat neurotic, coarse, yet enigmatic. Motley family, even if reduced to a mere dog, is not to be trifled with by outsiders, Li Xiao declared as he opened the door to the room, his tone calm, yet resolute. His voice resonated both with those below, Li Yu, Li Shuang, and those engaged in combat, and with Jiang Shuiyin herself. It was then that she suddenly recognized the figure before her, a man clad in a flowing black robe, hands clasped behind his back, with long hair billowing in the air, exuding an undeniable charisma and grandeur. For the first time, Jiang Shuiyin felt as though she had misjudged him all along. You, young man, are the infamous Li Xiao? The insolent wretches, unaccompanied by any retainers, threaten your demise. Speak further, and death shall be your fate. You, insipid wretch, dare to lay a hand on Lady Jiang. You cur, kneel and prostrate yourself, and perhaps, by delivering these two women to us, you may yet preserve your wretched life. A raucous crowd encircled Li Yu and Li Shuang, their presence overwhelming. Nearby, the lifeless bodies of several disciples from the Li family lay strewn about, and the courtyard had become a desolate place, devoid of comers and goers, with onlookers gathered at the entrances of various esteemed cabinets, observing from a distance. At this moment, Li Shuang bore the brunt of immense pressure, her delicate brows furrowed deeply, her previously sorrowful expression shifting as she absorbed Li Zhao's words. Despite her grim demeanor, a flicker of brilliance danced within her enchanting eyes. Silence. Li Xiao emerged from the upper levels, standing in the void, casting a commanding gaze upon the throng below. With but two simple words escaping his lips, he exuded an air of authority. In that instant, the hesitance within him vanished, and he unleashed a powerful fist toward the most audacious of the lot. Though he did not employ the technique of the three fists united, his prowess had been amplified by the enlightenment bestowed upon him by Xiaoguang, who had deciphered and conveyed the profound secrets of the incomplete sword path to him. Thus, as he struck, his fist embodied the combined lethal intent of the 9 great killing techniques of the void, the imperial essence of the 9 emperor fist, and the spirit of the sword path. As he delivered this blow, a horrifying tempest of energy surged downward, akin to the collapse of the void itself. In the distance, for men clad in white were obliterated before they could even react, reduced to mere dust by the force of his strike. They were torn apart, blood raining down upon the courtyard, splattering the surrounding young men. Seeking death. Kill. Perish. At that moment, 7 figures charged towards Li Xiao, frantically wielding their inferior spiritual weapons, be it long spears, chains, or swords. In unison, these spiritual armaments surged towards Li Xiao, conjuring an energy storm of considerable magnitude. Just then, Li Xiao transformed his fist into an open palm, gripping the void fiercely before pulling back, manifesting a visible transparent energy that morphed into a vast net suspended in the air. Go. With a mighty tremor of his arm, he struck forth, causing the energy net to expand suddenly, resembling a gaping maw that ensnared the 7 spiritual weapons within its grasp. With a mere flick of his hand, the energy net tightened, and the 7 weapons were instantly reduced to dust, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, the bodies of the 7 assailants, suspended in midair, trembled violently before plummeting to the ground. Li Xiao, showing no mercy, unleashed another punch, releasing 7 streams of energy that coalesced into sharp, flying swords. Imbued with the sword intent etched upon the ancient sword diagram on the wall, swiftly piercing through the skulls of the 7 men. Blood gushed forth, cascading from their disheveled black hair as they let out agonizing screams, their cries resounding with despair before they fell lifelessly to the earth, their bodies convulsing violently for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. At this juncture, the scene was enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of any sound. If previously Li Xiao had launched a surprise attack, catching his opponent off guard, then at this moment, a single individual engaging in combat against 7 formidable foes of the 3rd level of the condensation realm truly exemplifies remarkable prowess. At this juncture, a man clad in white suddenly spoke. With his hands clasped behind him, he stepped forward, prompting the crowd that had encircled Li Ru and the others to part. creating a more spacious path that accentuated the presence of the white-clad man. This individual bore a white stone tower suspended upon his shoulder, emanating a faint grayish aura that, while unassuming, enveloped his entire being, including the ground beneath him, rendering him inconspicuous. Observing this man's evident pride, Li Xiao remained suspended in the air, refusing to descend. His expression calm, yet equally imbued with arrogance. "You are Li Xiao? Excellent. I shall remember you," the white-clad man uttered once more. However, his previously serene countenance suddenly morphed into a more sinister visage, and the words that followed carried an undertone of cruelty and malice. "Remember me? I shall ensure that you will still think of me, even in the depths of the 9 netherworlds." Li Xiao replied with a chilling smile, his gaze turning icy for the first time. Chapter 038. The Demon Extermination Totem Technique. In truth, Li Xiao understood that anyone utilizing artifacts such as towers, tripods, or bells as personal spiritual vessels should never be underestimated. The white-clad man was evidently equally arrogant, and now that the battle had commenced, it was a situation of life and death, with no room for luck. Thus, Li Xiao resolved not to hold back. To cut the grass without uprooting it is to allow it to grow anew with the spring breeze. Li Xiao has never entertained the notion of leaving potential threats to fester into formidable dangers. He dismisses any notion of granting adversaries a grace period, allowing them years to mature into threats. Any peril must be quashed in its infancy. At this moment, his intervention is not merely a trivial matter regarding the Li family. The true objective of the Wen clan revolves around Jiang Shuiyin, and their paths are destined to intersect. A confrontation is inevitable. So rescuing individuals like Li Yu is hardly an inconvenience. Though he harbors little emotional connection to the Li family, he cannot overlook the charm of the adorable younger brother, the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted sister, the venerable ancestor Li Xian, and the battle maniac Li Changyuan. These individuals possess their own merits, and it seems only fitting to act in their favor. However, Li Xiao also contemplates the philosophy of growing stronger through conflict. Engaging in combat with cultivators of equal or superior caliber allows him to dissect their energy manipulation, comprehend their martial arts principles, and address his own shortcomings in battle. Particularly, his prior skirmish with Xie Yunyin and the disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism sect has enriched his understanding of the manipulation of spiritual-grade armor and weaponry. In this upcoming confrontation, the white-clad figure before him exudes an extraordinary presence, unmistakably formidable. Although the opponent is merely at the peak of the 3rd layer of soul condensation, they possess a significant advantage over Li Xiao, who is at the 1st layer of Dan condensation. Li Xiao remains dismissive. Yet the imposing stone tower of his adversary compels him to proceed with caution. As a fleeting thought crosses his mind and he prepares to act, he hears the white-clad figure emit a cold laugh, their expression twisted in disdain, arrogant. Subsequently, the figure of this individual was suddenly engulfed by the tremors of his own stone tower, causing him to vanish from sight. In the next moment, the stone tower itself disappeared, and at that very instant, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming and terrifying intent to kill surge from his side. Such methods of slaughter were indeed insidious and strange. This was the demon extinguishing totem technique of the Heavenly Machine sect. Young Master One was on the brink of reaching the realm of condensation, with the prospect of becoming a true disciple imminent. When combined with the demon extinguishing tower, even a genius at the 1st level of the realm of condensation would not stand a chance against him. To perish at the hands of such a figure wielding a renowned killing move, Li Xiao felt a sense of pride. The demon extinguishing totem technique was truly extraordinary. It rightfully deserved its status as one of the 30 major techniques of the Heavenly Machine sect. In battles against opponents of equal rank, mastering such a devastating art would render one virtually invincible. Although Li Xiao possessed exceptional talent, his achievements in the Haoyu manner were commendable yet modest. Attaining the near 5 realms was already a remarkable feat. The combination of the demon extinguishing totem and the demon extinguishing tower was indeed remarkable, shrouded in profundity. Those observing the battle, many of whom had some background in discernment, began to engage in spirited discussion. Li Xiao chuckled coldly to himself. This so-called energy-based invisibility achieved through the special abilities of a spirit-level weapon was hardly worthy of mention. Should he choose to, he had countless methods to counter it. Yet, he chose not to reveal any of this, instead feigning urgency in accepting the attacks from the man in white, continually navigating the perilous situation with seemingly narrow escapes, deliberately lulling his opponent into a false sense of security. This was, however, a deliberate act by Li Xiao. He initially aimed to unify his 5 fists and swiftly eliminate his opponent, denying them the opportunity to escape. Yet, Upon sensing the tremor of the stone tower, Li Xiao realized the profound connection between this individual and the tower, rendering his fist intent utterly incapable of locking onto him, making the confrontation exceedingly challenging. Compounded by the murmurs of those surrounding him, Li Xiao deemed it necessary to meticulously observe this person's offensive strategies and their manipulation of the stone tower. Concurrently, he sought to feign vulnerability, hoping to seize an opportunity amidst his opponent's momentary lapse in concentration to deliver a decisive blow. While the onlookers speculated that Li Xiao was on the brink of defeat and peril, Li Yu remained outwardly indifferent. In contrast, Li Shuang suddenly expressed concern. Li Xiao, you are the hope of the Li family. If the situation becomes dire, retreat immediately. With your strength, no one here can detain you. Do not worry about us. Humph. Why do you care about him? Li Yu retorted, albeit with a diminished tone, not entirely dismissing Li Shuang's concern, merely a child's fleeting frustration. Li Xiao, unexpectedly touched by their thoughts during this dangerous moment, felt that his efforts in this endeavor were not in vain. At that instant, Li Xiao calculated precisely where his opponent would strike next. He began to amalgamate the energies absorbed from the 7 superior spiritual weapons, while simultaneously channeling the energy from his spiritual armor, consolidating it as a resource for his unified 5 fists. His entire being surged with hidden energy, ready to unleash his most formidable strike beyond the combat body. The space trembled slightly, and a phantom emerged. As the figure in white appeared, a thunderous attack was unleashed once more. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming dread akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Suddenly, a colossal golden fist manifested in his vision, as if waiting for his arrival, intent on shattering him to pieces. His expression turned to one of horror, and he sensed immense peril. Without a moment's hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood, attempting to activate the white tower to shield himself and evade, hoping to employ the same tactic once again. However, Li Xiao had meticulously orchestrated this moment. His fist intent had already erupted. The 9 Emperor's heart-extinguishing fist, in its 5-fold combination, surged with unending vitality. The size of the golden fist was entirely under his command, not confined to 9 or 5 meters, but rather adaptable at will, capable of expanding to hundreds of meters or condensing to the size of an infant's fist. At that moment, Li Xiao's golden energy fist appeared as if it were a tangible entity, seemingly invincible. Upon striking, the golden energy roared forth, surging with a brilliance akin to the dawn, swirling with energy that resembled golden clouds. Within the fist lay a golden realm, where vast oceans roared, raising colossal waves that propelled the fist into the void ahead. As the golden fist pierced through the air, it distorted the very fabric of space, unleashing a sound reminiscent of a tsunami. The overwhelming force caused everyone present to nearly bleed from their orifices, their ears filled with an incessant buzzing, akin to the deafening roar of thunderclaps. Boom. Even as the energy of the stone tower enveloped the area, forming a protective barrier, it was significantly weaker than before. With a single punch, Li Xiao unleashed a golden wave that surged skyward, tumultuous and overwhelming, shaking the entire crescent moon pavilion. Even the concealed array foundations within the formation were repeatedly detonated, resulting in terrifying explosions. Many innocent bystanders were caught in the chaos, instantaneously obliterated by the blasts, reduced to mere flashes of white light, leaving no trace of their corporeal forms, a testament to the dreadful power of the annihilating light within this formation. At that moment, as the punch ascended, the protective radiance of the stone tower shattered with a resounding pop, and the young master of the Wen family, a core disciple of the heavenly mechanism sect, was utterly pulverized. Not only was his physical form destroyed, but even his battle armor was reduced to dust. The ferocity of Li Xiao's strike was unfathomable. All previous uncertainties stemmed from the tower's enigmatic nature, which had prevented him from locking onto the man and ensuring a direct hit. Ultimately, despite the opponent's invincible legend forged by the stone tower, he succumbed to its very own capabilities. Yishan, a slightly older young man, let out a heart-wrenching roar, seemingly unable to comprehend how the formidable Wen Yishan, who had been relentlessly pursuing and tormenting Li Xiao, could so swiftly be vanquished. Chapter 039, The Overwhelming Terror. In his profound anguish and rage, he reached for the stone tower, intent on unleashing his fury upon Li Xiao. Yet, Li Xiao was swifter still. In a flash, he appeared beside the tower, seizing control of it with the resonance of Wen Yishan's spiritual consciousness. Simultaneously, Li Xiao absorbed the essence and spirit of the energy swirling around Wenyu Mountain, as well as the residual forces from the battle between the two. The chaotic energies from the explosion of the formation and the life forces of those who perished in the blast. This process not only replenished his own energy, but also further solidified the strength of his physical form, enhancing the potency of the hidden thunderous radiance within him. As a result, faint purple arcs of electricity flickered around him intermittently, and his soul continued to grow stronger from the combat energy. Grasping the stone tower and sensing its ancient aura, Li Xiao refrained from consuming it. In truth, he lacked the capacity to draw energy from such a formidable spirit-level weapon or armor for the time being. Thus, when another man, slightly older, charged at him, Li Xiao retaliated with a forceful tremor, sending the stone tower soaring and significantly enlarging it. With an absolutely terrifying and ghostly speed, it struck the man clad in grayish-white armor, whose robust figure was no match for the impact. The tower collided with him, sending him hurtling backward, a stream of blood erupting from his mouth, forming a blood arrow stretching 4 to 5 meters. At that moment, Li Xiao's figure suddenly vanished, only to reappear behind the man who was now flying through the air. He seized the man's neck with both hands, and with a powerful surge, ripped him asunder. The man's scream was a heart-wrenching, agonizing wail that abruptly ceased. His eyes, once ablaze with frenzied crimson, dimmed rapidly, the light within them dissipating into nothingness. Ah! This is the demon exterminating totem technique. He actually used the demon exterminating totem technique to kill Wen Xiangxiao. How could he possibly? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. The demon suppression totem technique has always required mastery of the stone tower, although it is not an unparalleled art. Wen Yishan achieved renown through it and garnered the esteemed regard of the Tiangong sect. Never before has it been heard that anyone could learn such a divine skill. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, as they were utterly taken aback and found it hard to believe that Li Xiao had employed the ultimate technique of Wen Yishan to slay the Wen clan's hall master. When Kuang saw, this was an unimaginable outcome, one that overshadowed the astonishing truth that Li Xiao, at the pinnacle of the first level of Dan condensation, had killed these individuals, causing even the more shocking achievement to fade from memory. With the death of young Master 1 and Hall Master 1, we are surely doomed. Let us fight to the death. The remaining 4 young members of the One family paled, trembling as they gazed upon Li Xiao, drenched in blood. Having violently torn apart Wen Kuang saw, their faces turned ashen, yet they found themselves with no choice. Below and around the upper floors, many spectators were watching the scene unfold, for the commotion had been tremendous. Even now, the air was thick with blood mist swirling like fine rain, mingled with shattered flesh drifting like down feathers. The ground lay strewn with disfigured corpses, none intact, creating a grotesque heap that resembled a mountain. This once beautiful and graceful place now resembled a blood-soaked hell. To kill one is to break even. To kill 2 is to profit. In that moment, 3 of the 4 Wen disciples seemed to regain their senses, but alas, it was far too late. They surged towards the Li family members nearby, launching a merciless assault on Li Yu and Li Xuan. However, Li Xiao suddenly executed the 9 Emperor Thunder Light Escape technique, swiftly unleashing 4 mighty palm strikes. This was the ultimate move of the illusory void art, designed for the most rapid execution. Armed with a light brain, Li Xiao, even without its full integration, calculated with utmost precision. As he struck with his 4 palms, the 4 disciples of the Wen family seemed to have willingly thrown themselves into the path of his blows, rushing headlong into the winds generated by his palms. The energy enveloping these strikes was a fraction of what Li Xiao had absorbed, manifested through his palm technique, which was far from trivial. The 4 energy-infused palms converged like a dark celestial dome descending upon them, exuding an indescribable, soul-chilling power. This was a lethal maneuver. The Li family's art of slaughter was executed with exquisite mastery in Li Xiao's hands. Its potency may not have been overwhelmingly terrifying, yet the murderous intent it harbored felt palpably horrifying. The chilling sounds echoed as the 4 Wen family disciples were forcefully struck to the ground, reducing the earth beneath them to powder. Their bodies turned to pulp before they could even utter a cry. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, the surrounding crowd fell into a stunned silence, retreating in haste, unwilling to provoke the formidable Li Xiao at that moment. At this moment, Jiang Shuiyan, who had been standing in the attic, wore a captivating smile, as if the previous displeasure had never occurred. With a charming demeanor, she said, "Young Master Li, my boudoir is always open to you. If you are interested, perhaps we could delve deeper into the 3 significant challenges." Li Xiao, feeling a surge of energy coursing through him, laughed heartily. "It is rare for a beauty to wish to share a life with me. Such an opportunity is not to be missed. However, I shall defer this for today and visit again another time." At that moment, The formation of the Xianwei Pavilion had been significantly disrupted. Remaining here would only pose greater danger. Li Xiao, unconcerned for himself, was mindful of the two burdensome companions beside him, Li Shuang and the other lady, whose every action he had observed earlier, thus cultivating a sense of protective instinct within him. Ah, young Master Li must not forget the promises made today, Jiang Shuiyin remarked with a smile, her eyes sparkling with genuine admiration, clearly impressed by Li Xiao's unexpected display. Rest assured, I am a man of my word, he replied confidently. You're insufferable. Li Yu, already somewhat spoiled, turned pale at Li Xiao's reprimand, feeling utterly humiliated. Anger surged within her, causing her to tremble. Meanwhile, Li Shuang remained silent, her expression hinting at a flicker of self-reproach. Li Xiao cast a cold glance at Li Yu and the others before boldly stepping forward towards the entrance of the Xianwei Pavilion. At that moment, some of the cultivators nearby immediately bowed in respect and dutifully made way, maintaining a distance of at least 100 meters from Li Xiao, fearing to approach him. Following this fierce battle, Li Xiao had already established a formidable reputation, his overwhelming might having made a striking debut. The onlookers no longer dared to provoke such a tyrannical figure. Who are you to meddle? I may lack strength, but what of it? I did not ask for your aid, and I wish to never see you again. Li Yu's expression was frigid, yet she was still throwing a tantrum, her tone laden with deep-seated animosity towards Li Xiao. Li Xiao, inherently rebellious, held a strong aversion towards such headstrong and self-righteous women. Furthermore, having thoroughly reviewed the memories of the esteemed young Master Li, he felt a sense of indignation regarding the perceived insults endured by this body, even though they had not been his own experiences. As he processed these memories, he could not help but harbor a smoldering anger towards the former young Master Li, who had looked down upon such women. It was akin to the earlier utterance of men are despicable, for he truly believed that the former young Master Li was utterly contemptible, willing to sacrifice his dignity for the sake of women, reaching the lowest depths of degradation. This loathsome sentiment made him feel a certain revulsion towards the body he inhabited. Fortunately, this vessel had undergone continuous refinement, now infused with new energy, leaving only the purest bloodline and the superior genetic traits of the former young Master Li. Had it been otherwise, given Li Xiao's temperament, he would likely have developed a sense of aversion towards this body. At this moment, Li Sun was enraged, seizing Li Yu and lifting her off the ground by her throat. Taken aback by such treatment, Li Yu struggled violently, but could not escape Li Sun's grasp. Despite her frantic attempts to strike and kick, her efforts proved futile. The situation unfolded so swiftly that even Li Shuang was caught off guard. Li Sun, you are still young. Spare her. We were in the wrong, Li Shuang implored, her voice barely above a whisper. Though only a year older than Li Yu, her demeanor reflected a remarkable understanding of restraint. Li Sun, however, did not spare her a glance, tightening his grip and stifling Li Yu's energy and vitality. Her delicate face flushed a deep shade of purple until her strength ebbed away, and her consciousness began to fade. Only then did he unceremoniously toss her to the ground, leaving her sprawled in disarray. Take her away, Li Sun commanded calmly, departing from the Crescent Moon Pavilion alone. After a considerable time had passed, once Li Sun and his companions had vanished from sight, murmurs began to circulate among the onlookers. This individual, ruthless and unyielding, showed no mercy. He was no longer the timid man who once fawned over women. Li Sun will undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. Indeed, such talent could be deemed unmatched in the Haoyue mansion. Having slain Xie Yunting and now targeting Wen Yishan, he was now in direct confrontation with the Celestial Master. Though he may be domineering, the esteemed Master Songqiong is said to have caught the eye of the Yin Yu sect, poised to elevate his status. In due time, he may very well become a formidable powerhouse. Humph, he is merely arrogant at this moment. This individual is foolish. What good can come from clashing with Master Songqiong? He is not one to be trifled with. Years ago, when a mere disciple of his was injured, he embarked on a journey of vengeance, ruthlessly annihilating the entire clan responsible, despite the presence of formidable warriors at the half-step breaking Dan realm. He slaughtered them as one would cull livestock. As for Li Xiao and the Li family, one individual sneered, his voice cold and sinister, speaking softly yet audibly enough for all to hear, starkly contrasting the hushed murmurs of the crowd. Indeed, how many self-proclaimed prodigies have ultimately met their demise at the hands of Master Songqiong. This young man is neither the first nor the last. He is destined to be a stepping stone for the master. It is a pity, however, for he is merely 15 years old. Unlike the likes of Wen Yishan and others, who are nearing 30. At such an age, he has merely brushed against the threshold of the breaking 5 forbidden domains, yet he has offended a person of such extraordinary talent as Ji Sangqiu. The discussions continued unabated, while Jiang Xian listened for a moment before falling silent, seemingly contemplating a matter of great significance, her demeanor tinged with uncertainty. It appears that the assassination attempt has indeed catalyzed his growth. Death can swiftly foster development and unleash hidden potential. This holds true. Yet, does he truly comprehend the ancient stone carvings? Although he has indeed wielded the path of slaughter, embodying the profound swordsmanship inscribed in the ancient relics, an unsettling feeling lingers within him. As for me, I lost face for the young lady last time. Very well, I shall observe a while longer. Jiang Shuiyin mused internally, casting a glance around at the gathering before turning gracefully to depart, leaving behind a mesmerizing silhouette, ethereal and elusive, reminiscent of mist, rain, and a gentle breeze. In the hall of the Li family of Haoyue Mansion, since your esteemed family possesses practitioners of the Chenkong realm, the governance of Haoyue Mansion shall fall under your purview, leaving no room for objection from my Tiangong sect. However, while the criteria for selecting disciples into Tiangong sect is not excessively stringent, it is imperative that at least 3 out of every 10 candidates are commendable, while the remaining 7 shall be regarded as your own resources. This remains consistent with past practices. Fellow Taoist Li Xian, as you have recently ascended to the position of the head of Haoyue Mansion, allow me to elaborate on this matter. A tall, vigorous elder clad in gray robes occupied the most esteemed seat in the Li family's main hall, while beside him, Li Xian listened attentively, displaying great respect as the elder conveyed important considerations. This man is none other than Elder Su Muching, the 9th elder and steward of the Tiangong sect, whose power has attained the 2nd level of the Chenkong realm. However, he is notably amiable, devoid of any airs, and finds a harmonious rapport with Li Xian. Ancestor, have you summoned me? Here, Li Xiao felt rather out of place, yet with the disciple guiding him, he paid it no mind. Indeed, shower, come forth. This is Elder Su Muching of the Tiangong sect. Quickly, pay your respects. Li Xian's face was filled with affection. Despite the lengthy wait for Li Xiao, no one expressed any blame towards him. On the contrary, both Li Xian and Su Muching gazed at Li Xiao with unmistakable admiration, particularly Su Muching, whose eyes sparkled with brilliance as he scrutinized Li Xiao, transitioning from initial appreciation to subsequent astonishment and, finally, to sheer disbelief, all in the blink of an eye. Excellent! 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 Fellow Taoist Li, your talent is truly exceptional. In my eyes, he rivals even Ji Sangqiu. Given time, our Tianjizong will soon witness the rise of another remarkable figure. Just after Li Xiao had bowed in greeting, Su Mucheng could no longer contain his excitement. Li Xiao's expression shifted as he recognized that this voice was strikingly similar to that of the old man who had scolded and dismissed him like a decaying corpse the previous night. Clearly, they were one and the same. Moreover, it seemed that this individual harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the decrepit elder, who, in turn, bore an immense hatred and murderous intent towards him. As Li Xiao pondered, he began to unravel many truths. These individuals had come to ascertain the Tianjizong quota, only to encounter the collapse of Haoyue Mansion, resulting in such an incident. Regarding the terms real person and fellow Taoist in this world, Li Xiao now understood that real person referred specifically to exceptionally talented cultivators who had transcended the dam-breaking stage, while fellow Taoist was a collective term for practitioners who had entered the realm of Tao condensation. The term Taoist friend is a widely used appellation. After reaching the Tao condensation realm, unfamiliar cultivators of the same or similar level refer to each other as Taoist friends. However, should one possess unparalleled potential within the same tier and transcend the Tao condensation realm, entering the breaking Dan realm or even surpassing it, they are regarded as true person. Thus, the title of true person is indeed a remarkable designation. When Sumu openly referred to Li Xiao as the future true person of the heavenly mechanism sect, it was evident that he held high regard for him. At this moment, Li Xiao felt a twinge of concern, having yet to join the heavenly mechanism sect. He had already offended the formidable Sangqiu true person, which could hardly bode well. The title of true person signifies an invincible status among peers, necessitating at least the attainment of the breaking Dan realm as a threshold. This invincibility does not merely pertain to the initial stage of the breaking Dan realm, but extends to the ability to dominate even the 3rd stage of the breaking Dan realm from the 1st. From this perspective, one can comprehend the genius and formidable nature of a true person. You flatter me, Taoist friend. My junior, though possessing commendable talent, is rather headstrong and unruly. When he arrives at the Heavenly Mechanism sect, I hope you will look after him, Li Xian humbly remarked. As an elder, belittling one's own junior in front of outsiders seems to be an instinct, a behavior observed both on earth and here. You are too modest, Taoist friend. It is the headstrong individuals who truly embody pride, and those with pride are the ones endowed with true talent. You, my junior, are undoubtedly the most astonishing individual I have encountered in my many years as a venerable elder. In just a fortnight, during the Tianji sect's aptitude assessment, you are destined to make a remarkable impression, akin to the legendary Ji Songqiang, leaving behind a mythic legacy for posterity to extol. Su Muqing smiled, rising to stand beside Li Xiao, his gaze shimmering with an extraordinary light as he regarded Li Xiao once more. Chapter 041. Not to be underestimated, his gaze was unreserved, undeniably a tad audacious. However, he radiated a unique aura of gentle benevolence, devoid of any ulterior motives, which was genuinely reassuring. This very trait dissuaded Li Xiao from resisting, as he too was curious about the extent of the elderess' insight. Furthermore, last night, specifically in the early hours of today, was a matter of great significance. It was thanks to this elder that the despicable corpse-like figure did not pursue matters further. Otherwise, the newly ascended Li Xian, having just entered the realm of the first layer of Chongkong, would have been no match for that individual. Such a confrontation would have surely led to catastrophic losses for the Li family. Thus, indirectly, Li Xiao found himself harboring a greater fondness for this man. Were it not for this, his lack of affection for the Tianji sect would have likely precluded him from genuinely committing to the sect. Splendid. Truly splendid. At your age, Ji Songqiang was not vastly different from you. Ha. Indeed, I have stumbled upon a treasure. Ah, young one, I have witnessed your actions from last night to today. Though you may have indulged in some indiscreet behaviors, rest assured, with my protection, you shall still navigate the Tianji sect with ease. As for Ji Songqiang, a brash youth, if he were to rise to prominence, might instill in me a modicum of trepidation. However, at this moment, he remains far from achieving such stature, so there is no cause for concern. When the time arrives for the talent assessment, he shall be readily welcomed into my fold, and I shall grant him unrestricted access to the vast repository of knowledge within the Tianji sect. The elder, who was initially quite amiable, emanated an aura of immense authority as he spoke these words, though his focus was not directed at Li Xiao. Rather, it was the sheer confidence in his speech that conjured such an atmosphere. Yet this scene was nothing short of astonishing, the very essence of his being surged with fervor, accompanied by the resounding echoes of thunder. Luminous purple lightning danced through the sanguine tide within him, while the very bones of his body reverberated with the roar of celestial loss. Though this phenomenon was but a fleeting moment, ignited by his arrogance and tempered by concern for Li Xiao's well-being, Li Xiao, equipped with his luminous cerebral device, effortlessly perceived the entirety of the spectacle. It became glaringly apparent to him just how vast the chasm was between his ancestor Li Xian and this figure, an expanse that could not merely be measured in thousands or tens of thousands of miles. Having just stepped into the first realm of the void, the disparity with the pinnacle of the second realm was staggering. Li Xiao was taken aback, yet his demeanor remained composed. He nodded, bowing with a serene grace, and spoke. Elder, your generosity is overwhelming. Should I fail to recognize the gravity of this choice, it would be a grave folly indeed. Rest assured, on the day of the talent assessment, you will come to understand that today's decision is a tremendous fortune. Li Xiao's tone was neither servile nor arrogant, brimming with confidence. Although he did not exude any imperial majesty, the resolute power of his words caused Su Muqing to tremble, prompting him to exclaim good, thrice in succession. Su, my friend, this young man, despite his earlier shortcomings, has become rather arrogant. He has embarrassed himself in the past. Now that he has matured, he has become overly sagacious. Although Li Xian felt a deep sense of satisfaction, he still found some faults to lament. This reflects the reason why the Heavenly Machine sect and various other sects subject their disciples to countless trials for life and death. It is through such rigorous challenges that one is truly forged. In the past, I was humble and cowardly, utterly inept. However, I refused to resign myself to such a fate. Though my cultivation was devastated, I devoted myself to arduous training, persevering in the path of the sword and comprehending its profound mysteries. During the Heavenly Machine sect's recruitment of disciples, I showcased my talents despite not being part of the selection. Before admission, the Heavenly Machine sect assesses three crucial aspects: comprehension ability, bloodline quality, and the nature of one's heart in cultivation. In terms of comprehension, I shattered the long-standing records of the sect, and, as a special exception in the absence of available slots, was granted entry. Ultimately, from a body deemed utterly worthless, I have cultivated myself to this remarkable state, becoming the most powerful elder of the Heavenly Machine sect. Even Li Xiao could not help but feel a sense of awe. Having one's cultivation obliterated is akin to the destruction of one's meridians. How could one possibly rebuild from such devastation, especially while practicing the path of slaughter through swordsmanship? Instantly, Li Xiao felt a growing respect for this individual. The woman who had never betrayed him may indeed be the enduring pain in his heart. Such reflections arise only from a moment of sentiment. It is through the harrowing trials of life and death that one truly ascends to greatness. Reflecting upon Ji Sanqiang. Even with his extraordinary talents, he often finds himself engaged in fierce battles against the legendary artifact of the Ji family. The Hunting Heaven Order, with results that can only be described as terrifying. This Hunting Heaven Order is a unique and sacred treasure that combines illusory formations, neither a weapon nor armor. Its purpose lies in projecting one's spiritual consciousness into it to engage in combat with the array contained within. The formation adapts to Ji Sanqiang's abilities, conjuring a version of himself with unparalleled capabilities to fight against him. Thus, Ji Sanqiang has always regarded himself as invincible, viewing himself as the only worthy adversary, considering others. Even the most formidable talents from the three great empires, such as the two prodigies of the Wanyao Empire, Shangyingqing and Hongyi Tiannu, as mere ants, unworthy of his attention. In hindsight, had his cultivation not been crippled, he muses that while he may not have been able to rival Ji Sanqiang, he would at least have achieved the status of a true practitioner. Now, witnessing Li Xiao evokes memories of his former self, a feeling that is genuinely delightful. At this moment, the robust and towering elder Su Mucheng shares numerous insights about the Tianji sect, instilling in Li Xiao, who has yet to enter the sect, a profound sense of its formidable power and terror. Within this narrative, Ji Sanqiang stands almost singularly dominant, with many elders bowing in submission to him. He is a proud individual of genuine strength, whose reputation even resonates throughout the Feihong Empire. Originally, Li Xiao believed that despite the formidable and extraordinary talents in this world, they were ultimately not that impressive. Even though he could not defeat the fusion of 5 punches, and despite the emergence of the purple blood divine dragon battle body, manifesting divine beast attributes, he had still managed to dominate these prodigies. At this moment, however, he no longer felt so complacent. This Ji Sanqiang was evidently no ordinary individual. This was evident from the immense pride that Xie Yunting felt in becoming his 19th concubine. It was clear that he was not a benign character. In Chapter 042, Hidden Dangers, Soul Refinement, Su Mucheng conversed with Li Xian and Li Xiao regarding matters pertaining to the Heavenly Mechanism sect and the distribution of quotas. Furthermore, he addressed some cultivation and realm issues for Li Xian, demonstrating his genuine intent to foster goodwill with the Li family. Thus, 2 hours swiftly passed. Well, since everything is arranged, I shall take my leave. There are over 10 other cities that fall under my responsibility, and I must make my rounds. Su Mucheng announced as he rose to his feet, with Li Xian and Li Xiao bowing in farewell. Yes, I understand. Elder Su, please travel safely. I sense that Elder Wuxing is also not a benign character, Li Xiao remarked, showing a hint of concern. Haha, it's rare for you to show concern for me. Indeed. Waiting for you for nearly 2 hours was worthwhile. However, such minor characters are easily dealt with. I could eliminate 3 of them with a single punch, and any further scheming would be futile. Su Mucheng laughed heartily, his body shaking as he instantly appeared in the sky outside the courtyard, and with another tremor, he was gone. His speed was akin to that of a flying saucer, leaving Li Xiao barely able to perceive any trace with the naked eye. If such speed were employed to assault him, he would be left with no means of resistance, merely enduring the blows passively. The realm of completeness is indeed formidable. Li Xian gazed at the azure sky, surrounded by tranquility, with the sun setting in the west and clouds drifting lazily, yet there was no sign of anyone fleeing. Elder Su is undeniably powerful, yet his physique seems to harbor significant hidden dangers. Otherwise, with his talent, after achieving fame for 50 years, he should not appear so aged. What? He has only been renowned for 50 years? Yet he is so formidable and so aged? Li Xiao was equally taken aback. In those days, this matter caused quite a stir in the city of Ancestor Dragon. The city of Ancestor Dragon is the largest city in the Flying Phoenix Empire, not merely referred to as a mansion, but at least 10 times larger than the Moonlight Mansion. Even the main mansion of the Flying Phoenix Empire, the Flying Phoenix Mansion, is only slightly larger. The city of Ancestor Dragon also serves as the Ancestor Dragon Mansion, a place of exceptional talent and resources from which the G family hails. Speaking of this matter, since you are heading to the Celestial Mechanism sect, I must share some details with you. Our Li family actually originates from the Wanao Empire's Wanao Mansion. However, in that empire, we were merely a third-rate family. My lineage is a branch of that family. And after offending a local second-rate family, to prevent our clan from suffering repercussions, I voluntarily requested to be expelled from the family. Subsequently, while fleeing for my life, I inadvertently arrived at the border of the Flying Phoenix Empire in the Chongkong Mansion. Later, I traversed through Chongkong Mansion and arrived at Moonlight Mansion, where I took root. Thus, 300 years have swiftly passed. In the past, I was accompanied by 20 guardians, yet now only the Grand Elder and the Third Elder remain. 3 centuries ago, even with his formidable strength at the threshold of the Breaking Dan realm, he was relentlessly pursued and in a state of utter disarray. Now, 300 years have elapsed, and the world has transformed. Even having ascended to the realm of the void, what significance does it hold within the Imperial Mansion? The decision to establish residence in the Haoyuan Mansion of Xuanyang City was merely because it is deemed a barbaric land within the Feihong Empire. Here, cultivators emerging from this place are regarded as mere savages, uncivilized natives in the eyes of those from other mansions. Had it not been for this, how could the Li family have settled in Xuanyang City? Ancestor, do not fret over these matters. Everything shall improve in due course. I find solace in your presence. My lifespan has significantly increased, my innate talent remains intact, and with the 9 sovereign heart-cleaving fist, a technique of at least sacred caliber, along with a plethora of elixirs, the growth of the Li family is merely a matter of time. I express these sentiments with a touch of nostalgia. The Grand Elder and the Third Elder have steadfastly accompanied me for over 3 centuries, their loyalty unwavering. Their granddaughters, though still young and somewhat willful, deserve your understanding. Please refrain from bullying these young maidens. Now, at the impending family council, you shall also be recognized as an elder of the Li family. Li Xian sighed softly. In articulating this, he could not help but feel a pang of sentimentality. Rest assured, Ancestor, my earlier ire was merely a result of past grievances. Henceforth, I shall no longer hold these matters against them. That is indeed reassuring. You should take a moment to rest. Later this evening, I shall come to you in person. At that time, the Li and Yang families will officially merge and distribute power. All disciples of the clan will be present, so you must not flee again. Understood. Exiting the council hall, Li Xiao walked through the courtyard that once belonged to the Xia family of Haoyuan Mansion. Feeling a sense of nostalgia wash over him as the sun gradually descended in the west. Dawnlight. This world is indeed powerful and brutal. Yet it is so real that it leaves no room for even the faintest illusion. Li Xiao conveyed silently to another part of himself, which had become his anchor. In this moment, he realized that even with loved ones nearby and concerns surrounding him, the soul from Earth ultimately feels a profound solitude and weariness. This is the drawback of the dissonance between body and soul. Only with a stronger physical form can one truly thrive. Additionally, he must hasten to elevate his realm, lest his soul continue to consume the essence of the deceased. If this persists, he risks a split personality, where the opposing thoughts of good and evil may lead to dire consequences, potentially affecting my fragment of the soul and allowing the system of malevolent intelligence to take root once more. Is it truly that grave? Li Xiao could not help but feel a chill in his heart, and his expression became exceedingly grave. It is inherently challenging to ascertain the specifics, however. The probability appears elevated due to the metamorphosis of the soul, which has gained dominion over the core system privileges. This has led to an overwhelming detachment of the soul from the corporeal form, rendering the previously harmonious conditions for transmigration and possession seemingly unattainable. You must comprehend the perilous ramifications of such unmet conditions, Li Xiao. Thus, I implore you to swiftly refine your corporeal form and transcend your current limitations. Of course, I am merely contemplating the most dire possibilities. Presently, the situation is not so grave, merely bearing a subtle flaw that necessitates vigilance. If such a scenario were to arise while you wield complete authority over the system's core, it could culminate in our collective demise. Xiao Guang appeared to ponder for an extended duration before proceeding with his analysis. I have come to the realization that this occurrence is attributable to the narratives of Su Mucheng and Li Xian, which resonate with profound soul vibrations and life reflections, thereby catalyzing the evolution of my soul. The experiences of others, when articulated, resemble the nourishing rains upon the earth, and I have been passively influenced as a consequence. Li Xiao swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. This is not the first time you have traversed this path. During your time at the Xianyu Pavilion, you perused the past of the esteemed young Master Li, which evoked feelings of humiliation, consequently triggering the refinement process of your soul. This led to an aversion towards individuals like Li Yu, whereas previously your attitude towards them was rather indifferent and casual. Such is the nature of change. This conclusion is derived from my analysis, as I refrained from articulating it earlier due to uncertainty. Xiao Wang's analysis ultimately illuminated everything for Li Xiao, revealing that the so-called option of crossing over and possessing as the foremost ability was far from a trivial matter. In Chapter 043, the terrifying effects of the white mist unfold. Perhaps others believe that a stronger soul is preferable, yet for Li Xiao, it became an onerous burden. The incongruence between body and soul posed an inherent risk. While such a condition might be inconsequential for others, it was critical for him, as this physical form was not his own. Ultimately, the fragility of this body hindered him, leaving him unable even to express a profound sentiment. As if he were ensnared once more, a state he detested. With a resigned sigh, Li Xiao reflected on the harsh realities of life. Reminiscent of his previous existence where dissatisfaction plagued many, in the modern world, his talents remained obscured. This was no longer an era where one could seek the likes of Liu Bei to visit a humble abode thrice. In those days, even the finest wine feared being hidden in a deep alley. Rest assured, this situation merely presents a minor flaw. It is not insurmountable and will soon improve. Just refrain from absorbing the refined essence into your soul, and your strength shall advance. Seek materials of spiritual or sacred grade to integrate into your body, and you will achieve a near-perfect harmony. Furthermore, augment your efforts, allowing the golden core to engage more intimately with the soul, ideally mending the fissures. This way, the bond between the golden core and the soul will be strengthened, effectively eliminating the risk. I share these thoughts in hopes of drawing your attention. Indeed, I comprehend. I have harbored a vague intuition regarding this, and your insights align perfectly with my intentions. In the early hours of this morning, I consumed over 20,000 vital energies. Indeed, it was quite overwhelming. Let us proceed to the library, Li Xiao suggested. Such a visit will greatly enhance your ability to analyze. Very well, Xiao Wang replied, his excitement visibly heightened. He, too, yearned for an abundance of data regarding this world. Young master, good day to you. Are you heading to your courtyard? Would you like me to guide you? Along the way, Li Xiao encountered disciples from the Li and Yang families, who, upon seeing him, exhibited utmost humility and respect. They not only bowed and greeted him but also spoke with an air of reverence. His formidable reputation, it seemed, had begun to spread following his recent battle. As he walked, he passed ancient pines standing tall, clear springs flowing gently, surrounded by small hills, with quaint bridges and flowing streams, all contributing to an atmosphere of tranquility. This serene environment eased the slight agitation he had felt, gradually bringing peace to his heart. Li Xiao's gaze softened, and the once humiliating memories of the past, which had plagued him, dissipated like mist in the wind. They no longer held sway over him. The past was behind him, and amidst the enchanting scenery and the soothing ambience of nature, he finally emerged from its shadows. Young master, this is your courtyard, situated alongside the elder's residence. The grand hall in the back is the library. A round-faced youth named Li Run, his voice tinged with excitement, informed him. He had previously offered to guide Li Xiao, and now Li Xiao had granted him this opportunity. Well, you have sincerely assisted me, and throughout the journey, you have demonstrated remarkable performance, even providing insights into the current state of the Li family's various estates, which is commendable. Li Xiao praised the young lad, who immediately became exhilarated. Very well. I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao clapped his hand, and a surplus of white, mist-like energy surged forth from within him, flooding into Li Run's body. Originally, Li Run had barely attained the 7th level of true energy cultivation, but in an instant, he soared like a rocket, breaking through the 7th, 8th, and 9th levels, culminating in an explosive surge that propelled him directly into the gathering essence realm. Oh, was it truly this effortless? Yet, this body is indeed frail. Li Xiao himself had not anticipated that a mere wisp, no larger than a fingertip, of the excess energy he dared not refine would unleash such a torrent within the recipient, catapulting him into the gathering essence realm. However, Li Xiao soon came to terms with it. He was at the 1st level of the essence condensation stage, not to mention the terrifying nature of his energy accumulation. Even a single strand from a practitioner of the first level of the essence condensation stage is an unfathomable force for those at the first level of the gathering essence realm, given the vast chasm between their respective realms. Furthermore, as Li Xiao stood at the pinnacle of the first level of essence condensation, the degree of his energy accumulation was extraordinary, leading to even more astonishing results. Additionally, the white mist was inherently the most refined, terrifying energy that could be absorbed directly, making such effects unsurprising. Young master, for just a moment, I felt an extraordinary benefit. Li Run, a 16-year-old youth with a round face, was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stuttered, nearly kneeling down to express his gratitude. All right, take these 10 low-grade spirit crystals and cultivate diligently. Do not squander my efforts in nurturing you. Moreover, focus more on physical training. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao bestowed upon him a few more spirit crystals. Having taken many lives, these low-grade spirit crystals were of little value to him. Yes, young master. Your immense kindness will be etched in my memory, and I shall strive even harder in my cultivation to contribute to the prosperity of the Li family. Li Run trembled, his face flushed crimson, cradling the 10 low-grade spirit crystals in his hands, on the verge of fainting from exhilaration. Spirit crystals, these are low-grade spirit crystals. Such a precious item. After sending off Li Run, Li Xiao sensed a deeper alignment between his body and soul, perhaps due to the unintentional act of aiding another in refining their realm. Upon returning to his courtyard, he spotted Li Ru and others diligently practicing the 9 Emperor Fist. Nearby, Li Yao was conversing with Li Dash's parents, Li Yongfeng and Li Yuan. Li Mingyo's son, Li Chen, along with his wife, Wan Shiro, was also present, while Li Changyuan stood at the edge, observing with his son, Li Da, and Li Di's wife, Yang Zhengwei, who were equally engrossed in watching the group train. Aside from the patriarch, Li Xian, and the elder, Li Mingyao, all of the Li family's core figures were gathered here. Witnessing this scene from a distance, Li Xiao felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Is this truly my villa? In the distance, upon catching sight of Li Xiao, the graceful and voluptuous beauty, Li Yuan, immediately lit up with affection, gazing at him with tender eyes. Hearing her words, Li Xiao couldn't help but display a look of helplessness. She was the mother of the esteemed young Master Li in this world, and he was uncertain how to comport himself in her presence. Steeling himself, he approached. At that moment, the pivotal figures of the third generation of the Li family also came to a halt. Among them was Li Yu, whom Li Xiao had previously dealt with. My dear child, I never anticipated that upon growing up, you would become so accomplished. However, the 9 Emperor's heart-extinguishing fist you have imparted is profoundly enigmatic. We have pondered over it for quite some time without making any progress. Originally, our ancestor bestowed upon each of us a divine understanding pill to grasp this martial art, yet regrettably, we cannot even find the threshold to enter. Of course, prior to your arrival, we dared not consume the divine understanding pill, Li Xiao's father, Li Yongfeng, remarked, his pride evident as he regarded his son. Father, what do you intend to do? Li Xiao felt a sense of helplessness, yet he recognized the kindness the Li family had shown him. He had traversed into this realm, inhabiting the body of the young Master Li, inheriting all that belonged to him. His physical form and bloodline were intertwined with that of this family, making it an inevitable outcome. I heard from Yao that you find all this quite simple. Why don't you enlighten us? Father and our ancestor will be joining us shortly. We eagerly await your explanation on the 9 Emperor's heart-extinguishing fist. Very well, as Li Xiao noticed the expressions of pride and contentment on the faces of everyone, including his mother. A warmth blossomed within his heart. Indeed, as a son, to bring pride to one's parents is a profound form of happiness. In that world, parents solely yearn for the well-being of their children, yet I have never brought them such solace. Ultimately, I cannot abandon this body. Once the spirit and flesh are entirely intertwined, I shall truly become the genuinely Li Xiao, and his parents should be treated with kindness. Though they may not be the same parents, the essence of maternal and paternal love is indistinguishable, pure, and imbued with warmth. Initially, Li Xiao harbored a sense of resistance, but it has ultimately dissipated. Chapter 044. A fortuitous encounter awaits you to master the 9 Emperor Fist. One must possess at least the strength of the gathering essence realm. Thus, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous encounter. Li Xiao glanced at Li Yao and the others, noticing their eager gazes directed towards him. Suddenly, the earlier scene of bestowing a gift upon Li Run flashed through his mind, and he conceived a method to alleviate his own concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao proclaimed, Currently, I have gained profound insights. I have perfected both the Li family's qi condensation technique and the illusory void technique. By merging these two disciplines, I can elevate all of you to the pinnacle of the gathering essence realm's third layer. If you excel in the illusory void technique, there will be no constraints of realm. As long as your energy suffices, you can advance further. Therefore, I shall elevate you all to the first layer of the condensed Dan realm in one fell swoop, placing you on par with me. Following that, I will elucidate the various intricacies of the 9 Emperor Annihilation Fist. What do you think? Is this acceptable? Brother, wouldn't this impact our future paths? Might it lead to an unstable foundation? Li Yao was not skeptical of Li Xiao, but rather posed this inquiry with genuine concern. Others stood in a state of astonishment, clearly unable to fathom the existence of such phenomena, an energy coursing through the body, elevating one directly to the first level of the Dan condensation realm? This is beyond imagination. You need not concern yourself with this. It is a result of the profound techniques of our Li family. Were it not for the illusory void technique, which allows one to transcend the constraints before reaching the Dan condensation level, I would not have been able to achieve this feat as for the source of energy. With spirit crystals at our disposal, we are naturally not lacking in energy. This occasion presents a unique opportunity to extract an abundance of energy from the spirit crystals. So there is no need for your worries. Li Xiao's expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Yet, those around him, witnessing his poised demeanor akin to that of a revered master, felt an unmistakable trepidation in their hearts. Previously, young Master Li had appeared somewhat disoriented, his gaze dim and unfocused, displaying signs of excessive indulgence during the day. However, at this moment, while his physique had evidently thinned, he stood tall and straight, his brows sharp as swords, his eyes bright as stars, and his distinctly chiseled face bore a newfound maturity. He stood there, captivatingly conspicuous, making it difficult for others to meet his gaze. His eyes were profound, the pupils a deep black, reminiscent of an endless night sky, filled with unfathomable mysteries. Such transformations, the accumulation of changes over time, had finally etched a significant mark in the hearts of those around him. Brother, let me go first. You should familiarize yourself before passing on the techniques to our other siblings. However, if this has any adverse effects on you, please cease immediately, lest our mediocrity hinders your extraordinary potential. Though Li Yao may still possess a certain naivety, he exhibits an extraordinary level of maturity. His words imbued with a profound sincerity that subtly conveys an unwavering protectiveness towards his elder brother. Rest assured, this is indeed a process of growth that will ultimately benefit both parties. Li Xiao gently patted Li Yao's shoulder, feeling a warmth in his heart for this younger sibling. Subsequently, Li Xiao refrained from elaborating further. As Li Yao prepared himself, an energy vortex materialized in his hand, manifesting a piece of superior spirit crystal. Simultaneously, the energy-absorbing void connected with the Qiankuan ring, and with a single draw, 100 pieces of superior spirit crystals were devoured by the energy black hole. A vast expanse of white mist then enveloped his body, intensifying the light of the hidden thunder, yet remaining under control as it continued to refine his physical form. The intensity of the lightning barely reached the level of the initial intensity of the thunderous punishment. At this juncture, a substantial amount of white mist was generated, and Li Xiao directly channeled this energy into Li Yao's bodily acupoints, employing his method of refining acupoints, and combining the effects of the qi condensation technique with the illusory void technique. He aided Li Yao in transforming his physique. However, as the energy was not of the same caliber as the refinement Li Xiao had undergone, it consumed less than 2% of its potential. Li Yao's comprehension of the illusory void technique remained limited, despite Li Xiao's efforts to apply various refining methods to Li Yao's acupoints. He still only attained the third level of blood refinement, failing to reach the realm of Dan condensation. It appears that this step requires him to transcend on his own. Clearly, this is a consequence of the other party's profound inadequacy in comprehending the void technique. Otherwise, this stage could be swiftly surpassed. Li Xiao could offer substantial assistance to help him advance further, yet that would be akin to hastening growth unnaturally. Thus, Li Xiao chose to abandon such an approach. With Li Yao's transformation evident, the onlookers were struck by this terrifying change, gazing at Li Xiao as if he were a celestial being. They had never heard of anyone capable of instantly elevating another's cultivation. Even Li Changyuan could not suppress a gasp, having been astonished countless times. He was once again taken aback by Li Xiao's prodigious talent. Next, who shall step forward? To everyone's surprise, it was Li Ru who first emerged. As a prodigy of the Li family, she no longer hesitated and boldly took the initiative. Others perceived that Li Yao, being Li Xiao's younger brother, would naturally receive his careful attention, but the same could not be said for others, especially given Li Xiao's prior reputation as one who harbored grudges. However, after Li Ru stepped forward, the expressions of the others, including Li Yushan and Li Xiaogong, grew rather peculiar. "This, Ruer, allow me to take the lead," Li Yushan remarked, still lounging with his arms crossed, exuding a laid-back demeanor. This individual had previously relished the indulgent escapades with the young Master Li. Being a quintessential fair-weather friend, apart from the traitor Li Jian, it was only Li Yushan who had been closest to Li Xiao. At this moment, his words merely stemmed from his amicable relationship with Li Xiao, as he wished to provide Li Xiao with further opportunities for growth, lest any issues adversely affect Li Ru. While others remained oblivious, Li Xiao was acutely aware that Li Yushan held a deep affection for his younger sister, Li Ru. There is no need for concern. We must cast aside our past misconceptions and place our faith in Master Li Xiao. Li Ru spoke softly, her voice melodious. This serene and extraordinary woman indeed evoked a sense of fondness in Li Xiao, yet he had long since lost interest in women, particularly those of the Li family. "All will be well soon. Do not worry." Li Xiao's gaze swept over several members of the Li family, whose faces were a mixture of shock and veiled concern. Upon meeting Li Xiao's eyes, they momentarily froze, ultimately choosing to refrain from further contemplation. Standing beside Li Ru, he beheld her in a flowing white gown, and an aura of tranquility enveloped his very soul. He marveled at this woman, who seemed to possess a noble and pure essence, brimming with untapped potential. She eschewed cosmetics, yet radiated an intangible, unadorned beauty. With a statuesque figure and graceful curves, her long dress swept the ground, revealing her delicate, porcelain-like arms. At first glance, she may not have been as breathtaking as Xie Yuyan, but upon closer inspection, she surpassed Xie Yuyan in her own right. "You possess great talent. Apply yourself diligently in the future. I shall do my utmost to assist you this time. The extent of your success depends solely on your own efforts. Additionally, consider yourself granted a spot in the Heavenly Machine sect. Do be cautious and refrain from putting yourself in peril. My cultivation is a path I can tread alone." "It is of little consequence," Li Ru spoke softly, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of concern. Yet, her gaze was so pure that Li Xiao felt as though he had never encountered such untainted eyes before. Closing his eyes, he silently attuned himself to the intricacies of the qi condensation and illusory void techniques. Without further ado, he conveyed to her the preparations required. In contrast to his approach with Li Yao, who he had pressed his hands against, he maintained a distance of a foot from Li Ru. Instead, he allowed white mist to emanate from his palms, forming a torrent that infiltrated her being. In an instant, as this energy surged within her, Li Ru's entire form trembled, and her closed eyes flew open, revealing an astonishment that she could not conceal. After a moment of silent introspection, a rosy hue graced her exquisitely beautiful visage, and a subtle blush appeared at the roots of her crystalline ears. At this moment, her face, radiant as dawn, exuded a hint of allure. However, she chose to close her eyes once more, silently guiding and sensing the transformation of energy within her body. In a brief span, her realm ascended, breaking through barriers from the initial stage of yuan gathering to the process of blood refinement. This time, her vitality expenditure reached nearly 1/10, and Li Ru's cultivation level soared to the pinnacle of the first layer of the condensed pill realm. At this juncture, it was within Li Xiao's calculations. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. The unique fusion of the condensation qi decision and the illusory void technique allowed one to attain the first level of the condensed Dan realm without the constraints of boundaries, thus marking the pinnacle of achievement. These two practices, while rather ordinary, belong to the higher principles of the spatial aspect of advanced techniques. Although somewhat rudimentary, they exhibit remarkable efficacy for those of lower realms. Xiaoguang aptly described this technique as taking shortcuts, and indeed, that is precisely the case. The benefits of this process for Li Xiao were conspicuous. During the manipulation of the white mist, he could refine his body time and again, dispersing energy just as his physical form was on the verge of rupture, only to cycle through the process anew. Moreover, as his corporeal form underwent such refinement, the integration of his inner Dan and soul became increasingly intimate. Should this continue, even without a breakthrough in his realm, he could eradicate the slight latent dangers he bore, achieving a genuine amalgamation of body and soul, eliminating any discord. Li Xiao had also sought Xiaoguang's analysis of this condensing process. According to Xiaoguang's insights, after condensing 23 times, the physical vulnerabilities could be permanently resolved. Regrettably, Within the core of the Li family's third generation, there were only 10 individuals, including Li Yao, making the attainment of 23 particularly challenging. Nonetheless, every bit of refinement counted, and Li Xiao remained undeterred. Following the example set by Li Ru, others began to genuinely embrace the notion, stepping forward one after another. The duration of each individual's growth varies, and among them, only Li Yushan, Li Ru, Li Feng, and Li Xiaogong have reached the first level of the, while the remaining 5, Li Yun, Li Ye, Li Su, Li Feng, and Li Shuang have barely attained the third level of the. Similar to Li Yao, these individuals have a limited understanding of the, which has hindered their breakthroughs in cultivation. Li Yu is the last among them to approach Li Xiao, exhibiting a mixture of shyness and trepidation, her anxious demeanor almost palpable on her face. The others are also watching her and Li Xiao, uncertain of what will transpire. However, Li Xiao remains unperturbed by the scene, just as he was with Li Ru, instructing her to prepare and transmitting a white mist of energy across a foot of distance. Li Yu does not display any extraordinary talent, as she has scarcely engaged with the and, as expected, remains at the third level of, indistinguishable from Li Yao. Standing in the courtyard beneath the ancient pines, Li Yu faces Li Xiao, now too ashamed to even lift her head. The sensation of being enveloped by the white mist feels ethereal, a truly exquisite experience. When Li Xiao's hand withdraws from behind her, she even forgets her grievances, the enmity and affection between them, losing herself in a profound sense of reluctance. If it were possible, she would wish for that comforting energy to envelop her indefinitely, never to depart. It is only when she senses the gazes of others upon her that she suddenly awakens, hastily lowering her head, her face flushed, afraid to speak or move. Utterly at a loss. At last, your realm has reached a degree of stability. Henceforth, you must rely on your own diligent cultivation. This is due to the unique nature of the Li family's martial arts, coupled with my comprehension of the pivotal aspects, along with the assistance of high-quality spirit crystals, which has endowed me with such capabilities. It is likely that opportunities like this shall be scarce in the future. Ultimately, everything depends on your own efforts. Li Xiao cast a glance at Li Yu, deciding not to hold any further grievances against her. As Li Xian remarked, she is still quite young, and I am soon to become an elder, preparing to leave the Li family. Thus, why should I stoop to her level? Li Xiao, thank you, and I am sorry. Li Yu murmured, biting her lip, her voice as faint as a whisper. Li Xiao felt compelled to add, perhaps this too would be one of his few remaining opportunities to interact with these individuals within the Li family. Once he entered the Heavenly Machine sect, a different path would unfold. Very well, I shall not bring shame upon the Li family in the future. I will grow stronger. Upon hearing Li Xiao's earnest words, warmth surged within Li Yu, accompanied by an unusual sensation, prompting her to hastily assure him. Witnessing Li Yu's response, Li Xiao suddenly comprehended the effectiveness of the method of wielding both reward and reprimand to win hearts. This combination of grace and authority is indeed quite potent, especially for a headstrong girl like Li Yu. Li Xiao mused. Having elevated the prowess of 10 individuals, only a little more than half an hour had passed. Noticing the eager gazes directed at him, including those of Li Changyuan, as well as the newcomers Li Xian, Li Qin, and Li Mingyao, Li Xiao felt a surge of ambition within his heart. Everyone should first adjust their state to the optimal level before consuming the Taotian pill. Li Xiao's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of each individual. Majestic ancient pines stood tall. Nearby a clear stream flowed gently, while the surrounding area was filled with the delightful fragrance of blooming flowers and grass, creating a serene and tranquil ambience. Beneath the ancient pine, Li Xiao stood as a formidable master of martial arts, his entire being radiating the profound essence of the Nine Emperor Fist. Xiaoguang, integration. Good. Li Xiao's presence emanated the essence of his martial art, and then, with an unruffled demeanor, he began to elucidate the spirit of the fist with a calmness that seemed devoid of any human emotion. This was the result of Li Xiao's synergy with the quantum brain, enhancing his interpretation of the Nine Emperor Fist, with the Taotian pill, which exponentially elevated comprehension. And after Xiaoguang devised a most systematic explanation, Li Xiao commenced his discourse. The Nine Emperor Heart-Extinguishing Fist is indeed a form of martial art, inseparable from the fundamental principles of fist techniques. Much like a weapon, no matter how formidable, it is composed of materials. The essence of those materials, their functions, and the very composition of those materials represent the foundation of foundations. The challenge of the Nine Emperor Heart-Extinguishing Fist lies in meticulously dissecting its components. This technique can be analyzed through various facets, including the intent of the fist, the control of the spirit, the foundational power of the fist, the methods of exerting force, and the operation of acupoints. If you were the creator of this martial art, what thoughts would occupy your mind? What would the intent of your strikes embody? The intent of the fist is a manifestation of willpower, embodying an invincible spirit and conviction, thus ensuring that it is indeed unbeatable. As previously stated, to condense the spirit into the orifice, possessing such will signifies that one has already grasped half of the essence. Continuing our exploration, the name Nine Sovereigns Heart-Extinguishing Fist conveys profound significance. Nine embodies the ultimate principle. Sovereign denotes the ruler, while heart-extinguishing signifies a state of being devoid of desire, a condition of the soul akin to the emptiness of the transcendent realm. The very nomenclature of this martial art reveals that its creator is a person of indomitable belief, a true figure of grandeur who seeks to obliterate the mundane and pursue the celestial truth. Unable to comprehend his own path, he thus forges his own through this martial discipline, representing a form of path consciousness. Understanding this, one can effortlessly discern the state of being required to practice this fist technique. The most effective approach is to envision oneself as the master of the Nine Sovereigns Heart-Extinguishing Fist, confronting boundless tribulations and penetrating the depths of life and death, ultimately birthing such a technique. In Chapter 046, feeling frustrated by a lack of breakthroughs, Li Xiao integrated his thoughts with the light brain, articulating all aspects of the Nine Sovereigns Heart-Extinguishing Fist for the core members of the Li family to learn. Presently, aside from the battle body, this fist technique stands as Li Xiao's most formidable offensive method, although it is not his sole capability. In addition, he possesses the demon-extinguishing totem technique and the lethal arts of the stone tower. There remains an extensive and formidable array of terrifying formations yet to be unveiled, along with the techniques for nurturing ghostly infants. Although the Nine Sovereigns Heart-Extinguishing Fist appears precious, Li Xiao holds it with indifference, finding no regret in imparting its knowledge. Although he had not yet attempted to gauge the true strength of the battle body, Li Xiao firmly believed that the combination of the purple blood divine dragon battle body with the flame dragon roar killing move would suffice to annihilate any formidable opponent at the third level of the Dao condensation. This, indeed, was his genuine trump card. Furthermore, the armor selected by Xiao Guang for him was of a caliber far superior to the set worn by Li Xian, and it was anything but ordinary. Li Xiao had already witnessed the formidable prowess of top-tier spiritual-grade weapons, and he sensed that this armor surpassed even that. While a direct comparison was not feasible, this was merely an intuitive inclination, and Li Xiao held a considerable confidence in his own capabilities. In such circumstances, possessing the Nine Sovereigns Devastation Fist, especially for cultivation by a core member of the Li family, did not strike him as a miss. With his current combat power, he could unleash the Emperor's Fist with his left hand and the demon-suppressing totem technique with his right, manifesting the might of two super-strong entities in unison against adversaries, exponentially amplifying his power. If he were to evolve the battle body under such conditions, wielding two distinct divine beast talents simultaneously would be akin to the coordinated assault of two sovereign battle bodies in perfect harmony. When the cerebral interface assisted in combat and conducted data analysis, his soul would focus on the left hand while a fragment of his soul would engage with the right, resulting in a significant enhancement of his strength that transcended ordinary comprehension. As for the so-called 5 forbidden domains, Li Xiao mused that if such a scenario were plausible, then transcending to the 9th would hardly seem impossible in the future. Certainly, this must also be in the context of the activation of the multi-battle body. At present, even with the activation of the purple blood divine dragon battle body, coupled with the existence of the light brain, it is likely to be quite challenging to face someone at the Breaking Dan realm. After all, the disparity between the third layer of Dao condensation and the first layer of Breaking Dan is exceedingly vast. Upon reflection, Li Xiao realized that, unknowingly, he had only been in this world for 6 days, yet he had grown remarkably powerful. Xiao Guang, please organize these abilities and share them with me shortly. Li Xiao communicated telepathically to Xiao Guang. Xiao Guang, of course, promptly obeyed Li Xiao's command, and in an instant, Li Xiao felt that a portion of the remaining white mist energy had been extracted. Subsequently, Li Xiao quietly began to refine the remaining white mist energy. After some time, his physical body further consolidated, yet he still possessed nearly 2/5 of excess energy, causing his body to feel as if it were on the verge of bursting. In this predicament, Li Xiao found himself with little choice. He contemplated for a moment, glancing at his mother, Li Yuan, and then walked over to her. Mother, I have a portion of energy left from the spirit crystal I just refined. Although it cannot elevate your realm, it can stabilize your current state. Li Xiao mustered the courage to address her as mother, feeling a sense of relief thereafter. In this world, the terms of address for parents are simply father and mother, which differ slightly from those on Earth. The script in this realm is an intriguing form of pictographic writing, quite reminiscent of the ancient characters that evolved from the oracle bone script on Earth. After accepting the memories of the esteemed Li Xiao is able to comprehend the written language of this world with the aid of the luminary device. Shower, focus on strengthening yourself. My cultivation in the realm of soul condensation is not insignificant. You may take your time to cultivate it yourself. The fact that you possess such intent brings me immense comfort, Li Yuan said, her face radiating with a loving and joyful smile. In that moment, her already exquisite beauty seemed to shine even more brilliantly, becoming even more enchanting. Suddenly, a warmth enveloped Li Xiao's heart. Regardless of the world, a mother's love remains profound. Even back on Earth, he was aware of this truth. Yet he had failed to take the initiative to do what he could for his parents. Reflecting on the past now filled him with regret. Did parents truly care so much? As long as he could be by their side, it was a blessing for the family. Staying at home was a fortune for the family, while leaving was a reflection of their expectations. However, these expectations merely wished for him to soar higher, travel farther, and find happiness. Suddenly, he understood this sentiment and thought of his parents far away on Earth, as well as the beloved one he had not seen in a long time. A wave of bittersweet emotion washed over him. Nevertheless, the thoughts flickered and faded. And moments later, he regained his composure, breaking into a smile. Mother, there is no need for concern. I have now reached the pinnacle of the first layer of the condensation of Pill's realm. My energy body can no longer contain any more. My cultivation has stagnated for nearly a day, and further energy would be futile. Li Xiao's words had awakened those immersed in the comprehension of the Nine Emperor Fist. Nearly half an hour had passed, and everyone had nearly completed their understanding. Consequently, Li Xiao began conversing with Li Yuan, rousing Li Qin and the others from their reverie. At that moment, Li Xiao's remark about not having made any breakthrough in an entire day elicited peculiar expressions from those present. While others toiled diligently to cultivate their energy, rejoicing at the prospect of achieving a breakthrough in a year, his dissatisfaction over a single day without progress seemed almost absurd, akin to a slap in the face. In the flow of Li Xiao's energy, nearly 2/5 of the remaining essence of the high-grade spiritual crystal was entirely infused into Li Yuan's body. Like Li Ru and the others, Li Yuan felt a slight flush, her grace momentarily captivating Li Yangfeng, who stood nearby in awe. Within mere minutes, this energy transfer ceased. Li Yuan, who had just stepped into the second layer of soul condensation, soared to the pinnacle of that realm due to the immense energy bestowed upon her. This advancement was nothing short of monumental. Remarkably, this single transfer of energy, owing to the differences in their realms, equated to the combined efforts of 6 or 7 individuals like Li Yu. This was profoundly beneficial for the tempering of Li Xiao's own physique. In the midst of this process, a sudden inspiration struck Li Xiao, igniting a bold idea within him. Ancestor, I have a thought, he murmured after a moment of contemplation. Shower, feel free to express your thoughts. Soon, we shall stand on equal footing, and there is no need for excessive formality between us. Li Xian replied with great satisfaction, marveling at Li Xiao's extraordinary performance that had reached an ineffable level of brilliance. Regarding this child, he has long lost the knowledge of where to seek guidance and can only act according to his whims. Just now, in an effort to condense energy for his mother, the boy experienced a fleeting moment of understanding, albeit shallow. Now, esteemed ancestor, your realm has just reached the first level of emptiness. You lack the energy and comprehension associated with this stage. While insights can be gradually cultivated over time, the accumulation of energy is a profoundly protracted endeavor. Given the resources of the Li family, it will take you at least 3 to 5 years to refine and store energy within your body. However, since you have practiced the techniques of qi condensation and illusory void, and we share a bloodline connection, I can attempt to harness the energy of spiritual crystals through an array to transmit energy to you. If this succeeds, my current level of understanding will deepen significantly, and my realm will advance further, allowing you to bypass the lengthy process of energy accumulation. Li Xiao contemplated for a moment before speaking. This assertion was merely to avoid startling revelations. In truth, how much energy can one absorb? As long as there is space to contain it, Li Xiao could consume energy without restraint. Providing energy to others is not an issue at all. He simply did not wish to set a precedent. Thus, he portrayed the endeavor as exceptionally challenging, intending that once it succeeded, there would be no possibility of replication in the future. Shower, if you can progress. Then what of the ancestors' loss of cultivation? What do you believe the ancestors should do? Li Xian paid little heed to whether the energy condensation could genuinely succeed. Rather, he was focused on the possibility that this extraordinary child could advance once more. This is sufficient. Chapter 047. The refinement of the flesh and the soul. The entry of the soul into the body. Sensing Li Xian's intent, Li Xiao nodded, aware that this was indeed worthwhile. Ancestor, please bring forth the Qiankuan ring. With Li Xian's agreement, Li Xiao felt a surge of confidence. If successful this time, the union of his body and soul would be achieved. Excellent. Li Xian approached and personally handed over the ring. The formation was one that Li Xian, Li Qin, and the others comprehended instantly. It was the core gathering formation of the Li family. Their expressions were filled with astonishment. Li Xiao had only entered the core forbidden area once and had already grasped the gathering formation. Such comprehension was truly astounding, though they struggled to believe it. Li Xiao's subsequent formations surpassed their understanding. As the formation commenced, Li Xiao's hands executed intricate movements, casting out high-quality spirit stones as if they were worthless, causing the surroundings to shimmer with a celestial radiance. The extraordinary nature of his dual focus was remarkable. Could he truly wield the Nine Sovereigns' fist with both hands? The terror of a single hand delivering the Nine Sovereigns' fist was already formidable. With both hands in action, it was as if he had two selves battling in unison. Their intentions intertwined. What an immense amplification of offensive power. Li Xian immediately discerned this aspect, his heart filled with an indescribable awe. Even though he had grown somewhat numb to Li Xiao's astonishing feats, he could not suppress the twitching of his facial muscles, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. Excellent. 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 I have a remarkable descendant. This is worth it, even if it means 1,000 deaths in honor. Li Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, filled with indescribable joy. At this moment, Li Xiao's formation had been successfully completed. The initial attempt at arranging the array proved to be less challenging than he had anticipated, especially with the assistance of the soul division, allowing him to multitask effortlessly, devoid of any pressure. Subsequently, Li Xiao utilized his energy absorption technique to consume the 10,000 pieces of superior spiritual crystals contained within the Qiankuan ring. Instantly, a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth, and within moments, the white mist within Li Xiao's body roared like colossal waves, threatening to tear apart everything within him. Li Xiao was acutely aware of the critical nature of the situation. With a solemn expression, he extended both hands, causing the armor upon them to swell dramatically. At that moment, onlookers could visibly see the veins on his arms pulsating like gigantic serpents, writhing restlessly. Before him, an inexhaustible energy roared and churned, engulfing him in an overwhelming embrace. The spectators had initially expected that the ancestors' cultivation would create a significant commotion. However, upon witnessing the apocalyptic scene reminiscent of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, they were utterly astonished. Particularly, Li Yu and others stared at Li Xiao, who resembled a divine warrior descending upon the mortal realm, their eyes filled with disbelief and astonishment. In this moment, Li Xiao stood proudly, akin to a pillar supporting the heavens. His hair whipped wildly, his garments billowed dramatically, and his aura of combat was palpably substantial, sweeping through the void as if the very fabric of space were on the verge of collapsing under the weight of his immense energy. This tumult was so profound that even the profoundly mysterious formation he had established could barely obscure it. Li Xian's prowess in the void realm finally began to burgeon rapidly from its nascent state. This energy, refined through countless iterations, surpassed the quality of his current energy by innumerable magnitudes. An exquisite and concentrated surge of energy began to flow in, seemingly inexhaustible. Li Xian, without a moment's hesitation, understood that for Li Xiao to achieve this feat was no simple task. Thus, he exerted every ounce of his strength, channeling his cultivation technique to absorb this energy. However, the blood that emerged was merely the impurities of the body and the detritus within the bloodline, refined into what could be deemed waste blood. At that moment, Li Xiao suddenly felt a tremor within his body, as if his soul had unexpectedly penetrated through. This sensation resembled the experience of a searing flesh entering the soothing embrace of cool lake water, instantly alleviating all discomfort. The discord within his body dissipated, And the profound union of flesh and soul allowed Li Xiao to experience an absolute sense of authenticity and reality. It was as if everything around him had suddenly transformed into a vibrant spectacle. Each droplet of water and beam of sunlight pulsated with exquisite life. This state, however, swiftly faded as an even greater torrent of energy surged within him. His body shattered countless times, only to be reforged and amalgamated again and again. After the unification of spirit and flesh, the energy of the soul was likewise refined within the corporeal form. Subsequently, Li Xiao sensed that the energy he emitted had reached its zenith. While Li Xian's body could no longer withstand the entirety of the energy from 10,000 premium spirit crystals. At this moment, having attained the peak of the first level of the Void Realm, Li Xian found himself at the pinnacle of his power. This surge of energy, after the physical form was obliterated, flowed entirely into the soul, which once again coalesced into the shape of a golden figure. Following this, the soul inhaled deeply, swallowing the energy anew. This is not good. The soul has absorbed energy once again. At this moment, a pang of unease surged within Li Xiao's heart. However, Xiao Guang suddenly transmitted a fragment of information. Li Xiao, the soul is on the brink of another transformation. Now that the spirit and flesh are in harmony, this is a fortuitous occurrence, so you need not worry. This armor is a complete suit, an encompassing ensemble that protects the body. Except for the head, which is shielded by an intangible energy barrier, the rest of the body is safeguarded by the armor's form. It was precisely for this reason that Li Xiao had chosen this particular suit of armor. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, Li Xiao devoted himself entirely to the essence of his soul. He began to sense it in silence. Yet, as he did so, he suddenly felt his soul shatter with a resounding crack. Subsequently, within the boundless void where his soul resided, everything began to twist inexplicably. Then, a golden visage rapidly coalesced from the small golden figure and subsequently detached itself. In the next moment, the small golden figure transformed into a beam of light. Dissipating into the distorted void of space, Li Xiao recognized that this was the realm where the golden soul, typically residing at his brow, existed. However, he had not anticipated the vastness of this place. A golden, seemingly tangible visage, the size of a fist, stood suspended in the void. It bore the imprint of Li Xiao's demeanor, indistinguishable from his own appearance. From it emanated an unparalleled energy, one that differed from all other energies, elusive and unfathomable. Profoundly enigmatic, this enigma was beyond imagination and articulation. Li Xiao gazed upon the human skin before him. With a subtle shift of his spiritual awareness, the skin began to ripple, akin to a golden leaf gracefully drifting through the surrounding space. Its hue underwent an indescribable transformation, the brilliant gold gradually morphing into a transparent, colorless essence. As he examined the skin, Li Xiao realized that the metamorphosis of the soul had resulted in the emergence of a soul skin, a tangible entity in its own right. This unexpected development left Li Xiao somewhat perplexed. However, after a moment's hesitation, he swept his spiritual perception across it and drew the skin into his Qiankuan ring. Upon entering the Qiankuan ring, the soul skin retained its colorless transparency, appearing almost non-existent unless sensed by Li Xiao himself. Although the transformed soul seemed to vanish from sight, its presence was palpable, an ever-constant reality. Following this transformation, Li Xiao felt the entire world bloom into a vibrant tableau, a sensation markedly different from his previous fleeting experiences. Now, this feeling seemed to linger eternally, unchanging and timeless. His gaze roamed, and he perceived an array of distinct life forces and soul essences all around him, whether living or deceased. Each entity seemed to harbor boundless profundities in his eyes. With a mere glance, he sensed an infinite comprehension of the principles of the cosmos, a realization both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Though Li Xiao was unaware of the nature of this transformation, he was certain it bore an indelible connection to the evolution of the soul as predicted by Xiao Guang. He could discern his own changes, yet others remained oblivious to them. However, his previous display of extraordinary prowess has now become even more unfathomable. Standing here, he perceives himself as akin to a deity, with everything around him entirely within his grasp. Infinite energy dissipates, his body crystallizes, and his soul sheds its skin. Flesh and blood reunite, as if his essence is reborn, radiating like ethereal gems, shimmering with a resplendent clarity akin to divine dew and vital currents coursing through him. This transformation, although it lasts but a fleeting moment, feels as if it stretches into eternity. In this space, he stands as if others have unconsciously overlooked and forgotten him, akin to the simplicity of the Great Way. Returning to the essence of truth, The pinnacle of the first layer of Dan collapses, and the fissures on the golden core within him evolve into a similar golden shell, reminiscent of a chrysalis of transformation, akin to the soul itself, detaching at this moment. At that instant, the voice of Xiao Guang resonates. Li Xiao, refine the flesh and soul. The shell of the Dan enters the body of the soul. The simplicity of Xiao Guang's message sends a tremor through Li Xiao, igniting a fervor within his veins, radiating boundless golden light. Golden blood roars, and within his dantian, the primordial energy surges like an eternal sea. The golden core ascends like the sun rising over the ocean, illuminating the dantian with brilliance. Xiao Guang's words shine like a bright moon and dawn in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead as Li Xiao contemplates his journey. In an instant, a flash of insight illuminates his mind, and amidst Xiao Guang's guidance, he seizes that fleeting opportunity, experiencing an awakening of clarity, the unity of spirit and flesh, their fusion resonating more closely than ever. This, evidently, is the true path. Chapter 048. The Bloodline's 9 Refinements of the Battle Body. Even in the absence of a feminine counterpart to the yin, it still embodies a nascent form of yin-yang harmonization. Just as the cosmos encompasses the duality of yin and yang, the human realm's male and female represent the grand yin-yang, where one's corporeal form signifies yang, and the soul embodies yin, thus representing a microcosm of yin-yang. This internal balance of yin and yang allows one to embrace the yang while bearing the yin, harmonizing the energies to manifest a personal realm. In this moment of enlightenment, Li Xiao achieved a profound understanding of the human form path, akin to a cultivator's century-long arduous practice. This awakening propelled him beyond the realm of soul condensation, stepping into the realm of Tao condensation, unencumbered by significant constraints. Such advancement naturally astonished the onlookers. However, unbeknownst to others, Li Xiao remained stationary, his vigorous energy waves gradually dissipating, as if all vitality had been absorbed and consumed by Li Xian, leaving no one aware of his unusual state. Immersed in his own enlightenment, Li Xian comprehended the perfection of the first layer of the void realm. The others, no longer rendered speechless, continued to be enveloped in astonishment. Yet before the abundant energy formation dissipated, they focused inwardly to pursue their own enlightenment and cultivation. The skin of the soul, untouched by energy absorption, was extracted from Li Xiao's universe ring and promptly consumed. Simultaneously, the golden Dan shell within his dantian was manipulated, as the ethereal shadow of his soul inhaled deeply, drawing it into his essence. As the heavens and earth fused, and yin and yang harmonized, boundless energy surged forth. In an instant, Li Xiao's body erupted, flesh and blood boiling as if ignited by an infinite crimson flame. Scarlet blood transformed into golden fire, blazing fiercely, with waves of flame surging skyward. Under the guidance of dawn's light, Li Xiao activated the circulation of his bloodline, engulfed in flames, standing amidst the golden inferno. Akin to a battle god reborn from the fire, as if divinity itself had descended. His raven hair danced wildly, each strand resembling black silk, akin to supple whips forged from a celestial metal, seemingly imbued with boundless power and profound secrets. These flowing locks appeared as divine weapons, exuding an enigmatic and supernatural might. Li Xiao stood proudly, clad in resplendent crimson armor, adorned with countless arcane runes that pulsated with a mysterious and formidable aura. Waves of archaic energy emanated from him, the intertwining hues of blood red and golden light creating a dazzling spectacle, overwhelming the senses. Such majesty and extraordinary transformation captivated all present, even awakening Li Xian, who had been absorbed in contemplation. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their hearts filled with unending astonishment. Having endured countless trials of burning and refinement, Li Xiao appeared even more slender, yet his proportions conveyed an unparalleled perfection, resembling a sword from another realm, though its edge was not immediately apparent. It concealed profound depth within. The golden blood ignited, manifesting an infinite battle intent, as veins, bones, and muscles resonated, echoing the sounds of the Tao and harboring immense potential. At this moment, the fusion of spirit and flesh led to another evolution, enhancing Li Xiao's senses and amplifying his formidable abilities. Unwittingly stepping into the realm of the second layer of Dan condensation, the golden elixir transformed into a colorless essence, reminiscent of the soul, reverting to the hue of a mortal elixir, while the soul remained a terrifyingly transparent presence. In this profound moment of realization, Li Xiao softly murmured to himself, "Heaven and earth form the Tao. Heaven and earth embody the heart. Heaven and earth are void. Heaven and earth are the root. Heaven and earth are eternal. Heaven and earth are the spirit. Heaven and earth embody emotion. Heaven and earth embody spirit. The Tao, as the unity of heaven, distinguishes between the pure and the turbid. Humanity, as the essence of the earth, delineates between yin and yang. The Tao of heaven mirrors the essence of humanity. The essence of humanity reflects the soul's reversal. In the realm of heaven and earth, human relationships, and the essence of the soul, all derive from the Tao. Where the Tao resides, there exists the grand expanse of heaven, the vastness of earth, and the profundity of humanity. This is merely a fragment of Li Zhao's profound contemplation. Softly articulated, yet it reverberated within the minds of those present like a thunderous awakening, an explosion of insight. It felt as though countless voices were whispering the essence of the Tao in their ears, and in an instant, everyone was profoundly affected. Thus, it is evident how astonishingly transformative Li Zhao's murmured reflections on the Tao were. However, this influence was not of a negative nature, but rather an uplifting one. In their silence, the individuals experienced a surge of enlightenment, their understanding elevating to heights previously unimaginable. This Tao is akin to the ancient scriptures heralded in legends. The future achievements of Xiao Heir may well surpass my own. It is merely a matter of time. Perhaps he will grasp the true essence of the innate, breaking through the shackles of the 9 realms of the innate. Legends speak of realms beyond the 9 innate realms, shrouded in greater mystery and power. And Xiao Heir undoubtedly possesses such potential. Within Li Xian's heart, excitement surged. He held Li Zhao's whispered words in the highest regard. You all may seize this opportunity for deep contemplation, for the benefits are manifold. Li Xian conveyed his thoughts telepathically to all present, excluding Li Xiao, and upon realizing this, they collectively focused their minds in contemplation. Meanwhile, Li Xiao emerged from his introspection, awakened by his own insights. In his eyes, a golden aura flickered, gradually dissipating after a moment, allowing his gaze to return to tranquility, akin to an unfathomable deep pool. His entire battle armor transformed from a blood-red hue into a comfortable and fitting black silk robe, enveloping his meticulously honed physique. At that moment, his sword-like brows and starry eyes, combined with the chiseled contours of his face, exuded the undeniable aura of a true warrior. He remained himself. Yet now he had achieved a complete unity of spirit and flesh, resolving all physical vulnerabilities. His corporeal form had been further refined to its zenith, enabling him to wield the innate abilities of divine beasts without sustaining grievous injuries, only minor ones at most. Having attained this stage, he surpassed all expectations, reaching an astonishing level of might. Now his physical strength rivaled that of a peak practitioner at the 3rd level of the Tao condensation stage. It is crucial to note that a practitioner of Tao condensation embodies the laws of heaven and earth, augmenting their physical form and rendering it invincible. Li Xiao, merely at the 2nd level of the Dan condensation stage, possessed the Tao body strength of the 3rd level of Tao condensation, a truly formidable feat. This advancement exceeded Li Zhao's wildest imaginations, its benefits immeasurable. Xiao Guang, how are you now? Li Xiao sensed the state of his body and pondered in his heart. Surpassing my expectations, the harmony between soul and flesh is impeccable, a state so splendid. There will be no further flaws to speak of. This time, the 9-fold refinement was initiated by my own will. This is the method of Bloodline 9 refinements for combat. I had originally believed that only after achieving a physical rebirth and reaching a certain realm of emptiness could one attain such a level. I did not foresee that it could be reached at this very moment. However, although your body possesses the qualifications to awaken the 2nd level of the battle body, the low level of your current strength prevents you from recklessly acting upon it. Otherwise, the backlash could be exceedingly severe, leading to a complete collapse of your physical form. Nevertheless, you are now free to experiment with the 1st level of the battle body at will. Even when not utilizing the battle body to manifest the innate abilities of divine beasts, it will not inflict significant harm upon your body. Rather, it may only cause a certain degree of tearing due to the peculiar routes of energy circulation. This is not indicative of your body's weakness, but rather a reflection of the inherent differences between the physique of divine beasts and that of humans. The information from Xiao Guang finally brought satisfaction to Li Zhao's heart. Chapter 049. Li Xiao. The Grand Elder Li Xiao is a person who yearns for freedom and resists any form of constraint. He has always been this way. Upon realizing that even a moment of reflection could yield unpredictable consequences, it felt as if an uncomfortable thorn had lodged itself in his heart. Perhaps this inclination towards unrestrained freedom has reached an obsessive level, yet this is his belief. With all hidden dangers resolved and a complete integration with his physical form achieved, Li Xiao naturally feels an unprecedented sense of clarity and profound comfort. Furthermore, due to the mutation of your soul and its alignment with your physical body, you are now liberated from the so-called fate imposed by others in this world. The reason I assert this is that every universe within its respective plane encompasses various higher principles, such as time and space. In comparison to spatial principles, practitioners of temporal principles often possess a degree of predictive capability. When an ordinary person encounters such individuals, they find themselves in an exceedingly passive position, constantly constrained at every turn. However, you are an exception. And this is the greatest gain from this alignment aside from eliminating hidden dangers. How exquisite. Li Xiao felt a surge of joy within. Consequently, many matters will now be devoid of excessive apprehension, particularly should he eliminate formidable figures. If they possess a powerful backing and excel in divination, would he not be doomed? Now, with the assurance that he cannot be divined, effectively shielding the heavenly secrets, he need not harbor any concerns about future acts of violence in the wilderness. This is precisely in line with Li Xiao's desires. Time flowed by as he gradually comprehended these insights. Shower? Have you broken through again? Truly broken through? After Li Xiao concluded his exchange with Xiao Guang and took a moment to comprehend his various states, Li Xian had already arrived at his side, his tone brimming with excitement. At this moment, Li Qin and others had also finished their reflections. Yes, ancestor, after this comprehension, I have once again broken through a level, reaching the second layer of the Dan condensation realm. Has your combat strength diminished? Li Xian's voice was filled with tension. His question was rather vague. Yet everyone present understood, as Li Xiao was a being capable of breaking the 5 forbidden domains. With his realm elevated, would he still be able to break the 5 forbidden domains? Breaking the 5 forbidden domains is absolutely not a problem, Li Xiao replied with confidence. Excellent, excellent. Li Xian was ecstatic but found himself at a loss for words, merely repeating the word excellent twice. The others, including Li Qin, Li Mingyao, Li Changyuan, as well as Li De and Li Yangfeng, were equally exhilarated. Li Xiao, in the future, I wish to engage in training battles with you. Is that all right? In the distance, Li Ru's gaze shimmered with a blend of emotions, and she suddenly spoke with a crisp tone. Despite her usual tranquility, a hint of nervousness crept into her voice, as if she feared that Li Xiao might decline her proposition. Of course, for the next half-month, while I am at the Li family, you may come at any time to challenge yourselves and improve. After that, I shall take my leave. Li Xiao offered a gentle smile to Li Ru, the serene and elegant woman, whose cheeks unexpectedly flushed with a delicate hue, rendering her even more captivating. Thank you, Li Ru replied softly, sensing Li Xiao's gaze upon her. A rosy tint graced her already luminous ears. However, at this moment, as they recognized his remarkable growth, Li Feng and the others began to understand how far-sighted the patriarch and ancestors truly were, perceiving far beyond their own comprehension. Had they known of his current achievements, they might have refrained from their previous jests. Even regarding such a talented individual, it would be unwise to consider their past actions as merely shameful or humiliating, or to dismiss the possibility of a future bond. Yet, the past cannot be altered, and regrets hold no power. Now, with his extraordinary talents and gifts, upon entering the Heavenly Mechanics sect, he would undoubtedly attract numerous exceptional women, surpassing even themselves. It is likely that these women would regard the opportunity to serve as his concubines as a mark of honor. Li Feng, Leah, and others found themselves harboring such thoughts. Conversely, Li Ru, who had always remained quiet and unnoticed by Li Xiao, now drew closer to him, evoking a sense of envy among those observing. Casting a glance at the assembly, Li Xian tempered his emotions and spoke with clarity. Indeed, ancestor, this is the Qiankuan ring. Li Xiao handed over the previously mentioned Qiankuan ring. Aside from the expenditure of 10,000 high-grade spiritual stones, it remained largely untouched. As for the nearly 10,000 high-grade spiritual crystals within his own Qiankuan ring, they represented his final reserve of wealth, a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Hence he had refrained from utilizing them earlier. Initially, Li Xian contemplated transferring these resources to Li Xiao, but after a moment's reflection, he decided to retain them. If Li Xiao were to venture to the Tianji sect, it would be imperative for him to oversee all matters concerning the Li family, allowing Li Xiao to pursue his cultivation with peace of mind. In the Li family's council hall, the outer disciples stood in orderly rows outside, aligned like soldiers awaiting orders, their demeanor solemn and devoid of uproar. At that moment, the tall and robust figure of Li Xian emerged from the throng. and as he passed, disciples from both the inner and outer sects respectfully parted to make way. This continued until Li Xian ascended to the highest position within the council hall. The grand doors stood wide open, revealing everything within. This assembly was of paramount importance, influencing the future of both great clans. Well, everyone is in position. Without further ado, let us keep it concise. We shall commence now. Li Xian stood at the summit of the hall, exuding a powerful aura, the energy of the void realm surging like a tempestuous sea, as if poised to obliterate the very fabric of existence, radiating boundless terror. His energy ebbed and flowed with a natural ease, devoid of any hint of obstruction. This display alone left the assembly in awe, for in the void realm, his primordial power was as deep and vast as the ocean, limitless and unfathomable. At this moment, even the venerable ancestor of the Yang family adopted a grave and solemn demeanor. Presently, the head of the Li family, Li Qin, stands as the foremost power core. The guest elder, holding a position equivalent to that of the grand elder, is Yang Yanjing from the Yang family. The grand elder is Li Xiao from the third generation of the Li family, while the second elder is the former grand elder Li Mingyao. The third elder is the previous third elder Li Changyuan, and the fourth elder is the former head of the Yang family, Yang Kaimu. The fifth elder is the former Yang family member Yang Shouting. The sixth elder is the former Yang family member Yang Mu Yi. And the seventh elder is Li Yangfeng from the second generation of the Li family. Their respective responsibilities are as follows. This distribution of the 7 elder positions. Does anyone have any objections? Li Xian inquired loudly. Venerable ancestor, we are all in complete agreement, and there are no objections. Chapter 050, I Want It Dead. Following the elders, we have the guardians. The personnel for guardians are as follows. Grand Guardian Li Chun, Second Guardian Li De, Third Guardian Yang Jingyuan, Fourth Guardian Yang Jingshan, and Fifth Guardian Yang Zhengyan. You will be informed of your corresponding duties. The remaining guardians and hall masters will be selected later from those distinguished in both the outer and inner doors. Among the third generation, the elite disciples Li Yao, Li Yun, Li Yushan, Li Ya, Li Su, Li Shaogong, Li Feng, Li Shuang, Li Yu, Yang Qianing, Yang Wuxin, Yang Tuofeng, and Yang Yushi, 13 in total, are expected to fulfill the responsibilities befitting elite disciples. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, you shall all be permitted to comprehend the Li family's illusory void technique. Notably, the exceptionally talented Yang Qianxue from the Yang family and Li Ru from the Li family, as representatives of the Tianji sect, will be led by Grand Elder Li Xiao to take the entrance examination at the Tianji sect in half a month. Should the two pass the examination, the family will bestow upon them the position of guardian. The selection of inner disciples is set to commence shortly. Fellow outer disciples, seize this opportunity with utmost diligence. Prominent families from all corners will converge, vying for the remaining 7 coveted entry slots into the esteemed Tianji sect. It is imperative that we uphold the prestige of the Li family. Li Xian has deftly allocated familial powers and delineated corresponding responsibilities, executing these tasks with remarkable precision and garnering no dissent. In this instance, some members of the Yang family have even infiltrated the core power sphere of the Li family, marking a significant ascension. As for the wives of the second generation from both the Li and Yang families, such as Li Xian's mother, Li Yuan, Li Yushan's mother, Wan Shiro, and Li Feng's mother, Yang Zhengyue, they remain outside the core of power, rendered somewhat idle. However, due to their husbands' roles as guardians, their influence should not be underestimated. Following this distribution, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Li Xian felt a sense of relief, realizing that the Haoyue manor had finally achieved true unity. As for the previously devised plans that were thwarted by attacks from other families, resulting in the seizing of resources, one must acknowledge that human intentions often pale in comparison to the designs of fate. The elder, known as the corpse-like old man, Ji Wuxing, engaged in a brief confrontation with Li Xian before departing. Following this encounter, the restless families settled down. Who could ignore the formidable prowess of that elder, whose strength was astonishing and enigmatic? Such power could hardly yield any advantage to the Li family. Certainly, no foolish clan would dare to assault them, courting death. Perhaps this was the sole miscalculation in that grand scheme. That night, within the confines of Li Xian's courtyard, ancient pines stood tall, swaying gently in the night breeze, their needles whispering softly. In the distance, a clear spring flows, its melodious sound akin to the most exquisite music, bringing a sense of tranquility to the heart. Li Xiao stands beneath an ancient pine, his garments billowing, his solitary figure exuding a profound calmness. At this moment, a contemplative expression graces his face. This courtyard, which had only belonged to him following the distribution of power in the Grand Assembly Hall, was now shared with his parents and younger siblings, as he had made the decision to have them move in, anticipating his departure to the Tianji sect in half a month. Once the residence of Xie Yunyan, it has been thoroughly tidied and transformed into a home for him and his family. Not far behind him, Li Yao and Li Yun engage in an intense battle, both wielding the pinnacle strength of the blood refinement third layer, executing the Nine Emperors' heart-extinguishing fist and employing the Nine Emperors' thunderlight evasion technique. Their clash is fierce. However, Li Xiao remains unfocused on their duel, instead pondering the profound meanings of the martial arts system organized by Xiaoguang. Firstly, the soul-snatching melody of the red-clad woman has been entirely supplemented by Xiaoguang. While it may not precisely replicate the original soul-snatching melody, Xiaoguang's cerebral calculations far exceed those of an ordinary cultivator's mind, enhancing its potency. After careful contemplation, Li Xiao successfully comprehends the soul-snatching melody. Secondly, during the Bloodline 9 Refinement's combat body training, the battle armor seems to activate. Through Xiaoguang's analysis, it is identified as the Desolate Flame battle armor, which subsequently leads to the derivation of the ancient formation scroll. Now named the Desolate Flame Formation Path, this battle armor surpasses the highest tier of spiritual-grade armor and possesses a certain capacity for growth, indicating that its grade is at least sacred level. The might of such armor is self-evident. Presently, Li Xiao can effortlessly wield it to actively defend against formidable attacks, a capability attained through the integration of all resources from the library pavilion. Moreover, the stone tower, known as the Demon Extinguishing Tower, combined with the Demon Extinguishing Totem technique, serves as an extraordinary weapon of immense power. Through meticulous analysis, Li Xiao has integrated the striking methods of the Demon Extinguishing Totem technique into the Nine Sovereigns' heart-destroying fist, thereby significantly enhancing its potency. Simultaneously, he discovered that the stone tower could substitute for martial techniques, allowing him to unleash formidable attacks such as the Life and Death Tower and the Heart-Destroying Tower, which surpassed the Life and Death Fist and Heart-Destroying Fist in strength. This stone tower, living up to Li Xiao's expectations, is indeed a superior-grade spiritual weapon, possessing tremendous might. To comprehend its power, one need only consider the formidable force of the black button within Xie Yunyan's possession. Furthermore, Li Xiao did not abandon the remaining illusory void technique. Instead, he utilized the resources available in the Haoyue Mansion's library, making extensive revisions under the guidance of Xiaoguang. Although the illusory void technique retains its status as one of the original 9 formidable techniques, its power has been amplified beyond tenfold. Li Xiao's contemplations have yielded significant insights, and at this moment, he comprehended all aspects in their entirety. Presently, his strength, when disregarding the protective sacred armor of the Wild Flame, can obliterate his former self with a mere summon of the Life and Death Tower. Such a leap in power is not merely substantial, it is astonishingly transcendent. At this juncture, a beam of light shot forth from a distance, transforming into a radiant halo that dissipated before the courtyard of Li Xiao. With a keen gaze, he peered into the darkened heavens, sensing unusual energy fluctuations. Enough of these tricks, Li Xiao exclaimed, his body trembling as he instinctively adjusted his stance, propelling himself forward like a comet, vanishing into a streak of light. In the mansion of the Wen family, at the source of their grievances, it is he, this very young man, who has slain my grandson Ishan, extinguishing the sole hope of the Wen family. A man, hunched over, gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Is it him? A middle-aged man abruptly stood up, surprise flickering across his face. What? Do you know this person? Daoist Tao Yu? Beside the hunched elder, an old man with white hair, his gaze icy and his expression as dark as water, spoke with an utter lack of emotional resonance. It is with shame that I confess, all of my disciples have been slain by this man. Now, as Elder Su Muching appreciates his talents, I find myself unable to take action. The middle-aged man's face flushed crimson, radiating humiliation and shame, as if he felt utterly disgraced. This was a matter he preferred to keep to himself, yet even he dared not offend the elderly figure. The Wen family has always maintained a low profile. Yet this pale, cold-faced man, whose words dripped with malice, was someone he could not afford to antagonize. With a resounding clap, the pale old man sprang to his feet, shattering the 5-sided table made of refined spiritual weapon materials with a single strike, his countenance growing even more forbidding. I want him dead. This is difficult. Currently, the old scoundrel Li Xian of the Li family possesses strength that has reached the first level of the empty realm, making him untouchable. We must endure this humiliation. The pale-faced elder's companions, including the hunched old man and the middle-aged man, expressed their discontent. Fear not. This young man possesses formidable talent and a ruthless heart. If we do not eliminate him now, he will surely bring calamity in the future. Therefore, I shall summon the heads of the Shang and Hua families to discuss the formalities of visiting the Li family tomorrow and today. Let us send someone to probe the waters and see if we can draw out this little scoundrel. If he does not succeed, these days he cannot endure the solitude. And inevitably, he will emerge. At that moment, I shall seize the opportunity and personally take action. Chapter 051. The ancestor of the warring clans currently, apart from Xiao and Kuan. There are only 3 individuals who know of my identity as Wen Hailiu in the Haoyue mansion. The Li family remains unaware, while I lurk in the shadows. With my mastery of the 3rd level of the condensation path and the possession of a fragmented supreme spirit weapon, I shall grasp the chance to eliminate this young man with the ease of crushing an ant. The old man's gaze was chilling, malevolent, and laced with a sinister intent. At that time, I shall utilize his flesh and blood to concoct a pill that enhances longevity, thereby extending my own life. A prodigy who has reached the threshold of the near 5 realms contains an immense essence of life, imbued with great fortune and destiny. By refining and consuming him, I can acquire a fragment of his fortune and gain additional years of life. Upon hearing the old man's chilling words, the middle-aged man, the hunchbacked elder, and a stunningly cold and beautiful woman all revealed expressions of astonishment, clearly taken aback by this information. To refine a person into a pill and seize another's essence? To prolong one's life? To extract a fragment of another's fortune? Is this not defying the heavens? They were profoundly shaken within. Do not assume this is a simple matter. Individuals of such caliber are generally difficult to slay. While I may claim that killing him is as easy as crushing an ant, when I strike, I shall unleash my most potent attack, ensuring his instant annihilation without affording him a chance. Such a person is likely to possess numerous fortuitous encounters and immense opportunities, making them comparable to top-tier medicinal materials for alchemy. Moreover, the refining process is arduous, and the auxiliary materials are exceedingly elusive. Even with the wealth I have amassed over the years through clandestine plundering and seizing, I can barely manage to ignite a furnace. In due time, you shall all have your chance. The elder cast a cold glance at the stooped old man and the middle-aged individual. But when his gaze settled on the strikingly beautiful and cold woman, a hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. Indeed, ancestor, the beautiful woman's expression was icy. Her eyes filled with a fierce hatred. Ancestor, once you have slain him, I shall desecrate his remains. Rest assured, I will not allow his flesh to go to waste. Ah, that is certainly acceptable. It is only natural for you to seek vengeance for your brother. It is but a pity that this fool dared to provoke my own family. The elder chuckled coldly, and the dialogue between them sent a chill down the spine of the middle-aged man, enveloping him in an aura of dread. In the dark of night, beneath the vast sky, a profound silence reigned. Li Xiao moved with agility, his spiritual sense rippling like an immense tide, radiating outward in an instant. With the unity of spirit and flesh, his strength transcended an entire realm. This elevation was so substantial that even Xiao Guang could not accurately quantify it, underscoring the magnitude of his progress. Sensing a burgeoning sense of crisis, Li Xiao recognized the gravity of his situation. Indeed, whether it be the corpse-like elder or the individuals he had slain, including the 5 core disciples of the Tianzhizong and later the likes of Xie Yunting and Wen Yishan, the enemies he had made were formidable. This was akin to having eliminated some of the most illustrious talents from other prominent families within the Haoyue mansion. After all, how could those who entered Haoyue mansion be anything but exceptional? Upon returning from the Moonlight mansion, he was indeed resplendent, garnering attention and bringing glory to his family, illuminating their name. However, his life was extinguished, inciting a fervent desire for revenge among those who mourned him. Li Xiao was acutely aware of this, yet still chose to appear, driven by a desire to ascertain the might of the battle body. As he attuned himself, the truth became apparent. He was indeed being schemed against. Nevertheless, feigning ignorance, he accelerated towards the distant forest beyond the city. Young man, such audacity, such arrogance. Yet this time, his demise is inevitable. In a shadowy and frigid void, a pair of emotionless eyes observed. Elder, this individual possesses merely the aura of a second-tier alchemist. There is no need for your intervention. I could eliminate him with a single strike. The enchanting woman concealed within the void communicated telepathically. Under normal circumstances, I would not hesitate to let you take action, but for the sake of caution, I shall personally engage. With the aid of a supreme spiritual weapon, I will swiftly conclude the battle, extract his blood and soul, and depart post-haste. As for Li Xian, we must temporarily retreat from the spotlight. Elder, you overestimate this individual. No, he is not as feeble as you presume. The elder silenced the beautiful woman, concentrating to attain his optimal state. Very well. Do not harbor resentment. Prepare yourself, for alchemy is of utmost importance. The elder's voice grew increasingly frigid. And though the captivating woman sensed a shift in his demeanor and felt a surge of reluctance, she dared not voice her dissent any longer. Li Xiao sped forth, swiftly arriving at the summit of a remote mountain, 100 miles outside the city. The surroundings were desolate, devoid of even the slightest trace of demon beasts. The profound tranquility here suggested the presence of a force formidable enough to instill fear even in these creatures, compelling them to instinctively retreat. Although Li Xiao appeared nonchalant, he remained acutely aware and deeply focused. At that moment, the very fabric of the world trembled, followed by a resounding hum, as if a cataclysmic energy surged forth. Above in the sky, weapons loomed like towering mountains, seemingly tearing through the fabric of time and space, descending with overwhelming might. With a thunderous boom, despite the formidable assault, Li Xiao stood undaunted. He raised his hand, unleashing the life-and-death strike of the demon extinguishing tower, which surged skyward, embodying the essence of creation and destruction, intertwining in an endless tempest. As the demon extinguishing tower collided with the mountain-like weapon, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. In that fleeting moment, the mountain's onslaught dissipated, yet it continued to charge towards the demon extinguishing tower, the confrontation igniting a maelstrom of roaring energy. Amidst the void, the figure of an ancient, malevolent elder cloaked in black appeared, his eyes glowing with an eerie light, exuding an aura of death that flowed like a relentless stream. With each pulse of energy that escaped him, the mountainous weapon he commanded grew heavier, its might magnifying further. Li Xiao, with his hair billowing in the wind, felt his fierce battle armor resonate with the force of the impact, his garments fluttering dramatically. A resounding explosion erupted as Li Xiao steeled his heart, unleashing the formidable technique of the Five Towers unification. In a singular, decisive motion, he shattered the impact of the heavy, mountain-like weapon, reducing it to mere fragments. The clouds in all directions dissipated, and the mountains crumbled beneath the might of his technique, which fused the Golden Tower and the demon-slaying tower into one. It was an unstoppable force, utterly invincible. Wherever it passed, everything was reduced to ashes. In Chapter 052, the battle body emerged, and the flame dragon roared. The adversary's weapon, resembling a towering mountain, had obliterated all paths of retreat with a single strike from the tower. This was Li Xiao's most potent attack, second only to his battle body. In an instant, its terrifying might was evident. Those who could reach the near five realms were undoubtedly extraordinary talents. If such prodigies were easily vanquished, the title of genius would be rendered meaningless. The old man in the black robe showed no surprise that his attack had failed to kill Li Xiao. In stark contrast, the stunning woman beside him wore a cold expression, her face frozen in disbelief, murmuring to herself, "How is it possible to be this powerful?" Suddenly, the figure of the black-robed elder flickered, as if he had traversed countless dimensions, reappearing behind Li Xiao. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce punch, the chilling intent of his fist reminiscent of a suffocating black hole that threatened to consume all. With this strike, an endless abyss of darkness loomed, within which lurked terrifying azura demons, ravenous and roaring. This punch, shrouded in swirling black energy, enveloped Li Xiao at an overwhelming speed, as if seeking to drag him into an eternal hell of darkness. A flash. This is bad. The expression on the face of the elder in the black robe changed dramatically, a sense of vigilance stirring within him. He unfurled his cloak and struck it beside him, his figure distorting as boundless black energy surged, seemingly intent on evading the impending onslaught. Yet, it was too late. The demonic extermination tower unleashed its assault, instantly merging the 9 formidable techniques of the illusory void art. The tower trembled violently, exhibiting 9 transformations in one decisive strike, crashing heavily upon the elder's shoulder. Boom! A deep, resounding explosion echoed, and a pool of dark crimson blood materialized in the air, within which writhing black maggots squirmed, emanating an exceedingly foul stench. As this noxious aroma permeated the surroundings, Li Xiao's consciousness became hazy. At that moment, the black maggots transformed into countless shards of darkness, darting towards Li Xiao's 7 orifices with the swiftness of lightning. Simultaneously, the Elder once again wielded his enigmatic spiritual weapon, morphing it into a colossal black mountain. The very earth trembling beneath its weight as it descended upon him. This time, it was swifter, more potent, and far more terrifying. The immense dark mountain radiated an aura that seemed capable of subduing the heavens and the earth, striking Li Xiao's head with a velocity he could not possibly comprehend. Just then, the desolate flame battle armor erupted in a flash of blood-red light, enveloping Li Xiao. Although it managed to stave off the onslaught of the black maggots, he was still forcefully propelled backward by the mountainous impact. Rumbling, the ground gave way, forming a massive pit over 10 zhang deep. While the surrounding forest succumbed to utter devastation, countless trees obliterated and reduced to mere powder. Li Xiao trembled violently, once again launching himself from the ground. His body marred by fissures, blood seeping through his battle armor, staining it crimson. In this fierce confrontation, the opponent exerted every ounce of strength to unleash a formidable spirit weapon, catching him entirely off guard. Had it not been for the archaic flame battle armor, which absorbed nearly 90% of the energy, he would have surely faced catastrophic injuries, if not death itself. This battle marked the most arduous challenge he had encountered since arriving in this realm. The adversary, while not possessing absolute strength, was endowed with extensive combat experience, and the array of sinister venomous creatures at their disposal proved difficult to counter. Furthermore, the opponent's agility was equally matched to his own. Compounding the challenge was the presence of an exquisite spirit weapon, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, its might truly formidable and invincible. Recalling a past instance where he was blindsided, Xie Yunyan had struck him with a black button-like spirit weapon, creating a gaping hole the size of a basin in his chest armor, an utterly grotesque display of power. In the current clash, Li Xiao gained a deeper understanding of his own combat prowess and gleaned insights into various strategies of warfare. Energy is consumed, realms are transcended. Yet the essence of combat comprehension is forged through countless battles, merging body and instinct. This encounter not only validated his path but also imparted profound realizations within him. At this moment, he soared into the air, his figure exuding an aura of tranquility. However, within his being, it felt as if a celestial demon from the 9 heavens was quietly awakening. In the distance, an aged figure cloaked in black, poised to unleash a torrent of lethal bloodlust, suddenly paled, his expression shifting as he gazed with trepidation at Li Xiao, who had ascended into the sky once more, his white, pupil-less eyes betraying a deep-seated apprehension. He appeared to hesitate, preparing to strike once more, but in the next instant, his countenance abruptly shifted. And without a moment's thought, he transformed into a stream of light, swirling black smoke rolling forth as if he had instantaneously manifested countless forms, fleeing in all directions. In that moment, he decisively chose to escape. This action left the stunning woman concealed nearby in a state of shock, her eyes filled with terror. Attempting to flee? Emerging from a realm steeped in primordial chaos, Li Xiao now resembled a colossal celestial beast, radiating a resplendent purple luminescence. His entire being flickered with a sanguine glow. The crimson light soaring into the heavens, appearing in the night like a sun ablaze with fervor, strikingly conspicuous. His body was adorned with sharp bone spikes, each one crackling with arcs of electricity, emitting a cacophony of thunderous sparks. Towering nearly 3 meters, he stood like a humanoid dragon, with a pair of skeletal wings reminiscent of gargantuan bat wings, shimmering with violet brilliance, guarding his back. He stood proudly amidst the cosmos, an aura of ancient, primal ferocity enveloping him, vast as the ocean, boundless as an abyss, and majestic as the firmament itself. His overwhelming presence commanded reverence, compelling those nearby to instinctively kneel and pay homage. This was the manifestation of Li Xiao's purple blood divine dragon combat form, with a roaring flame. A spectral image of the purple blood divine dragon ascended from behind Li Xiao, its eyes resembling copper bells, ablaze with violet flames. Then, the soaring phantom dragon opened its cavernous maw. With a thunderous roar, a surge of purple blood light shot skyward, a column of annihilation piercing the air ahead, within which all was rendered to oblivion. The endless figure cloaked in black, amidst such overwhelming might, crumbled like ruins, leaving behind only a shadow that retreated into the distance, yet was instantaneously pierced by a surge of violet light. A heart-wrenching scream echoed, resonating throughout the vast expanse surrounding the moonlit manor, only to abruptly cease at the peak of its anguished cry. The violet blood surged skyward, vanishing into nothingness, leaving the world in a profound silence. Initially, one might have believed that the violet blood divine dragon battle body was formidable, but after experiencing such overwhelming power, Li Xiao realized that this battle body was not merely powerful, it was extraordinarily formidable to an almost monstrous degree. With such capabilities, even the mightiest of the condensing Tao's third layer could be annihilated in an instant, even against practitioners of the Breaking Dan realm, whether at the first or second layer. Li Xiao felt a surge of confidence in his ability to contend. The leap from the second layer of condensing Dan to the second layer of Breaking Dan represented a chasm of 3 major realms and 9 minor realms. This was evidently a threshold approaching the near 9 realms. Should he activate the Violet Blood Divine Dragon Battle Body, he would possess the might akin to near 9 realms. Chapter 053. Root Eradication, though he had not attempted it. A practitioner of the third layer of the condensing Tao wielding a supreme spirit weapon undoubtedly possessed the capability to challenge a practitioner of the first layer of Breaking Dan. Yet this individual was vanquished in a single encounter, leading Li Xiao to believe he could indeed contend with a practitioner of the first layer of Breaking Dan. Joy flickered in his heart as he calculated rapidly. Then, he cast his gaze into the void and coldly commanded, "Come forth." "Ah, no. Please do not kill me." The stunning woman trembled all over, her complexion pale, devoid of any intent to contend with Li Xiao. What had she witnessed? She had seen that this individual possessed a transformative physique. This was nothing short of a miraculous phenomenon. Such a being likely harbored the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, having undergone a mutation to become an extraordinary genius. If such a person were not to meet an early demise, even the illustrious celestial of the firmament would find it difficult to rival them. How could the Wen family dare to provoke a formidable powerhouse who might one day reach the sacred realm? Did you witness everything that transpired? Li Xiao's gaze was fixed upon the alluring woman clad in black armor, her figure provocatively displayed, his tone unwavering. Did you see anything? And no, I saw nothing. I beg you, spare my life. I am Wen Ishue, a prodigy of the Wen family. If you let me go, I will ensure the complete submission of the Wen family. Wen Ishue trembled uncontrollably. Even the most formidable ancestor of her clan could not withstand a single strike from this man. She had relinquished any desire to resist. Despite her pride and her deep-seated animosity towards Li Xiao, she understood that in this world, strength commanded respect. Submitting to a talented powerhouse was not an act of disgrace. Many would willingly undertake even the most degrading tasks, as long as they could survive, let alone submit. Li Xiao was a prodigious talent. A rare genius born once in a millennium, destined for greatness that would resonate throughout the world. To align oneself with such an extraordinary individual would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Shall I spare you? One day, will your family, the one, rebel and slay the Li? Li Xiao sneered. Despite Wen Ishue's earnest submission, the harsh realities of this world had rendered him skeptical. Removing the weeds without uprooting them only allows them to flourish anew with the spring breeze. Li Xiao extended his hand, summoning a blackstone cauldron that soared through the air like a bagua furnace, landing gracefully in his grasp. This formidable weapon belonged to the white-haired old man in black, its power unmatched, having survived the fiery roar of the flame dragon. Meanwhile, the old man's universe ring had been obliterated by the dragon's wrath, and most of its contents were destroyed, transforming into energy that permeated the surrounding space. At this moment, upon hearing such words, Wen Ishue's eyes reflected despair, and a frenzied expression took hold of her face as she detonated her inner core, charging directly at Li Xiao. Yet, in the next instant, she was horrified to discover that her entire reservoir of energy was utterly inaccessible, let alone the ability to self-destruct her inner core. With a swift motion, Li Xiao unleashed an energy absorption technique, transforming it into a black hole that expanded rapidly, engulfing the stunning woman clad in black armor. She writhed in struggle, hurling curses and venomous threats, yet her words failed to sway Li Xiao's resolve. This energy absorption, for the first time, devoured the essence and soul of a living being, offering a far richer experience than that of the deceased. As the swirling black vortex dissipated, the space was left with nothing but a lifeless corpse, its gaze vacant, as if caught in a deep slumber. Apart from the hollow eyes, she appeared remarkably ordinary, her body not exhibiting any signs of desiccation. The essence and spirit of the living, once devoured and absorbed, are akin to extracting true quintessence, vastly superior to that of the deceased. Alas, the extraction of the living's essence proves to be a formidable challenge. It necessitates the subjugation of the opponent, rendering them incapable of wielding their own energy, which complicates matters significantly. It is far more expedient to consume the essence of the dead. Li Xiao contemplated this briefly and, disregarding the lifeless form of the woman in the void, soared toward the location of the elder's demise, deprived of its energetic support. The corpse of the woman in black plummeted from the sky. Standing at the side of the black-cloaked elder's death, Li Xiao absorbed the surrounding essence, swiftly replenishing his own energy at the second level of the condensation realm. Previously, the combat exertion had drained a substantial portion of his energy, nearly 30%. Yet after absorbing the essences from both individuals, not only had he restored his losses, but he had also filled nearly 4/5 of the energy required for the second level of the condensation realm. However, the deceased from the third level of the condensation path possessed strength 2 major realms above his own. Their energy, upon death, still fell short of fulfilling the needs of his second level of the condensation realm. Each elevation in rank necessitated an increasingly greater amount of energy. Li Xiao mused inwardly. Although the dead do deplete some energy, the essence from a deceased practitioner of the third level of the condensation path surprisingly failed to fully satisfy the energy requirements of his modest second level. This was indeed unfathomable. This observation also illuminated the fact that his ability to transcend realms in combat was not without its justifications. If the energy intensity condensed by his second layer Dan was identical to that of others at the same level, then transcending realms to vanquish foes would merely be a farcical jest. It is precisely due to the fortification of each realm to its utmost strength that he can contend against practitioners of higher realms even while in a lower state. Upon absorbing the energy, Li Xiao trembled, dissipating the blood energy that coursed through him. The radiant flame armor naturally exuded a luminous aura, and his previously shattered body reassembled like a machine, now restored to its entirety. At this moment, Li Xiao appeared resplendent and pure, untouched by the dust of the world, exuding an invigorating freshness. With a mere thought, he grasped the stone cauldron in his hand, scrutinizing it with meticulous attention. To his astonishment, he realized it was a fragmented supreme spiritual weapon. The might of such a weapon is formidable, at the very least. It is crafted by a practitioner of the Transcendence realm. Even a mere hint of the aura from a Transcendence-level master contained within such a weapon is extraordinary. The vast chasm of disparity in realms signifies an overwhelming might. Thus, although this supreme spiritual weapon is damaged, its creator's prowess is undeniably remarkable, far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. As Li Xiao examined the stone cauldron, he felt the imprinted runes upon it, eliciting a sense of deep reflection within him. In this world, aside from individual combat prowess, powerful weaponry and formidable armor constitute a significant aspect of strength, especially with weapons of celestial caliber, once unleashed. They can annihilate everything within a 1,000-mile radius with ease. Li Xiao held the stone cauldron and, after a moment of contemplation regarding his stone tower, hesitated slightly before ultimately placing the two together. Once he masters the second level of the battle transformation technique and grasps the nirvana fire, he will be able to forge his own weapons. Whether it be a stone tower or a stone cauldron, ultimately, they will materialize as his weapons. However, for now, he can adeptly manipulate both the stone tower and the stone cauldron simultaneously, contingent upon his ability to control his split soul. Chapter 054. Night at the Crescent Moon Pavilion. Li Xiao meticulously organized his combat insights and, after thoroughly examining the stone cauldron, proceeded to inspect the other Qiankuan ring belonging to the black-robed elder, which had not been destroyed, as well as the Qiankuan ring of the enchanting woman, Wen Ishui. The contents of Wen Ishui's ring were rather unimpressive, but the extraordinary materials within the black-robed elder's Qiankuan ring truly astonished Li Xiao. The items inside were piled high, an assortment of various materials, all corresponding to the ingredients required for concocting a death-claiming pill. Upon discovering an ancient scroll within the Qiankuan ring, resembling parchment, Li Xiao felt a tremor in his heart after merely skimming its contents. This death-claiming pill could actually seize another's destiny? How formidable! With a mixture of skepticism and intrigue, Li Xiao prompted Xiao Wang to analyze the findings as well. The ancient scroll, crafted from an unknown precious material, was impervious to both water and fire, its density astonishing. This small sheet weighed over several dozen pounds. After considerable contemplation, Li Xiao had yet to draw any conclusions. While Xiao Wang had already expended a third of his split soul's energy, a consumption comparable to that of the energy drained during the evolution of the Nine Emperors' Heart Destruction Fist. Has Xiao Wang calculated the results? Li Xiao pondered, his curiosity piqued. Indeed, Li Xiao, this represents a unique method that intertwines the essence of plant and animal life. This approach, combined with a particular malevolent flame and venomous creatures, embodies a scheme that accommodates multiple aspects of yin and yang, exhibiting remarkable efficacy in seizing the very essence of creation. However, Due to its relentless pursuit of objectives, this method often contravenes certain celestial principles. Those who forge the death elixir through such means frequently meet with disastrous fates, vanishing into oblivion. Upon calculating this, Xiao Guang spoke earnestly. I see now. Despite the elder's formidable power and possession of exquisite spiritual weaponry, he was swiftly vanquished by me. Indeed, it is not a fortuitous outcome. Li Xiao wholeheartedly concurred, acknowledging that Xiao Guang's calculations were terrifyingly precise. His assertions were undoubtedly credible. Li Xiao, your current prowess allows you to commence the condensation of nirvana fire. You have preliminarily attained the qualifications to refine this alchemical formula, integrating it into your very being. As for the medicinal materials, I have analyzed formulas like the primordial elixir. Essentially, they entail the amalgamation of the essence found within various herbs, which may be challenging for others but should present no difficulty for you. Once you have condensed the nirvana fire, utilizing energy absorption to assist in refining the essence of heaven and earth, where others may yield 5 to 6 elixirs per furnace, you will be capable of producing over 10, each of the highest quality, with a single elixir surpassing the efficacy of 2 from others. Xiao Guang's declaration sparked a gleam of excitement in Li Xiao's eyes. However, for you, the act of absorbing energy to consume these medicinal herbs and refining them into elixirs is scarcely distinguishable. Yet, if one were to ingest the elixirs directly, the effect would, in fact, be slightly inferior to that of the energy absorbed and transformed. The elixirs, despite their refinement, inevitably harbor some impurities, even the most minute traces. Once assimilated into the body, can yield subtle aftereffects. Xiao Guang's subsequent words resonated deeply within Li Xiao's heart. In truth, Li Xiao is already aware of this. However, for the average individual, the body perpetually absorbs the essence of the world, making the presence of impurities entirely normal. In contrast, the elixirs are incomparably purer, having undergone countless purifications. In this regard, Li Xiao has significantly surpassed others, as he has consistently maintained the true purity of energy. It is precisely because of the unparalleled purity of the energy he devours and transforms that the energy he transmits to others evokes a transcendent sensation, facilitating unimaginable progress for them. Although he may not personally require it, refining some elixirs is certainly not a futile endeavor. After some contemplation, Li Xiao resolved his thoughts. As he soared through the skies, Li Xiao glided above the crescent moon pavilion of the Haoyue mansion, and with a thought, he descended gracefully. By day, the crescent moon pavilion bustles with activity, yet by night, it becomes even more vibrant. At this hour, though it is already past midnight, the pavilion sparkles with luminous radiance, adorned with various glowstones that resemble blooming flowers, casting an exceptionally bright ambience. Upon returning to the crescent moon pavilion, Li Xiao found himself devoid of any particular thoughts, merely recalling the exquisite wines that had left an indelible mark on his memory. He strode in, and immediately a group of elegantly adorned women at the entrance displayed expressions of fear, none daring to approach him. Elderly, your esteemed presence graces our humble establishment, indeed a momentous honor for our crescent moon pavilion. It was the same old matron, who now hastened to greet him even more swiftly than in the morning. Ah, your business appears to be thriving. Li Xiao chuckled, recognizing that this enchanting woman possessed a certain charm. Seeing his amusement, the matron replied, after all, one must earn a living. Elderly has come on behalf of several disciples of the Li family. To be candid, they are indeed present here. However, the youth indulging in such frivolities, I hope Elderly will not hold it against them, she added with a smile, her tone slightly obsequious. Is it true that the Li family has disciples here? Li Xiao expressed mild surprise, noting the discerning taste of these individuals. Yet, more pressing was the concern that should this displeasure reach higher authorities, she would be in dire straits. Which room are they in? Who have they brought along? Li Xiao recalled a fellow who often frolicked with the young master of the Li family, a smile creeping onto his face. He attempted to sense the surroundings, but alas, he perceived nothing. Nonetheless, Li Xiao understood that the presence of a formation concealed any disturbances within the loft. Otherwise, the enchanting sounds would likely echo for miles. Young Master Yushan is here with Li Shizha, Li Yi, and Li Run, in a private chamber on the 3rd floor. They should still be savoring their wine. Would you like me to inform them? The matron inquired cautiously, observing Li Xiao's expression. Savoring wine? There's no need for formalities. I'll proceed directly. Please continue with your endeavors. With a smile, Li Xiao made his way towards the first pavilion on the right among the 9 grand structures. The first-class pavilion, 3rd floor. A fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the air, and Li Xiao, in a relaxed mood, approached the elegant room. With a gentle surge of power, he pushed the door open. Yushan, you certainly have exquisite tastes. As Li Xiao uttered the first half of his sentence, he was met with the sight of a naked figure standing there, hips moving rapidly. Beneath him, a voluptuous woman was diligently cooperating, arching her buttocks to reveal glistening droplets forming delicate strands. Inside the room, Li Yushan was engaged in a doggy-style position with a ravishing woman whose skin shimmered. His pace was indeed relentless. The sounds of rhythmic slapping echoed through the chamber, and Li Yushan's voice was filled with fervor, a monk indulging in meat, raising the courtyard and sweeping through the cave. Let this young master's divine monk show you the extent of his unparalleled power. Oh, I'm dying of pleasure, dying. The enchanting woman moaned, her glistening skin covered in fragrant sweat. Her body, filled with flowing vitality, trembled gently. Her slender legs were pressed tightly together as she gripped the edge of the bed, her cries of pleasure ringing out. Clearly, both were caught in a moment of ecstasy. Oblivious to Li Xiao's entrance and the words he had managed to utter, Li Xiao cast a casual glance at the two individuals, then nonchalantly settled himself by the stone table. He seized a full bottle of untouched wine and a pristine cup, cleansing them with his vital energy before pouring himself a generous glass, savoring the drink at a leisurely pace. As he indulged in the wine, he observed the movements of the pair with keen interest, a dim recollection of some material regarding the art of the female master surfacing in his mind. He recognized their posture as a back-entry dual cultivation position, yet it seemed that the pair, lost in a trance, were more focused on mere gratification. Eventually, after a span of 6 minutes, Li Yushan reached the apex of his speed, the rhythmic sounds merging into a cacophony, while the enchanting woman's soft moans grew more fervent. Her delicate, fair arms clung to the edge of the bed as if to rend it asunder, her body tautening with palpable tension, the convulsions becoming increasingly pronounced. Suddenly, with a sharp thrust, Li Yushan's body quivered in response, and he stood there, thoroughly satisfied, while the alluring woman trembled uncontrollably, indicating that both had reached their peak of pleasure. After a considerable time, he withdrew his member, content, and playfully slapped the voluptuous curves of the enchanting woman, teasing, "What do you think, little sprite? How does my unparalleled prowess measure up? Did it leave you yearning for more? Indeed, indeed. I am utterly enraptured. How could a mere little loach possibly compare to the might of young Master Yushan's great monk?" Young Master Yushan, with an aura of invincibility, found himself in an unexpected predicament. The enchanting woman, adorned with a beguiling demeanor, laughed playfully as she rose from the edge of the bed. Just as she turned, her gaze fell upon a strikingly handsome young man, who was nonchalantly drinking at the table. Startled, she let out a shriek. The bare-bodied Li Yushan, taken aback by the woman's demeanor, swiftly turned to see Li Xiao seated and enjoying his drink. The shock was palpable. His face flushed crimson as the once towering spirit of the great monk diminished in an instant. "Ah, young master, esteemed elder, you have arrived," Li Yushan exclaimed, his embarrassment evident as he offered a sheepish smile. With a grand gesture, he summoned his garments, which promptly flew to him, allowing him to dress in haste. Meanwhile, the flustered woman struggled to don her attire, her movements frantic as she fumbled to get properly dressed. "I've been here for a few minutes," Li Xiao remarked casually. "The madam informed me you were indulging in drinks, so I thought I might join you for a glass. I didn't anticipate such a captivating spectacle being performed in honor of my drinking pleasure, an exceptionally vivid one at that. Quite impressive indeed. Please, do carry on." With a serene smile, Li Xiao downed another cup, refilling his glass with ease. The beverages here are rather mediocre. Perhaps I could invite the esteemed young master, no, the honored elder, to the supreme pavilion, where the drinks are of a finer quality," suggested Li Yushan. Li Yushan spoke, gradually feeling at ease. Although Li Xiao was now the grand elder, he believed their relationship remained quite close. Their past indulgences together had been inconsequential, and so he no longer felt any awkwardness. "The drinks over there are delightful. Simply have Jiang Shuiyin bring them to me. I have come here not only to drink, but also to discuss certain matters with you," Li Xiao remarked casually. "Elderly, as for the beverages from the Supreme Pavilion, my humble status might render me unable to procure them. As for Miss Jiang, I fear I am not permitted an audience with her. I hope you will understand." The enchanting woman, now dressed and blushing, said as she bowed respectfully before Li Xiao. Her eyes still held a lingering allure, and her face, neck, and ears retained a rosy hue, a testament to the springtime vitality that had yet to fully fade. Li Xiao cast a glance at her and realized that she was indeed quite beautiful. with a slender figure and a youthfulness that suggested she was merely in her early 20s. In a place like Earth, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a stunning goddess. Yet here, she was merely one of the many courtesans. Nonetheless, Li Xiao harbored no disdain. As a modern individual who had traversed into this realm, he did not possess a rigid sense of hierarchy. With a calm smile, he said, "I recall your name is Xiao Yushan, and you have a sister named Xiao Yuling. Please inform the madam that this is my request, and Jiang Shuiyan will personally deliver the drinks." Understood, elderly. Upon witnessing Li Xiao's gentle smile, the young woman, Xiao Yushan, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her entire being trembling with excitement. For someone of her stature to serve a figure like Li Yushan was an extraordinary fortune. Now, to exchange words with the esteemed elder of the Li family, a prodigy in his own right, and to receive even a smile from him left her in a state of delightful astonishment. Overwhelmed with emotion, she found her feelings towards Li Xiao significantly softened. She bowed respectfully, preparing to depart to attend to her duties. "Consider this as a gift for you. Cultivate diligently with your sister," Li Xiao remarked, casually tossing out a spatial ring that belonged to an Ishui. All previous markings had been erased, rendering it usable by anyone. However, within it lay merely over 200 low-grade spirit crystals and several thousand gathering essence pills, trivial resources in Li Xiao's eyes. Yet, for Xiao Yushan and her sister, it represented a fortune. Li Yushan was aware of the young woman's connection with him. He had once entertained thoughts of mentoring her younger sister, who was merely 12 at the time. However, upon observing Li Yushan's protective demeanor towards Xiao Yushan, he relinquished such notions. Now, as she raised her head, Li Xiao recognized her as the once innocent and unassuming Xiao Yushan. Fate can be cruel. The once pure maiden had now found herself in this predicament. Trading her body for cultivation resources. This is the stark reality of an ordinary cultivator's life, selling one's body, relinquishing freedom, becoming a servant to powerful families. All in the relentless pursuit of strength, with the hope of one day seizing control over their own destiny and altering the fate of future generations who might otherwise be subjected to servitude and slaughter. Ah, thank you, elderly. The vibrant essence of spring had dissipated, and the fervent gratitude surged within Li Xiao like an unstoppable force, permeating his very being. This gratitude, profound and soul-stirring, emanated from the depths of his heart. Upon receiving the Qianquan ring, Xiao Yushan expressed her heartfelt thanks, bowing deeply before gracefully departing after securing the ring. Young master, elder, you wouldn't possibly have taken a liking to her or her sister, would you?" Li Yushan stammered, a note of concern creeping into his voice. "I'm merely assisting her out of respect for you." "Do you truly believe I would be interested in your woman?" Li Xiao retorted, irritation evident in his tone. "Well, of course, you used to act that way. Apologies, I have yet to adjust to your new status as elder," Li Yushan admitted, smacking his forehead and offering a sheepish grin. "Let's not dwell on the past. I was younger then," Li Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated, realizing that the former persona of young Master Li indeed lacked integrity. Yes. Li Yushan responded, feeling uneasy, unable to gauge Li Xiao's true intentions. Previously, their relationship resembled that of close friends, particularly concerning matters of romance. However, with Li Xiao's newfound formidable reputation, he felt a palpable tension. Contemplating for a moment, Li Xiao waved his hand casually, releasing a wave of energy that enveloped the surroundings. This was, in fact, a form of shielding orchestrated by Xiaoguang. Although this area was free from surveillance, Li Xiao chose to proceed with caution nonetheless. "Your initial encounter with the Crescent Moon Pavilion was facilitated by none other than me. How well do you comprehend this establishment?" Li Xiao's expression grew somber. "Ah, esteemed elder. You." Upon hearing this, Li Yushan's countenance shifted, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. "Fear not, with my capabilities. The affairs here shall remain unheard by others. As for Jiang Xian's arrival, she will require some time. That woman will weigh her options and prepare herself before making an appearance. Speak freely. Furthermore, in private, you may simply address me as young master, just as before," Li Xiao stated with a low tone. At this, Li Yushan exhaled a sigh of relief, and a look of appreciation and gratitude graced his features, indicating that Li Xiao had not forgotten his so-called drinking companion. He sighed softly and surveyed his surroundings before lowering his voice to say, "To be honest, I harbor a slight grievance tonight, which is why I sought refuge here to drink. After all, given my strength and our connection, it is rather perplexing that I was not granted a spot in the heavenly secret sect. Yet, I find solace in my sister Ruer being able to attend, so I bear no ill will. However, this evening, As I stepped out, I encountered the sister of Xiao Yushan, who expressed a longing for my company. In a moment of impulsive desire, I contemplated visiting the Xianwei Pavilion for a drink. Aware of the esteem in which the young master holds Li Run, I decided to bring along Li Run and his two companions, Li Yi and Li Shicha, allowing them the opportunity to experience the company of women. Despite their formidable abilities, these three often falter in the presence of the fairer sex, and I fear they may one day find themselves undone by a woman's charms. Li Yushan seemed to respond obliquely, yet Li Xiao exhibited remarkable patience, understanding that his counterpart had matters of significance to convey, necessitating the disclosure of various other elements and secrets. Indeed, Li Yushan began to elucidate. I too am aware that the Xianwei Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. For every estate within the Feihong Empire possesses a similar locale. When I first arrived, I inadvertently triggered a certain restriction, leading me to uncover a profoundly shocking revelation. At that time, it was likely due to an anomaly in the restriction of the Xianwei Pavilion that I fortuitously learned the true secret. However, I nearly exposed myself in the process, which is why I have returned to the Xianwei Pavilion multiple times to diminish the likelihood of being suspected, to lay a false trail, and to demonstrate a semblance of strength and background, bringing along the audacious young master for fortification, thus averting the risk of assassination. Through my clandestine inquiries regarding that matter, I gradually unearthed fragments of the origins of the Xianwei Pavilion. I recall mentioning a hint of it to you, young master, but at that time, you did not regard it with much seriousness. Li Yushan pondered for a moment before adding, "Indeed, it was your previous remarks that prompted this inquiry." Li Xiao nodded, poured another glass of wine, and filled one for Li Yushan as well, who, taken aback by the gesture, promptly stood up. "There is no need to be anxious. Please continue," Li Xiao urged. "Yes, young master," Li Yushan replied, a mix of excitement and embarrassment evident in his voice as he resumed speaking. Meanwhile, Li Xiao understood that Li Yushan had inadvertently wandered into the formation of the Crescent Moon Pavilion rather than encountering any form of restriction. This misstep had led him to overhear a certain secret or to uncover the existence of a particular force. By piecing together the name of this force with the historical context of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, Li Xiao discerned some hidden truths. As he had noted, the more talented a family, the less likely the Crescent Moon Pavilion would offend them. Thus, aligning himself with Li Yushan, the foremost prodigy of the Li family, was undoubtedly a prudent strategy for self-preservation, especially considering the Li family's strength, which was comparable to that of the Xie family, the ruling house of the Haiyue mansion. It was certainly a significant family that should not be trifled with lightly. The Crescent Moon Pavilion serves as the intelligence division of the Stellar Hall, young master. During our last encounter with the ancestor, he mentioned this name, and you are aware it is a legendary force. The secret I have discerned pertains to a certain movement within the Stellar Hall. The conversation between Jiang Shuiyan and a lady of the hall alluded to ancient relics and the divine embryo of the Qingshi, though the specifics remain unclear to me. At first, I was unaware of what the Starry Hall was, only feeling a sense of familiarity. It was not until I inadvertently mentioned it during conversations with others that I began to gain a vague understanding. After conducting some discreet inquiries, I later inquired about it with the ancestor while in your company, only to discover that such a terrifying force had indeed extended its influence to the Moonlight Mansion. The Starry Hall stands above the three great empires. It is perhaps best that we do not delve further into this matter. As long as you are aware, young master, it is prudent not to ponder too deeply. Chapter 056, Gathering of Talents. I see now. I had wondered why you were so mysteriously searching for the ancestor. It turns out it was due to the influence of the Starry Hall. Li Xiao nodded, and suddenly everything became clear to him. By connecting Li Yushan's demeanor with the experiences from that incident, Li Xiao began to grasp the nature of this organization. Xiaguang had scanned numerous ancient texts from the Moonlight Mansion, among which there were several special descriptions regarding the Starry Hall. Yet, Li Xiao was taken aback to learn that the Crescent Moon Pavilion, seemingly unrelated to the Starry Hall, was, in fact, one and the same. This revelation was indeed astonishing. However, this connection added a layer of complexity. It seemed the sword path engraving might find its purpose after all. With this knowledge, Li Xiao resolved to further demonstrate his value, ensuring that the Starry Hall would refrain from antagonizing him for the time being. Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance and must not be disclosed. Otherwise, such formidable individuals might resort to silencing any loose ends. I understand. Rest assured. You may choose to forget about this matter. I will handle it properly. Li Xiao mused. Someone is approaching. I shall lower the barrier, and we can continue our revelry. Good, young master. Li Yushan immediately responded respectfully. A familiar, delicate fragrance wafted through the air. Though the person remained unseen, the scent was already near. Even without knowing the identity of the visitor, the subtle aroma made it evident that Jiang Shuiyin had arrived. This woman always possessed an enchanting freshness. Li Xiao held his wine cup, taking another sip, and with a flick of his hand, he swung the door wide open. Outside stood Jiang Shuiyin, adorned in a flowing white gauze dress that trailed on the ground, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Why did Master Li not give prior notice of his arrival? It would have allowed Shuiyin to prepare and extend a proper welcome. With a radiant smile, Jiang Shuiyin's voice was as melodious as a fairy song, captivating beyond measure. Just her words left Li Yushan momentarily spellbound. Had it been the former Li Dasha, he would have been even less impressive than Li Yushan. However, having now comprehended the ethereal melody of the soul, he would no longer display such inadequacy. Have we not already met today? Could it be that Shuiyin has succumbed to my charm to the point of losing her appetite? Li Xiao jested. At that moment, Jiang Shuiyin was without any handmaidens. Otherwise, they might have found the scene too unbearable. Hearing Li Zhao's voice, Li Yushan snapped back to reality, realizing his own state. And he felt a surge of internal vigilance. Young Master Yushan, Sister Xiao Yushan is waiting for you in the right second pavilion. You should go, Jiang Shuiyin gently urged. Upon hearing Jiang Shuyin's words, Li Yushan hesitated for a moment, then bowed respectfully to Li Xiao and said, Elder, I shall not delay your important discussion any longer. I take my leave. Very well, you may go, Li Xiao replied. As Li Yushan departed, he waved his hand, causing the door to the room to close once more. At this moment, the setting could be described as one of intimate solitude, with a lone man and woman sharing the same space. Please, have a seat, Li Xiao said with a serene smile, gesturing with his hand to move a stone chair that slid effortlessly to the side of the stone table. Jiang Shuiyin did not refuse. She first placed the wine jug and cups from the table onto another surface, then retrieved a truly exquisite wine from her Qinkuan ring, pouring a glass for both herself and Li Xiao before taking her seat on the stone chair. As Li Xiao observed her flurry of activity, there was indeed a semblance of propriety about her demeanor, yet to regard her as merely virtuous would be a profound misunderstanding. Young Master Li, to speak candidly, the engraved map within the Supreme Pavilion is a form of inheritance from the higher echelons of our Crescent Moon Pavilion. It is a piece of mysterious ancient green stone that has remained unsolved until now. With your exceptional talent, I am certain you are aware that the Crescent Moon Pavilion is no ordinary establishment. After contemplating for an afternoon, Shuiyin ultimately believed that a straightforward approach would be best. Though she had only spoken half of her mind, both individuals were astute enough to comprehend the implications of her words. In essence, if the original artifact of the engraved map were to surface within half a month, she would provide clarity and ensure their satisfaction. However, there was one stipulation. Should the Li family encounter difficulties in the future, and if she were absent from the Haiyue mansion, they would be obligated to support the Li family in her stead. What I mean by preserving the Li family is to ensure that not a single core member is lost. How does that sound? Li Xiao took a sip of his drink, calmly proposing his condition. Are you not afraid, young Master Li, that Shuiyin might drug your drink and bring you under her control? Jiang Shuiyin did not respond to Li Zhao's words, but instead inquired. Such remarks tarnish your image of intelligence. You should refrain from uttering them in the future. Li Xiao paid no heed to her comment, instead chuckling in a mocking manner. How infuriating. I detest your scheming demeanor. Very well, I can acquiesce to your terms. However, you must accompany me, for even with my capabilities, this mysterious green stone cannot simply be procured at will. Agreed. You are remarkably straightforward. If you had been like this before, perhaps I would have already developed feelings for you. What a pity, Jiang Shuiyin lamented somewhat regretfully. There is no need for such words. We are ultimately not on the same path. Do not worry, I am not interested in you. I find absolutely rational individuals like yourself rather unappealing, Li Xiao stated directly, leaving no room for Jiang Shuiyin's lingering thoughts. You are truly, never mind. It seems the usual tactics do not work on you. Instead of waiting for a more opportune moment, let us seize the day. There happens to be a gathering of geniuses tomorrow afternoon. You shall accompany me. Nearly 100 talented individuals have gathered to contemplate the three major dilemmas and have become esteemed guests of our Xianyu Pavilion, currently at headquarters. These individuals are all headstrong. If you attend, please do not cause any trouble. If others do not provoke me, I will not initiate conflict. Li Xiao replied calmly. Jiang Shuiyin initially intended to express more, but after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately decided against it. She understood that for someone of Li Zhao's stature, her words had already bestowed considerable grace upon her. As she spoke, she rose to her feet and walked towards the exit, with Li Xiao setting down his wine cup to accompany her. Upon returning to the Supreme Pavilion, they entered through the focal point of a particular chamber, traversing multiple formations until they arrived at an underground teleportation array. After placing 6 high-grade spirit crystals into the array, Jiang Shuiyin activated it using a unique incantation. A flash of light erupted, accompanied by a force that seemed to rend the very fabric of space. Li Xiao felt as though he were being compressed by the surrounding dimensions, a sudden sensation of impending rupture coursing through him, yet he managed to conceal his surprise. For he was vaguely aware that such feelings were typical during teleportation. Indeed, moments later, he found himself within the central teleportation array of an unfamiliar, grand estate. Surrounding the array stood 12 men clad in black armor, their expressions cold and resolute. Each warrior possessed the cultivation of the first level of Dao, indicating the extraordinary prowess of this location's defenders. Upon Jiang Shuiyin's appearance, the 12 armored men bowed respectfully, their tones imbued with reverence. Jiang Shuiyin nodded in acknowledgement without uttering a word and addressed Li Xiao, saying, "Young Master Li, please follow me." Under Jiang Shuiyin's guidance, Li Xiao traversed several arrays, arriving at the foot of a mountain abundant in spiritual energy, where the landscape was picturesque and serene. Here, exquisite pavilions stood in splendid array, akin to celestial palaces, epitomizing opulence. At the foot of the mountain, a contingent of disciples, each possessing the cultivation level of the 3rd stage of soul condensation, stood guard at various critical points leading up the mountain, exuding an air of grandeur befitting a formidable sect. However, this mountain range spanned merely a few dozen miles, relatively modest compared to typical sections. Such a scale might provoke disdain in ordinary individuals. Yet Li Xiao understood that the Xianhua Pavilion was merely an intelligence department of the Star Palace. The mere existence of such a department with this level of scale, while maintaining a low profile, was indeed astonishing. Were the intelligence department to flaunt its presence excessively, it would, in fact, be unworthy of Li Zhao's regard. Chapter 057. 2 Extraordinary Talents. Junior Brother 28. I understand, Jiang Shuiyin replied softly, leading Li Xiao once more along the path up the mountain. Throughout this encounter, none of the guards cast more than a fleeting glance at Li Xiao, nor did they pay heed to the fluctuations of energy around him, demonstrating remarkable composure. This applied equally to the disciples guarding the mountain gate and the 12 armored men overseeing the teleportation array. Thus, their ascent remained uninterrupted, free from any inquiries. Yet, Li Xiao was acutely aware that this place was rife with numerous formations, completely dismantling his initial belief that such formations did not exist in this world. Young Master Li, this is the Foreign Affairs Hall. You may rest in this guest room for the night. I shall visit the young lady and return to find you tomorrow morning, Jiang Shuiyin said as she finalized the arrangements for Li Zhao's accommodations. Go ahead and attend to your matters, Li Xiao gestured, indicating for her to leave. After Jiang Shuiyin departed, Li Xiao began to survey the surroundings of the Outer Affairs Hall, simultaneously encouraging Xiaoguang to contemplate deeply. Li Xiao was well aware of Xiaoguang's formidable capabilities. As long as Xiaoguang comprehended the foundational principles of formations, a mere scan of any array would enable swift resolution. Although Xiaoguang's current understanding of formations was limited, this did not hinder the ability to record and store all data, even without full comprehension. As long as there were spirit crystals, complete replication would pose no challenge. Furthermore, should the day come when he could master the ancient scroll Huangyan formation path obtained alongside the Huangyan battle armor, all formations would become trivial obstacles. Li Xiao had his own intentions for visiting this place. In half a month, he would travel to the Tianji sect, where the Li family had a clandestine powerful force providing covert support, which was indeed a favorable circumstance. Moreover, deciphering the ancient map inscriptions would allow Li Xiao to grasp some secrets and gain certain advantages. He bore no concern that the influence of the Star Palace would resort to extreme measures upon discovering such information, especially since such a grand entity placed great importance on credibility and reputation in its dealings. In these chaotic times, should a powerful force engage in such killing the hen that lays the eggs behavior, its demise would not be far off. At Xianhui Mountain, Dark Moon Peak, Jiang Shuiyin stood at the entrance of a small pavilion by a clear spring, bowing respectfully with an exceedingly deferential tone. Within the pavilion, a voice as enchanting as celestial music wafted forth, ethereal and dreamlike, yet resonating palpably in the air. Though it was not their first encounter with the young lady's words, each time Jiang Shuiyin felt a profound sense of refreshment in her heart, as if engaging in a divine conversation, a beautifully surreal experience. As a woman, I find myself in such a position. It is indeed no surprise that the young lady attracts the admiration of extraordinary talents. Even a mere imitation of her grace has left countless men at the Moonlight Pavilion utterly distracted. It seems that the young lady's enchanting charm has reached an astonishingly formidable level. Jiang Shuiyin felt a profound respect welling up within her as she regained her composure. He also mentioned that he would ensure our complete satisfaction. Jiang Shuiyin hesitated slightly, contemplating Li Zhao's unwavering confidence, and after a moment of deliberation, she finally spoke of Li Zhao's circumstances. "Please, do come in." The young lady's voice resonated once more, devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. "Yes, young lady." Jiang Shuiyin bowed again respectfully before gently pushing open the door to the small pavilion and stepping inside. Within the pavilion, it seemed to exist in its own realm. Vast and expansive. Ancient pines stood tall, venerable poplar trees reached towards the heavens, verdant grasses flourished, and clear springs flowed, creating a scene teeming with vitality. On the grass, a woman clad in a white gauze dress stood immobile like a celestial being, as if she had been there for millennia, exuding an aura of divinity. As Jiang Shuiyin approached, the woman stirred, and her icy gaze gained a hint of life. Within her eyes, shimmering runes flickered, and laws appeared to dance. Had it been in the past, I would have surely welcomed her in person, but the circumstances this time are different, compelling me to slightly inconvenience this remarkable individual. "Are you aware of who accompanies me?" The young lady maintained a serene expression. As she spoke, her delicate hand waved gently, causing the myriad stars to flicker and the peculiar manifestations in the space to dissipate, leaving behind nothing but an ordinary spring chamber. It became clear that all that had been witnessed earlier was merely an illusion. Could it be the esteemed celestial sage? Jiang Shuiyin's voice slightly trembled. For if such a figure were indeed present, her invitation to Li Xiao would hold no significance whatsoever. Him? No. The two individuals I invited are certainly not inferior to this person. The young lady seemed to be lost in contemplation, her eyes resembling an unfathomable sea of stars. What? A person akin to the celestial sage? Could it be the holy sword sage Zhou Yin, who began cultivating the sword at 3, established a sect at 10, delights in gathering the world's most beautiful women, and styles himself as the master of the Shushan sword sect? Indeed, he is one among them. However, he did not come at my invitation but accompanied the two prodigious figures from the merchant clan. The two I invited are none other than the unparalleled geniuses of the merchant clan, Shang Yingqing and his sister Shang Yingchan. Ah, could it truly be these two esteemed figures? Upon hearing their names, Jiang Shuiyin's face paled slightly, her delicate form trembling, her eyes filled with longing, admiration, and reverence. Clearly, her reaction to these two was far more profound than her response to the holy sword sage Zhou Yin and the celestial sage Ji Sangqiang. This individual was invulnerable and shameless. The elder generation of the merchant clan had dismissed him, failing to recognize his worth, yet Shang Yingqing, with great determination, could do nothing against Zhou Yin. The young lady sighed softly. Indeed, encountering such a person leaves one feeling utterly helpless. It is rare to find someone so exceptionally gifted, yet so persistently enamored with women. How could an ordinary woman withstand such brazen advances? Upon hearing the young lady mention Zhou Yin, Jiang Shuiyin couldn't help but reflect, her expression transforming into one of bittersweet resignation. For an ordinary individual, relentless pursuit may warrant death without a second thought. However, with Zhou Yin, considering both his background and his formidable strength, attempting to eliminate him while he is intent on fleeing seems a Herculean task. This led Jiang Shuiyin to recall Li Xiaolai. She pondered. It is indeed peculiar that, with her unique abilities pertaining to the soul, she perceives a certain kinship and temperament between Zhou Yin and Li Xiaolai. She is quite certain of this. Nevertheless, the characters of Li Xiaolai and Zhou Yin appear to be strikingly opposite. Li Xiaolai had previously exhibited an unremarkable demeanor, even inferior to most. Yet, of late, he has shown little interest in women, demonstrating unwavering resolve and a considerable degree of arrogance. Jiang Shuiyin felt compelled to voice her thoughts. Given her capabilities concerning the soul, it is only natural that her insights would not lead her astray. However, it is worth noting that many martial artists are equally resolute and indifferent to the charms of women. Such traits are indeed quite commonplace. The young lady did not delve too deeply into Jiang Shuyan's contemplations, for the peculiar sentiments residing in Jiang Shuyan's heart are beyond mere words, resulting in her portrayal of Li Shaolai lacking in distinction. The ancient azure stone is remarkably unique. Without this object in hand, even if they were to comprehend all mysteries, they could do naught but sigh and wonder. The words of the young lady were infused with an unyielding confidence. Indeed, the ancient azure stone is no ordinary item. Jiang Shuiyin, too, was filled with profound sentiments. Chapter 058, The Ancient Hall of Dark Moon Peak as the Sun Rose. A night of organization and cultivation had not only enhanced Li Yao's strength but also deepened his mastery of formations. Coupled with the consolidation of all resources from the Haoyue Manor, Li Zhao's insights had significantly progressed. At this moment, sunlight streamed through the window, bestowing a distinct vitality upon the room. Li Xiao felt a sense of tranquility and clarity. Standing before the window, he savored the gentle warmth of the sun's energy when a voice from outside interrupted his reverie. "Young Master Li, if you are well rested, please accompany Shuiyin to the ancient hall of Dark Moon Peak." "Certainly." Jiang Shuiyin, adorned in a flowing white gown, appeared even more ethereal and enchanting. "Young Master Li, this time the young lady has invited 3 realms-level prodigies to join us. The others may have limited opportunities to observe and comprehend the ancient azure stone. Therefore, if there are any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will be forgiving." Jiang Shuiyin felt a twinge of concern that Li Xiao might take offense, as she had witnessed his capabilities firsthand, leaving a lasting impression. Now, as she led him into this gathering, she feared that any lack of courtesy might backfire. No matter. 3 real geniuses? This indeed allows a humble individual like myself from a small place to broaden my horizons. Li Xiao observed a hint of remorse in Jiang Shuyin's eyes, yet he paid it little mind and smiled as he spoke. Jiang Shuiyin remained silent, when suddenly, a voluptuous woman clad in yellow approached with a melodic laughter that brimmed with mockery and provocation. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shuyin's expression turned frosty as she exclaimed, "Jiang Tsai, do you intend to create a scene like last time, bringing disgrace to my Crescent Moon Pavilion? Humph. It is only to blame that you were blind to the truth, mistaking rot for rare treasure, which is an affront to true talent. All present are the pride of their respective lands, often rebellious and unwilling to yield to one another. Competition and conflict are inevitable. How could I possibly be the one to tarnish the reputation of the Crescent Moon Pavilion? It is your own embarrassment that stems from your utter incompetence." Despite the earnest efforts of the young lady to cultivate your potential, the woman's tone grew increasingly frigid, her words laced with profound resentment. Jiang Shuiyin retorted sharply, "What? You, the young lady, how could you possibly be aware of such significant matters before me?" The woman scoffed, "And even if that were the case, what of it? The Crescent Moon Pavilion ultimately values achievements. In all these years, how many true talents have you directed toward our pavilion? In that minuscule place of Haoyue Manor. Do not expect to advance any further in your lifetime. When my status surpasses yours, you shall then comprehend the consequences of offending me today. Is that so? Then let us speak of it when you have indeed surpassed me." 2 women stood in confrontation, their intensity surpassing that of a typical male standoff. Li Xiao, arms crossed and brimming with anticipation, prepared to witness an enthralling spectacle. However, to his dismay, their fierce argument culminated in mere bluster, devoid of any genuine conflict, leaving him sorely disappointed. Sensing Li Zhao's spectator stance, the enchanting woman in yellow, Jiang Tsai, cast a frosty glance in his direction, revealing little wrath but rather a pronounced warning. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiao discerned that the conflict between Jiang Tsai and Jiang Shuiyin was an internal strife. Yet there was no need to offend talented individuals. Even the most mediocre genius might one day hold great potential. Although she had previously belittled the cultivators of the Haoyue Mansion, it appeared this sentiment was a shared understanding among other factions. In stark contrast, a man clad in black armor, standing behind Jiang Tsai, remained utterly indifferent to the unfolding drama, exuding an air of calmness and stability. The 2 women passed by Li Xiao and departed through the hall. En route to the Dark Moon Peak, a necessary passage, it seemed that Jiang Tsai had not deliberately sought to confront Jiang Shuiyin, but rather encountered her by chance. As the women exited, Jiang Shuiyin shot a glare at Li Xiao, questioning whether he regretted the lack of a brawl. Have you never witnessed a beautiful woman in combat before?" Li Xiao chuckled. Jiang Shuiyin was astute enough to perceive his thoughts, eliciting a smile from him. "Humph. Let us go. You may find it amusing now, but once we ascend the mountain, you shall understand. I hope this does not impede your cultivation journey or shatter your arrogance." Jiang Shuiyin spoke with a hint of irritation. with a graceful twist of her waist. She led the way towards the distant Dark Moon Peak. Li Xiao merely chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. The Dark Moon Peak lay ensconced within another array. Upon emerging from the formation, Li Xiao was once again enveloped by an ineffable sense of wonder. This sensation, difficult to articulate, left him momentarily astonished despite his composed demeanor and familiarity with numerous formations. The profound depth of the Xianyu Pavilion was truly remarkable. As they traversed the path, the energy within Li Xiao surged intermittently, while the Qiankuan ring, in contact with the fragment of Xiaoguang's soul, continuously supplied energy to facilitate the complete replication of these formations. Without a foundational understanding, Xiaoguang's endeavor to comprehend the formations resulted in an unprecedented computational demand, compelling him to temporarily forego comprehension in favor of an exact replication of the structure, intending to delve deeper later. Navigating through the intricacies of the terrain, Li Xiao followed Jiang Shuyan's adept movements, making no missteps until they reached the summit of Dark Moon Peak. Indeed, after a brief pause, Jiang Shuyan altered her course twice more before stepping into a designated teleportation area. Entering a hexagram formation resembling a crystalline altar, Li Xiao accompanied Jiang Shuyan into an enchanting, dreamlike realm. Upon entry, a torrent of energy surged through the atmosphere, imparting upon Li Xiao a peculiar sensation as if he were being invigorated by the very essence of life itself. He lifted his gaze to the horizon and beheld the ethereal peaks and exquisite trees in the distance, the crystalline springs and white stones, the fragrant clouds, woven like brocade against the azure sky, the clear yet dim expanse, with islands scattered like stars, as if they were intertwined, the tumultuous clouds drifting by, the cranes dancing in the nine heavens, and the auspicious deer gathering in harmony. This was a scene of unparalleled beauty, seemingly transcending both time and space, transporting one to an ancient, untamed era, a witness to the birth of all beings and legends in the primordial world. Li Xiao, overwhelmed by emotion, sighed deeply. At that moment, a voice of enlightenment resonated within him. In this realm, there exists a wondrous true space of 1 in a billion. The ancient charm of this primordial atmosphere is indeed extraordinary. Here, the essence of ancient inscriptions carved into the stone walls surely indicated a unique formation space, reminiscent of ancient relics. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but soon, clarity dawned upon him. This newfound understanding allowed him to perceive the world around him with genuine insight, akin to lifting the veil from a mysterious woman to reveal her true visage. He observed, both near and far, countless cultivators standing in a trance, seemingly immersed in an inexplicable epiphany. As he swept his gaze across the scene, unnoticed by any, he happened upon a distant figure, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her bright eyes wide with astonishment as their gazes met. In that instant, Li Xiao's spirit stirred, his body and soul awakened. The void at his brow, representing his ethereal essence, suddenly opened its eyes, as if unveiling a vast cosmic river, with infinite realms unfolding within the dark expanse. Her cheeks were adorned with a delicate blush, accentuating her charming dimples, embodying a myriad of exquisite elements such as divinity, grace, and cuteness, captivating hearts with every subtle smile and frown. With Li Xiao's keen perception, he not only failed to discern the prowess of this seemingly youthful maiden, no older than 15 or 16, but he could not even grasp the faintest trace of her energy. Yet, instinctively, he sensed the unfathomable depth of her being. To her left stood a tall figure cloaked in white, resembling a shadowy abyss. Even from a mere profile, Li Xiao felt a shiver of trepidation, for this was evidently a true giant in stature. As Li Xiao's gaze lingered upon this enigmatic figure, he noticed the slightest movement of the man's shoulder. A ripple of energy coursing through him, and suddenly, both individuals vanished from his sight. It was only upon this realization that Li Xiao discovered another presence standing beside the woman in purple. This revelation startled him, for the attire of this individual was unmistakably significant. Given Li Xiao's background, he would have certainly taken heed. However, he had subconsciously overlooked this figure, indicating the extraordinary nature of this person. Clad in battle armor, he eschewed the traditional long robe for a casual black ensemble, comfortable pants, and athletic shoes. Furthermore, his hair was precisely 1 foot long, cut with such uniformity that it resembled a blade stroke, presenting an immaculate crew-cut hairstyle. Just as Li Xiao scrutinized this individual, the man suddenly turned, his eyes akin to 2 soaring swords, unleashing a piercing glare. "What are you staring at?" Scram. The man spoke little, yet an aura of formidable power surged forth with his thunderous roar, reverberating through the ages as if shaking the very heavens. Many gifted individuals, lost in their own reveries, were abruptly jolted into reality, spewing blood and being thrown back by the sheer force of his anger. The two beams of light from his eyes were akin to terrifying sword spirits, striking forth with blinding speed, seemingly intent on annihilating Li Xiao in an instant. Seeking death. Li Xiao's expression turned cold, his heart trembling as if faced with an unprecedented assault. He dared not take it lightly. With a fierce shout, he too unleashed his might, his body vibrating with energy. Although he did not transform into the purple blood divine dragon battle body, he directly invoked the divine beast's talent, Flame Dragon's Roar. In that moment, a phantom flickered behind Li Xiao, as purple energy surged skyward, shattering the ground with its brilliance. A cascade of purple blood light erupted forth, piercing through the void and instantly extinguishing the two beams of light. Excellent, excellent. I did not expect that. Apart from myself, there exists such a figure as you. Alas, you are yet to reach your full potential. A fleeting glimmer of intrigue passed through the man's gaze before he uttered what seemed to be an enigmatic remark. Yet, Li Xiao understood. The other party had already harbored intentions of murder. Zhou Yin, what are you doing? The aura of the man with the broom-like hair erupted, his blood energy rising like smoke, awakening the various talents who had been absorbed in contemplation. Each individual wore expressions of astonishment, their faces a mixture of dread and solemnity as they gazed upon the unfolding scene. Just as he was about to take action, a melodious sound resonated nearby, a voice that floated like celestial music, akin to pearls dropping to the ground, evoking boundless imagination. Ying Chan, merely a diminutive ant, is not worthy of concern. The man known as Zhou Yin, with his broom-like hair, smiled gently, his gaze seemingly infused with boundless tenderness. Do you truly believe that in the eyes of significant figures, you hold any value? You are but an insignificant insect. Now that you are here with me, it is best to remain within your station. This is not the Shushan sword sect you have established. The woman in purple, named Ying Chan, displayed a frosty demeanor and spoke with an unkind tone. Ah, Ying Chan, given our acquaintance, how could you speak to me thus for the sake of such pathetic insects? Very well, you know my nature. Once this matter is resolved, we shall engage in a deeper discourse. A sinister and wicked smile appeared on Zhou Yan's face. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Li Xiao and Zhou Yin left Jiang Shuiyin, who had just regained her senses, utterly astonished. It is known that the sword saint, the true Zhou Yin, stands at the pinnacle of the first level of the Breaking Dan realm, capable of contending with elder-level masters of the second level of the Empty realm. Invincible in the Breaking Dan realm, he has slain countless formidable adversaries with merely his gaze. A prodigy of extraordinary caliber. Yet, here was Li Xiao, facing him and not being annihilated in a single strike. This was simply unfathomable. As Jiang Shuiyin pondered this, Zhou Yin, with his hands clasped behind him, approached, causing various talented individuals along the way to fall silent and yield, unwilling to provoke his overwhelming presence. He stopped just before Li Xiao, looking down upon him, and gradually released an aura of sinister allure, a playful and wicked smile gracing his face. This beautiful maiden. May I be so fortunate as to learn your name? I am called Jiang Shuiyin. Jiang Shuiyin trembled all over, as if enchanted, instantly captivated by this unique and sinister charm. Her delicate face flushed crimson, and she willingly spoke. So it is Miss Jiang Shuiyin. I have come to the Dark Moon Peak small realm to resolve the 3 challenges of the ancient green stone. Afterward, let us discuss the most marvelous tales of the world together, shall we? Saint Sword Master, you have overwhelmed Shuiyin, she stammered. I am merely a core disciple of the Dark Moon Pavilion. Nay, he replied, with your exquisite purity, while the world is murky, I alone remain clear. You are indeed worthy of joining me in exploring the heavens and gazing upon the stars and moon. The man with the broom-like hair laughed heartily, derisively regarding Li Xiao with scorn and provocation. Li Xiao merely responded with a cold chuckle, choosing silence. At that moment, a woman clad in white suddenly appeared before Jiang Shuiyin, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. Instantly, Jiang Shuiyin was jolted from a state of inexplicable bewilderment. As she regained her senses, beads of fragrant sweat adorned her forehead, and she fell to her knees, bowing her head. Miss, I am foolish. Please rise. The woman remained unmoved, and the kneeling Jiang Shuiyin found herself standing once more, unable to continue her supplication. Zhou Yin, your presence here is unwelcome. We neither welcome nor expel you, but heed your conduct. Should you persist, you shall be cast out. The voice of the woman in white was frigid and devoid of warmth. Is that so? Zhou Yin retorted, with my status, to reprimand a creature as insignificant as you, yet face such hindrance? Is it possible that you, Jiang Hongyi, are utterly convinced that Shang Yingqing and I can unravel the enigma of the ancient azure stone? Zhou Yin, hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an equally frigid tone. Though his imposing presence remained subdued, the resonant sounds of bells and drums echoed within his veins, reverberating through the air as if a celestial omen were about to manifest, and strange phenomena swirled about. Chapter 060, Battle to Madness. Zhou Yin, with merely 20% of your strength in the Breaking Dan realm, you have yet to land a single blow against this man, and you still wish to engage him? He is but at the second level of the Condensing Dan realm. The chasm between you is unfathomable. If you persist in bullying the weak and wreaking havoc here, how shall our Xianyue Pavilion allow other prodigies to gather here and tackle the challenges of the world together? The woman clad in white dismissed Zhou Yan's accusations, focusing instead on the broader context. If that is the case, I have no further words to say. I shall suppress him using the same level of power. Do you have any objections? Zhou Yin declared proudly, then fixed a gaze of absolute disdain upon Li Xiao. You little wretch, your earlier reaction was quite spirited. To avoid the claim of me bullying the weak, I challenge you to a duel with equal cultivation levels. Let fate decide our lives or deaths. Do you dare to engage in battle? The Breaking Dan realm cannot even subdue me, yet you wish to contend with me at the same tier? Li Xiao replied, his tone equally dismissive, the arrogance in his gaze even more pronounced than Zhou Yan's. A fool like you is merely a target for my scorn, and today, I shall make you aware that everything you rely upon is nothing but a facade. At this moment, a surge of murderous intent welled up within Li Xiao. This individual was utterly arrogant, ready to take a life at the slightest provocation, especially since there seemed to be some clandestine connection between them. The opponent's killing intent was palpably intense. Is it merely you? Zhou Yin laughed, his mirth unrestrained. At this point, the confrontation between the two had become entirely personal, detached from the affairs of the Xianyue Pavilion. Consequently, even the young ladies Jiang Hongyi and Jiang Shuiyin silently retreated a few steps, clearing the battleground. Meanwhile, the woman in purple, Shang Yingqiang, observed with keen interest, accompanied by a strikingly handsome man, Shang Yingqing, whose gaze was as clear yet profound as the vast starry sky, also turned his attention to the unfolding scene. It was evident that Li Zhao's earlier dismantling of Zhou Yan's assault had piqued their curiosity, even in the same rank. I can extinguish you as easily as cutting grass. Zhou Yan bellowed coldly, his figure resembling a sword as he surged forth, seemingly poised to cleave the heavens. This strike emanated a force that reverberated through the universe, imbued with an inexhaustible resonance. However, Zhou Yan's formidable attack was swiftly shattered and nullified, failing to gain any advantage. Zhou Yan erupted into hearty laughter, unleashing a barrage of golden fist intent that collided with Li Zhao's life and death fist technique, instantly fracturing Li Zhao's energy into an expanse of dissipating power, scattering across the heavens. Yet, the golden fist intent did not diminish in momentum, closing in on Li Xiao. Undeterred, Li Xiao retaliated with two punches, similarly shattering the two waves of golden fist intent. If this is all the strength you possess, you'll find yourself dead in the blink of an eye. Li Xiao understood that in such a realm, even if one were to unleash the most formidable strike abruptly, it would be challenging to vanquish an opponent in a single blow. One must proceed methodically, seizing every possible opportunity during battle to deliver a decisive, lethal strike. He felt a genuine intent to kill towards this individual. However, the disparity in their realms was vast, for this person had already reached the Taoist stage, capable of effortlessly suppressing others of the same tier. It was far from the inadequacy he had claimed. Well then, if you seek death so fervently, I shall grant it to you. In this world, there can only be one like me, one who is distinctive. Upon your demise, may you find clarity. Do you understand? Zhou Yin suddenly laughed, his gaze chillingly reminiscent of one surveying the dead. At that moment, Li Xiao sensed that a significant move was imminent. Initially, his expression remained calm as he subtly merged with Xiao Guang. Simultaneously, he expanded his energy absorption, refraining from manifesting the purple blood divine dragon battle body. Instead, he summoned both his main and split souls to activate the innate powers of the purple blood divine dragon. While the luminous entity Xiao Guang exerted all its strength to harness an energy black hole, preparing to devour the energy that Zhou Yin would unleash, Li Xiao was aware that such a character, when claiming to slay others of the same realm, might indeed resort to brutal measures. If they were truly of equal standing, Li Xiao would have no fear. However, could his words be trusted? Individuals as erratic as he spoke as if they were merely passing gas, utterly untrustworthy. Otherwise, one might perish without ever understanding how. As Zhou Yin moved, a shadow of sword light, resembling a black hole, coalesced from within him and pierced forth. Whoosh! The very fabric of the void twisted violently, as if on the brink of being breached. The dark light surged like an ocean, striking swiftly at Li Xiao's forehead, poised to annihilate him utterly. This individual, though claiming to engage in a battle of equals, suddenly unleashed a terrifying sword soul technique with the prowess of a breakdan realm cultivator, intent on ruthlessly slaying Li Xiao in that very moment. While this revelation astonished all present, it was well within Li Xiao's calculations. He had evidently anticipated such treachery from this untrustworthy scoundrel. Knowing full well that one should never heed the words of such a deceitful character, Li Xiao had long been prepared for this eventuality. "Zhou Yin, how utterly shameless you are!" exclaimed the two extraordinary women, Jiang Hongyi and Shang Yingchan, their expressions shifting dramatically as they voiced their disdain. However, at this juncture, even if they were to intervene, it would already be too late. With a swift motion, energy surged forth, engulfing the black sword soul and merging into the dark void before his brow. At that moment, it appeared as though a black disk had erupted from his brow, expanding rapidly and consuming the black sword soul in an instant. After eradicating the spiritual imprint with a decisive strike, it transformed into an endless mist of white energy, entering Li Xiao's body. His blood surged with vigor, swelling as if on the brink of explosion. With a thunderous roar, both his main and divided souls erupted in unison, unleashing the furious flame dragon roar. This was a manifestation of dual techniques, the flame dragon roar, where the main soul and the split soul operated as two distinct entities, enabling him to wield both the life and death fist with his left hand and the illusory void technique with his right. In the present moment, with the dual souls unleashing the Inferno Dragon's roar twice, and with the energy provided by Zhou Yin, Li Xiao need not worry about energy depletion. The absence of his battle form is due to his inability to ascertain the profound implications of its emergence. At this juncture, the phrase Inferno Dragon's roar originates from the soul-snatching sound of the crimson-clad woman he had slain. As these words resounded, they were devoured and obliterated by energy, catching Zhou Yin, who faced a formidable backlash, off guard in an instant. Subsequently, the dual purple lights merged, piercing through the void of existence and overwhelming Zhou Yin entirely. This abrupt transformation was undeniably breathtaking, leaving onlookers in awe, unable to fathom its magnitude. How formidable! He actually managed to withstand it. Is he truly at the second level of the Dan condensation? Does he possess a supreme spiritual weapon? This purple light harbors the terrifying potency to annihilate all, reminiscent of the primordial flames of ancient beasts. In the distance, several talented cultivators whispered among themselves, exchanging hushed remarks. Boom! Zhou Yin, who had just been sent flying, was struck back, propelled 1,000 meters away before crashing violently into the ground. Bang! After merging with the light brain, Li Xiao transformed into a mechanical titan, a super-intelligent entity with terrifying computational abilities, capable of fervently drawing energy from the heavens and earth, completely overlooking any disparity in realms. Even in his most formidable state, he found it difficult to eliminate Zhou Yin. However, Li Xiao could undoubtedly shatter the man's convictions, leading him to utter despair. In this moment, without resorting to his battle form, he unleashed all his hidden cards, battling with unrestrained ferocity. Chapter 061, Blood-Soaked Tears. With his entire body drenched in blood, Zhou Yin's battle armor was stained crimson, his yellow hair disheveled and askew, and his eyes streamed with blood as he let out a frenzied howl, roaring incessantly. Momentarily sent flying, he soared into the sky, conjuring a more terrifying black sword spirit that tore through the constraints of space, arriving in an instant. A sneer appeared on Li Xiao's face, utterly unfazed, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. With a swift motion, he merged the fragment of his soul with Xiaoguang, suddenly drawing a yellow phantom toward the sword spirit. Zhou Yin's sword spirit collided violently, only to be ensnared within the ancient scroll of the Desolate Flame Array, a formation merely 1 meter in size. Within the scroll lay boundless lethal intent, and upon entering, the overwhelming force of the array surged fiercely toward the black sword spirit. Crack! Crack! The black sword spirit shattered abruptly, reduced to powder, transforming into energy nourishment within the Desolate Flame Array. A chilling scream echoed, a series of long howls following. Zhou Yin trembled violently, blood spurting from his 7 orifices, his form now a grotesque figure of blood, no longer exuding the earlier arrogance and brilliance. Die! 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 He roared, preparing to strike again. At that moment, however, Li Xiao activated an energy counterattack akin to the previous strikes against Xie Yuan, wielding a colossal hand imbued with ancient essence that swept forth once more. Boom! Zhou Yin was once again driven deep into the earth, plummeting 7 or 8 meters down, causing the ground to tremble as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had struck. Swish! His battle armor developed cracks, uneven and flawed, transitioning from its casual form back to its original robe-like appearance. With a sweeping motion of his hand, resembling the shape of Tai Chi, Zhou Yin unleashed a beam of black radiance. The black light surged upward like dark flames, incinerating the heavens and the earth. The vitality of the sky was suddenly ignited by a dark light, boiling in an instant. The clouds were violently disrupted, dissipating into mere dust upon contact with this ominous illumination. This black flame seemed capable of annihilating all existence. Abruptly, the dark light penetrated through, engulfing Li Xiao as if seeking to reduce him to nothingness. At that moment, Li Xiao had the option to evade, yet remarkably, Xiao Wang chose not to flee. Instead, he activated the Chaos Flame battle armor and charged forward. The armor enveloped Li Xiao in an instant. Thereafter, the light-brained Xiao Wang ceased to control the armor, which was suddenly besieged by destructive flames, as if it had incited the boundless wrath of a deity within. A resonating hum reverberated through the heavens and the earth. A colossal crimson hand emerged, obscuring the sky, as if transcending both time and space, originating from the frigid abyss of the universe. Descending from above the armor, the hand came crashing down. With a resounding clap, the black flames were extinguished, while a single finger of the blood-red hand coalesced and thrust forward. With a series of explosive sounds, the space erupted, giving birth to black holes and flickering streams of light that shattered around it. The crimson finger advanced relentlessly, shrinking from immense size to a more compact form, ultimately transforming into a blood-colored spear. With a soft thud, it impaled Zhou Yin, pinning him within the void. The sky rained down like feathers, a deluge of blood cascading through this eerily silent realm, akin to the weeping of a divine entity. This scene left all witnesses in utter shock, silencing any discourse. The black longsword vanished into Zhou Yan's body, shattering his armor and revealing a bronze physique forged like steel. He coughed violently, his eyes deep as abysses, fixating on Li Xiao with a fervent combat spirit. At this moment, Li Xiao's energy absorption surged wildly, enveloping the surroundings in an overwhelming torrent, growing ever bolder, undeterred by any fear. Despite the fact that his infernal flame armor had nearly been rendered useless by the recoil just moments prior, he felt no regret. The death of his adversary justified all sacrifices. For the first time, he embraced the enemy's lethal strike through energy absorption, a venture fraught with peril that could lead to a violent explosion of energy, leaving no trace behind. However, with Xiao Wang's calculations aiding him, the energy was not excessively formidable, rendering the situation manageable. Yet, such a capability was ultimately too hazardous for repeated use. Thus, when the opponent unleashed a second strike, Xiao Wang deftly redirected it into the terrifying ancient scroll of the Infernal Flame formation. Utilizing the capabilities of this formation, he forcibly accessed its inner contents. In the midst of battle, Xiao Wang acquired nearly 3% of the formation's knowledge, a most valuable gain. Harnessing the retaliatory damage inflicted by the Infernal Flame armor, Xiao Wang unleashed a myriad of techniques, his might overwhelming, catching Zhou Yin off guard. The calculations of the light brain seemed to foresee each of the opponent's attacks. And with absolute speed, as long as Li Xiao wished, the adversary could scarcely land a true hit upon him. This was the true terror. It indicated that, should Li Xiao desire, he could utterly deplete all the energy within his foe's body. The Xianyuan sword. Arise. A black ancient sword flew forth from his brow, appearing in his grasp. This time, the black sword rapidly enlarged to about 1 meter in length, emanating an aura steeped in antiquity. This essence was earth-shattering, dimming the very fabric of this small realm. With no preparation, he unleashed a torrent of energy, wielding his sword with the ferocity of a blade, cleaving through the void. The atmosphere around him trembled violently, as this terrifying strike drained the surrounding energy in an instant, plunging the area into a parched state. Zhou Yan's eyes bled with intensity, a wild frenzy consuming him, his murderous intent laid bare, merciless and brutal, as he seemed willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate Li Xiao. Li Xiao, in turn, manifested an energy black hole, enveloping the entirety of his surroundings, while simultaneously summoning the Stone Tower and Stone Cauldron, preparing to confront this onslaught once more. This time, Xiao Wang meticulously calculated, intending to siphon 1/3 of the energy from the black sword for absorption, while the remaining 2/3 would be absorbed by the Stone Tower and Stone Cauldron, subsequently redirecting it to thereby enhancing its automatic counterattack capability. Under normal circumstances, there would be no opportunity to counter the attacking prowess of this Yet this was a fortuitous moment. Moreover, the longer the battle raged, the greater Zhou Yan's energy depletion became, allowing Li Xiao to amass a vast reservoir of energy, yielding ever-increasing benefits to himself. He could also extract countless insights from his opponent's swordsmanship, and once sufficient data was gathered, Xiaoguang would analyze Zhou Yan's offensive maneuvers in full detail, enabling Li Xiao to defend against and evade the assaults with greater ease. Very well. Thus shall it be. In the void, an aged voice suddenly echoed, followed by the manifestation of two ethereal fingers composed of vital energy. One finger seized Zhou Yan's dark sword, while the other flicked with a dismissive gesture, causing Li Xiao's energy absorption to falter against such overwhelming might. Xiaoguang, sensing the urgency, was compelled to swiftly dismantle various techniques, including the energy absorption. "Damn it, I shall kill you," roared Zhou Yan, his fury akin to thunder, appearing utterly deranged. "Impudent! Should you dare to resist further, I shall obliterate you without hesitation. Even your soul sword pavilion would not dare to confront me." The ancient voice emitted a cold snort, and in that instant, the small realm seemed on the brink of shattering, exuding an exceedingly terrifying aura. Despite this display, Li Xiao appeared largely unscathed, his blood energy surging, vital essence eclipsing the sun. His gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhou Yan, a sinister smile creeping upon his lips, with an unmistakable, fierce intent to kill. This was the 6th update. Support of all kinds is requested. In Chapter 62, the tension escalates. Now, esteemed talents from various grand cities, you are invited here by the Crescent Moon Pavilion for a significant purpose, which we all understand. This matter bears immense weight. Should any of you be able to unravel the complexities within, you shall be regarded as true distinguished figures of the Crescent Moon Pavilion. Beyond the rewards, the title of VIP grants you the privilege to access the library of techniques to comprehend various cultivation secrets. Once again, the elder's voice resonated throughout the small realm. However, Li Xiao paid little heed to the elder's words, allowing Xiaoguang to record them for later contemplation. At this moment, his thoughts were solely focused on exchanging information regarding the battle with Xiaoguang. Li Xiao, in encounters with such formidable opponents in the future, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation altogether. Although he has acquired the special combat technique Abyssal Flame Divine Demon Hand from the Abyssal Flame Battle Armor, the trade-offs associated with this acquisition are substantial. Firstly, the utilization of dual Divine Beast talents, coupled with the absence of a combat-ready state, has left his body with hidden injuries, rendering him susceptible to overwhelming forces and on the brink of potential disintegration. Secondly, although he has gained partial formations from the Abyssal Flame Array path, 2 of the array formations in the ancient scroll have been compromised. While this may seem trivial, the repair process is exceedingly troublesome. Furthermore, the depletion of energy resources has been significant, with the consumption of over 4,000 high-grade spirit crystals, leaving him with merely 5,000 remaining. This scarcity poses a grave concern for his future cultivation and array formations. Lastly, if combat were to rely solely on the integration of a combat interface, the efficacy of the battle, the experience gained, and the insights into his realm would be considerably diminished. After a thorough assessment, Xiaoguang articulated these numerous drawbacks. In truth, how could Li Xiao be unaware of these realities? Were it not for the ancient scroll of the Abyssal Flame Array path alleviating Zhou Yan's numerous lethal threats, and were it not for the protection afforded by the sacred grade battle armor, he would indeed be unable to contend with Zhou Yan. Even in the form of the Violet Blood Divine Dragon combat body, he would still be at a disadvantage. The disparity in their realms has transcended the mere 2 levels of the condensation pill stage, crossing over into the realms of soul condensation and Dao condensation, culminating in the breaking pill stage, with a staggering difference of 8 minor realms and 3 major realms. Were it an ordinary breaking pill realm adversary, Li Xiao's dual infernal dragon roar would be sufficient to vanquish them. However, this individual is also a powerful being capable of transcending realms to defeat foes. Despite being in the breaking pill first layer, he is already invincible within the breaking pill realm. Having fought to this point, Li Xiao was acutely aware of the arduousness of his journey. Thus, he wore no expression of triumph. His cultivation was vastly inferior to that of others, having trained merely for a few days, whereas his opponent had dedicated over a decade to their practice, rendering any comparison futile. However, these thoughts and sentiments remained unexpressed, manifesting only as a profound indifference and disdain towards Zhou Yan. It was only in this manner that he could maintain an upper hand, leading Zhou Yan to believe that he had not even exerted his full strength. Indeed, witnessing Li Xiao's demeanor, Zhou Yin became increasingly frenzied. Emitting a low growl akin to a wild beast, his rage palpable and overflowing. In contrast, Li Xiao found a peculiar satisfaction in Zhou Yan's fury. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he echoed Zhou Yan's earlier taunts. "And, even if you surpass me by 8 realms, to slay you would be no more than butchering a dog." With a fierce exclamation, Zhou Yan spat forth a mouthful of black blood, so enraged that he was physically affected. In the distance, an elder, standing motionless in the void, suddenly fixed Li Xiao with a penetrating gaze that bore the weight of authority. Li Xiao quickly composed himself, listening intently, suppressing any sign of unease. It was unwise to confront such an ancient being. Meanwhile, Zhou Yan, consumed by hatred, still harbored a spirit of resistance. Yet, as the elder's gaze swept over him, he emitted a muffled grunt, blood spurting forth once more. His eyes blazed with fury, fist clenched tightly, his entire being trembling with indignation. Unable to contain himself any longer, he bellowed in rage, "Old dog, I shall remember this day. I will seek you out for retribution in the future. Presumptuous, you shall die." The elderly man, filled with rage, struck his hand down with a resounding crack, shattering the very heavens and earth, causing the small realm to disintegrate. In that moment, Zhou Yan erupted into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, old dog, little bastard, we shall see." His figure was suddenly enveloped by a dark sword, and at the instant of spatial collapse, he shot forth, disappearing in an exceedingly ruthless manner of escape. However, the aged elder merely wore a cold smile and threw another punch into the distance. With a poof and a crack, the vibrant scene of the distant world, previously adorned with auspicious signs such as the appearance of deer and the dance of dragons and phoenixes, rapidly crumbled under the force of that punch. Soon after, a large pool of blood appeared in the sky, yet Zhou Yan had vanished without a trace. At that moment, all fell into silence, including Zhang Hongyi, Shang Yingchuan, and the others, who merely gazed into the distance, believing that the holy sword master Zhou Yan had perished. Yet, Li Xiao looked out with a sense of regret. Zhou Yan, remarkably resilient, had indeed escaped from the grasp of this ancient, gnarled elder whose cultivation level was inscrutable. Li Xiao pondered, then glanced at the elder. Their sharp eyes met, revealing a flicker of surprise in the elder's gaze, yet it also bore an undercurrent of appreciation upon encountering Li Xiao's own. "Now, I shall present the ancient azure stone," the elder proclaimed. "You talented individuals may observe it closely, and if you have any insights, feel free to step forward and share. I do not shy away from such discourse. Let it be known to all, and may you learn and gain enlightenment from this opportunity." The elder, having shed his imposing demeanor, now resembled an ordinary man in the twilight of his years, his words devoid of any oppressive force. Yet, who among them would dare to underestimate this venerable figure? His strength was unfathomable, and it seemed that no one could discern the depths of his capabilities. Upon finishing his speech, a profound silence enveloped the gathering, as all present listened intently. At that moment, apart from Jiang Hongyi, Jiang Shuiyan, and the 4 figures of Shang Yingxing and Shang Yingchuan beside Li Xiao, the rest of the crowd hesitated to approach him. Unbeknownst to them, the status between him and Shang Yingxing appeared to have reached an equilibrium. Beside Jiang Hongyi, Jiang Shuiyan wore an expression rife with shock and regret, particularly as she reflected on being lured by Zhou Yan in front of Li Xiao. Despite the adversary's malevolent methods, she could not deny the absence of resistance within her heart. Had that not been the case, she would not have fallen prey so easily. This incident not only brought her embarrassment but also risked tarnishing her standing in Li Xiao's eyes. How she once reveled in the honor of his gaze. "You needn't blame yourself," Jiang Hongyi reassured her. "Zhou Yan possesses a wicked charm that ensnares women effortlessly, leaving them utterly devoted and unrepentant. Falling victim to such a lure is not your fault. Moreover, your decision to bring Li Xiao here is a commendable act, should he succeed in deciphering the Qingshi map. Your contributions will be monumental, potentially elevating your status to that of a true disciple." Jiang Shuiyan pondered deeply for a moment, casting a lingering glance at Li Xiao before conveying her gratitude to the anxious Jiang Shuiyan. "Ah, thank you, esteemed young lady, for your kindness." Chapter 063. The 9 orifices of Bluestone. Jiang Shuiyan felt both astonished and honored. She originally anticipated punishment, but unexpectedly found herself credited with merit, a notion that was utterly inconceivable. In an instant, her astute mind discerned that all of this was orchestrated by Li Xiao on her behalf. If Zhou Yan was formidable, then Li Xiao, who was 8 realms beneath him yet could engage Zhou Yan in a cataclysmic battle, was truly a prodigious talent. This was an undeniable conclusion following this confrontation. "Treat him well, and see if we can entice him to join our Xianhua pavilion," Jiang Hongyi conveyed once more through thought. Miss, our Xianhua pavilion only accepts female disciples. Jiang Shuiyin, at this juncture, keenly sensed that something was amiss. As long as the value is substantial, what does it matter if rules are broken? Indeed. The merchants likely entertained this notion as well. It merely depended on how they chose to navigate the situation. It is important to note that Zhou Yin was not the type to be dismissive of all. For instance, why did he refrain from taking action against Shang Yingqing? The fact that Li Xiao could capture Zhou Yan's attention, instantly inciting a lethal intent that disregarded reputation in an attempt to slay him despite their disparity in realms, indicated that Li Xiao was far from an ordinary individual. I instructed you to engage with him for two reasons. Firstly, you share some rapport, and secondly, your social skills surpass my own. I am wholly devoted to my cultivation and am not adept at forming connections, especially now when I must entertain the merchant siblings who are otherwise occupied. Furthermore, your unique talent and soul perception is exceedingly rare. This matter can only be executed effectively by you. As for resources, he may request as he pleases, and we shall strive to accommodate. Though it was merely a transmission, Jiang Hongyi's words remained gentle and warm, akin to the manner in which one would treat a true sister, devoid of any pretense. Miss, since you have spoken thus, Shui Yin will certainly do her utmost to accomplish this task. Jiang Shui Yin felt deeply touched and gratified. To be treated in such a manner by the young lady was a source of honor even in death. Unbeknownst to them, however, this exchange of sentiments was entirely under the surveillance of Li Zhao's quantum brain, Xiaoguang. As a quantum brain, it was exceedingly easy to discern various fluctuations of consciousness. Li Xiao had not anticipated that this Jiang Hong was indeed an extraordinary woman. Merely a hint of her aura exuded an air of tranquility, grace, and charm. If Jiang Shui Yin could be deemed a remarkable woman, the elegance and ethereal beauty radiating from Jiang Hongyi was but a fraction of her own. It was evident that, like black and white, Jiang Shui Yin's demeanor was entirely a reflection of Jiang Hongyi, albeit with a touch of self-importance and affectation. In contrast, Jiang Hongyi possessed an innate elegance, a natural beauty, and an exquisite temperament. No wonder Jiang Shui Yan's presence felt both enchanting yet slightly amiss. Little did she know that such a woman as Jiang Hongyi existed in this world. The vastness of existence was truly immense and boundless. Li Xiao pondered. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. With Xiaoguang's capabilities, everything around was effectively under energetic surveillance. His gaze remained fixed upon the elder standing on the distant high platform. At that moment, the elder extended his hand and retrieved a 3-meter-tall azure stone in the shape of a mountain from the spatial realm of his Qiankuan ring, placing it directly in the void. Due to the presence of an energy platform in the air, this arrangement allowed cultivators from all directions to observe every detail of the stone. Li Xiao, watching from afar, felt a jolt coursing through him at first glance. What a remarkable treasure! Xiaoguang could not help but rapidly analyze the situation. As if calculating, 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals ignited, transforming into boundless energy. Xiaoguang became engrossed in swift computations. These energies naturally concealed within the energy-absorbing black hole, imperceptible to anyone. The azure stone resembled an ancient wonder from the primordial chaos, seemingly containing infinite mysteries. Its unique mountain shape evoked images of 2 dragons playing with a pearl or 2 stars encircling the moon, guarding the central upright portion with an air of regal protection. Li Xiao focused intently and perceived within the azure stone the ethereal essence of sun, moon, and mountains flowing. Yet it appeared somewhat indistinct. Instinctively wishing to see more clearly, Li Xiao exerted a bit more of his spiritual awareness. However, at that moment, the world within the azure stone seemed to expand further, yet it remained somewhat hazy and unclear. At this moment, Xiaoguang was deep in calculations. While Li Xiao felt the energy within him and his soul fragment radiating a searing heat, as if his blood were boiling, roaring, and surging. At this moment, though there was no battle, Li Xiao was filled with an overwhelming sense of vigor, as if he were poised to engage in combat. He understood that this was the result of Xiaoguang engaging in frenzied calculations. The fact that the superbrain was caught in such a frenzy indicated that this ancient blue stone was far more than a mere relic of the archaic map. Thanks to Xiaoguang's intense computations, a flicker of inspiration stirred within Li Xiao, awakening him from the profound allure of the blue stone's inner realm. Had it not been for this, he feared he would have succumbed to the same inexplicable fate as the others, ensnared in a bewildering situation. A unique map. A method for forging weaponry, an esoteric swordsmanship technique. Alas, the individual who etched this map lacked the prowess to fully replicate its essence, leaving only a hollow semblance. However, according to the calculations of the system's optical brain, this could potentially be a relic. The words Xiao Wang had uttered upon encountering the artificially carved archaic map at the Xianhua Pavilion echoed in Li Xiao's ears. Drawing upon his own sensations and Xiao Wang's initial insights, Li Xiao scrutinized the ancient blue stone. He observed that the verdant hue was composed of layers of moss, cultivated over countless years. This moss coalesced into intricate runes, emanating from the very mysteries of the universe. At a glance, Li Xiao felt an overwhelming and boundless resonance of profound principles. In astonishment, Li Xiao continued to examine the ancient stone, only to discover that at its center stood a peculiar humanoid figure, possessing 7 orifices, seemingly capable of drawing the most enigmatic energies from the cosmos to foster its own growth. These 7 orifices absorbed the essence of the universe, harnessing the vitality of the sun, moon, and stars, truly a being born of nature's nurturing. At first glance, Li Xiao trembled all over, as if his very spirit had been subjected to a profound shock. This azure stone, not only adorned with the ethereal moss of the outer layer, but also harboring within it a realm of tangible reality, was astonishing. The incredibility of this phenomenon reached unparalleled heights. Li Xiao's gains far exceeded his initial calculations. And now I shall gradually convey this information to you. Xiao Guang's voice carried an added weight of weariness. The formidable light brain, at that moment, displayed signs of fatigue, clearly indicating a significant depletion of energy, with the consumption of 1,000 high-grade spirit crystals being no trivial matter. Indeed, the essence of this azure stone is beyond the interpretation of mere replicas of ancient engravings. Initially, I believed that the replicated ancient engravings captured 1% of the original's essence, yet now it seems they scarcely embody 1/10,000th of its profundity. Li Xiao reflected deeply on this realization. It is true that this does not imply the inadequacy of that individual's strength. Rather, this 9-aperture original stone is anything but ordinary. 9 apertures? Where could there possibly be 2 more? Li Xiao was taken aback. Yes, there are indeed 2 additional apertures located atop the head. So, it resides at the crown. No wonder. This suggests a celestial emperor aspect. This artifact is indeed extraordinary. Li Xiao felt an even greater sense of astonishment within. This stone, a relic from an ancient era, was once grasped by a remarkable figure who comprehended the essence of the sword path. It bears the imprints of this path, forming a unique sword formation that resonates with the principles of the universe. Consequently, within this azure stone lies the primal essence of the 9 swords of destiny, wherein the sword heart manifests a distinctive realm. This aligns with the tenets of life, enabling the birth of an entire world. From the perspective of the swordsmanship rooted in the dedication of one's life essence, one can ascertain the method of tempering the destiny sword. This encompasses the meticulous steps and techniques inherent in the fate calamity sword, which almost represents a re-emergence of a process condensed within the principles of the path. Furthermore, the blue stone source seal, through the various transformations of its stone layers, in conjunction with the shifting trends of the world's geological strata, allows for the identification of the origin of the blue stone, thus enabling the pursuit of ancient relics. Xiao Guang's analysis left Li Xiao in a state of astonishment. However, one cannot overlook the sheer terror of these deductions. It is likely that aside from an intelligent entity like Xiao Guang, no one else could conceive such insights. Chapter 064, The 9 Swords of Destiny Calamity. Li Xiao recalled that his comprehension was remarkably high. Coupled with the light brain and his own myriad transformations, his capacity for understanding naturally intensified. Yet, despite this strength, he still found himself perplexed by many aspects of the blue stone's resonance. Nevertheless, Xiao Guang had nearly disassembled the source seal engravings of the blue stone completely, revealing every detail with absolute clarity. Such an ability had undoubtedly surpassed the understanding of an average person. Thus, with Xiao Guang's subsequent comprehensive analysis, Li Xiao attained an intimate grasp of all that pertained to the blue stone. Not only that, but it was at this moment that he genuinely mastered yet another formidable technique, the 9 Swords of Destiny Calamity. This technique embodies not only a ruthless swordsmanship, but also a lifeless sword path. Originally, this swordsmanship was confined to the internal realm of the blue stone, making its comprehension, let alone grasping even a fragment of its profound essence, exceedingly arduous. After enduring the arduous process of refining this sword technique through a staggering 39 trillion iterations, it was finally perfected and subsequently transmitted to Li Xiao. At this moment, even his formidable soul trembled in awe. This life catastrophe swordsmanship transcended the invincible might of the 9 Emperor's heart destruction fist, rendering it nothing short of terrifying. As Li Xiao absorbed and integrated the essence of this technique, he immediately felt the surging energy within his bloodline transforming into a fierce sword aura. It was as if a myriad of swords clamored within him. In his perception, although the 9 swords of life catastrophe were powerful, they also demanded an exceptionally high level of mastery to wield. The greater the mastery, the more formidable the technique became, given his current capabilities. Even if he were to unleash this power, it would still fall short compared to the might of the battle body's flame dragon roar. Yet it would surpass the strength of the 9 Emperor's Heart Destruction Fist by several degrees. The 9 swords of life catastrophe did not adhere to fixed forms, but rather encompassed 9 distinct sword paths: the path of no self, the path of no emotion, the path of no heart, the path of no soul, the path of no life, the path of no death, the path of no heaven, the path of no Tao, and the path of no catastrophe. Each of these sword paths belonged to the realm of slaughter, potentially corresponding with the 9 lethal strikes of the illusory void technique. The illusory void technique itself was inherently a path of slaughter. However, its lethal prowess could not be compared to that of the 9 swords of life catastrophe. Upon reflection, Li Xiao promptly resolved to abandon the path of slaughter inherent in the illusory void technique, opting instead to merge the slaughter pathways of the 9 swords of life catastrophe with the 9 lethal strikes of the illusory void technique, thereby enhancing the potency of each corresponding lethal strike. The path of slaughter embodied in the illusory void technique is merely an amalgamation of murderous intent, a method of assassination imbued with a certain spatial rhythm. In contrast, the 9 swords of fate's calamity have ventured far beyond this foundation. Presently, Li Xiao has attained consummate mastery over the profound principles of the 9 sword arts, effortlessly integrating them into the 9 lethal maneuvers of the illusory void technique. Such a formidable assault is surely capable of reverberating through the annals of history. Moreover, Xiaoguang has transmitted to him the offensive technique, godly demonic hand of the wild flame, derived from his earlier confrontation with Zhou Yan, which is also merged into Li Xiao's consciousness. Consequently, Li Xiao has acquired yet another tremendous offensive capability. While his previous battle against Zhou Yan was harrowing, largely relying on the cerebral prowess of his light brain and the innate divine abilities of his celestial beast, he now possesses the confidence to contend with Zhou Yan once more. Empowered by these 2 formidable techniques, beyond the methods of attack, Li Xiao has also gained insights into the refinement of the Fate's Calamity Sword. This unique process is a technique for honing one's innate weapon, passed down through the Qing stone lineage. It encompasses 3 methods: the straightforward bloodline tempering, a more intricate communion of spirit and soul that subtly influences one's essence, and the emotionally charged nurturing of a shared soul through the infusion of vital blood. In addition to these refinement techniques, there exists a means to forge the Fate's Calamity Sword to resist the so-called Fate's Calamity. Yet, according to Xiaoguang's understanding of the data, this method still lacks substantial foundation and fails to yield deeper insights from the Qing stone, merely providing a rudimentary approach to forging the weapon of the Fate's Calamity Sword. In the final analysis, the map inferred by Xiaoguang pointed towards a unique relic. Judging from the terrain, Li Xiao was certain that this location harbored a distinctive restriction, and such a site seemed to be in close proximity to the Crescent Moon Pavilion. After organizing his thoughts, Li Xiao exhaled a deep breath, a semblance of ease manifesting on his face. At that moment, as he relaxed, his body exhibited signs of fracture, with blood surging forth like a spring. However, it was held at bay by the wild flame battle armor, revealing no outward anomalies. With a surge of energy, Li Xiao summoned a source pill into his hand, which he then calmly consumed. He had retained 10 of various pills, and now, due to the prior intense battle, his body was on the verge of collapse and beyond his control, prompting him to ingest the source pill capable of healing all injuries. The energy of the source pill was indeed marvelous and potent, functioning not merely as a direct remedy but as a process of destruction followed by creation, extracting the essence of deceased flesh and blood to transform it into the vitality of newly dividing cells, thoroughly dismantling the damage to allow for the emergence of something stronger. Suddenly, the speed of his body's disintegration accelerated, aside from his head, which remained intact due to the fortification from his mutated soul and formidable energy. A terrifying transformation was occurring within Li Xiao. This process was inherently excruciating, akin to being pierced by needles or scorched by flames. Yet, Li Xiao's willpower remained unwavering, standing silently in the midst of his suffering. Beside him, Xiangying, who had been lost in thought, suddenly cast a surprised glance in his direction, a look of astonishment gracing his features. The young woman clad in purple, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, named Shang Yingchan, wore a perplexed expression on her charming face as she gazed at Li Xiao. Her lustrous black eyes seemed to harbor a multitude of questions. The energy of this primordial elixir, infused with certain Tao rhythms and principles, is unparalleled by ordinary energies. It far surpasses the mere power found in pure spirit crystals. The essence of its transformative nature, which embodies the principles of destruction followed by rebirth, is indeed extraordinary. After a considerable time, Xiaoguang, who had been attuned to this transformation, began to analyze the situation. Indeed, I have also contemplated this aspect. The so-called alchemy in this world appears not merely to be a simple amalgamation of energies, it incorporates fragments of the cosmic principles and order. It is no wonder that the Changkong Dan can directly elevate one's realm significantly. The reason lies in this integration. Given this context, the act of energy absorption fundamentally extracts the essence of a living being's spirit, rendering it far superior to the extraction of energy from spirit crystals by thousands of times. Li Xiao pondered deeply, swiftly grasping the advantages of energy absorption. Indeed, enhancing one's realm through the extraction of spirit crystal energy cannot compare to the profound nature of drawing from the essence of a living being's spirit. It is akin to genetic recombination. There is a stark distinction between extracting ordinary energy and directly extracting and recombining genetic fragments. You have now come to this realization, which is commendable. Initially, I intended to gradually unravel these inquiries for you, Xiaoguang continued to convey. This understanding has already become evident in the practice of cultivation. The recent battle with Zhou Yin has yielded substantial insights. In contemplating the essence of the 9 apertures of Azure Stone, I have reached a profound realization akin to standing atop a mountain peak, embodying the summit itself. At present, as my body undergoes a metamorphosis, though it is fraught with agony, it serves as a purifying process, cleansing the superficial layers of existence. Through this arduous refinement and restoration, my flesh is reborn, enabling me to cultivate the flames of nirvana. Li Xiao's heart is devoid of sorrow or joy, expansive as the heavens themselves. Indeed, this is a fortuitous development. My sole concern remains the matter of fortune. A fortune of 999 signifies the pinnacle of the Tao, the utmost zenith. The principle that extremes will inevitably reverse holds true. From adversity comes prosperity, and from light emerges darkness, while from darkness arises light. A great fortune brings with it myriad opportunities. Yet it also heralds an endless array of perils. This embodies the latent potential of prosperity preceding decline and joy culminating in sorrow. I merely hope that, regardless of how formidable one may become, one must never succumb to complacency. The notion of being a superior being as a traveler must be relinquished. Although you possess imperial blood and indeed stand at a spiritual apex, when viewed through a broader lens of the world, what significance does that truly hold? This continent is vast, yet the southern wasteland is merely a rugged expanse, a forgotten realm regarded as primitive by others. Beyond such territories exists this planet, which is but one among trillions within this stellar domain. Beyond the confines of this star region lies the limitless expanse of the universe, a concept that encapsulates the infinite cosmos. However, beyond our universe lies another realm, perhaps shaped like a trumpet, or resembling a tetrahedron engaged in erratic motion. The universe indeed manifests in myriad forms, and these other universes, akin to our own, belong to a particular dimension. This dimension, which harbors emotional civilizations, should be considered parallel to the galaxy that encompasses Earth. When contemplating from such a grand perspective, how many of your thoughts can truly claim superiority? Through diligent introspection and rigorous training, one must harness immense willpower to conquer all adversities. Ensuring that the so-called prosperity must decline is met with an even greater strength during each phase of decline. Xiaoguang meticulously elucidated the relationship between star domains, the cosmos, and dimensions to Li Xiao, leaving him in a state of awe and trepidation. Nonetheless, Li Xiao comprehended that each refinement of his bloodline, imbued with the essence of imperial blood, although exceedingly diluted, still possessed an unparalleled pride within his veins. Xiaoguang's intention was to help Li Xiao temper this pride, thereby forging a true trajectory for his bloodline. While this concept may appear intricate, Li Xiao profoundly grasped its significance. In truth, I had long been aware of this matter and had exercised caution on several occasions. There is no need for concern. As for the issue of fortune, I have not given it much thought, nor would I naively believe it to be absolute truth. If that were the case, how could I have survived to this moment? During my battle with Zhou Yin, I could have surrendered, fully aware of my impending defeat, and allowed him to vanquish me. The exchange between Li Xiao and Xiao Guang has been ongoing, rapid and profound, transcending mere verbal communication and delving into the realm of shared consciousness. Although it may seem like a lengthy interaction, it is but a fleeting moment. During this profound communion, Li Xiao endures relentless physical agony yet maintains emotional stability. A testament to his indomitable will and perseverance, qualities that are beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. Half an hour later, Li Xiao's body, having collapsed from his previous battle, has now undergone a remarkable metamorphosis within the essence pill infused with fragments of Tao principles. He has emerged with a robust physique, significantly enhanced. The essence pill, effective even for those at the Void Realm, proves equally beneficial for Li Xiao. Despite his formidable physicality, there remains a considerable disparity in strength when compared to others of the Void Realm. Once the medicinal properties of the essence pill permeate his flesh and blood, Li Xiao's power escalates to new heights. This formidable physique now allows him to cultivate the Nirvana fire without any reservations. As he exhales a sigh of relief, he senses an impending surge of boundless energy awakening within the cosmos. Esteemed talents, what thoughts do you possess? Feel free to take the stage and share. At that moment, the ancient elder, resembling a gnarled tree, waved his expansive sleeves, causing the energies of the heavens and earth to swirl. The audience felt a refreshing coolness wash over them, awakening them from their contemplative states. It is at this juncture that the elder's voice resonates through the crowd, including Li Xiao, who perceives it as warm and inviting. Imbued with infinite kindness, the elder, possessing immense strength, deliberately adopted a humble demeanor, speaking with warmth and kindness that left the younger generation feeling both honored and pleasantly surprised, thus fostering a sense of affinity. Elder Jiang, since the esteemed Lady Hongyi has graciously invited me here, allow the younger siblings to offer an explanation to everyone. Observing the silence that followed his inquiry, the elder remained undeterred. Merchant Yingqing, lost in contemplation for a brief moment, then clasped his fists in a respectful salute and spoke clearly. Very well. It turns out we have two prodigious talents from the merchant family. Please, proceed. The elder showed no astonishment. His earlier remarks were merely a means to grant the prominent talents from various cities a moment of grace. After all, with individuals like Merchant Yingqing and the esteemed Lady Hongyi present, what motivation could the others possibly have to compare themselves? Talent is inherent. To ascend to the ranks of the true masters, one must possess exceptional comprehension, which is the most crucial attribute. Without this, reaching the illustrious true master level would be utterly unattainable. The evaluation of a genius hinges upon three fundamental aspects: comprehension, bloodline, and willpower, with comprehension taking precedence, bloodline being of moderate importance, and willpower trailing behind. It can be said that while willpower is of little consequence, and a lack of bloodline can be compensated for, a deficiency in comprehension renders one akin to a waste. Thus, any individual who achieves the status of a true master undoubtedly possesses terrifying levels of comprehension. If such a person is present, it would be utterly futile for other talents to seek to outshine them. The elder's inquiry was merely a gesture to honor the faces of the assembled talents, allowing them to witness the capabilities of the two extraordinary figures from the merchant family and providing them a glimpse of the ancient opportunities that lay before them. Aside from the profound techniques of weapon forging contained within, the map stands as the most pivotal treasure. Other aspects, such as the swordsmanship, hold little significance to him if disseminated. This also indirectly encourages these gifted individuals to assist in future deciphering endeavors of the Crescent Moon Pavilion with greater enthusiasm. After all, enlisting a genuine level genius demands a considerable price, whereas the cost of engaging a regular genius is considerably lower. Furthermore, the elder's inquiry hints at a glimmer of hope. What if a particularly perceptive prodigy were to uncover even more? It is true that some extraordinary talents, not yet at the genuine level, may underperform due to insufficient bloodline or willpower. Such occurrences, while rare, are not entirely absent. Li Xiao pondered deeply, fully aware of the elder's intentions, which only bolstered his confidence that the other party would not sever the bridge behind them. At that moment, Shang Ying, with his flowing black hair, made a slight movement and instantly appeared on the void platform where the elder stood. Beside him, Shang Yingchan, the woman in purple, manifested there without any visible motion. "Chaner, you may speak first," Shang Ying said, his voice laced with affection. "Certainly. Allow me to enhance and refine the provided text." With a gentle smile, Shang Yingchan revealed her adorable little tiger teeth. This charming and innocent expression, sudden in its appearance, captivated all who beheld it. leaving them entranced and spellbound. Such purity and sweetness seemed to reach an extreme with her casual demeanor, embodying a certain ethereal grace. A captivating aura and a lively spirit emerged, drawing hearts with each word spoken, causing all else to fade into oblivion. This individual possesses remarkable prowess. The 7-aperture stone embryo houses divine spirits, exuding an energy that transcends the heavens and stirs the mountains and rivers, devouring the sun, moon, and earth. It possesses the methods to shatter the firmament and the power to disrupt the universe. It holds the mysteries of the stars and the principles of the sword path. It wields the sword of non-existence in the way of genuine emotions. It embodies the essence of dragon veins and the brilliance of blood essence. It encompasses the vastness of the mountains and the source of the earth. The greatness of a mountain lies not in its height, but in its power. While the spirit of a stone is not defined by its but by the source from which it springs, it conceals the essence of the primordial, refining the energy of the sun and moon, nourishing the way of the vast universe, and validating the law of thunder. The law of thunder signifies the calamity of fate. Should one fail to navigate this calamity, the sword path remains devoid of life. This embodies the calamity of fate, the sword path of non-existence, and the sword path of emotions. The girl in purple, with her hands clasped behind her back, gazed upon the azure stone embryo, her words falling like pearls from the heavens. With an ethereal grace reminiscent of a celestial being, she seemed to awaken the echoes of eternity. From this small world, fragments of spiritual laws descended, and the ethereal shadows of dragons and phoenixes danced, giving rise to endless hues of dawn. The celestial palace of the vast universe reappeared like an ancient myth, and wondrous phenomena unfolded within her speech, as if her words shaped reality itself. Beside Li Xiao, Zhang Hongyi's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, her delicate form trembling, as if she gleaned profound truths from the misty language, grasping the essence of boundless principles. Truly remarkable. Li Xiao's heart was stirred, for this woman was extraordinary, indeed awe-inspiring. He cast his gaze around, observing that even the hundreds of talented men and women present were utterly captivated, entranced by her words, ensnared in a state of fascination from which they could not extricate themselves. These individuals, under the influence of Shang Yingchan's discourse, found themselves immersed in the profound principles of the 7-aperture stone fetus, as if a veil had been lifted, allowing them to grasp in an instant what would typically take 30 years of enlightenment, thus experiencing a remarkable, fortuitous encounter. Even the esteemed Miss Hong Etienne of the Xianhua Pavilion appeared deeply moved, slipping into a state of inexplicable comprehension. Li Xiao reflected on this phenomenon, noticing a glimmer of admiration in Shang Ying's eyes as she spoke gently. Indeed, Chana's insights are truly commendable. However, from my perspective, there exists a slight divergence. Brother, please enlighten me, Shang Yingchan replied with a smile, her tone light and carefree, as though everything she had previously accomplished was merely a trivial matter, viewed with a sense of detachment and ease. Regarding the 7-aperture stone fetus, there are 2 guardians, which when doubled yields 9, and subtracting 2 results in 5. This signifies the supreme 9-5, the imperial might. This alone illustrates that within the ancient relics, nurtured over countless years, lies the path of the emperor, destined for the mightiest of beings. The essence of blood harbors ancient significance, while the sun and moon nourish the spirit. The heavens and earth converge to cultivate vitality, and the vast cosmos safeguards the state of non-being. The path of the sword of non-being begets the sword of existence, giving rise to the emotional resonance that manifests divine rhythms. Conversely, the path of the sword of non-emotion embodies the remnants of myriad paths, reflecting the brokenness of the heavens. A single thread of divine mechanism embodies the path of selflessness, as the laws of life and death unfold across millennia. The Tao traverses 9 twists, resides in 3 caves, begins with the future, gazes towards the homeland, and contemplates the path of return. This is the essence of the ancient relic's journey. As the ancient path unfolds, one must harness the essence of the 9 orifices, embody the virtues of the 9 heavens, gaze upon the energy of the 9 skies, summon the thunder of the 9 heavens, and spill the blood of the 9 skies. The figure of Shang Yingqing, with eyes like twin orbs, fixates upon the stone fetus, hands clasped behind, gradually unraveling the enigma of the ancient map inscribed upon the stone. Clad in garments as white as snow, with hair as fine as silk, he too emanates the principles of the cosmos. His words resonate, seemingly drawing forth boundless vitality from the heavens, manifesting the profound and inscrutable martial essence of the sword path, coalescing methods of swordsmanship, and revealing the map of ancient relics. Upon hearing this, all the prodigies surrounding Li Xiao, regardless of gender, are astounded by the remarkable talents of this brother-sister duo, equally taken aback by the opportunity to comprehend such profound principles, and overwhelmed by the extraordinary phenomena that accompany their arrival. After the initial astonishment, they immerse themselves once more in the pursuit of understanding the sword path and other mysteries, seizing every fleeting moment in a world where they strive to grasp a deeper appreciation of this ancient divine artifact. Besides Shang-Yingqing, an ancient sage with eyes deep as an abyss and profound as the heavens cannot conceal his palpable excitement, in conjunction with the insights of Shang-Yingqing and Shang-Yingchan, alongside the previous studies and realizations of Jiang Hongyi, as well as the formidable figures within the Xianyue Pavilion, a genuine treasure is on the verge of revelation. Yet, even this is insufficient. Although the sword path and the methods of weapon refinement are beginning to coalesce, the coherence and completeness remain elusive. Should they proceed to the ancient site in this manner, the outcome is singular, certain death. Thus, despite the exhilaration, a trace of profound regret lingers in the sage's eyes. The alliance with the Shang family has already demanded significant sacrifices from the Xianyue Pavilion. Had it not been for the fruitless endeavors of over a decade, the pavilion would not have reached this juncture. Nevertheless, even he could not help but exclaim that these two merchants were indeed profoundly unfathomable, far superior to that Zhou Yan. Reflecting on Zhou Yan, the elder cast a peculiar glance at the young boy who fought against him. The boy's talent transcended mere terror and bordered on the frightening. Even he sensed an aura emanating from the youth that instilled a sense of palpitating dread within him. It was unclear from which revered master this exceptional disciple hailed. Traversing the mortal realm, such individuals were far more formidable to offend than Zhou Yan's faction. Initially, he had little regard for the Soul Sword Pavilion's influence. But this intervention served not only as a warning to them, but also as an opportunity to forge a rapport with the young man, ensuring that no calamity befell him in this place. The elder found himself lost in contemplation. "This is all that I have comprehended," spoke Shang-Ying with a gentle demeanor. As he spoke, an ethereal halo seemed to encircle him, akin to a deity, evoking an irresistible urge to submit. Li Xiao observed the two enveloped in infinite radiance, becoming figures of great attention, and felt little desire himself. Upon grasping the so-called true-level genius's insights, Li Xiao understood that this level of comprehension was likely on par with his own. However, compared to Xiao Guang, it was but a trifling matter. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed many eager individuals ready to seize the opportunity to showcase themselves. Realizing that prolonging this would only squander time, he decided to step forward. Chapter 067. You are all mistaken. At that moment, three figures suddenly soared into the below. From the illustrious Huanyao mansion stood the siblings Li Shuyin and Li Linglong. In a certain dragon ancestor city, three individuals simultaneously appeared on the ethereal platform, bowing respectfully before introducing themselves. Instantly, a wave of murmurs surged through the crowd, for they were none other than the prodigies of Dragon Ancestor City. The Hua family of Dragon Ancestor City is a prestigious lineage, comparable to the Ji family, and holds a remarkable status. The esteemed Master Sangxiong even disregarded the two prominent talents of the Shang family. What a grand background they possess. Indeed, Dragon Ancestor City and Wanao Prefecture are extraordinary places. Renowned for nurturing exceptional talents, their ascent to the stage was undoubtedly profound, further guided by the preceding two eminent figures from the Shang family, ensuring their performance would be nothing short of remarkable. The rise of the Li family in Wanao Prefecture is nothing short of extraordinary, akin to a legendary tale. The illustrious ancestor, Li Weidao, is a peerless figure who, 3 centuries ago, when the Li family faced annihilation, emerged with an unrivaled might, sweeping through Wanao Prefecture to reclaim the family's legacy. Rather than being extinguished by their foes, the Li family surged forth, claiming dominion over Wanao. Indeed, those who had previously fled for their lives during dire moments were subsequently hunted down and eliminated by this ancestor, leaving no survivors. Today, the unity of the Li family evokes admiration and awe. The descendants of this unparalleled genius are all prodigious in their own right, albeit their renown has remained understated until now. The discussions among the crowd caught Li Zhao's attention, prompting him to glance towards the Li siblings. The brother, strikingly handsome, and the sister, exuding grace, were indeed not inferior to the siblings of the Shang family. However, Li Xiao has come to understand that for certain prodigious individuals, those blessed with exceptional lineage and comprehensive genetic evolution, even the prospect of appearing unattractive is a formidable challenge. Do you wish to explain yourselves before me? Are you certain? On the stage, Hua Qingyin maintained a tranquil demeanor, yet his tone exuded an air of boundless arrogance. He introduced himself without mentioning the illustrious name of the Feihong Empire, instead alluding to the three words Zilong City. Yet, the significance of these three words is monumental. In the world, there exists but one Zulong City. It is a source of pride for every inhabitant of Zulong City. Well, we have spoken, you have listened, and that suffices. The rest need not utter a word. Li Suayan of the Li family spoke with an icy tone. This is also my sentiment directed towards both of you and the others. Hua Qingyin showed no signs of retreat. The people of Zulong City are invariably so haughty. Did Ji Sangqiong not inform you that he was once beaten to the point of spitting blood by a member of my Li family? Li Suayan's voice remained frosty. Yet a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from him, as if he sought to cleanse the earth with blood. The moment this murderous intent surfaced, the usually composed siblings, Shang Ying and Cheng, displayed an increased gravity in their expressions, clearly recognizing the depth of this individual. Although his reputation may not shine as brightly as that of other renowned figures, he is certainly not to be underestimated. Ji Sanqiong, allow me to enlighten you. Ji Sanqiong once groveled in utter humiliation, beseeching the eldest daughter of the Hua family for a mere glimpse, only to be disdainfully cast aside and ridiculed. Hua Qingyin's words prompted an involuntary gasp from the crowd. Subsequently, murmurs of discourse began to ripple through the assembly once more. In the vast expanse of the heavens, the once revered figure, Song Qiong, was cruelly maimed in both legs in a bid to win the favor of the esteemed young lady of the Hua family. Subsequently, he was cast out from the Ji clan, consumed by an overwhelming hatred that compelled him to unleash his suppressed prowess, revealing an unparalleled talent that allowed him to exact revenge upon countless formidable members of the Ji family, ultimately claiming the title of their sole heir. Had it not been for a few loyal elders within the Ji clan, they might have faced utter ruin. However, following these events, the Hua family's young lady became the subject of derision, marking a disgrace upon her family. Although she maintained an indifferent demeanor towards Song Qiong, certain elders of the Hua family harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards her. At this moment, Hua Qing's decision to bring up this affair seemed absurd, as he likely perceived it as a matter of honor, oblivious to the fact that others regarded the Hua young lady as lacking discernment. Ironically, she scorned him for his perceived lack of talent. Li Xiao, surrounded by the ebb and flow of energy, absorbed the information shared by these individuals, gradually forming a vague understanding of the character known as Ji Sangqiong. It was evident that before his rise to fame, he had faced considerable adversity, which fueled his determination to embark upon a path of genius. Such extreme individuals are often formidable, akin to Su Muqing, representing a profound enlightenment that should never be underestimated. There is no need for further contention between your factions. Let the two young talents from the merchant clan contribute their insights, ranked by age, with the younger speaking first. The elder hesitated only briefly before promptly intervening to mediate the situation. Such a person, of naturally distinguished status, instilled a lingering dread in the hearts of the three, who were acutely aware that he could resort to ruthless measures at any moment, rendering him someone they could not afford to offend. Consequently, they all nodded in agreement and respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. Among them, the youngest was the Lady Li Ling Long, merely 16 years of age, and thus she took the initiative to speak first. She stepped forward and approached the stone fetus, gazing intently at it for a moment before turning to address the crowd below, carefully articulating, "The seven-orifice stone fetus hails from ancient times. You have all erred fundamentally, including the Shang siblings." Upon hearing the mention of the seven-orifice stone fetus, Li Xiao felt an immediate aversion to continuing the discourse. Further deliberation would merely amount to a compilation of trivialities, serving only to squander time and offering no tangible benefit to him. Moreover, the selection process for the Heavenly Mechanism sect was likely already underway. Although he feigned disinterest, he knew he must remain vigilant. Additionally, having promised to accompany several junior members of the Li family in their battles, he could not afford to break his word. Most crucially, Zhou Yin's abrupt departure signaled a brewing malice, a refusal to concede, and he would undoubtedly act against Li Xiao. The map to the ancient relics, now etched into his memory, seemed to lie somewhere in proximity to the summit of the Crescent Moon Pavilion, necessitating his investigation. Simultaneously, he required access to the extensive library of the Crescent Moon Pavilion to enrich his knowledge, and thus he could no longer afford to delay. He decisively dismissed the entire assembly. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Li Xiao. It was only then that the crowd recalled his earlier confrontation with the Sage Sword Master. "Zhou Yin, which had caused quite a stir. Each individual entertained thoughts of forming alliances and fostering friendships, yet their attention was subsequently diverted by the performance of the Shang siblings, leading them to momentarily forget about Li Xiao. Now, as he spoke, memories resurfaced, and although some deemed him arrogant, a greater number were filled with anticipation. Among them were the Ji siblings and the Li siblings, who had been told by Li Xiao that they had misunderstood. Hua Qingyin gazed intently at Li Xiao, her expression tinged with a hint of seriousness, hesitant to utter any disrespectful remarks. She had witnessed Li Zhao's battle against Zhou Yan. Despite Li Zhao's spirit and energy being inferior to Zhou Yan's, he had managed to create upheaval. It seemed as though he possessed a divine weapon. Yet his innate talent was undeniably extraordinary. In every regard, he commanded careful consideration. Without a divine weapon, his combat prowess would be exceedingly formidable. With one, his origins must be remarkable. Thus, upon hearing such words, even the fair Li Linglong appeared momentarily taken aback, before turning to Li Xiao and slightly bowing, saying, "In that case, esteemed sir, I kindly ask for your guidance." As Li Xiao had not yet reached the realm of understanding, it felt inappropriate for her to address him as fellow seeker or master. Hence she hesitated and chose the term esteemed sir. "Very well, listen closely, for I shall speak only once," Li Xiao affirmed, nodding. With a swift movement, he stepped forward, arriving at the ethereal platform.